Chapter 1. The beginning of a ray of light. Amidst the dimly lit sky, above the pure white clouds, a slender, almost imperceptible golden beam seemed to possess a life of its own, gently floating. My body. Lin Zha's consciousness awakened. Have I transformed into light? Lin Zha had indeed become a strand of light. Observe closely. This man, named Xiao Shui, had transformed into a ray of light. But no, how could such a thing happen in this world? No matter how difficult it was to accept, time would not yield. Moments later, I am so hungry. I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. How can I be this famished? Satisfying his hunger became Lin Zha's most pressing concern. He scanned his surroundings and swiftly focused on the countless glimmering points of light encircling him. With determination, he wriggled his body, akin to a small serpent that had fallen into water, darting toward those luminous orbs. I shall feast. Upon making contact with the first light point, it melted into Lin Zha's being like liquid. His body, as delicate as a single strand of hair, grew slightly more substantial, though only for an instant, as his form began to weaken. The light that constituted his body started to dissipate. What is happening? Could it be? The sun is setting. Lin Zha gazed toward the other side of the clouds, where the fiery sun was gradually descending toward the horizon. As a ray of light, he possessed no autonomy to exist independently. Compared to the surrounding points of light, he may have been somewhat unique as a strand of light. Yet, once the sun dipped below the horizon, his uniqueness would not suffice for survival. In essence, he would simply vanish, which equates to death. Such a fate must be avoided at all costs. Even in his transformed state, Lin Zha harbored no thoughts of accepting death. With billions of people on Earth, how could he, of all beings, be reduced to mere light? This is not a punishment, it is a reward, an extraordinary opportunity. How could he possibly succumb to death? Lin Zha flailed his body, voraciously devouring the nearby light points that grew faint as the sun sank. Simultaneously, he exerted himself to glide toward the setting sun. Light, my light. In this moment, Lin Zha's form was devoid of mass. Thus, he soared with remarkable speed. Yet, even with such velocity, he could only watch as the sun neared the horizon. No, I cannot catch up. Realizing that the sun would soon disappear, Lin Zha reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. He could not eternally chase after the sun, it would inevitably set. He turned his attention to the surrounding light points, glancing at his own form. He resolved to consume as much light as possible to endure the night and await the dawn. With determination, Lin Zha flew toward the sun while voraciously consuming the light points. 1, 2, 3. Like a gluttonous serpent, he exerted every effort to absorb the surrounding light. His body grew longer and thicker. As the light that constituted his form increased, he sensed his strength amplifying, his speed quickening. Yes, he devoured relentlessly, while the sun drew closer to the horizon. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, Lin Zha's form underwent another transformation. His elongated body collapsed toward the center, gradually taking on a more spherical shape. The light within him swirled like a vortex, akin to a black hole possessing gravitational pull, drawing the light that formed his being tightly together, preventing it from dissipating. At that moment, from the position where the sun had set, a faint, imperceptible ray of light shot toward Lin Zha like a meteor, merging with his spherical form. The world has sent you Data Assistance Mode. Activated Assistance Mode can help individuals better understand their status. Name, Lin Zha, status light, cluster rank, level 1 skills 1. Amplification level enhances basic physical performance of the host. Personal skills 1. Fusion level consumes light energy to fuse materials and forge equipment or new armor with various magical properties 2. Devour level consumes monster cores to gain their power 3. Light needle shooting level condenses light into needle-like forms and shoots them. Special skill database SS level. Vast data information transmitted by the world's consciousness, compressed and processed, allowing individuals to manually access the information within the database. Light energy 0, 10. Accumulating enough light energy can trigger evolution. Description: a light cluster formed from pure light. Those favored by it may gain extraordinary physical attributes. The World Data Assistance Panel. This is my golden finger. Moreover, judging from the various contents on the assistance panel, including the information revealed by my skills. It seems I may no longer be in that familiar world. Nostalgia, loneliness, anxiety, and a hint of excitement. Myriad emotions surged within Lin Zha, a whirlwind of feelings. Since I am here, I shall find peace. At this moment, the sky had completely succumbed to darkness, yet Lin Zha's form did not dissipate. Previously, his existence relied entirely on the sun's rays. Now, however, the light that constituted his being was tightly gathered, no longer subject to casual dispersal. Nevertheless, I'm still not full. Before the thought could linger, new light emerged. The cities below illuminated with bright lights in the darkness, enticing Lin Zha's appetite. Artificial light is still light. Lin Zha directed his gaze toward the city below, absorbing its illumination from above. Light energy 0.1. Light energy 0.1. His body gradually grew more substantial. It appeared that he could consume artificial light sources like street lamps. However, both the flavor and the energy contained within paled in comparison to the natural sunlight. There was no need to ponder too deeply. Any light that could be consumed was good light. Lin Zha leisurely floated in the air, absorbing light while observing the city below. Towering buildings rose, cars traversed the streets. People bustled along the neon-lit avenues, and there was virtually no difference from his previous world. Were it not for the information provided by the assistance panel, Lin Zha might have believed he was still in his own world. Monster News reports, a dark monster has appeared in Area B of Seiko City, officially named Greer. Greer typically emerges at night. Citizens are advised not to wander alone after dark. If you encounter a monster, please adhere to the monster prevention regulations and do not. On the streets, a colossal screen broadcast a program titled Monster News. Indeed, this is another world. Lin Zha settled atop a large street lamp, consuming the light it emitted while reflecting on his situation. Chapter 2. Becoming an Armor Summoner. Thus, floating above the city, Lin Zha continued to feast until the deep of night. His light energy successfully accumulated to 9.8. Soon, he would be able to evolve once more. Just as Lin Zha contemplated making a final push for evolution, an icy, dark aura began to gather ominously closer. It felt as if it were an arch-nemesis, approaching with intent. Lin Zha floated atop the street lamp, emitting a faint glow, directing his gaze toward the source of the ominous aura. The once desolate street was now devoid of life. At the end of the street, the presence revealed itself. A humanoid form, shrouded in a pitch-black shell, its grotesque head resembling that of an insect. Two human-like claws glimmered with a sharp luminescence in the darkness. Surrounding its body, tendrils of inky mist swirled ceaselessly. No way to fight back. Instantly sensing his inferiority, Lin Zha turned to flee without hesitation. The dark aura and the light within him were simply not of the same caliber. He had just transformed from a flicker of light on the verge of vanishing into a radiant sphere. Even his offensive skills seemed limited to a mere grade light needle shot. How could he possibly contend with such a monstrous beast? At the moment when Lin Zha resolutely turned to flee, the creature appeared to have locked onto its target, pursuing him with a speed that rivaled his own. How could it run so swiftly? It was akin to the speed of a high-speed train. Truly, it was a monster. Lin Zha had no choice but to ascend into the sky, hoping to leverage his aerial advantage to shake off the beast. This was the advantage of being airborne. It must be stunned. Just wait until your grandpa of light evolves, then, well, settle the score. Rather than soaring towards the densely populated residential area, Lin Zha opted for the outskirts. In a crowded area, his chances of escape might have been higher. However, the perilous creature, if drawn into a populous location, could unleash untold calamities. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, a crackling noise. Glancing back, Lin Zha saw the creature had propelled itself into the air with astounding leaping power. At the same time, its shell split open, revealing a pair of dark, translucent wings that flapped rapidly, propelling it towards him. "It can fly too," Lin Zha exclaimed, his expression shifting from golden radiance to stark white, a literal transformation of shock. In his fright, he dared not cease his flight. As he sped onward, he absorbed the city's light energy to accumulate the final energy needed for evolution. However, As he ventured further into the outskirts, away from the residential area, the light grew dimmer and his absorption efficiency dwindled. He could only lower his altitude, drawing in the glow of the streetlights to replenish his last reserves of light energy. Light energy 0.1, only 0.1 points remain. Whoosh! The sound of the pursuing beast drew nearer. Just as Lin Nagi contemplated whether to turn back and unleash a skill, a figure abruptly emerged beside the street. Curse this desolate suburb, how could there be anyone here? Monster! The figure cried out in alarm upon spotting the swiftly flying beast. The creature, drawn by the sound, veered towards the figure, extending its claws as if to snatch away this bystander's life. In a heartbeat, the monster's claws were poised to shatter the figure's skull. Light needle shot. Lin Nagi, soaring at high speed, halted his flight, his body radiating light as needles of energy coalesced before him, shooting forth in rapid succession towards the beast. Seeing the incoming light needles, the creature hurriedly raised its claws to meet them. Clang! Clang! A series of crisp impacts rang out, sparks and light exploding together as the beast staggered back, its claws marred with indentations. It was effective, but only to a degree. Lin Nagi's strength was still too feeble. This strike had nearly depleted half of his light energy. Roar! The creature bellowed in fury, abandoning the bystander to charge at Lin Nagi once more. Light point 0.1 light points full. Commencing evolution at last, his final light point was filled. Lin Nagi's form illuminated the night streets with a dazzling glow. Under this brilliance, even the advancing monster had to retreat. At the center of this radiance stood Lin Nagi. His body, now composed entirely of light, appeared to possess tangible form, flowing like molten gold. This golden liquid, akin to molten iron, swirled around the core of light, shaping itself into a distinct figure. A rectangular, palm-sized metallic belt buckle emerged, its center adorned with a golden orb and intricate metallic patterns. Above the buckle, an empty card slot awaited. Name Lin Nagi status Armor Summoner Level 1, can summon Level 1 Armor Skill 1. Light Radiation Grade allows the wielder to enhance their basic physical capabilities while gradually improving the physical qualities of those nearby. Armor Card 1. Light Armor Level 1 Armor contains the card for summoning light armor. The summoner can insert the card into the summoner to call forth the light armor. Skill Card 1. Shadow Piercer Grade. The summoner can insert the card into the summoner to utilize the skill, Shadow Piercer. Weapon Card 1. Shadow Sword Grade. The summoner can insert the card into the summoner to summon the weapon, Shadow Sword. Personal Skills 1. Smelting Grade 2. Devour Grade 3. Light Needle Shot Grade. Special Skill Database SS Grade. Summoning Conditions Level 1. Light Energy 0-100. Description: a powerful summoner forged from concentrated light energy, harboring the mystical power of light armor. The summoner can call forth light armor through the summoner, gaining strength that rivals that of a monster. The evolution was complete. Yet, I still cannot face the monster alone. Wait, isn't there someone nearby? Where did they run off? As the light faded, Lin Nagi, now a summoner, was struck forcefully by the monster's claw, sending him crashing to the distant ground. Oh, it hurt so painful. Wait, no, something feels off. It seems not painful at all. Lin Nagi, having withstood the monster's blow, felt no harm. In fact, he sensed no pain whatsoever. As a summoner, it appeared that his defensive capabilities were at maximum. Roar! The beast roared in rage and resumed its pursuit of Lin Nagi, delivering a heavy kick. Just then, another figure appeared in Lin Nagi's line of sight. More people were arriving. Isn't this supposed to be the outskirts? Where are all these people coming from? No matter. Flung into the air by the kick, Lin Nagi adjusted his posture mid-flight, heading toward the figure. The figure instinctively reached out, catching Lin Nagi and gazing towards a monster. At the moment of contact, information regarding the armor and summoner surged into his mind. Chapter 3. The Summoner's Armor, Summoning Incredibly. Such a phenomenon exists. Cheng Yang gazed at the summoner in his hand, his expression one of disbelief. The luminous armor, summoned to combat the monsters. How could such a thing be possible? And yet, this summoner had fortuitously come into his possession. Roar! The monster charged towards Cheng Yang with a ferocious roar. At that moment, he could not afford to ponder further, facing the imminent threat to his life. He had no choice but to place his hopes upon the summoner he held. With his right hand tightly gripping the summoner, he raised it high, revealing a metallic belt around his waist. To the right of the belt was a metallic knob, while to the left resided a card holder. Inside the card holder were the Luminous Armor card, Shadow Blade card, and Shadow Spike skill card. Everything around him appeared to slow down, and a powerful surge of energy coursed through his body. He realized that this must be the amplification effect of the summoner. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he swiftly attached the summoner to his belt. Yes, this was it. Summoned the Luminous Armor. Lin Zha exclaimed in excitement. Yet, as a summoner, he seemed unable to communicate with Cheng Yang. Luminous Armor. Cheng Yang reached for the left side of his belt and withdrew the Luminous Armor card. Above the card was an illustration of a resplendent golden armor. He swiftly inserted the card into the summoner at his waist and, with a gentle tap, raised both hands above his head, striking a pose. Why was he able to pose so proficiently? Was this also part of the transformation? Lin Zha couldn't help but scoff. But alas, Cheng Yang could not hear his voice. Fusion. Accompanied by the command, a golden beam of light burst forth from the center of the summoner, and the inserted card integrated into it like radiant motes of light. Dazzling platinum light erupted from Cheng Yang's body. Soon, an arc of golden radiance illuminated from beneath his feet, an intangible glow continually ascending, transforming into a golden dragon that traced the contours of his form. Pieces of shimmering golden armor enveloped Cheng Yang entirely. As the golden light gradually dissipated, he found himself encased in a layer of radiant white armor. The chest piece extended outward, wrapping around to his back. The arm armor connected to the hand armor, while the shoulder pieces were simply circular. The faceplate covered his entire visage, with the eye slots shaped like car headlights, glowing with a crimson hue, the trailing edges extending to the sides of the helm. Cheng Yang extended his hands, clenched his fists, and gazed at his armored form. The immense power of the luminous armor surged through him. This was the might of the luminous armor. Roar! The monster lunged forward, its claws, capable of shredding steel, descended upon him. The phantom-like speed of its assault now appeared sluggish in his eyes. He pivoted his feet, sidestepping the monster's attack with ease. Then he tightened his fist. The metallic glow emanated from his gauntlet as he struck towards the monster's side. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the monster staggered sideways. Cheng Yang seized the opportunity, rapidly closing the distance, and landed another punch. One blow followed another, yet he had evidently underestimated the strain the armor imposed. Realizing this too late, he began to gasp for breath from the relentless assault. The summoning conditions for the luminous armor required a level of physical prowess akin to that of an athlete. Cheng Yang, merely a healthy, ordinary individual, could summon the luminous armor solely because Lin Zha had restrained part of its power. This moment of vulnerability allowed the monster to capitalize, its sharp claws slicing upward. With a deafening screech, sparks flew as the armor's chest piece was scraped, causing Cheng Yang to stagger back a few steps. The monster seized its chance, raising its claws above its head, and unleashed a burst of purple fire. At this moment, Cheng Yang dared not be careless. He rolled to the ground to evade the fireball. Rising quickly, he retrieved a white-bordered card from his waist. The card depicted an ordinary golden longsword, with an F in the upper right corner, indicating its tier. Shadow Blade. Cheng Yang pinched the card between his fingers and thrust it into the summoner at his waist. Instantly, golden light coalesced before him, which he grasped and held aloft. Boom! Another purple fireball hurtled towards Cheng Yang from the monster's maw. This time, he did not evade. Instead, he raised the shadow blade and swiftly slashed at the fireball. The fireball split in two, exploding behind him. The monster recoiled, seemingly flustered. Cheng Yang would not let this opportunity slip, disregarding his waning stamina. He unleashed the full might of the armor and charged at the beast. The shadow blade was raised high, hewing towards the monster's armored chest. Golden sparks flew as the gold met the black. The monster staggered back, falling to one knee, a long crack appearing on its shell. Cheng Yang, sword in one hand, reached for his waist again and drew another white-bordered card. This card bore an F in the upper right corner, illustrating a series of golden needles. Once more, he inserted the card into the summoner, and golden light erupted from the shadow blade, enveloping the entire blade. Shadow Spike. pointing the shadow blade at the monster. He thrust it forward with great force. Countless golden needles erupted from the blade, raining down upon the creature like a storm of arrows. The monster, in a panic, raised its claws to defend, but the shadow spikes pierced through its defenses effortlessly, riddling its body like a beehive. The monster struggled for a moment, twisting in desperation, but ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and burst into a cloud of dark smoke. Within that smoke, a black diamond crystal floated ominously. Cheng Yang released his grip, and the shadow blade dissipated into motes of light. He then approached the monster's crystal, extending his hands towards the summoner. The crystal slowly ascended, drawn towards the summoner, where it was consumed by the golden orb at its center, disappearing from sight. This was the monster's crystal. Lin Zha gazed at the floating crystal before him, emanating a dark energy, feeling an insatiable hunger. The monster's crystal could be utilized by Lin Zha to forge weapon cards, armor cards, and skill cards, or it could be directly consumed for energy. The crystal before him was of F tier, and the monster that had just fallen was also of F tier. Thus, even though Cheng Yang, as a summoner, could not fully harness the power of the luminous armor, he had managed to defeat the monster. Let us convert it into a skill. Lin Zha speculated that this monster's crystal would grant him an attack-type skill. Although he possessed several skills, only one, light-piercing shot, was an offensive skill. Subsequently, Lin Zha commanded the light from the core of the summoner to envelop the monster's crystal, beginning the process of digesting and refining the crystal's energy into a skill card. As it melted, the crystal gradually liquefied, taking the form of a card, akin to molten iron being cast. Chapter 4. The Summoner's Interface. With a deep breath, Cheng Yang, who was on the verge of exhaustion from wielding his abilities to absorb the monster crystal using the summoner, reached his limit. Yet, he persisted, refusing to remove his armor, and turned his gaze towards a figure in the distance. It was the passerby who had fled in fright earlier. Now returned, the individual held up a phone, capturing the scene of Cheng Yang with a look of incredulity. Upon noticing Cheng Yang's gaze, the passerby quickly displayed a flurry of panic and fear. After all, the mysterious armor capable of vanquishing formidable monsters left many uncertain of its true nature. Would it attack him next? However, Cheng Yang merely glanced at him before swiftly departing the scene, retreating to a deserted corner. At that moment, the luminous armor could no longer be sustained, and with a resurgence of platinum light, the entire suit dissipated like an illusion from his body. The summoner, which held 3 cards, fell from Cheng Yang's waist, landing on the ground. Is all of this truly not a figment of my imagination? Cheng Yang picked up the fallen summoner, observing the faint glow reflected on its surface, and realized that this was no mere illusion. Lin Zha contemplated the prospect of allocating one of the monster's energy to enhance Cheng Yang's physical attributes, thereby boosting his future enthusiasm for monster hunting. Yet, as this thought emerged, he experienced a moment of clarity, sensing a harmonious unity of mind and body. To elevate the holder's combat motivation, there was not solely one avenue. He could indeed draw inspiration from the auxiliary panel to construct a dedicated summoner interface. This approach would invigorate the summoner's zeal. Am I a genius? Without a doubt, I am. Summoner, Cheng Yang, race, human, summoning level, almost level 1, strength 5, the upper limit of the summoner's strength. Determining attack and defense. Mentality 6, the upper limit of the summoner's mental acuity, influencing reaction speed, skill, efficacy, and resistance to the arcane. Physique 5, the upper limit of the summoner's physical condition, determining lifespan, resistance, and self-healing abilities. Skills, none. Armor compatibility, 70 light energy points, 20. Spending 10 points can increase strength, mentality, or physique by 1, applicable only to attributes under 10 points. Light points can also be used to purchase items in the shop. Click to view details. Lin Zha displayed the newly conceived summoner interface on the dark surface within the armor summoner. The categories of strength, mentality, and physique were roughly estimated by Lin Zha based on Cheng Yang's physical condition. After all, the myriad indicators of a human body could not be represented by mere numbers. Nevertheless, he could manipulate a portion of energy to enhance Cheng Yang's physical attributes. The transformation of the summoner immediately captured Cheng Yang's attention. He scrutinized the information displayed on the device, harboring no doubts regarding its authenticity. Defeating monsters would yield light energy points. Cheng Yang's excitement surged uncontrollably. No one would shy away from the allure of immense power. The strength offered by this summoner was sufficient to rival that of formidable monsters. Undoubtedly, it was a divine artifact, and he was the fortunate one chosen by this artifact. From this day forth, his fate would be rewritten by its power. Suppressing his exhilaration and joy, Cheng Yang carefully examined the various metrics of his body displayed on the summoner. Meanwhile, Lin Nagi had successfully completed the refinement of the monster crystal. Refinement successful. Light energy 50. Acquired new skill, F level. Light bullet. Light bullet, F level. Compresses light energy to form a projectile that inflicts damage on enemies. In addition to the light bullet, there was another F level skill card. Shadow Fist, F level. I am utterly exhausted. Refining the Shadow Fist has pushed Lin Nagi to his limits. The process of refinement is not as straightforward as described. It cannot simply function like a synthesizer, where Lin Nagi tosses in a monster crystal and presses a button to create armor, weapons, or skills at will. Refining skills is the simplest task, followed by weapons, with armor being the most complex. To create a piece of armor distinct from the light armor, using monster crystals requires Lin Nagi to invest time in understanding the energy properties of the crystals, personally designing and distributing the energy while channeling the power of the summoner. This process not only demands considerable time, but also a high level of knowledge. The means through which Lin Nagi acquires knowledge is solely through the singular SSS level skill database. The database compresses the vast knowledge transmitted from this world to Lin Nagi. It encompasses foundational knowledge and esoteric wisdom beyond human comprehension, knowledge Lin Nagi currently struggles to grasp. It embodies the principles governing this world, its fundamental laws. Only by learning to utilize such knowledge can Lin Nagi create new armors imbued with arcane power. Moreover, Lin Nagi may need to undergo 1 or 2 evolutions to elevate his life level, allowing him to comprehend knowledge that presently eludes him. Alas, as a summoner, there is little I can do. This new skill card shall be placed in the shop. After all, I have designed this exchange shop, yet it contains nothing available for redemption. What do I possess that I can sell? The knowledge within the database can be organized and offered for sale in the shop. The database encompasses an all-encompassing array of information. Knowledge about monsters, combat knowledge related to armors and mystical theories. It even includes martial arts, swordsmanship, and techniques. These are not superficial embellishments, but genuine, substantive knowledge. When combined with the power of the armor, these skills will manifest extraordinary abilities. Cheng Yang held the summoner and gently tapped on the shop section. The content on the summoner swiftly transitioned to the shop interface. Light Fist, F level. Skill card. Insert into the summoner to utilize the F level skill. Light Fist redemption price. 50 light energy points. Special price. 10 light energy points. Basic swordsmanship, F level. Foundational sword techniques. Upon learning, one can master the skill, basic swordsmanship. Minor enhancement for sword-related weapon cards and skill cards. Redemption price. 10 light energy points. Basic fist techniques, F level. Foundational fist techniques. Upon learning, one can master the skill, basic fist techniques. Minor enhancement for fist-related weapon cards and skill cards. Redemption price. 10 light energy points. Basic agility, F level. Foundational agility techniques. Upon learning, one can master the skill, basic agility. Enhances speed and agility. Redemption price. 20 light energy points. A plethora of goods dazzled the eye. Fair to both young and old. Cheng Yang's heart raced with longing, yet he was compelled to suppress his desires upon glancing at his meager 20 light energy points. Chapter 5. The Summoner and the Diligent Summoner. Cheng Yang tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Despite his weary body, his mind was remarkably alert. The mere thought of the summoner, the luminous armor, and the monstrous beasts invigorated his spirit, dissipating his fatigue. He glanced at the summoner device on his bedside, shook his head vigorously, and picked up his phone from the other side of the bed. Initially intending to distract himself with his phone, he was captivated by a trending topic. It was the early hours of the morning, yet this trending topic surged ahead, eclipsing various celebrity gossip stories and seizing the headlines. The headline read, "A mysterious humanoid armor in District B of Siguang City defeats the newly emerged monster Greer." Accompanying the article was a video. Although the footage was somewhat blurry, a slow-motion replay revealed a figure clad in golden, enigmatic armor engaged in a fierce battle with the monster Greer. At the video's conclusion, the figure summoned a long sword in an extraordinary manner and executed an impressive skill. It was undeniably a scene of Cheng Yang in his luminous armor battling the beast. The visual effects were striking, showcasing armor made of aerospace alloys. It seemed implausible for the creature to leave no marks after a strike. "Just landed in America. This is fake. The video is too blurry and easily manipulated. It's real. I'm the one inside the armor. V me 50 and I'll send you a suit. It's true. I'm a monster. Just crawled out of chicken and this guy took me on. It's real. I'm a chicken that got taken." Despite the video trending, the majority seemed skeptical of its authenticity. Cheng Yang continued to peruse the comments, gradually calming his inner excitement. Just as he intended to delve deeper into the discourse, the screen suddenly faded to gray, revealing an invalid link. The video had been taken down. "Are you certain this video is genuine?" Indeed, despite its rough and blurry imagery, a frame-by-frame examination confirms there is no fabrication. It's hard to believe, but it is undeniably true. The existence of armor capable of vanquishing monsters, was it a boon or a bane? For humanity, did it represent a foe or an ally? After a night of fermenting discussions, even though all related videos online have been banned or removed, those with determination continued to disseminate information about the armor and the monsters through various channels. The discourse surrounding the armor did not extinguish. Rather, it seemed to escalate. Some individuals downloaded the video to analyze it frame by frame, sharing their findings across numerous forums. Experts in photography and videography attested to the video's authenticity, noting no signs of deceit. As one of the primary figures behind this event, Cheng Yang, the current summoner of the luminous armor, rose early, washed up, and donned his running shoes. He had seen the various discussions online and felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He embraced this feeling honestly. There was no shame in it. Everyone yearns for recognition and to be needed. The key lies in not becoming ensnared by vanity, avoiding arrogance. He was no more special than anyone else, merely a touch luckier. Last night, he had ventured forth and encountered this mysterious, powerful artifact. Some encounter opportunities yet fail to seize them, ultimately fading into obscurity. He must not become one of those individuals. The serendipitous encounter could alter the course of his life. Chosen by the summoner device and the luminous armor, he must grasp this opportunity, strive to enhance himself, and hone his body to unleash the armor's full potential. Then, he would vanquish monsters, assist others, and become someone recognized and needed by others. He understood the summoning conditions of the armor. Only with greater physical prowess could he unlock more of its power and maintain the transformation longer. His previous summoning had ended in disarray due to insufficient stamina. Such a good lad. Perhaps the passerby he unintentionally encountered yesterday was a hidden golden card? Lin Zha was quite pleased with this industrious summoner. He was generous in offering assistance to such a summoner, altering their life as trajectory. With the sound of Cheng Yang running in the park, Lin Zha bestowed the effects of light radiation upon him. During this exercise, Cheng Yang's physique was transformed, enhancing his physical attributes. Some inherent deficiencies and ailments were gradually mended through the act of running, guided by Lin Zha. Cheng Yang felt a warm current coursing through him, his body becoming increasingly comfortable, as if adapting and evolving rapidly with each stride. He had never experienced such sensations during previous workouts. Realizing this must be the effect of the summoner device, he quickened his pace, pushing his endurance to its limits. Even as lactic acid built up within him and his stamina felt stretched to the breaking point, he pressed on. Stamina 1. Cheng Yang continued to run until he finally rested on a bench in the park. The summoner device indicated that his stamina had risen from 5 to 6. Under the light radiation effect of the summoner device, one session of exercise yielded results comparable to what others might achieve in 10 days. Stamina 1 was also a deliberate encouragement from Lin Zha. After completing his morning workout, Cheng Yang browsed the shop within the summoner device in the afternoon. He exchanged 10 light energy points for the skill card, Light Fist F, while the remaining 10 points were redeemed for basic swordsmanship F. The white-bordered skill card rested in his palm, depicting a clenched golden fist. The basic swordsmanship F transformed into a wealth of information that flooded into his mind. The golden figure within imparted fundamental sword techniques, demonstrating each move, with the corresponding techniques and insights seamlessly transmitted into Cheng Yang's consciousness. He swiftly retrieved the Light Shadow Sword card, inserting it into the summoner device. With a flash of gold, the Light Shadow Sword materialized in his grasp, and he began to refine his skills alongside the golden figure in his mind. Even without transforming, he could summon the appropriate weapon through the summoner device. What a reassuring summoner he was. Keep up the good work, and the shop will reward you with discounts. Lin Nagi, momentarily withdrawing from teaching, felt immense satisfaction with Cheng Yang's performance. Notably, the golden figure instructing Cheng Yang in swordsmanship was none other than Lin Nagi himself. Transformed into light, Lin Nagi perhaps experienced an evolution of his very essence. His learning and memory capabilities far exceeded those of any human. Mastering such basic sword techniques posed little challenge. To facilitate better comprehension for the summoner, he would first learn the techniques himself before imparting them in a more relatable, experiential manner. After observing the diligent summoner for a while, Lin Nagi resumed his intense study. Chapter 6: The Summoner and the Flame Beast in the Morning. Cheng Yang engaged in a physical training run. The afternoon was devoted to practicing swordsmanship, while in the evening he purchased a set of dumbbells to enhance his strength. Regardless of the aches and pains that beset him, Cheng Yang did not relent for even a single day. Lin Zha, aside from utilizing light radiation to assist Cheng Yang during his training sessions, immersed himself in arduous study during the remaining hours. He aimed to master every item on the store shelf, alongside the arcane knowledge contained within the database, which was, for Lin Zha, cryptic and perplexing. After a span of 7 days, the topic of the armor had fermented online, evolving into a modern urban legend. After all, the notion of armored warriors battling monsters was undeniably a challenge to common logic. The vast majority of people found it hard to believe such a reality. Yet, there existed a faction of believers, for this was a world where monsters could indeed manifest. A suit of armor capable of combating such creatures did not seem so far-fetched after all. The training over these 7 days had transformed Cheng Yang's physical prowess into something markedly superior compared to a week prior. For an ordinary individual, such a dramatic change within a mere week of intense training would be implausible. However, under the effects of Lin Zha's light radiation, Cheng Yang's progress could not be assessed by conventional standards. Lin Zha estimated that the results of Cheng Yang's 7 days of training were akin to the outcomes of an ordinary person training recklessly for 3 months. Remarkably, Cheng Yang did not suffer any adverse effect from his workouts. The light radiation had rejuvenated his body, rendering it extraordinarily robust. After concluding his run, Cheng Yang settled on a park bench, gazing at the information within the summoner device. Summoner, Cheng Yang, summoning level 1, strength 7, mentality 7, constitution 8, skill 1. Basic swordsmanship, F grade, sword type weapons, skill card effect enhancement. Armor compatibility, 75 light energy points, 0. The fruits of his labor were manifested in data, yielding both motivational effects and a sense of satisfaction. Although these numbers were largely fabricated by Lin Zha through light scanning, he had also been studying human anatomy and mysticism over the past few days, enhancing the accuracy of these displayed values. The current metrics, compared to the initial haphazard estimates, had taken on a semblance of validity. An ambitious summoner paired with an equally driven summoner device. Indeed, they were both commendable characters. And then, what was this? The scent of a monster? After a week's interlude, had monsters finally made their reappearance? Having evolved into a summoner device, Lin Zha's efficiency in absorbing light energy from sunlight had diminished considerably, falling short of the energy gained from vanquishing monsters. Additionally, the crystals yielded from monsters could be smelted into new weapons or skills. Suddenly, Lin Zha became serious, vibrating the summoner device and marking the direction of the monster. New monster reaction detected. As the display of the summoner was overtaken by monster reaction, Cheng Yang straightened in excitement on the bench. Had a monster truly appeared? According to the icons displayed on the summoner, the creature was not far from his location, merely a couple of blocks away. Its location appeared to be a small shopping mall. At this hour, the foot traffic within the mall would be significant. He needed to hurry, activating the summoner's amplification effects. Yang found his physical capabilities greatly enhanced. Coupled with the results of his recent training, he surged toward the mall like an arrow released from its bow. As he exited the park and entered the street, he could see thick smoke billowing from the mall. Frantic crowds were spilling out from the mall's emergency exits. The road surrounding it was congested with vehicles and people, creating utter chaos. Listening to the conversations around him, it appeared that the crowd believed it to be merely a fire, unaware of the lurking monster. Navigating through the gaps between cars and the throngs of people, Lin Zha peered toward the mall. The fire was concentrated on the third floor, with thick, black smoke intermingling with crackling flames, which continued to spread outward. Just as Yang prepared to push through the crowd and rush inside, a violent explosion reverberated. A violent shockwave, accompanied by searing glass and the terrified shouts of the crowd, caused many to drop to the ground in panic. A burning, massive billboard was hurled by the shockwave, crashing down onto a nearby car. Inside the vehicle were a man, a woman, and a young girl, a family of 3. This was dire. Under the amplification effect, Yang reacted with astonishing agility, swiftly yanking open the car door and pulling the family to safety. Just then, a deafening crash resounded. The billboard slammed onto the car, caving in its roof. Thank you, thank you. The grateful voices of the young parents barely registered as Yang's attention shifted to the remnants of the scene. A ferocious roar erupted from the flames, and within the inferno, the silhouette of the monster flickered ominously. The crowd now realized this was no ordinary fire, but a calamity instigated by a monster. A monster! It's a monster! Panic spread like wildfire, and the crowd surged to escape the vicinity. Some individuals still trapped inside the mall desperately considered leaping from windows. Yang sprang to his feet. Pushing against the tide of fleeing people, his summoner firmly grasped in hand, pressing it against his waist. The metal belt instantly encircled him, and the card for light armor was clutched between his fingers, thrust into the belt's slot with fervor. Light armor. Merge. A platinum luminescence erupted from beneath his feet, enveloping him rapidly, outlining the contours of the armor. By the time Yang reached the ground floor, he had fully transformed into the light armor warrior. He glanced at the monster, then stomped heavily onto the ground, propelling himself into the air. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, he caught those attempting to leap from the building, safely transporting them to the ground. As he repeated this life-saving maneuver, it seemed Yang was on the verge of rescuing the last few individuals still trapped inside the mall, when an unforeseen event transpired. With a fearsome roar, the monster unleashed a volley of flame, coalescing into several fiery spheres that hurtled toward Yang. He deftly kicked one fireball away and nimbly dodged the remaining ones. However, the enraged beast redirected its attack, conjuring a colossal fireball aimed directly at the window where those still inside had yet to escape. Chapter 7. The blank heart of the summoner. In a moment of fury, Yang dashed towards the fireball, clasping his hands together to absorb the impact. The searing flames erupted against the surface of his armor, and the tremendous force embedded him into the wall. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. Though Yang felt a sharp pain in his back, the fact that the light armor had not dissipated indicated that he was still in a stable condition. He was utterly convinced that had he just been selected by the summoner and summoned the light armor, he would have been unable to maintain its form after that fierce strike. Struggling free from the wall, he leaped towards the remaining few near the window, swiftly lifting them and jumping to the ground. Screams of terror filled the air as they shut their eyes tightly. When they finally opened them again, they found themselves safely on the ground, thanks to Yang's timely intervention. On the third floor of the mall, a massive fireball began to coalesce amidst the flames, aimed directly at Yang. With a disdainful huff, he drew forth a blank white card depicting a golden sword and inserted it into the summoner. The light shadow sword materialized before him, shimmering brilliantly. Firmly grasping the sword, he aimed it at the incoming fireball and executed a swift slash. The fireball erupted, split evenly in two beneath the golden blade's arc, exploding on either side of him. Through the clouds of smoke and the resounding blast, Chungyang charged towards the monster engulfed in flames. The scorching fire and acrid smoke posed no threat to him. These ordinary flames could not penetrate his armor. However, they did obscure his vision and hearing to some extent, rendering it difficult to discern the monster's location hidden within the chaos. Gripping the long sword tightly, he remained vigilant. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the side, a sharp horn lunging toward him. Chungyang quickly defended himself, but was still knocked to the ground by the creature's immense strength. After rolling several times to dissipate the force, he lifted his head to see the monster, triumphant, retreating back into the flames and smoke, concealing itself once more. Cursing under his breath, Lin Zha took refuge against a wall and drew another white card. The golden blade began to gather light, radiating brilliantly. With a swift thrust of a light shadow sword, countless luminous needles formed a dense curtain, shooting forward. The flames and smoke parted as the light pierced through, striking the hidden monster, which let out a howl of pain. Without hesitation, Chungyang surged toward the source of the cry, slicing through the fire with his sword. The golden light exploded upon contact, violently striking the monster, sending it crashing to the ground. Not daring to let his guard down, he drew yet another white card. This time the newly acquired F-grade skill card, Light Shadow Fist. Just as he was about to insert the card and deal with the monster in one decisive blow, a sudden round of applause interrupted him. Startled, Chungyang turned, pointing the light shadow sword at the source of the sound. Despite the heightened senses granted by his armor, he had failed to notice the approaching figure. Surrounding this mysterious person, the flames flickered out, preventing anyone from drawing near. An impressive battle, the stranger remarked. But do you truly intend to dispose of it as you did with the previous monster? It was merely an ordinary human 10 minutes ago. The mysterious figure halted about 10 meters away, their face obscured by the swirling smoke and flames. Who are you? Chungyang demanded, his voice laced with caution. Before I answer, I have a question for you. Beneath that armor, who are you? The stranger returned with an enigmatic query. There's no value in further dialogue. Chungyang raised his sword and charged at the mysterious figure, convinced they were no ordinary person and might possess knowledge about the monsters, or perhaps were a monster masquerading as a human. The stranger effortlessly sidestepped Chungyang's strike, not even tearing the fabric of their clothing. Chungyang quickly regained his footing, launching a punch toward the elusive figure. This time, the stranger extended a broad, smooth palm, catching Chungyang's fist with ease. A silver ring adorned the middle finger of that hand. Impossible, Chungyang thought. How could a human withstand my attack? Before his astonished gaze, the figure's hand appeared to distort, as if struggling to maintain its human form. The stranger exerted force and effortlessly deflected Chungyang's punch, retreating a few steps. Is that all the strength your armor possesses? I am quite eager to see how you will respond when a human transforms into a monster. Chungyang charged once more, but the mysterious figure had vanished. He was now convinced that this was no human, but rather a humanoid monster disguised in human skin. With the figure's disappearance, the surrounding flames erupted violently once more. The fiery beast roared as it charged at Chungyang. Initially intending to swing his sword directly, Chungyang hesitated, recalling the stranger's words. This moment of indecision allowed the flaming beast to break through his defenses, leaping through the mall's window and landing in the plaza outside. This is not the time for mercy, Chungyang thought, tightening his grip on the light shadow sword. Resolute in his pursuit of the monster as he leapt from the mall to the plaza. With a light shadow fist, card in hand, he inserted it into the summoner. Golden light coalesced around his armored fist, enveloping it entirely. Don't hurt my mommy. A small girl, no more than 6 or 7, suddenly broke from the crowd, positioning herself in front of the monster amidst gasps of horror from the onlookers. The mindless beast, engulfed in flames, lunged towards the girl. Not on my watch, Chungyang shouted, executing the light shadow fist. His body transformed into a golden blur as he dashed in front of the monster, intercepting its attack. As the light shadow fist landed with tremendous force, golden light exploded outward, launching the beast away. Yet, At the last moment, Changyang tempered his strength, allowing the creature to crash to the ground, exhausted and devoid of the will to fight. Approaching the fallen beast, he withdrew a blank card. The very one Lin Zha had just created using the power of light. This card could extract the crystallized essence of the monster without causing harm. As he inserted the monster card into the summoner, it illuminated with a brilliant glow. Dark energy was drawn from the creature's body and stored within the blank card. The form of the monster appeared on the card, while the beast on the ground reverted to its human shape. Chapter 8. The summoner and the renowned armor. The battle concluded, and both ambulances and fire trucks hastily arrived to assist the injured and extinguish the flames. Under the gaze of the crowd, Changyang sought to depart. Wait, armor warrior, who exactly are you? No. Would you be willing to join the Monster Response Team? The Monster Response Team is a well-established civilian organization dedicated to the study and confrontation of monsters, possessing an official backing as well. However, Changyang merely shook his head. He had no intention of revealing his identity, especially after encountering the enigmatic figure that seemed to disguise itself as a monster. With the enhancement of the summoner, even without transforming, his physical capabilities had already surpassed those of an ordinary human. Yet, in comparison to monsters, he remained excessively vulnerable. Should his identity be exposed to monsters, the repercussions will be dire. Please accept this business card. Should you have any questions or seek information, do not hesitate to contact us. The man from the Monster Response Team, seemingly aware of Changyang's inner worries and thoughts, ceased to insist and merely handed him a business card. After a moment's contemplation, Changyang accepted the card and swiftly left the scene, finding a secluded corner to ensure the summoner had not issued any alerts before deactivating his transformation. He then quietly exited the explosion site. Meanwhile, after Changyang's departure, a mysterious figure clad in garments atop a tall building turned the ring in his hand, surveying them all below. The ability to extract monster energy without harming living beings was indeed intriguing. This mysterious armor was becoming increasingly captivating. After a moment of reflection, the figure transformed into a green phantom and vanished into the air. Monster cards. The core of the summoner, Lin Zha, still maintained its luminous orb form as he gazed at the cards floating before him. The front of the card depicted a fiery monster. The cards he created could contain armor, weapons, and skills. The summoner could also re-invoke monsters by inserting monster cards into the summoner. However, the summoned monsters were not under the control of the armor summoner. This card, which housed monsters, was a temporary design crafted by Lin Zha. After all, he had not squandered a moment during his 7 days of study. So, what should this monster be refined into? Monster cards could serve as monster crystals for fusion. Yet, special monster cards could be refined into attribute crystals. For instance, the fiery monster card before him could be refined into a fire crystal stone. The fire crystal stone could serve as the core for armor, enabling the creation of new armor. The strength of the new armor would, to some extent, depend on Lin Zha's design skills and the summoner's attribute compatibility. If the fire crystal stone were used as the core, the result would be fire attribute armor. The core of the light armor would be Lin Zha's light power, which would evolve and grow stronger alongside him. However, as it strengthened, the requirements for summoning would also increase. If the summoner failed to meet the transformation criteria or lacked the necessary attributes, they could only summon the most basic light armor. The basic light armor possessed no exceptional strengths and had balanced attributes. Conversely, armor created from fire crystals might prove far superior against certain special foes. Thus, the opportunity was rare. Not knowing when he might encounter another monster of this attribute, it would be wise to refine this monster into a fire crystal stone, serving as a reserve material for creating new armor in the future. Having made his decision, Lin Zha hesitated no longer. Golden light engulfed the monster card like flames, commencing the refinement process. Simultaneously, the malevolent aspects of the monster within the card were gradually purified by Lin Zha's light. Eventually, the monster was continuously purified and condensed into a red crystal. Refining F-grade monster, light energy 50, obtained item, fire crystal stone 1. Light energy is full, evolution commencing. The light energy garnered from refining the monster enabled Lin Zha to successfully accumulate the remaining 50 light energy, initiating his evolution. However, before evolving. Lin Nagi did not forget to intercept a portion of energy and channel it to Cheng Yang, enhancing the latter's physical prowess. Name: Lin Nagi. Status: Intermediate Armor Summoner. Rank: Level 2, capable of summoning Level 2 armor. Skills: 1. Light Radiation, E grade. 2. Light Perception, New, E grade. Merges powerful perception, enhancing the holder's perception. 3. Card Fusion, New, E grade. Expands card slots to 2, allowing the fusion of different cards during combat for greater power. Armor card: Light Armor, Level 1. Skill cards: 1. Light Shadow Thrust, F grade. 2. Light Fist, F grade. Weapon card: Light Shadow Sword, F grade. Personal skills: 1. Refinement, E grade. 2. Devour, E grade. 3. Light Needle Shooting, F grade. 4. Light Bomb, F grade. Special Skill Database, SSS grade. Summoning conditions: Level 1. Light Energy 0, 1000. Description: a summoner forged from powerful light energy, containing the mysterious powers of the light armor. The summoner can invoke the light armor, gaining strength comparable to that of monsters. In this evolution, Lin Nagi's external appearance underwent minimal alteration. The upper card slot transformed into 2, and the material slightly enhanced in texture. Well, it was inconsequential. Learning was paramount. Lin Nagi once again immersed himself in the database, acquiring knowledge and attempting to design new armor using the characteristics of the Fire Crystal Stone. This morning at 8:39 a.m., a new monster attack occurred in Area B of Siguang City, resulting in a fire on the upper floors. 34 individuals were injured, but thankfully there were no fatalities. During this monster incident, a mysterious armored warrior appeared at the fire scene, rescuing 12 trapped civilians and eliminating the monster responsible for the blaze. We now turn to our frontline reporter. It is now 9:08 a.m., and as you can see, the fire has been brought under control. Just over half an hour ago, the armored warrior saved those endangered by the fire and vanquished the flame monster that ignited it. As the news broadcasted, not even a day had passed. By afternoon, the tales of the armored warrior, the light armor, and the enigmatic armor had swept across the entire internet. Previously removed armor videos were once again uploaded to various video platforms. Furthermore, clips of the armored warrior rescuing people and battling at the fire scene had taken the video platforms by storm. The urban legend of the armored warrior had transformed into a palpable reality. Several clear, close-up shots of the armored warrior captured on-site became the promotional thumbnails for major video platforms. Indeed, some had already sensed a business opportunity, commencing the design of various merchandise inspired by the armored warrior. Chapter 9. The Fundamentals of Breathing Techniques by the Summoner with the Defeat of the Fire Monster. Cheng Yang was awarded 50 energy points. The excitement surged within him at the unexpected bounty. He eagerly opened a shop to strategize on how to maximize this newfound energy into combat prowess. However, it was clear that utilizing all points for enhancements was not feasible. Since realizing that training could elevate his fundamental attributes, Cheng Yang had refrained from squandering his precious energy points on enhancing his physical condition. Instead, he aimed to invest them in acquiring valuable cards and learning skills to make the most of his energy. Unfortunately, this time, the shop did not offer any precious skill cards or weapon cards following the monster's defeat, as Lin Zha had converted the creature into attribute crystallization stones. Nevertheless, the shop did feature some new items compared to the last visit. It seemed that with each monster defeated, the summoner would unveil new commodities. This suggested that the summoner, upon absorbing the monster's power, would transmute or derive items from it. Cheng Yang pondered the operational principles of the summoner, his enthusiasm for slaying monsters intensifying. This was precisely the outcome Lin Zha had desired. He had designed the summoner panel for this very purpose. Young man, slay more monsters. Each one you vanquish will grant you the opportunity to exchange for formidable power. It felt akin to a devil tempting the virtuous into corruption. Although Lin Zha's intentions might have appeared dubious, the items exchanged in the shop were genuine and trustworthy. After a week of training and having learned basic swordsmanship from the summoner, Cheng Yang found himself capable of warding off 3 to 5 assailants even without donning armor. His gaze fell upon the newly listed items in the shop. Basic Breathing Technique, E grade, a fundamental breathing method aimed at cultivating energy and enhancing the body. consisting of 3 tiers. Tier 1, Strength 1, Tier 2, Constitution 1, Tier 3, Spirit 1, and the acquisition of the skill, Mind SI. Exchange price 30 energy points, basic stance, E grade. A defensive posture that, once mastered, can increase defense and mitigate 50 of incoming damage when adopted. Exchange price 20 energy points, Mind SI, F grade. An auxiliary ability that, when activated, allows the user to perceive their surroundings within a 2-meter radius more clearly, slowing down the movements within that range. Exchange price 20 energy points. Among the newly listed items, the most captivating was undoubtedly the basic breathing technique. This was a martial arts technique certified by the summoner. Mastering all 3 tiers would not only enhance his attributes, but also grant him the skill, Mind SI. Moreover, the 2 skills he yearned for combined precisely amounted to 50 energy points. It felt as though the energy points he had just acquired were preordained to be spent in this manner. Chunyang shook his head, dispelling such thoughts, and focused on the summoner, selecting basic breathing technique. He decided to experiment with this new technique first, after the previous, almost hand-holding teaching experience. Chunyang held great trust in the instructional process of the summoner. At the very least, he need not worry about expending energy points only to find himself unable to learn. As 30 energy points dissipated, a wealth of information flooded his mind. Indeed, the content of the basic breathing technique. It felt etched into his consciousness. Simultaneously, a golden figure appeared in his mind, sitting cross-legged and initiating the lesson. Breathing techniques are not as easily demonstrated through physical actions as basic swordsmanship. However, as Chunyang observed the golden figure's actions, he inexplicably grasped the rhythm and nuances of the breathing process. He hastily emulated the golden figure's movements, settling into a cross-legged position and attempting to exhale. This process continued, repetitive yet methodical, until he completed a full cycle of breathing without interruption. You have successfully entered the realm of basic breathing technique. Basic breathing technique, E grade. Beginner, proficiency, 110 proficiency. Chunyang, whose legs had gone numb from prolonged sitting, opened his eyes to the description on the summoner. It appeared that completing a full cycle of breathing would increment his proficiency by 1. Once proficiency reached its peak, he would advance to the first tier of the basic breathing technique. Undeterred by his tingling limbs, he concentrated and resumed his breathing practice. This time, although his breathing was still somewhat sporadic, it flowed more smoothly than his previous attempts. Exhaling the impurities, he opened his eyes and glanced once more at the summoner, confirming that his proficiency had indeed risen by another point. Basic breathing technique, E grade. Beginner. 210. The visible progress, transforming his diligent efforts into tangible metrics, was undeniably motivating. Lin Zha had invested considerable effort into designing this system, and it appeared to be well worth it. Chunyang rose to stretch his numb legs, hastily attended to a simple dinner, and returned to his bed to continue his breathing practice. Even the discussions about armored warriors on the internet failed to distract him. His satisfaction grew as he recognized his steady commitment to the path. Lin Zha, observing Chunyang's diligent adherence, turned his attention back to the database, delving into the esoteric knowledge. The basic breathing technique was the fruit of his intellectual labor. By assimilating this knowledge and imparting it to the summoner, Lin Zha felt his own understanding deepening. No longer human, his memory did not rely on the brain, ensuring that the knowledge he mastered would never be forgotten. After yet another evolution, his learning ability and efficiency had markedly improved. As the summoner diligently eradicated monsters, he too sought to uncover new martial arts and techniques to offer in exchange. The city's night cloaked the sky in darkness, obscuring the stars. Chunyang persisted in his breathing until the late hours. Basic breathing technique, E grade. Beginner. Proficiency, 910 now. Only one final cycle remained to reach the first tier. Initially, completing a full cycle took an hour, but through continual practice, he now required only 30 minutes, having already achieved a substantial portion of the last cycle in mere minutes. He expelled the final breath. Basic breathing technique, E grade. Beginner. Proficiency is now full. Basic breathing technique, E grade. Tier 1 attained. Strength 1, basic breathing technique, E grade. Tier 1. Proficiency, 100 Chapter 10. The encounter of the summoner after bullying the foundational breathing technique has reached the first level. An overwhelming force surged through Cheng Yang's body from his dantian. Rising from his bed, he realized that this time his meditation lasted longer than before. Yet his legs remained free of any numbness. He clenched his fists, feeling a notable enhancement in his strength, while his body felt more nimble. It seemed that the effects of the basic breathing technique extended far beyond the mere descriptions provided by the summoner. The basic breathing technique itself is indeed a skill. Now that he has attained the first level, he could barely manage to breathe while in motion. He attempted to combine breathing with punching. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air accompanied a punch that was evidently more powerful. Indeed, the application of the basic breathing technique in combat significantly elevates one's physical capabilities. Cheng Yang continued to throw punches and kick, but the next moment he abruptly lost his focus and doubled over, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. It was clear that the risks were still too great, and he was not yet adept with this technique. Until he thoroughly mastered the ability to breathe while moving. Engaging in vigorous actions during the breathing process was inadvisable. Furthermore, breathing while in motion greatly diminished efficiency, far inferior to meditative breathing. This skill is truly invaluable. Cheng Yang even believed that the basic breathing technique would be worth 100 energy points. The summoner had sold it to him for merely 30 points. Surely, an angel must reside within the summoner. Swiftly, Cheng Yang picked up the summoner device and gazed at another desired skill. This time he hesitated not, decisively exhausting his remaining energy points to acquire the skill, Basic Stance. As the exchange concluded, the training information for Basic Stance flooded his mind. Simultaneously, a golden figure began to demonstrate, meticulously repeating the movements to teach him the Basic Stance. Although merely a defensive posture, its intricacies were far from simple. Had it been before mastering the breathing technique, Cheng Yang would have struggled to comprehend its esoteric nature. However, after reaching the first level of the breathing technique, he found enlightenment in learning this basic stance. Before long, he successfully grasped its fundamentals. Basic stance, level. Entry, proficiency 0-10. To his astonishment, there was a proficiency system. Could it be that the basic stance also has levels? Or perhaps all skills of E-level and above possess such a system? What level could he attain after mastering the basic stance? As time was already late, Cheng Yang had no intention of practicing the skill overnight. Such an endeavor would only harm his body and yield diminishing returns. Sufficient sleep and rest are also vital components of physical training. After a restorative night's sleep, the following morning, Cheng Yang did not abandon his consistent training regimen, rising early for a morning run. During his run, he endeavored to integrate the foundational breathing technique into his routine. Running is an exercise that places considerable emphasis on breath control. Perhaps that was why the synergy between running and the foundational breathing technique proved to be quite harmonious. Soon, as Cheng Yang consciously slowed his pace, the breathing technique began to weave itself intermittently into his run. This small breakthrough was indeed a cause for joy. However, it seemed as if someone was determined to shatter his mood. Ha ha ha! Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Are you about to cry? A group of junior high students, along with a high school student, surrounded a chubby junior high boy seated on the ground. One boy relentlessly kicked at his head, while another filmed the scene on his phone, seemingly to save it for bragging rights and remembrance. The chubby boy's backpack had been upended, scattering its contents across the ground. Stop it! Cheng Yang rushed forward. Someone's coming. Run. The bullies scattered at the sight of him, leaving behind the victim, who sat on the ground, cradling his head. Are you all right? Cheng Yang crouched down to check on the bullied boy. I'm going to be late. My mom doesn't want me to be late. The boy, gathering his scattered books, appeared somewhat slow and childish, perhaps with a mild intellectual disability. Cheng Yang chose not to press further, instead assisting him in collecting the fallen textbooks while noting the boy's name, Su Zihong. Ah, thank you. Noticing Cheng Yang's help, Su Zihong finally expressed his gratitude. Afterward, Cheng Yang watched as Su Zihong walked away. After some distance, Su Zihong seemed to realize something and turned back to bow in thanks once more. Are you saying there is bullying in our class? Minor conflicts between students are quite normal. How could it be that serious? What is your profession? Isn't that just a social drifter? Never mind. I will handle it later. You should leave the school. Outsiders cannot freely enter and exit. What if a student is harmed? Cheng Yang was sternly ushered out of the teacher's office. Throughout the entire process, the other teachers in the office barely glanced at him. He had initially intended to wait for the resolution, but was soon met by security, who promptly expelled him from the premises. Is this how your school operates? Cheng Yang felt a surge of anger. He shoved the security guard, intent on confronting the teacher again. What do you want to do? This is a school. Another guard in the booth rushed out, holding a baton. Cheng Yang seized the baton and yanked it forcefully. The guard stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Cheng Yang stepped forward, his formidable presence pressing down upon the guards. Do you even understand this is a school? Having already defeated 2 monsters, Cheng Yang's strength and temperament had transformed drastically. A dangerous aura emanated from him. Even he himself was unaware of its emergence. The guards had never encountered such a presence and were rendered speechless with fear. Cheng Yang, realizing that his demeanor was somewhat uncharacteristic, reminded himself that he should not escalate tensions with the 2 guards. He attempted to calm his mind using the breathing technique. Unexpectedly, a loud thud shattered the atmosphere, akin to something heavy crashing from above. Cheng Yang paused, turning to look toward the teaching building, feeling a wave of foreboding wash over him. It couldn't be, could it? The expressions of the guards shifted as they disregarded Cheng Yang and hurried toward the source of the sound. Cheng Yang followed closely behind. At that moment, the teaching building was filled with students on every floor. They crowded the corridors, craning their necks to see the scene on the first floor. Teachers, too, rushed Chapter 11. The summoner and justice a moment ago, I was aware of your circumstances at home. Your classmates often jest with you, but do not take it to heart. In the society we live in, one should not seek out thugs and invite them into school. Is there any semblance of a student left in you? Your father passed away early, and your mother has her own afflictions. Your siblings are no different. Your classmates and teachers are aware of your family has struggles. You must strive to empower yourself. Do not succumb to the allure of idleness and camaraderie with society's miscreants. Su Zihong's face flushed with urgency as he yearned to defend himself. No, it's not like that. I haven't Tia. Well then, tell me who has bullied you. Provide me with their names and classes. No. Su Zihong hastily shook his head. It was unclear whether he feared retribution or simply failed to comprehend that he was indeed being bullied. After all, he, like his mother and siblings, faced cognitive challenges. With his father gone, even if he were to confide in his family about his torment, no one would grasp his plight. Return home and refrain from mingling with unsavory characters. Such baseless bullying, if it were to spread, would tarnish our school's reputation, and mine as well. The intellectually challenged have returned. The intellectually challenged have even recognized a big brother and mingled with society. That signifies an intellectually challenged delinquent. Su Zihong struggled to fathom the malicious insults hurled at him. Yet, as fists and feet rained upon him, he came to the stark realization that this was indeed bullying. However, weren't classmates supposed to be friends? Why then was this term bullying? These thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind until his cherished necklace, a gift from his parents, was yanked from his backpack. Amidst the raucous laughter of the crowd, labeled as mere teasing by the teacher, his necklace was tossed from the building. A cruel punishment for Su Zihong's attempt to seek help. They were aware that this necklace held profound significance for Su Zihong, and thus, the punishment was designed to leave a lasting impression. In a moment of desperation, Su Zihong leaped after his necklace, a decision that caught the group of raucous students off guard. It hurts! It hurts! Su Zihong cried, blood spilling from his lips. He understood pain, being struck, kicked, burned with a lighter, pricked by needles, and having his hair pulled all caused Chapter 12. The summoner and the acidic beast, what an extraordinary coincidence. Cheng Yang found himself doubting whether his identity had been exposed, leading the beast to target him. Or perhaps there were individuals capable of sensing the aura of the armor, thus pinpointing its location and dispatching the monster. Swiftly, Cheng Yang rose to his feet. The creature was situated on the first floor, while the operating room was on the top floor. Consequently, The commotion and chaos caused by the monster had yet to reach the surgical area. The elevator. It was infuriatingly slow. Without hesitation, Cheng Yang dashed into the hallway, drew the summoner from his pocket, and secured it to his waist, completing the process in an instant. He then kicked open the hallway window, withdrew the light armor card, inserted it into the summoner, and leaped out of the window. Light armor, merge! A golden radiance enveloped him from the ground up, swiftly solidifying into a platinum-colored armor, transforming him mid-air. He then fell freely, crashing heavily onto the first-floor ground. Slowly rising to his feet, the platinum armor shimmered in the sunlight, reflecting golden light as if the very essence of gold flowed through it. It was the Armor Warrior. Armor Warrior, help! The monster is over there. The arrival of the Armor Warrior brought hope to the panicked crowd in the hospital lobby, calming them as if they had found their anchor in a storm. Some even had the presence of mind to pull out their phones and record. In just a day, the Armor Warrior had taken the internet by storm, becoming a household name in Siku City. Throughout the day, Cheng Yang had been preoccupied with various matters, entirely unaware of the widespread recognition the Armor Warrior had garnered. Roar! The beast's growl echoed through the hospital lobby, accompanied by the screams of those who had not yet evacuated. Cheng Yang paid no heed to the fervent gazes of the crowd and rushed into the hospital lobby. This creature was unlike the previous flame monster. It did not ignite a fire or create significant disorder. Instead, the grotesque beast resembled a junkie, clutching numerous drugs in its claws, unwrapping none, and shoving them directly into its mouth. Its seven-gilled mouth oozed a foul, acidic liquid, swiftly corroding the drugs along with their packaging. Noticing Cheng Yang, the beast wildly swung its claws and spat a stream of acidic liquid towards him. Cheng Yang deftly sidestepped, the flying acid splattering against the wall like bullets, eroding a large hole. Seizing the moment while the monster was occupied, Cheng Yang accelerated towards it. Bang! His fist struck with tremendous force. However, instead of the sensation of hitting a solid object, it felt akin to plunging into mud. His fist sank into the creature's chest as if it were a quagmire. The sudden unexpected texture caused Cheng Yang to falter momentarily. The beast could transform its body into a viscous liquid to evade damage. No, it was more than that. This liquid possessed corrosive properties. Acidic liquid. Lin Nagi within the summoner instantly recognized the monster's characteristics. The acid began to corrode the armor. The armor, being a tangible manifestation of Lin Nagi's light, could withstand such levels of acid without sustaining damage. However, in its transformed state, the armor existed in reality, partially depending on the summoner, Cheng Yang. Thus, while the armor could resist damage, Cheng Yang's stamina would deplete according to the intensity of the attacks he endured. The stronger the attack, the greater the stamina consumption. Realizing the precarious situation, Cheng Yang quickly exerted force to withdraw his arm from the monster's chest. Unexpectedly, the creature, as if losing weight, latched onto Cheng Yang's arm. Its claws reached for his chest. Sizzle. The dark claws scraped against the armor, producing dazzling sparks. Staggering, Cheng Yang stepped back twice to steady himself, seizing the monster's gooey body and smashing it against the hospital wall. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the thick concrete wall crumbled, dust swirling about. Basic breathing technique. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Yang activated the foundational breathing technique he had recently mastered. Unlike his human form, in his transformed state, as he breathed, the armor ignited with golden light. The essence of the armor was Lin Nagi's light, and the breathing technique enhanced the summoner's physical attributes comprehensively. Therefore, the power of the armor would rise in tandem with the summoner's abilities, amplifying the light's strength. Light armor, radiant form, sizzle. A searing sound filled the air as scorching light enveloped the entire armor. Roar. The sticky beast clinging to the armor emitted a piercing scream and hastily transformed into a solid form, retreating. At that moment, Cheng Yang swayed his body, and the armor's brilliance began to recede. After transforming, maintaining the foundational breathing technique became increasingly challenging, and the intense stamina drain rendered him incapable of sustaining it for long. However, managing to free himself from the monster's liquid-like grip was sufficient. Roar! Hiss, hiss, hiss! The monster roared in fury, then opened its mouth, preparing to unleash another acidic projectile at Chengyang. Too slow, far too slow. Chengyang swiftly dodged, moving like a phantom, evading the acidic blast. If this is the extent of your tricks, then you ought to remain hidden in shame. As he spoke, Chengyang drew the Light Shadow Sword, F, card and inserted it into the summoner. Light Shadow Sword. As the card slipped in, golden light rapidly coalesced into a shimmering golden longsword in Chengyang's grasp. Swish, swish. The distance between them closed rapidly under the armor's speed, and the sharp golden blade sliced through the air. Bang, bang, bang. The blade clashed against the creature's claws, the overwhelming force forcing the beast to retreat. Surrounding walls and objects were swiftly obliterated, glass shards littering the floor as papers fluttered about. Light armor, radiant form. As he continued to suppress the monster, Chengyang finally seized a fleeting opportunity and, without hesitation, activated the breathing technique, entering the radiant form. The armor's power surged tremendously, and the sword brimmed with light energy, becoming incandescently hot. Slash! The sword descended heavily. The monster's claws could no longer withstand the force, shattering into countless fragments beneath the blade. The sword, having cleaved through the claws, fell relentlessly towards the beast's head. Liquid form. The creature rapidly transformed its entire head into liquid, flowing towards one shoulder. The scorching blade struck down upon the monster's neck, embedding itself within the creature's viscous body. Yet at that moment, the Light Shadow Sword, now enhanced by the armor's radiant form, had become unbearably hot. Sizzle. Like a hot knife through butter, the monster's neck, along with half of its shoulder, was instantaneously severed by the blade. Thud! The monster's shoulder, along with an arm, was propelled away, while its body, akin to a cannonball, crashed through a wall, landing in the room beyond. Chapter 13. The summoner and the gorilla monster Chengyang swiftly traversed the shattered walls, racing towards another room. Gazing at the beast sprawled on the ground, he brandished his sword and drew the card. Shadow Spike, F. Transform into the card of Shadow. Boom! A tremendous force collided with his armor from the opposite side. Chengyang was violently propelled backward, crashing through a wall, yet he did not cease. He barreled through 2 walls before being ejected from the hospital, landing heavily atop a car, finally coming to a halt. What was that? Amidst the debris and swirling ashes, a new beast emerged with a languid gait. Its body was shrouded in gray, as if a layer of hard rock had grown upon its skin. Too elongated, massive arms hung by its sides like the fists of a gorilla, resembling twin maces. Following this gorilla monster, the slime beast reattached the arm that Chengyang had severed. Trailing behind. 2 monsters this time? How careless. No, my senses have been fortified by the armor and the summoner. How could I have failed to detect the concealed beast? Could it be that this monster was also a temporary transformation of a human? Time offered no respite for Chengyang to ponder these matters. The gorilla monster charged towards Lin Zha with disjointed speed. Leaping into the air, its fists raised, ready to strike Chengyang with great force. Chengyang, gathering his scattered strength, rolled off the crumpled car to evade the blow. However, the vehicle was not so fortunate. With a single punch, it shattered into pieces, along with the concrete beneath. Such immense power. The gorilla monster seized the debris from the ground and hurled it at Chengyang. The air whistled as it was forcefully expelled, and the fragments hurtled toward him with the velocity of cannonballs. Chengyang gripped the shadow sword, his gaze fixed upon the incoming shrapnel. Slash! The fragments were effortlessly cleaved in 2 by the blade. Whoosh! To the side, the slime monster unleashed a barrage of acidic projectiles, sealing off Chengyang's escape route. The gorilla monster seized the opportunity, charging from the other side, accelerating with each step, using its shoulder as a weapon to collide with Chengyang. These 2 creatures coordinated their assault. The slime monster attacked from a distance, while the gorilla monster sought to close in with overwhelming strength. Defensive posture. As he assumed his defensive stance, Chengyang stood firm like a stone pillar. The gorilla monster crashed into him with a dull thud, only to be unexpectedly rebounded. The tremendous impact coursed through Chengyang's armored legs and into the ground, causing the stone pavement beneath him to shatter, cracks spider-webbing outward from his position. Seizing the moment as the gorilla monster lost its balance from the recoil, Changyang tightened his grip on the shadow sword and closed the distance. Slash! Channeling all his might, he struck at the gorilla monster's neck. A harsh grinding sound erupted, sending sparks flying. Changyang felt as though he had struck an unyielding stone, his hands vibrating from the impact. This defense was so formidable that even the cleaving force of the shadow sword could not breach it. At that moment, the gorilla monster regained its balance and swung its fist towards Changyang's armored chest. Ugh! There was no time to adopt a blocking stance. Changyang was sent flying by the force of the punch, crashing to the ground. It felt as if the air had been expelled from his lungs, leaving him momentarily breathless. Struggling to rise, he sensed a viscous grip ensnaring him once more, winding around his armored legs. The slime monster. When did it? Changyang glanced at the slime creature, only to realize that half of its body had transformed into liquid, flowing into the sewer, then re-emerging from the manhole cover behind him. Thud! The ground trembled as the gorilla monster accelerated, charging towards the immobilized Changyang. Desperate, cough cough. Unable to breathe, he could not perform the basic breathing technique. The previous assault had left his lungs struggling to recover. The slime monster's binding prevented him from assuming a defensive posture. Boom! An unprecedentedly powerful strike landed heavily upon Changyang. He felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering, his insides displacing as he was hurled away. Crash! The sounds of destruction echoed around him. His body careened into the second floor of the hospital, smashing through walls and glass, until he finally burst through the entire building, crashing into a large tree before embedding himself in the center of the road. Struggling to rise, he knelt on one knee, supporting himself as he gasped for air, attempting to regain his composure. The two monsters followed closely behind, leaping down the path Changyang had created. They advanced step by step toward him. Changyang steadied himself with the shadow sword, eyes locked on the approaching beasts. Amidst the intense pain, he contemplated his strategy for battle. Boom! 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 At that moment, unexpected gunfire erupted, targeting the monsters. Simultaneously, several tactical vehicles emblazoned with Monster Response Team sped towards the scene, each equipped with machine guns designed specifically for combating beasts. Yet, even faced with the incoming bullets, the two monsters swiftly raised their arms to shield themselves. The bullets merely sparked against their arms, leaving not even a scratch. Armored warriors. The Monster Response Unit will now fire Monster Response Shells number 2 to grant you recovery time. Please be cautious and evade. The tactical trucks of the Monster Response Team halted at a distance. Fully armed combatants swiftly disembarked, brandishing their weapons to initiate suppressive fire. The cannons mounted on the trucks began loading. Changyang took a deep breath, quickly creating distance to stabilize his injuries. The two monsters, under heavy fire, roared as they charged toward the Monster Response Team. Boom! Just then, the shells were launched. The Monster Response shells were filled with a special metal capable of inflicting damage on monsters. Although they had never succeeded in slaying a beast, they had recorded instances of inflicting harm. Furthermore, their destructive radius was minimal, making them a primary weapon for the Monster Response Unit. Bang! 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 The shells struck and exploded in succession, the immense shockwaves tearing up the concrete beneath and sending clouds of dust into the air. Keep loading. The Monster Response Team understood that such firepower would merely graze the monster's skin. Their goal was to provide recovery time for the armored warrior. That would be ideal. Bang! 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 Another round of artillery fire rained down into the swirling dust. Unable to ascertain the effectiveness of their attack, the third round of fire was swiftly loaded. However, they had underestimated the defensive strength of the beasts. Roar! Boom! Before the third round could be fired, the gorilla monster charged out, toppling the foremost tactical truck with a heavy blow. Its rocky skin emitted only a plume of black smoke as the dense barrage of bullets continued to pelt against it, leaving it entirely unscathed. Chapter 14. The dual car driver of the Summoner Roar. The gorilla monster furiously pounded its chest, bellowing at the members of the tactical response team. The slime monster followed suit, spewing corrosive acid that swiftly eroded the front and engine of a tactical pickup truck. Maintain fire suppression and withdraw immediately. Keep your distance from the monsters. The gorilla monster disregarded the fire suppression and charged towards the monster response team, rapidly closing the gap. Just as it was about to plunge into the flock, the light shadow stab. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light sword shot forth. Countless luminous spikes, cascading like a torrential rain of blades, enveloping the two monsters. The gorilla monster quickly turned, acting as a shield to protect the acid monster behind it. The bullets from the humans posed no threat to it. However, Cheng Yang's assault instilled a sense of danger within it. With the barrage of the light shadow stab, the monster response team successfully extricated themselves from peril and widened the distance. Cease all artillery fire. The armored soldier had now entered the artillery coverage zone. The tactical response team halted their bombardment, merely aiming from afar, poised to provide fire support at the opportune moment. Roar! The assault from the light shadow stab subsided, and the gorilla monster roared in fury, charging again at Shenyang. In its eyes, Shenyang no longer possessed any attack capable of breaching its defenses. After all, even the lethal light shadow stab had failed to inflict harm upon it. Just one more successful collaboration with the acid monster would allow them to vanquish this detestable armored soldier. The acid monster stealthily crept to the side, preparing to ambush. Shenyang remained calm, observing the charging gorilla monster with a firm grip on the light shadow sword while extracting two skill cards. Light shadow stab F, light fist F, click. The two cards were instantly inserted into the summoner. Light shadow stab, light fist, shining form. Both cards were simultaneously activated by the summoner, and Shenyang entered the shining form. At that moment, his entire armor radiated a brilliant golden light. The blade of the light shadow sword appeared to transform into pure brilliance, dazzling and resplendent. Whoosh! The air was cleaved as the two F-class skill cards empowered the light shadow sword, harmonizing with the brilliance of the light armor as they faced the oncoming gorilla monster. Indestructible rocks melted and were sliced apart beneath the blade. The severed edges glowed a fiery red, oozing molten rock until it completely penetrated the gorilla monster's body. F-class monster slain, light energy points 50. Shenyang turned to face the other acid monster. Light shadow stab. The blade thrust towards the acid monster, and countless blade-like light spikes surged through the air, piercing towards it. In an instant, the acid monster became riddled with wounds, collapsing to the ground. F-class monster slain. Light energy points 50. With both monsters defeated, Shenyang withdrew two blank cards, absorbing their energies. Once the monster energy was fully absorbed, the illustrations of the two monsters appeared on the blank cards. Both monsters reverted to their human forms. Indeed, these two monsters were once humans. Shenyang felt a faint sense of conspiracy and unease, but forced himself to remain composed. He then approached the monster response team. Under the admiring yet wary gazes of the team members, he swiftly lifted the overturned truck using the power of his armor. The remaining members then realized that the armored soldier had come to assist in rescuing them. They quickly extricated the trapped comrades from beneath the lifted truck. Only after all members were freed did Shenyang hastily leave the battlefield, reverting from his transformation. As he did so, he nearly lost consciousness on the spot. Gripping the summoner, he leaned against the wall for support. This battle had nearly drained his stamina to the limit. Had he not reverted from his transformation, the effort of raising the pickup would have completely exhausted his last reserves of strength. The shining form combined with the dual skill cards was a desperate gamble for survival. His physical capacity was still inadequate. Yet the issue did not end there. As the summoner, Lin Nagi was acutely aware that the light armor was at a disadvantage. This time, the gorilla monster, while still an F-class beast, was a high defense type that the light armor struggled to combat. The light armor possessed balanced attributes, lacking in exceptional offensive power, defensive strength, or speed. Moreover, it could not exploit attribute weaknesses, nor was it vulnerable to any attributes. The gorilla monster's agility was severely lacking, making it exceedingly difficult to evade attacks. Utilizing an offensive armor to breach its defenses could easily lead to its demise. The new armor was still under design. Even if it were completed, Shenyang would find it challenging to unleash the armor's full potential if his compatibility did not meet the requirements. For now, he would first examine what the two new monster cards could be refined into. Then, He would put them on the market to recoup the light energy points expended this time. Ahem, it is merely a transaction of mutual consent. The Gorilla Monster card and the Acid Monster card. Lin Nagi intended to attempt refining a weapon card of higher difficulty this time. Golden light energy, akin to flames, engulfed, covered, and melted the two monster cards. As they melted, the cards gradually reshaped according to Lin Nagi's prior design. The power of that armored soldier was indeed growing incrementally. To his surprise, he had managed to eliminate two monsters simultaneously this time. The true nature of the armor that bestowed such formidable strength upon frail humans was becoming increasingly intriguing. At the headquarters of the Monster Response Department in Sika City, the combat video of the armored soldier was continuously played on the conference room's large screen. Adjacent to it were 3D models of the armor, meticulously illustrating the intricate details of the light armor. Included were 3D models of the light shadow sword, the skill cards, and the summoner. The light armor and the armored soldier had appeared several times, demonstrating immense power. The human side, regardless of the circumstances, would not be careless or inept enough to neglect gathering detailed information on the armored soldier and the light armor. Researching the combat characteristics of the light armor had become a fervent pursuit among humans, surpassing even that of the monsters. After all, it was the only armor capable of consistently defeating monsters, possessing formidable strength, and maintaining a benevolent stance towards humanity. The primary weapon of the armored soldier was the light shadow sword. By inserting the card into the device at his waist, the light shadow sword could be conjured out of thin air, or rather, summoned as a weapon. Within the conference room, as the video of the light armor and its modeling played on the large screen, a female researcher was presenting her findings. As her voice resonated, the screen began to showcase the recorded footage of the light armor summoning the light shadow sword, while the modeling of the summoner at the waist magnified, allowing a clear view of its card slots. Chapter 15. The summoner is analyzed in addition to the card for the light and shadow sword. There exists skill card for the light and shadow stabbing and the light fist. By inserting various cards into the device at their waist, the armored warriors are able to utilize a range of skills. Following the words of the female researcher, detailed models of each card appeared on the screen. These models were crafted from footage of the armored warriors in combat, edited and remodeled accordingly. Each card bore the letter F in the upper right corner, which could signify a special mark or perhaps a ranking of the card's power. The cards with letters closer to the beginning of the alphabet contained greater strength and effects. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, as the armored warriors have yet to use any cards beyond those marked with F. The female researcher proceeded to elaborate on the effects and abilities of each card. Through slow-motion analysis, it became evident that the combat techniques of the armored warrior exhibited a style reminiscent of human martial arts. The armor can also temporarily enter a radiant state, during which both defense and attack power are enhanced. As the researcher tapped the screen, a slow-motion combat video of the armored warrior was displayed, revealing the fleeting nature of the radiant form. Moreover, apart from the cards mentioned earlier, the armored warrior possesses blank cards, which can extract monster energy, allowing a transformed human to revert to their original form. The extracted monster energy is absorbed and stored by the special device at the waist. At this point, the female researcher paused, allowing for a moment of interaction among the attendees. Indeed, the ability to summon weapons and employ various skills through these cards makes the term summoner quite fitting. However, the female researcher refuted the murmurs from below. I speculate that the light armor is summoned through this device. What? Are you saying the armor is summoned through this device? So beneath the armor, there is a human. The armored warrior is not a creature akin to a monster. A vigorous debate erupted within the meeting. It is precisely for this reason that the armored warrior displays kindness towards humans, enabling them to appear without a trace at sites of monster disasters. Is this summoner accessible to anyone? Can one summon the light armor simply by using this device? A voice inquired. The energy response from the light armor is no less than that of a monster. It is indisputable that an ordinary human would perish under such overwhelming energy. The speaker's comments extinguished the burgeoning hopes among some attendees. If that is the case, why did the researcher previously believe that the light armor was summoned by humans? After a moment of silence, the researcher replied, The individual who summons the armor possesses a certain uniqueness. Their genes exhibit a strong adaptability to the power of the armor. Moreover, they must possess a physique that is the pinnacle of human capability. Even if the summoner meets these conditions, maintaining the transformation for an extended period is a formidable challenge. Armor compatibility 85. The compatibility with the armor increased further due to this battle. The higher the compatibility, the stronger the power that Chungyang can wield. At this moment, in the hospital, although the monster had been dealt with by Chungyang, the recent commotion had still stirred chaos. Outside the operating room on the top floor of the outpatient building, a mother and her 2 children paced anxiously, their demeanor akin to that of a child faced with a daunting challenge. The doctors moved in and out of the operating room, maintaining the operation. It was clear that the unexpected monster incident had impacted the procedure significantly. The news of the armored warrior's resolution of the monster provided a semblance of calm to the operating room. The distressed mother attempted several times to approach and inquire about her child's surgical status, but her hesitant words were lost amidst the chaos of the doctors. At that moment, she resembled a child in an unfamiliar city, anxious, lost, and fearful. Nevertheless, she endeavored to uphold her role as a mother, attempting to reassure her other 2 children. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a weary yet resolute Chungyang returned to the operating room's exterior. He glanced at the frantic mother and her children, then looked around, but he saw no representatives from the school. "Auntie, there is no need to panic. Please have a seat." Oh. I'm so sorry for the trouble caused to the school because of Zihong. The mother apologized humbly, seemingly mistaking Chungyang for a teacher from the school. "Have any other teachers from the school come?" Chungyang pressed. "Mister, he came. He is Zihong's homeroom teacher. He even paid the medical expenses. He is a good teacher." Observing Su Zihong's mother's demeanor, Chungyang sensed something amiss. Did Mr. He mention how Zihong got into this predicament? He said Zihong was playing with classmates in the corridor and accidentally fell out. Accidentally? Playing with classmates? Chungyang coughed, a sharp pain piercing his lungs. He had initially expected the school to conduct a thorough investigation into the incident and take the issue of bullying seriously. To his dismay, the school had hastily classified the situation as merely a playful accident between students. Why would the school choose to do this? Chungyang glanced at the distressed mother and her children. It seemed that due to Su Zihong's family's particular circumstances, the school had recognized them as a vulnerable group, incapable of voicing their concerns or pursuing the truth. They unconditionally believed the school's narrative, their physical limitations hindering any doubt. In such a case, it would be better to downplay the incident. The school's reputation would be preserved and the futures of certain individuals safeguarded. Perhaps at this very moment, some people were secretly relieved, grateful that this calamity had befallen this unfortunate, fractured, and tragic family. Thank goodness it was them. Chapter 16. The Summoner and Justice Unforgivable. Retribution must be sought, whether it be the adults who shirk their responsibilities behind the scenes or the culprits among the students who perpetrate bullying. Chungyang intends to hold every one of them accountable. His first task is to gather evidence of the bullying inflicted upon Su Zihong. He yearns to rise and act immediately, yet he observes the desolate and anxious trio of mother and son. Perhaps he should wait a little longer. After a considerable time, the doors to the operating room swing open. "Family of Su Zihong." The announcement reverberates. The report is grim. Fractures in the right and left pelvic bones, sacral bone fractures, skull fractures, and a bleeding point in the right hemisphere of the brain that has been successfully addressed during surgery. However, a small bleeding point remains in the left hemisphere that necessitates observation, and a second surgery may be required. He is not yet out of danger. For now, he must be transferred to the ICU for observation. Su Zihong's mother, tears streaming down her face, nods in acknowledgement as she gazes at her son, whose head is swathed in bandages, a shadow of his former self. Though she may not fully comprehend the doctor's words, the horrific sight of her son speaks volumes. The ICU forbids family members from entering, leaving the mother and her 2 children to sit in a state of despair outside the ward. They remain there, sitting in silence. Chungyang rises and makes his way toward the stairwell, departing the hospital to head to the school. The front entrance is no longer an option for him. He must scale the wall to gain entry. Given his current skills, this minor feat poses no challenge. He swiftly navigates to the school surveillance room. As for the staff within, they are merely rendered unconscious. A warrior of justice often overlooks the finer details. After copying surveillance data from Su Zihang's class for the past 2 weeks, he exits the school. Upon returning home, he diligently searches through the surveillance footage for evidence. To his astonishment, the bullying students exhibit no semblance of evasion. They brazenly engage in their torment within the classroom, all under the watchful gaze of the cameras. Their actions include, but are not limited to, pressing a filthy mop against Su Zihang's face, shoving it into his mouth, dumping garbage on his desk, and placing insects and chalk dust in his water cup. The incident that led proficiency in basic breathing techniques 1. Chapter 17. The Summoner's New Card. Potion F. The following day, the 13th high school in Xiguang City trended on social media, second only to the reappearance of the armored warrior. A video surfaced, strikingly bizarre, emerging suddenly and gaining rapid notoriety. Its contents were shockingly inappropriate. Not only were the individuals unblurred, but their real names and identities were also revealed. The video swept across various platforms, remaining steadfastly online despite its violations, with its popularity continuously escalating. The footage depicted harrowing scenes of school bullying and the oppression of the weak, while teachers turn a blind eye, more concerned with minimizing the impact of the incident following a tragic fall. With no blurring, the bullies and the complicit teachers were swiftly identified through online sleuthing. He Jiqiang, did you not claim there would be no repercussions? What is happening online? Who released this video? And how did our call records get leaked? Damn it, you fool. You couldn't even manage something simple. Now leave my school immediately. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving He Jiqiang, the homeroom teacher, pale and shaken. The unfolding events were entirely unexpected. Initially, he believed that the family involved would be easily dealt with and would not pursue the matter further. Indeed, this was the case until the sudden emergence of the video, complete with a solid chain of evidence and recorded conversations, sent chills down his spine. Who the hell is responsible for this? He fumed, slamming his hands on the desk, scattering everything to the floor. His face bore the marks of the previous day's thrashing by Chengyang. His future was in tatters. Enraged, he contemplated storming into the classroom to discipline the group of miscreant students. Yet, with his career and interests at stake, he finally began to regard the situation with the seriousness it deserved. However, the opportunity to address it had slipped away. He Jiqiang, please accompany us to the station for questioning. Not only He Jiqiang, but dozens of bullying students were also summoned to the station for investigation. Outside the school, police cars filled the area. The students, unfamiliar with such circumstances, cried out in denial of their bullying actions. Yet, the incriminating text messages and videos shared among them became undeniable evidence. This incident had escalated to such an extent that it garnered nationwide attention. Under immense pressure, the authorities in Xiguang City mobilized all resources to uncover the truth swiftly. Multiple school administrators were suspended for investigation. Inside the police station, the bullying students crumbled under the weight of the situation, confessing their misdeeds in tears, full of regret. Xiguang City promptly updated the public on the progress of the investigation, showcasing the city's commitment to civility. Outside the ICU, the trio of mother and children who had spent a restless night in anguish were astonished to find the following day that numerous school officials and some teachers had come to visit the injured student. They lamented and expressed remorse, eager to cover Su Zihang's medical expenses and organize donations for the devastated family. One school administrator, struck by inspiration, proposed to sponsor Su Zihang's sister's future education and living costs. Such generosity, such righteousness, such kindness and compassion were unfathomable, especially when contrasted with the desolation and solitude experienced by the mother and her children during the surgery yesterday. Chengyang, meanwhile, jogged while practicing the fundamental breathing technique. This technique had become his top priority for self-improvement. As he engaged in this practice, his physical condition not only improved, but in his armored transformation, he could also enter a radiant state. The practicality and significance of the fundamental breathing technique had reached new heights. Fondamental breathing technique. Proficiency 1. As his strides lengthened and quickened, his breathing grew more rapid, his chest rising and falling like waves. The injuries from the previous day's battle had been fully treated by Potion F, allowing him to engage in such vigorous exercise without adverse effects. Upon concluding his run, Cheng-Yang paused, and the summoner's device emitted another notification. Constitution 1. Exercising while implementing the fundamental breathing technique was undoubtedly more taxing, but it also enhanced the effectiveness of his training. After finishing his run, Cheng-Yang sat on a park bench, continuing to maintain the fundamental breathing technique. He then rose, walking while sustaining the technique, disregarding the occasional gasps for air and the pain in his lungs. Even Lin Zha, an onlooker, was impressed by Cheng-Yang's unwavering self-discipline. He was, without a doubt, the embodiment of relentless ambition in a summoner. In truth, Lin Zha may not have realized the extent to which his design of the summoner's interface served as motivation for others. Cheng-Yang's diligent efforts were reflected numerically on the device. Beyond the data, enhanced by Lin Zha's influence, Cheng-Yang could tangibly feel his body growing stronger with each passing moment. Desires for food and other trivial cravings paled in comparison to his relentless pursuit of self-improvement. Moreover, Cheng-Yang was inherently a diligent individual, and with the summoner's aid, he felt propelled to new heights. Maintaining the fundamental breathing technique in a normal state proved challenging, as it was fundamentally ingrained within him since birth, a means of survival that felt almost inhumane. The fundamental breathing technique, a method of self-cultivation, when forced to operate intermittently throughout the day, left Cheng-Yang mentally exhausted as if he had fought a fierce battle. His body suffered internal injuries, and he began coughing blood. Even his enhanced physique, bolstered by training and Lin Zha's augmentation, struggled to endure such strain. Yet, after a day of self-torture, Cheng-Yang paid no mind to his suffering. He retrieved the summoner's device, extracted the Potion F card, and inserted it into the device. The healing potion manifested in his palm, and he injected it into his arm's vein. His injuries rapidly began to heal. The cooldown period for the Potion F card was 1 day. After each summoning, he had to wait for a full day for Potion F to replenish. Cheng-Yang had initially intended to visit the hospital to discreetly administer a dose to Su Zihong. Unfortunately, when he arrived, Su Zihong was still in the ICU, and even family members were forbidden from entering. The healing potion could mend physical wounds, but could not alleviate exhaustion. Nevertheless, Cheng-Yang showed no inclination to rest. Instead, he steeled himself and began practicing Fundamental Stance E. Fundamental Stance, it was a skill on par with Fundamental Breathing Technique E, capable of bestowing formidable defensive capabilities upon the summoner in their transformation. However, since the last skill exchange, Cheng-Yang had focused solely on mastering the fundamental breathing technique, leaving his understanding of fundamental stance at a mere introductory level. This time, he had utilized all 100 light energy points for card exchanges, neglecting to acquire any new skills. Cheng-Yang worried about overextending himself, believing it unwise to divide his attention between mastering fundamental breathing technique and fundamental stance, lest he end up with nothing to show for his efforts. Chapter 18. The second level of the summoner's breathing technique, basic stance. Proficiency 1. The enhancement of proficiency in the basic stance does not occur as effortlessly as that of the basic breathing technique, which allows one to increase proficiency by merely meditating for a full cycle. This skill necessitates a defensive posture to withstand attacks. With repeated efforts, proficiency can be augmented. It is somewhat easier to improve than the basic breathing technique, though it requires considerable physical endurance. Bang! Cheng-Yang assumed the stance and forcefully collided with the wall. Pain. Endure it. The more it hurts, the more effective it becomes. There is no need to fear injury. By tomorrow, when the Potion F card's recharge completes, he will emerge unscathed. The effects of Potion F are commendable, yet it is merely an F-level multifunctional card. It cannot resurrect the dead, but can enhance cellular vitality, with a healing efficacy comparable to a regular person's self-recovery over 2 weeks. Therefore, Cheng-Yang carefully gauged his limits, executing one last impact. Basic Stance Proficiency 1. Basic stance E. Entry level. Proficiency 10-10. Basic stance proficiency is full. Skill transformation occurs. Basic stance E. Mastered. Proficiency 100. Unlike the basic breathing technique, which is categorized into entry, first, second, and third levels, culminating in mastery at the third level with the acquisition of the skill, Mind's IF. The basic stance is a practical skill and does not exhibit such hierarchical divisions. Cheng Yang continued to adopt the basic stance, once more smashing into the wall. For an ordinary person, such a forceful strike could result in fractures or worse. However, Cheng Yang merely felt a dull ache, which dissipated almost instantly. His basic defense had improved. The effectiveness of his stance had also increased. Indeed, the basic stance rightfully merits its E-level classification. Cheng Yang chose not to continue practicing the basic stance, as his body was already marred with bruises. Further training would be counterproductive. The basic breathing technique, if overdone, could lead to pulmonary bleeding. Engaging in a skill that inflicts such physical strain would likely result in even greater harm. Thus, he washed away his sweat and returned to his bed to practice the basic breathing technique. Previously, he had attempted to practice the basic breathing technique while simultaneously exercising, which had led to his injuries. Now, adhering to the method described in the text, he sat in meditation, and the restorative effects of the basic breathing technique began to manifest. The bruises from practicing the basic stance were greeted by waves of warmth that radiated outward, akin to soaking in a hot spring, soothing his wounds. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to experience such immediate effects, even after obtaining the basic breathing technique. Most would require tireless daily practice over an entire year to reach the first level. Cheng Yang's efficiency was undoubtedly augmented by the assistance of Lin Zha, his summoner. Under the enhancement provided by the summoner, his basic breathing technique skyrocketed in efficacy, ascending rapidly like a rocket. Such prowess is rare indeed. One would be hard-pressed to find a summoner of this caliber. Lin Zha often felt as if he were witnessing a person cultivating immortality. After long hours of study, he would sometimes seek out captivating tales in the database for a brief respite. Cheng Yang dedicated every waking hour, except for sleep, meals, and walking, to rigorous training, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, only to recover with medication and continuous practice. Nonetheless, Lin Zha had accumulated an impressive amount of study time. Given he did not require sleep, devoting approximately 18 hours each day to learning in the database, reserving the remaining time for relaxation and observation of Cheng Yang battling monsters. Admittedly, he too seemed quite industrious. Basic breathing technique proficiency 1. Basic breathing technique E proficiency 56-100. Cheng Yang, now practicing the basic breathing technique in stillness, found that he could complete a full cycle in approximately 10 minutes, a stark contrast to the several hours it took during his initial attempts. Of course, while exercising, achieving a complete cycle remained challenging. Interruptions would disperse his energy, necessitating a fresh focus to regain momentum. Otherwise, his proficiency could have soared even higher. Lin Zha observed as Cheng Yang completed several cycles before succumbing to sleep while seated. It was difficult to discern whether fatigue had overtaken him or if he had simply drifted off. The relentless nature of summoners was daunting. He too needed to exert himself diligently. First, he would immerse himself in the database for a continuous 48 hours. How vexing it was that his auxiliary panel lacked indicators for proficiency, values, or progress bars. This rigid world showed no flexibility, devoid of any semblance of wisdom. The next morning, Cheng Yang strapped on weighted leg bands, resuming his running regimen. Each band weighed 12 kilograms, effectively enhancing the results of his training. While running, he did not neglect the practice of his breathing technique. Upon completing his run, he did not remove the weights. Instead, he added a weighted belt and armbands, accumulating a total weight of 50 kilograms to maintain his daily activities. He dared to do so thanks to Potion F and the summoner's light radiation. Most would likely suffer injuries before even achieving physical conditioning. Subsequently, Cheng Yang visited the hospital to check on Su Zihong, who remained unconscious in the ICU. He continued his self-imposed rigorous training with the basic stance throughout the afternoon. In the evening, He administered a dose of therapeutic medication to recover from the day's extreme exertion, then seated himself in meditation to practice the breathing technique. As for work, Yang had resigned the day after becoming an armored warrior. Employment would only hinder his training and monster-slaying progress. Regarding finances, with the hacker F card in his possession, money held no significance for him. He could effortlessly acquire substantial sums discreetly whenever he wished. Nevertheless, Yang chose to lead a life of normalcy, spending in a manner that attracted no attention, acquiring luxury cars, opulent residences, and extravagant items without arousing suspicion. Such trivial desires paled in comparison to the profound satisfaction derived from strength cultivated through training and the exhilarating sensations it brought. Nothing could compare to the sense of accomplishment gained from vanquishing monsters and safeguarding the populace. Basic Breathing Technique Proficiency 1. Look at that sheer delight. Basic Breathing Technique E. First Level. Proficiency. 86-100 as the clock struck 23:10. Yang resolved to exert himself tonight, striving to elevate the breathing technique to the second level. Achieving this advancement would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Foregoing sleep, he summoned his energy and focused intently on his breathing. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. Basic Breathing Technique Proficiency is full. Constitution 1. Basic Breathing Technique reaches second level. Basic Breathing Technique E. Second level. Proficiency 1,000 upon reaching the second level of the Basic Breathing Technique. Yang felt an exhilarating lightness enveloping him. He exhaled heavily, releasing a tidal wave of stagnation that had lingered in his throat for decades, clearing his passageways. Breathing became extraordinarily smooth, an unprecedented sensation. It was as though he had been donning a mask throughout his life, only to finally remove it in this moment. Simultaneously, the basic breathing technique seemed to integrate into his very being, becoming an intrinsic part of him. He felt considerably lighter. Is this the transformation brought about by quantitative change leading to qualitative change? Yang mused that, at this moment, should he undergo transformation, he could undoubtedly maintain a radiant form for a protracted duration. However, he was not currently concerned with sustaining the armored radiant form, but rather with the energy expenditure required to do so. Oh no, it was nearly 2 o'clock. There are still over 4 hours to sleep. I must hurry to rest. Yang fell into slumber without the slightest hint of restlessness, unaffected by the enhancements of the breathing techniques. Chapter 19. The awakening of the summoner Su Zihong, who had been in hospital, finally regained consciousness. In the afternoon, he was transferred to a regular ward. Yang brought fruits to visit him and secretly administered a syringe of therapeutic medication. With this injection, there was no longer any concern for aftereffects. Moving forward, a consistent treatment regimen would ensure a full recovery. Naturally, Yang could visit daily to administer the injections, allowing Su Zihong to rise from his bed within 3 days and return to his former self in 10. However, the extraordinary results were too startling and conspicuous for him to consider such actions. As for the bullies from school, Yang harbored a desire to see them face equivalent consequences. Under the minor protection law, the 4 primary bullies were expelled from school, while the remaining dozens were merely suspended without facing legal repercussions. Nonetheless, they were left shaken, the stigma of bullying firmly affixed to them, making it difficult for them to be treated normally in the future. Their only recourse would be to change their names, relocate to a different city, and start anew. Following the completion of the injury assessment, once Su Zihong's condition stabilized, he would also receive compensation from the school. What I have done must be just, Yang mused. Seated on a park bench in the evening, he gazed at the summoning device in his hands, seemingly lamenting while simultaneously questioning it. His personal emotions had intertwined too deeply with this matter, and his actions had become rather reckless. He had manipulated public opinion on the internet through Hacker F, exposing the personal information of those involved. It seemed he had become excessively flamboyant and arrogant. The genesis of a heinous criminal often begins with a trivial, seemingly inconsequential theft. The transformation of minor evils into major ones is akin to leaping from a rooftop. In an instant, it becomes irrevocable. If he, wielding the power of the summoner, grew accustomed to such arrogance. Step by step, he would become increasingly reckless, using the summoning device's power to rise above society and its rules. He could evolve into a new form of malevolence, a malignant tumor more sinister and challenging to confront than any monster. He must establish rules for himself. Cheng Yang's gaze grew resolute. As one who mastered the armor of light, no one had the authority to impose rules upon him, nor could anyone restrain him. Thus, he would impose constraints upon himself. The hacker card must never be misused. Cheng Yang recalled how he had frivolously purchased pork, vegetables, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other daily necessities through the hacker card in recent times, and he felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was the essence of minor evil. Without restrictions, who could predict that one day he might desire to buy more sumptuous beef or fruits? Luxury brands for body wash and shampoo might tempt him to indulge extravagantly. He needed to set himself a salary and adhere to it. The armor warrior's salary of 10,000 yuan per month seemed quite reasonable. A year after graduation, Cheng Yang's original salary was 7,000 yuan a month. However, as an armor warrior, which was a high-risk occupation, a slight raise in salary should not be considered excessive. Salaries would be dispersed at the beginning of each month. Beyond his salary, he must never use the hacker card for frivolous expenditures, not even a single penny. The hacker card was strictly for work-related purposes. Apart from the responsibilities associated with being an armor warrior, it must not be used. He could not indulge his curiosity through the hacker card, invade others' privacy, or manipulate public opinion. He must refrain from transforming while using the summoner to bask in the attention of his armored form. He should not use the strength he had cultivated to bully the weak. Taking a life was forbidden unless the other party was exceptionally malevolent or above the rules, impervious to the hand of justice. Cheng Yang established a series of rules for himself. As these guidelines were set, the summoning device stirred with activity. Light armor suit adaptation increased to 95. Violation of rules will lead to a decrease in armor adaptation. The more severe the violation, the greater the reduction. If armor adaptation falls below 50, summoning the armor will be impossible. Cheng Yang's self-imposed rules elicited a resounding approval and deeper recognition from the armor of light. Observing the constraints he had established on the summoning device, he felt no concern, but rather a sense of reassurance. As long as he adhered to these rules, he need not fear being consumed by power and becoming a new calamity for humanity. Moreover, these rules were quite idealistic. For instance, the stipulation against indiscriminate killing was regrettably limited to only the truly malevolent. The definition of truly malevolent was highly subjective. What constituted such a label would depend entirely on his judgment. The restrictions essentially only served to limit him, preventing him from violating his own moral conscience. Should he ever transgress that conscience and take a life, he believed it would be beneficial for the armor's power to elude him, rendering him unable to summon it. Putting away the summoning device, he rose from the park bench. In any case, it was time to celebrate his new job and salary increase. Observing Cheng Yang sprinting towards a small roadside restaurant, Lin Zha felt a twinge of admiration. Ordinary members of the Monster Response Combat Team earned 30,000 yuan per month. Yet the armor warrior only garnered 10,000. Was it a sign of easy contentment, or was it a testament to Cheng Yang's strong character? Bang, bang, bang. Basic stance proficiency 1. Cheng Yang's upper body was already covered in bruises, yet he did not cease, repeatedly crashing into the sharp corners of the walls. He had reinforced the corners with metal, causing each impact to produce a dull thud. Pain made him grimace, stifling low groans of discomfort. Basic stance had progressed from novice to mastery, enhancing both his defensive capabilities and the effectiveness of his parries. Consequently, the increase in proficiency had become more challenging, necessitating that he torment himself further to achieve advancement. Otherwise, it would be difficult to enhance his proficiency. Feeling the pain coursing through his body, he could not suppress his thoughts. If he continued to elevate his basic stance, the pain he would endure later would likely be far more intense than what he was experiencing now. Just the thought of it made his legs feel weak. He could not afford to slacken. Cheng Yang held his breath and once more hurled himself against the wall corner. Basic Stance Proficiency 1. Basic Stance E. Mastery. Proficiency 56-100. Realizing he had trained enough for the night, Cheng Yang paused his rigorous practice and retrieved Potion F, inserting it into the summoning device. The potion, a syringe of healing liquid, coursed into his body, swiftly mending the bruises and internal injuries. Without delay, he climbed onto his bed, seated himself cross-legged, and began to practice the breathing technique. Having reached the second tier of basic breathing technique, Cheng Yang's speed of breath circulation improved once more, allowing him to complete a full circulation in approximately 5 minutes. Although he still could not maintain a constant state of breathing, he was no longer as clumsy as before, able to engage in activities while maintaining the breathing technique for extended periods. It could also be utilized for brief combat scenarios, unlike before when he could only sustain the technique for a few seconds during a fight, which would also result in backlash against his body. However, during the breathing combat process, both his throat and lungs remained vulnerable. A heavy blow could easily interrupt his breathing, causing backlash to his lungs. Perhaps upon achieving the third tier of basic breathing technique, he would be able to attain a state of constant breathing, seamlessly integrating the basic breathing technique into his body as if it were a natural part of him. Chapter 20. The Summoner and the Light Motorcycle Monsters. Through the transformation of humans and animals, possess the unique ability to appear unexpectedly in areas of human activity. According to human research, animals transformed into monsters exhibit a surge of energy within their bodies, referred to as monster energy. The summoner can extract this monster energy, enabling the creation of various cards. However, the origin of monster energy remains shrouded in mystery. Disguised as humans, monsters lurk within human society. Cheng Yang, utilizing Hacker F, diligently gathers pertinent information from the Monster Countermeasure database. Indeed, he uncovers footage depicting disaster sites where monsters have transformed into humans. The images are hazy and fleeting, making identification challenging. Cheng Yang speculates a possibility. These advanced monsters, masquerading as humans, may inject innocent individuals with monster energy, thereby transforming them into monsters, much like the vampire counts of ancient lore who could convert humans into their kin. During his encounter with the flame monster, he met that enigmatic figure. It is highly probable that the flame monster was a product of the mysterious figure's injection of monster energy. Thus, does the appearance of each monster signify the presence of a superior monster orchestrating these transformations? This is uncertain. If monster energy possesses a latent period, then those infused with it may appear as ordinary humans until the period concludes or they are manipulated remotely, at which point they would metamorphose into monsters. The true strength of that mysterious individual eludes Cheng Yang's imagination. Yet, he understands that he is no match for them. The last encounter, where his life was spared, might stem from curiosity or a concealed wariness about the potential of his hidden abilities. The dual monster attack on him in the hospital could have been a test of his strength. A chill runs down his spine. He must hasten his growth. The armored warriors can devour monster energy, converting it into their own power, inherently placing them at odds with monsters. The monsters will undoubtedly seek to thwart his development, even attempting to seize the power to shatter the summoner's seal. Has his identity been exposed? He transforms rapidly, ensuring that his actions go unnoticed amidst the chaos. Each time he reverts to his original form, it is in solitude, evading surveillance. His identity should remain concealed. Aside from that mysterious figure, how many other monsters are hidden within human society? Could these concealed monsters have infiltrated the upper echelons of human governance, influencing politics and economics, inciting wars, and suppressing human advancement? They may sow discord among humanity, preventing unity, guiding humans towards becoming livestock under the dominion of monsters. Cheng Yang dares not dwell on these thoughts. Even those researching monster weaknesses and developing weaponry against them have been assassinated and silenced, which explains the absence of effective weapons against monsters. At this moment, the classified information accessible through Hacker F feels ominously oppressive, as if his every move is under the scrutiny of countless eyes. He feels as though he is walking on a tightrope, with only a summoner in hand, while below, countless ravenous monsters await a misstep to devour him whole. Bang, bang, bang. Adopting a basic stance, Chungyang repeatedly hurls his body against a solid corner, relentlessly honing his resilience. Despite being covered in bruises and reaching his limits, he does not relent. Lin Nagi perceives the reality. He is being watched by innumerable formidable monsters, and his life hangs by a thread more precariously than he imagined. Chungyang experiences a flicker of fear, yet, commendably, amidst this trepidation, he clings to his summoner, refusing to abandon his responsibility as an armored warrior. Instead, he intensifies his training, allowing fear and pressure to propel his growth. The sky looms dark, as if a layer of ink has enveloped Seiko City, blocking out all light. A chilling gale howls relentlessly. Trees lining the streets rustle ominously, as if on the verge of snapping. "Help! Help!" roars a monstrous creature, thrashing its claws in a frenzy. The beast stands approximately 3 meters tall, its body encased in thick, resilient scales, each scale exhaling gusts of air that swirl around it like a tempest. People on either side of the street desperately attempt to escape the area. Vehicles swerve chaotically, disregarding traffic rules, akin to a swarm of ants congesting the passage. Some, trapped in their vehicles, abandon them and flee on foot. Fortunately, the populace is accustomed to drills for confronting monster disasters. Shelters have been constructed at intervals along the streets. Attention! The monster has reappeared on the main road of Area B in Seiko City. Nearby citizens, please evacuate in an orderly manner. The television broadcasts urgent updates on the monster disaster, cautioning the residents of Seiko City. Sirens blare from various vehicles, echoing warnings to seek refuge. Buzz. Chungyang, sitting cross-legged in meditation, is interrupted by the vibration of his phone. He opens his eyes, retrieves his phone, and gazes at the red alert on the lock screen. Monster disaster. Please proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. Accompanying the alert is a map directing him to the nearest refuge. Another monster has emerged. Chungyang rises from his bed, seizing the summoner beside him, and swiftly rushes towards the street. "Let us test the fruits of my training," he murmurs, drawing out the Motor F card. Motor F. Click. With the insertion of the light armor into the summoner, a golden halo illuminates the deserted street. The light swiftly shapes into a dazzling platinum motorcycle, glimmering with golden accents. Its sharp angles and protrusions exuding an air of superiority. The platinum wheels spin effortlessly, perpetually maintaining a distance from the ground. Light motorcycle. The light motorcycle. An adaptable armored motorcycle for air, land, and water, summoned by the bearer of the light armor, capable of incorporating light-based cards and harnessing their powers. Is this the light motorcycle summoned by the characteristics of the light armor? Chungyang gazes at the stunning platinum motorcycle before him, excitement bubbling within him. He hastily retrieves the light armor card. He is no longer the same. He no longer needs to wait until the brink of battle to summon his armor, thereby maximizing his combat potential. Light armor. Click. Fusion. The summoner, now affixed to his belt, envelopes him in a radiant golden light, shaping a robust platinum metal form around him. Chapter 21. The summoner and the wind monster swiftly leaping onto the light motorcycle. A resounding hum echoed as the vehicle soared into the sky, transforming into a golden streak against the somber backdrop. It raced towards the scene of devastation wrought by the monster. Roaring. Soon, Chungyang beheld the rampaging creature. Compared to its initial appearance, the whirlwind entwining around the monster had now swelled into a miniature tornado. A wind attribute monster. Chungyang quickly discerned the nature of the beast, which had now noticed him hovering above. With a thunderous roar, it swung its claws, the scales encircling them erecting ominously. The air swirled rapidly before the raised claws, compressing into invisible air bullets that shot towards Chungyang. While imperceptible to the naked eye, Chungyang, now clad in the light armor, possessed enhanced vision and perception that far surpassed that of an ordinary human. He deftly maneuvered the motorcycle in a swift arc, evading the oncoming air bullets. Tilting the motorcycle, he aimed a ram against the monster and charged down with force. Whoosh! The air was torn apart, the golden light flowing like liquid, coating the ram in a shimmering brilliance. It descended like a golden cannonball, covering the distance in an instant. The sharp ram sliced through the swirling tornado enveloping the creature, crashing heavily against its defensive claws. The jarring sound of friction echoed as the concrete ground was swiftly scarred by the impact. Roaring, the monster lashed out with its claws, invisible blades of wind tearing at the motorcycle. In an instant, golden light and sparks erupted. Cheng Yang leapt off the motorcycle, delivering a powerful kick towards the beast. Shining form, instant flash. The technique activated, radiating golden light that burst forth from the armor. In that moment, the air seemed to explode from the force of his kick, the golden brilliance detonating upon impact with the monster's body. Caught off guard, the monster was sent sprawling like a deflated ball, crashing to the ground. The resplendent light enveloping his armor gradually receded, returning to its standard form. The shining form, instant flash, was the stance Cheng Yang had adopted during his previous battles with the monster, utilizing a brief activation of the basic breathing technique to enter a momentary shining state, harnessing the power of the light armor. Now, having ascended to the second tier of the basic breathing technique, his physical constitution had been enhanced, allowing him to maintain the shining form for a limited time. However, such exertion drained considerable stamina and was reserved for critical moments. Thus, in typical scenarios, the instant flash would conserve energy more effectively. Roaring, the downed monster struggled, rolling over in a fit of rage before rising to its feet. Cheng Yang seized the opportunity to unleash a relentless barrage of punches. Swish, swish, swish. The air crackled with the force of his fists as the monster clumsily attempted to evade the onslaught. The swirling tornado around it coalesced into one concentrated mass aimed at Cheng Yang, a fierce gust blasting towards him. The biting wind, akin to countless blades, surged forth. Cheng Yang swiftly assumed a defensive stance, bracing against the multitude of invisible wind blades, retreating 2 steps. Roaring, sensing Cheng Yang's retreat, the monster triumphantly called out, its scales bristling ominously. Beneath those erect scales lay numerous tiny holes, continuously emitting wind that sustained the whirlwind encircling the creature. Not on my watch. Although Cheng Yang was unaware of the monster's intentions, his body instinctively reacted, fists clenched as he charged forward against the oncoming tempest, aiming to disrupt the monster's actions. However, Cheng Yang's strike was just a fraction too late. The monster seized the fleeting opportunity, unleashing a torrent from all its wind holes. A fierce gale burst forth, visible to the naked eye, enveloping both Cheng Yang and the surrounding vehicles within its grasp. Such ferocity, Cheng Yang quickly positioned himself to brace against the howling winds. Yet, the monster's intentions were evidently more sinister than merely summoning a tempest. Roar! With another thunderous bellow, the surrounding winds shifted ominously. Cheng Yang's heightened perception allowed him to sense the impending danger, prompting him to plant his feet firmly on the ground, attempting to create distance. But the winds behaved as if collapsing upon him, binding him tightly in place. It felt as though the very space around him was saturated with invisible concrete, pinning him down. Roar! The monster roared once more, its sharp claws enveloped in a razor-sharp wind, striking out violently at the air. In that instant, the winds swirling around Cheng Yang transformed, converging into a concentrated blast directed at his back. Like a colossal hand, it thrust him forward, propelling him towards the monster's claws. Rip! The claws struck fiercely against the chest of his armor, accompanied by sparks and golden light, causing Cheng Yang to stagger. The winds surrounding the monster shifted again, wrapping around it as it became a phantom, darting behind the reeling Cheng Yang. Swish! The claws descended once more, igniting another explosion of light against his back armor. Cheng Yang stumbled forward, regaining his footing to swing a punch backward. With his current defensive capabilities, even enduring 2 strikes would not impede his combat effectiveness. However, this heavy punch met only air, as the monster had already evaded to his side, claws poised to strike again. So swift, its speed eclipsed anything before. Cheng Yang braced against the gale, sidestepping the claws. Yet in quick succession, two shadows closed in from either side, bombarding him. It was none other than the small cars swept up by the wind, hurtling towards him like massive boulders, intent on crushing him. Defend. Shining form. Instant flash. Boom. Cheng Yang could only brace himself, adopting a defensive posture while activating the instant flash armor to withstand the impact. Amidst the thunderous collision, he felt the force of two blows against his sides. The cars were compressed by the fierce winds into flat discs, trapping him. Seizing the moment, the monster, propelled by the gusts, transformed into a phantom, lunging towards Cheng Yang with lethal intent. The oppressive discs constraining Cheng Yang were swiftly torn apart. With a crisp crack, the monster's claws collided with the shimmering sword of light. Ha! Shining form, instant flash. The golden radiance surged anew, the blade of the light sword erupting into a dazzling brilliance. The monster's claws could withstand no longer, severed cleanly. Roaring, the monster howled in agony, retreating as the whirlwind enveloped it, distancing itself. It was surprisingly easy to sever, as the light from the instant flash gradually diminished. Cheng Yang extricated himself from the confines of the flattened vehicles, gazing at the monster. It appeared that once the scales unfurled, its defensive capabilities significantly diminished. In that case, instant flash form. As he breathed anew, the dormant power within the light armor awakened, flowing through him like a surging tide. His heart raced with each breath, acting as a pump, circulating the energy throughout his body and into the armor. Constant flash. In an instant, the light armor radiated with unparalleled brilliance. The resplendent light erupted continuously from the armor. Chapter 22. The radiant power of the ever-shining in the dazzling brilliance of the luminous armor, a constant glimmer, takes form, drawing upon the principles of the fundamental breathing technique. One could sustain this state during battle, awakening the dormant power of the light armor. Roar! The monstrous creature bellowed, glaring at the resplendent armor as it furiously slashed with its claws. The tumultuous winds, conjured by the creature's wrath, seemed to morph into countless invisible blades, ensnaring Cheng Yang from all directions. Tendrils of tempestuous air coiled around the armor, anchoring Cheng Yang firmly in place. Yet, he merely held his sword aloft, adopting a defensive stance. Upon impact, dust and debris erupted. The concrete ground shattered into fragments, and vehicles were hurled into the air by the force of the assault. Onlookers fleeing the scene felt the ground tremble beneath them, as a colossal whirlwind, swirling with dust, threatened to engulf the towering structures. Roar! The creature, exhilarated by the perceived success of its attack, scraped its claws against a nearby mangled car. However, as the dust settled, a radiant golden light emerged. Cheng Yang stood unscathed, maintaining his defensive pose. The creature's triumphant roar faltered, disbelief washing over it as it realized its assault had wrought no harm whatsoever. In a fit of rage and humiliation, it roared once more. The winds converged, forming a massive tornado that surged toward Cheng Yang. Yet, all that resonated was a crystalline hum. The golden figure vanished like a mirage, and the tornado struck empty air, crashing down upon the already fragmented pavement. The monster, momentarily stunned, quickly retreated, its ferocious eyes scanning for Cheng Yang's advancing silhouette. It summoned all its might, conjuring fierce winds to repel the oncoming threat. However, Cheng Yang, sword in hand, charged forward without hesitation. The gale, akin to silk being effortlessly sliced by a blade, parted before him. Swish! The golden edge struck true. The creature desperately raised its claws in defense, its scaly armor closing tightly for protection. Yet, it was a moment too late. Under the glimmering blade, its arm was severed and tossed into the air. Roar! With a pained howl, the creature staggered to the ground, its armor collapsing into a defensive posture. It summoned the winds around it, unleashing a torrent toward Cheng Yang. But in his ever-shining form, such winds posed no obstacle. Swish, swish, swish! The golden blade danced through the air, shredding the oncoming gusts into a flurry of fragments. As the winds diminished, Cheng Yang seized the opportunity to draw a card. Click! With the insertion of the light shadow spike F card into the summoner, golden radiance poured forth from the sword. The creature sensed impending doom and struggled to resist. Light shadow spike. Swish. As the blade lunged toward the creature, an array of luminous spikes erupted, piercing through the air like a hail of arrows. The creature was soon overwhelmed, impaled by countless beams of light, anchoring it to the ground. Cheng Yang gathered the golden light enveloping him. Reaching for a blank card at his side. Whoosh! The blank card transformed into a brilliant golden glow, enveloping the incapacitated creature. Its energy was inexorably drawn out, manifesting as a Monster F card, floating gracefully above. The creature, now devoid of its energy, lay unconscious on the ground, a mere slumbering taper. It appeared this monster had been transformed from an animal. Cheng Yang gazed at the fallen taper, sensing an unmistakable, chilling malice. It felt as though an invisible net loomed over the city, countless indifferent eyes peering through its gaps, coldly assessing him. He lifted his gaze skyward, confronted by an oppressive, ink-like darkness, heavy and foreboding, as though a torrential downpour were imminent. The battle concluded, and the commotion subsided. Cheng Yang deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. He withdrew the Motorcycle F card and inserted it into the summoner. A platinum-hued motorcycle materialized, hovering before him. Climbing aboard, Cheng Yang swiftly departed the battlefield, seeking refuge in a secluded corner to revert to his original form. As he did so, the once concealed heavy clouds unleashed a torrential downpour. Is it raining again? Cheng Yang stowed away the summoner, extending his hand to feel the icy rainwater outside. Despite being November, the city of Shuiguang was besieged by a deluge surpassing the intensity of midsummer rains. The downpour persisted intermittently for 3 days, showing no signs of abating. Unlike the refreshing summer rains, this autumn deluge bore a bone-chilling cold that struck like 1,000 icy daggers. On November 6th, the torrential rain continued. Temperatures hovered between 0°C and 6°C, urging citizens to prepare for inclement weather and to avoid flooded areas. This station will continue to provide updates. On November 3rd, the newly emerged monster was vanquished by the armored warrior. The warrior not only showcased a motorcycle mount, but also demonstrated remarkable speed and aerial capabilities. The origins of the armored warrior and the extent of its hidden powers remain shrouded in mystery. Puff puff! The television continued to broadcast as Cheng Yang, bare-chested, bore a weight of 100 kilograms, relentlessly performing push-ups. Sweat trickled down his body onto the floor, while lactic acid surged in his muscles, bringing waves of soreness and fatigue. Since the last confrontation with the monster, relentless rain had enveloped the city. Many low-lying areas in Shuiguang were submerged. Cheng Yang found himself unable to run outdoors to practice his breathing techniques, thus dedicating all his time to strength training, enduring a torturous regimen. In his moments of study, Lin Nagi observed Cheng Yang's profound sense of urgency and responsibility, compelling him to push himself through self-imposed torment. It was not merely this. Cheng Yang felt an unshakable drive to continue his training. The thought of pausing filled him with guilt. How could he, chosen by the light armor, afford to be complacent in his training? To falter would be an affront to the summoner that selected him, to the luminous armor that embraced him. Thus, whenever he paused his rigorous training, feelings of guilt and anxiety would surge from the depths of his heart. Chapter 23. The Night City in the Rain. Seiko City possessing the Potion F card, Cheng Yang subject himself to self-imposed torment daily, inflicting wounds upon his body before using the Potion F card to restore himself. Each night, he practices the fundamental breathing technique until slumber overtakes him. It is worth mentioning that the Monster F card obtained from the wind monster he previously vanquished has been refined by Lin now into a Crossbow F card. This Crossbow F card can summon ranged weapons that correspond to the characteristics of the summoner and their armor, while also allowing the wielder to utilize the card's abilities through the summoning device. For instance, the Shadow Strike, a form of ranged attack, has consistently been driven by Cheng Yang's Shadow Sword. When employing a weapon from the Crossbow F card alongside the Shadow Strike F skill card, the resultant power is substantially amplified. The rarity of the Crossbow F card surpasses that of the Shadow Sword F card, The Shadow Sword, as a light attribute weapon, can only unleash its full potential when wielded by the light armor. Other armors may lack the requisite attribute compatibility to summon this weapon. Conversely, the Crossbow F and Motor F cards can summon various weapons tailored to the unique attributes of different armors, thus making them even more elusive. This is undoubtedly a testament to Lin Zha's improving refinement skills. Lin Zha has also completed a significant portion of the design for the fire-based armor. In this instance, aside from the Crossbow F card, Qingyang has refrained from listing any other knowledge or skill-related items, focusing all his energies on acquiring knowledge pertinent to the knowledge base and designing new armor. He has temporarily named this new armor Fire Sparrow Armor. The Fire Sparrow Armor is more agile, boasts superior attack power, and possesses enhanced aerial combat capabilities. However, this comes at the cost of reduced defense, rendering it vulnerable to water attributes. While it may falter against water, the Fire Sparrow Armor can counter wood and wind attribute monsters. Accompanying the Fire Sparrow Armor is the weapon Fire Sparrow Blade F card. This armor represents Qingyang's first truly self-created set. In the process of designing the Fire Sparrow Armor, he has acquired a plethora of knowledge about armors, including an analysis of the light armor and the powers of monsters. The strength of armors primarily derives from various attributes centered around light and the essence of life itself, while the power of monsters stems from attributes dominated by darkness and the force of death. Among these, light and dark attributes are the most unique. Although the capabilities of the light armor may seem rather ordinary, it stands out as the most distinctive armor among all attributes, exhibiting the highest potential for growth. The crystallized stones used by Lin Zha to craft other armors are also derived from the purifying power of light over the forces of monsters. Viewed from this perspective, both light and light armor possess the capability to nurture other armors. Perhaps there exists a corresponding dark armor? Of course, while Lin Zha can forge and refine armors of other attributes, he is unable to create the dark armor. He even suspects that the dark armor may very well exist within this world, unlike the weak and mediocre light armor, which could potentially be immensely powerful, having amassed strength over time. If one were to boldly speculate, if the light armor and light, representing his own power, can give rise to new armors, could it not be inferred that the dark armor and the forces of darkness may also give birth to some entity, perhaps in opposition to armor, a monster that stands in stark contradiction? This information is absent from the database, yet numerous gaps remain. For instance, if the dark armor truly exists, why has it not yet emerged to eliminate the nascent and unremarkable light armor? Sigh. Perhaps it is best to set aside thoughts of the potential dark armor that may exist in this world. Taking up his summoning device and donning a raincoat, Qingyang stepped outside into the street. The rain-soaked streets at night were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Lin Zha, intrigued, cast a glance outside, observing the relentless downpour that had persisted for several days. The sound of vehicles splashing through puddles filled the air, accompanied by the constant blaring of horns. The myriad colors of neon lights appeared hazy and distorted in the rainy night, while the accumulated water on the ground reflected the night city, resembling a vast mirror. It mirrored both the interior and exterior, creating two identical worlds above and below. Bathing in the rain, it felt as if he were traversing the threshold between two realms. Even Lin Zha, observing the scene, found himself entranced by the beauty of the rain-soaked night city. The accumulated frustration from continuous study seemed to dissipate with the rainfall. However, Qingyang, the summoner, did not share in this cleansing experience. Rather, he remained shrouded in melancholy, his inner turmoil palpable even to Lin Zha, the summoning device. Regrettably, Lin Zha was powerless to offer comfort. Perhaps as an armor summoner, Qingyang should consider regular psychological counseling. Should he perhaps list a psychological counseling item for sale? The peculiar abstractions brought about by the curse of knowledge. What am I even saying? Qingyang's purpose for venturing out this time was to visit Su Zihong in the hospital. Thanks to the Potion F card administered by Qingyang, Su Zihong's subsequent treatment has shown steady improvement day by day. He is recovering remarkably well. However, due to the incessant rain and Qingyang's anxious disposition, He had refrained from visiting the hospital until now. Perhaps seeking solace, Chungyang chose the hospital as his destination today. At the crosswalk before the traffic light, Chungyang halted at the intersection. The sound of splashing water and honking horns filled the air as vehicles rolled through the puddles. Once the red light turned green, Chungyang stepped onto the crosswalk. With that single step, he found his foot sinking into a shallow puddle, ripples spreading outward from beneath him. The rain continued to pelt the ground, striking the water that reflected another world. Suddenly, Chungyang felt a void beneath his feet, and the entire world seemed to still. Swish! A figure brushed past him, clad in a raincoat that obscured their face. Yet, Chungyang could discern that the individual held an umbrella adorned with a green-patterned silver ring. That ring was eerily familiar to him, as it belonged to the intelligent monster that had disguised itself as a human during the fiery monster disaster. Chungyang felt little fear. Almost instinctively, he reached for the summoning device at his chest, turning to pursue the mysterious figure. Chapter 24. The Reflected World. However, when Chungyang reached out his hand, he grasped at nothingness. His body plummeted as if he were falling into an abyss, unexpectedly descending into another realm projected upon the water's surface beneath him. The mysterious figure seemed to have noticed Chungyang's movement and turn around, revealing a pair of emerald eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, Chungyang felt as if everything around him had vanished. The immense pressure emanating from those green pupils felt as if they descended from a stormy sky. In that moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant being scrutinized. He could only watch in disbelief as he fell into the other world reflected in the water. What is happening? Is this the beast trick? Chungyang desperately tried to stabilize himself during his descent, clutching the summoner tightly, poised to transform at any moment. The mysterious figure merely glanced at him, their lips moving in a murmur he could not decipher, before turning away and walking into the rain curtain, disregarding Chungyang entirely. This was not the beast's doing. Moreover, the mysterious figure adorned with a ring was not the same enigmatic presence that had appeared at the scene of the fire monster. Lin Zha, who had been observing the outside world, sensed the anomaly. Based on the knowledge honed from the database during this period, Chungyang's perspective and that of the summoner were distinctly different. It appeared that Chungyang had inadvertently entered a spatial rift. Such rifts were exceedingly rare, akin to a glitch in this world. The rift resembled a wound in the fabric of reality, without special circumstances. It would likely heal within minutes due to the world's self-repairing abilities. Yet, this spatial rift was evidently not so ordinary. It had not been mended by the world, indicating that something within it impeded its healing process. Lin Zha remained unaware of what that something was, but the mere fact that it could prevent the world from repairing itself suggested it was anything but mundane. Lin Zha found himself intrigued. It should be noted that his refinement skill allowed him to melt down not only monster crystals, but a variety of materials, even stones, into cards. However, the resultant power was often weak and without significant utility. If the materials contained special powers, he could forge far more potent items. Yet, Chungyang typically had no access to such materials, only encountering crystals infused with the powers of monsters. The object sustaining the existence of this spatial rift, preventing the world from healing, clearly possessed some unique power. For Lin Zha, it was not just a potential source for refining cards. It could also serve as a subject of study, a means to illuminate and unravel the esoteric knowledge within the database, rendering it invaluable. Summoner, do not disappoint me. Find that object. I assure you, I will provide you with some truly exceptional items. Chungyang, oblivious to Lin Zha's thoughts, was consumed by the desire to defeat the mysterious figure and gather more intelligence about this world. His body continued to fall, yet he managed to maintain his balance in midair, drawing forth the summoner. However, in the next moment, his descending body suddenly halted. The entire world flipped upside down, and he found himself falling backward, crashing heavily onto the waterlogged road. With a resounding thud, he became completely drenched, a sharp pain radiating through his back. Clenching the summoner, he swiftly drew the light armor card, ready to transform. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck by the realization that the once bustling street, filled with cars and pedestrians, was now eerily deserted. The city of Seiko, drenched in night rain, was enveloped in a profound silence. The lights flickered, traffic signals changed, and rain continued to pour, but it felt as though he were the only soul remaining in this world. He quickly scanned the area, his footsteps creating frantic ripples in the standing water. Yet, there was still no sign of anyone, until he glanced down at the puddle reflecting this world. Only then did he comprehend the truth. The reflection in the water depicted Seiko, alive with cars and pedestrians holding umbrellas, waiting for the traffic lights. Just as it always had been. It was then that Cheng Yang realized he had fallen into another version of Seiko. One reflected in the puddles, an eerily silent and deserted Seiko that evoked a sense of dread. He hastily crouched down, reaching toward the other side of the reflection in the water. However, all he encountered was the hard ground beneath the surface. He was trapped in this watery illusion of a world. Ding! You have fallen into a spatial rift. Please locate the core of this rift. With a crisp sound, a line of text appeared on the summoner. Upon reading it, Cheng Yang's anxiety began to subside. The summoner's notification indicated that everything was still within his control, and he had a way to escape this watery reflection. Standing upright, he surveyed the silent world around him, gripping the summoner tightly. The summoner presented a user-friendly map, guiding Cheng Yang toward the core of the spatial rift, the very object sustaining its existence. The distance was significant. In light of this, he rummaged through his belongings to retrieve the Motor F card and inserted it into the summoner. Click! Motor F. A flash of golden light heralded the summoning of a sleek silver motorcycle, which materialized before him. The motorcycle exuded an air of elegance, featuring a brown leather seat and black rubber tires, imbued with a hint of vintage charm. It appeared to be quite expensive, promising a high rate of turn heads on the road. Motor F had the capability to summon two forms of motorcycles. One was the previous armored combat motorcycle, capable of high-speed travel and equipped for skill car battles. The other was the standard motorcycle for everyday use, outclassing all current models in performance while conserving the summoner's stamina. Given the unpredictable nature of the situation, and with no need to rush to save the day, conserving energy was paramount. The two forms could be switched at will, akin to a transformation for the motorcycle. Climbing onto the motorcycle, the dashboard lit up, displaying a screen that synchronized with the summoner's information, revealing the map. He twisted the throttle. Virum, the roar of the engine sent droplets of rain flying from the motorcycle. With that, the motorcycle surged through the rain curtain, propelling Cheng Yang swiftly toward the core of the spatial rift. The wide, empty road, despite the downpour, allowed Cheng Yang to fully unleash the motorcycle's capabilities. As he drew closer, he finally caught sight of the object maintaining the rift, its core. Lin Zha also turned his gaze toward that magnificent core, and it was Chapter 25, The Monster Core in the Crevice, the Monster Core. A purely natural monster core? No, it is much more than that. Sustaining the existence of this space is a colossal monster core, towering to the height of a building. Lin Zha, having refined numerous monster cores, could immediately recognize that this was indeed a massive monster core. Yet it possessed certain differences, unlike the monster cores he had previously refined, which typically harbored malevolent powers akin to living entities rather than mere objects. The energy emanating from this core overshadowed that of ordinary monster cores. It resembled a peculiar artifact more than a living being. It was precisely this uniqueness that enabled the monster core to uphold the existence of this realm. Such rarity, such preciousness. Lin Zha could hardly contain his desire, almost salivating at the thought. If he were to consume this monster core, how much light energy could it provide him? Of course, to merely devour such a rare monster core would be an utter waste. If utilized for research, how much knowledge could he unravel from the database? It could even serve as a source of energy, facilitating the design and refinement of various weapon and skill cards. The final design and manufacturing of the Fire Phoenix armor could be expedited significantly, and its ultimate power would undoubtedly exceed the original specifications. Moreover, Lin Zha sensed that this monster crystal possessed additional uses. Within the depths of the monster crystal, it appeared to conceal other latent powers. In summary, my dear summoner, swiftly seize it from me. Cheng Yang, unable to hear Lin Zha's entreaties from the summoner, deftly maneuvered his motorcycle to a halt 100 meters away from the immense monster crystal. So, this is the core that sustains the existence of the crevice. It is enormous. Additionally, its texture and aura bear a slight resemblance to that of a monster crystal. Chengyang was no longer the ordinary person he once was. Every aspect of his physicality had surpassed human limits. His compatibility with the light armor had risen to over 90, allowing him to wield some of its power even without transformation, thanks to the augmentation of the summoner. Thus, he could perceive the monstrous aura emanating from the monster crystal before him. He even sensed an impending danger. Gripping the summoner tightly, he dismounted from the motorcycle and cautiously approached the monster crystal step by step. In the eerie silence of the space, the rain continued to fall gently. Yet, upon contact with the monster crystal, the raindrops sizzled as if they had struck a heated iron plate, transforming into wisps of white steam. This phenomenon cloaked the vicinity of the monster crystal in a hazy mist. Crack! As he drew closer, an abrupt sound pierced the stillness. Chengyang instinctively raised the summoner to shield himself, his gaze locked onto the source of the noise. A grotesque monster emerged, twisting its way out from the corners of the rain-soaked shadows, lunging toward Chengyang. The creature matched an adult's height, its rain-soaked form adorned only by thin layers of soft, shell-like armor on its chest, arms, and head. It resembled a premature beast, frail and feeble. The speed at which it charged was even inferior to that of a typical monster. Confronted by the oncoming creature, Chengyang swiftly executed a side kick, sending the monster staggering backward. Is this a monster? He pondered incredulously. How could it be so weak? Compared to the monsters he had battled before, this creature was utterly feeble in terms of defense, speed, and strength. Even a few ordinary adults could easily surround and overpower it without difficulty. With no time to dwell on his thoughts, he rapidly pursued the monster, targeting its lower limbs. With a single kick, he brought the creature crashing to the ground. He then leapt atop it, one hand gripping its throat while the other delivered a powerful punch to its face. Soon, the monster's defenses crumbled, erupting into a cloud of smoke before vanishing entirely, leaving behind a small fragment of monster crystal on the ground. The monster crystal was merely the size of a soybean. Appearing insignificant, Chengyang raised the summoner and absorbed the monster crystal into it. Light energy point 1. Just 1 point of light energy? No wonder it was so weak. What is going on? How could there be such a feeble monster? Chengyang stood up, puzzled, while Lin Zha meticulously examined the minuscule monster crystal. He then consumed it. Light energy 1. After a brief analysis, he concluded that this tiny monster crystal was indeed linked to the colossal one. It appeared to be born of that immense monster core. Thus, could it be that this monster crystal possessed the ability to create such underdeveloped monsters? Indeed, just as Lin Zha formed this hypothesis, Chengyang also began to notice an increasing cacophony of sounds in this eerily silent world. Figures emerged like phantoms, continuously materializing from the depths of the rain. Their crimson eyes glimmered in the dim light of the rain-soaked night as they growled lowly at Chengyang, surging toward him from all directions. Even though he confirmed that the strength of these monsters was not much greater than that of a human, the sight of so many monsters converging upon him still sent chills down Chengyang's spine. He steadied himself, casting aside hesitation. He swiftly withdrew the light armor card from his pocket, gazing at the platinum armor depicted on the card. His previously anxious heart regained its composure almost instantly. The silver-gray metallic belt had already wrapped around his waist. Pressing the summoner against his waist, he inserted the light armor card into the slot. Click! Light armor fusion. As the card slid into place, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body. A radiant platinum glow erupted from his feet, enveloping him entirely, forming a tangible silhouette that transformed into shimmering platinum armor. In an instant, several monsters lunging at him were caught off guard, obliterated by the blinding golden light, their warm forms giving way to cold monster crystals. The power of the armor instilled Chengyang with immense confidence. The movements of the monsters slowed to a crawl. Clenching his fists and bending slightly, he charged forth like a bulldozer, smashing through the throng of monsters, reducing them to shattered monster crystals. This place was truly a paradise for amassing light energy points. Cheng Yang gazed at the monsters before him, feeling that the myriad skills in the summoner's shop had lost their luster. Yet, it soon became apparent that the number of monsters surrounding him began to dwindle. Only then did Cheng Yang realize that the monsters here were not infinite. As he delivered a final punch to the last monster, silence enveloped the world once more. The monster crystals were all collected back into the summoner, totaling 103 monster crystals, amounting to 103 light energy points. Chapter 26, Storm. The natural card has never been so affluent. Basic fist technique, basic body technique, basic leg technique. All these fundamental skills could be purchased and mastered. Each day was filled with unparalleled fulfillment. This place was akin to a secret realm in a game. Cheng Yang suppressed his inner joy and, confirming the absence of other monsters, approached the enormous core. As he drew near, the massive core reacted once more. Its smooth surface began to distort, rippling as a figure emerged. The figure was reminiscent of the frail monster encountered earlier, yet its armor appeared sturdier, and it seemed more robust. Could it be that all these monsters originated from his core? At that moment, Cheng Yang realized this truth. Meanwhile, Lin Zha sensed a distinct quality about this newly born creature. This monster seemed to harbor a peculiar power, strikingly similar to his own. In the next instant, Cheng Yang's conjecture was validated. The monster let out two roars at Cheng Yang, then astonishingly drew out a card. The card featured a black background, seemingly enveloped in a shroud of dark mist. Yet, without a doubt, in both size and design, it resembled the summoner cards created by Lin Zha. A summoner card? How could this be? Cheng Yang was taken aback by the card drawn by the monster. The black mist coiled around it, obscuring the details. However, the card's upper right corner revealed its rank. E. An E-rank card. A card existing within the cracks of space, not forged by any summoner. Throughout the battles, even Cheng Yang had yet to acquire an E-rank card, and this monster possessed one. A weapon card? A skill card? Or perhaps an armor card? This creature had no summoner. Even if it held a card, how could it utilize it? Where did this card come from? Cheng Yang's mind brimmed with confusion, and his vigilance against the unexpected compelled him to act without hesitation, aiming to vanquish this monster. Yet it was already too late. As the monster drew the card, it sprang into action. Its claws clenched the card tightly, as if gripping a blade, and it thrust the card forcefully into its chest. Storme. Adaptability 100. Mindset leveled up. In an instant, the rain intensified dramatically. A fierce wind arose, and the water pooling on the ground broke free from the constraints of gravity, swirling around the monster and obstructing Cheng Yang's approach. At the epicenter of this sudden transformation, the monster's body began to change. Its muscles swelled, bones proliferated, breaking through flesh and skin to form a bony armor on its exterior. The patches of flesh armor rapidly hardened, spreading outward to become a thick shell. Sharp teeth tore through its jaw, transforming into keen bone blades. Its claws elongated, becoming razor-sharp. Its paws grew larger, tearing into the ground, covered by a tough carapace. From its back, a white bony tail emerged, with a white bone blade affixed to its tip. Such a formidable presence, stronger than any monster Cheng Yang had encountered before. What was that card? How could it transform such a frail creature into this formidable being? Cheng Yang cannot discern, but Lin Zha saw the card clearly. It was not a card crafted by any individual. Unlike the cards Cheng Yang created, this one was neither an armor card, nor a skill card, nor a weapon card. It was a most precious, a special natural card, Stormy card, a card born of pure power from this world. It possessed the power to upgrade. It could not be manufactured or designed, at least not at present. Even as an E-rank card, it was rarer than the D and C-rank cards created by Lin Zha. One could say it was the most valuable item in this spatial crevice, aside from the core and the monster crystal. Whoosh, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air. The downpour was swept aside as if by an invisible force. The bony monster dashed toward Cheng Yang like a white specter, its speed eclipsing that of any previous monster. At this moment, Cheng Yang had no time for other actions. He could only rely on the reflexes honed through countless training sessions and battles, assuming a defensive stance. Bang! The bone-covered fist struck heavily against Cheng Yang's guarded hands. A tremendous force erupted, creating a vacuum shockwave amidst the rain. Cheng Yang's body slid as if propelled, carving a trench into the cement surface. Seeing its attack land, the monster roared in excitement and charged again. Cheng Yang's hands grew numb from the immense blow. But in the face of unprecedented peril, he could hardly dwell on that. He swiftly propelled himself, rolling onto the rain-soaked ground to evade the punch. However, just as he dodged, the monster's tail, resembling a whip, came alive. It snapped out with agility, striking down fiercely toward Cheng Yang. Crack! The armor was struck by the bone blade, producing a sharp sound and igniting a burst of platinum sparks. Cheng Yang stumbled forward, rolling to evade the subsequent stab of the bone blade. At this moment, kneeling on one knee, Cheng Yang drew forth a card. Light and Shadow Sword F card. Click! As the Light and Shadow Sword F was inserted into the card slot, a golden light sword was summoned in an instant, grasped firmly by Cheng Yang as he lunged toward the bony monster. The monster clenched its fist, its bones rapidly growing at the wrist, extending into two sharp bone blades that slashed through the falling rain, meeting the light sword head-on. Clang! 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 The sounds of clashing echoed as the golden blade met the white blades in a relentless exchange. The monster's defenses were impenetrable, no matter how hard Cheng Yang tried. The creature effortlessly parried his strikes, continuously pressing him back. The tail blade, akin to a venomous scorpion, seized an opportunity and lunged toward Cheng Yang's chest. Swish! A heavy blow sent Cheng Yang staggering backward. Without allowing Cheng Yang a moment to catch his breath, the monster swiftly pursued him, the two bone blades aiming with lethal precision. One targeted Cheng Yang's head, the other aimed for his chest, while the tail blade slashed toward his neck from the side. Too fast, he could only employ the shimmering form, constant flash. With a change in breath, his heart raced, pumping blood at an incredible speed throughout his body. Cheng Yang unhesitatingly activated the shimmering form. Golden light erupted, the light sword in his hand shining brilliantly as he fiercely swung it against the incoming attacks. Chapter 27. The Power of Storm E. The sound of clashing broke through the downpour as the golden shadow sword sliced through the air with 3 swift strikes, effortlessly cleaving the monster's bone blade. The rapid flashes of golden light sliced through droplets of rain, akin to an unseen force, directing its lethal intent towards the creature's neck. The clash of the sword against the bone armor resonated with a persistent tremor. A gash appeared on the hardened armor as the monster staggered backward. With its bone blades held defensively, it braced for the oncoming assault from Cheng Yang's sword. The air crackled with energy, a brilliant white light and a radiant gold converging in an ethereal dance, piercing the rain curtain as they collided. The ground trembled beneath the chaos, cracks spiderwebbing across the surface, sending ripples through the accumulating water. Cheng Yang's breath became increasingly labored, his body radiating heat. His heart raced, blood coursing through his veins at an alarming pace. He realized he was approaching his limits. Maintaining the foundational breathing technique to achieve the constant flicker form exacted a tremendous toll on his body. Yet under this strain, the monster-esque pair of bone blades could no longer withstand the relentless clashes, fracturing under the pressure. Seizing the moment, Cheng Yang unleashed a powerful downward strike with the golden shadow sword, radiating a blinding light as if the very essence of warmth and brilliance had coalesced into a tangible form. His veins bulged, skin flushed with heat. The breathing technique reached its zenith, and he swung the sword down with all his might. The monster roared in fury, retaliating with its bone blades. However, under Cheng Yang's formidable strike, the blades finally succumbed, emitting a mournful cry. In a violent clash, they shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Yet Cheng Yang remained undeterred, his momentum unbroken, delivering a decisive blow aimed straight at the monster's head. The creature swiftly recoiled, its bone armor glowing with a bright light. The rain above seemed to heed a call, converging towards the monster. The Storm E card, true to its name, possessed the power of rain. With a perfect adaptation rate of 100, it transformed into a beast empowered by this card, wielding the ability to manipulate water. The rain above and the pooling water below rapidly coalesced, forming a colossal water sphere that surged towards Cheng Yang's sword. The golden blade struck the water sphere, causing ripples to surge across its surface, as if it had pierced through a cushion, absorbing the force layer by layer. The rain continued to gather, enveloping Cheng Yang's sword and arm entirely, dissipating the last vestiges of his strength. At that moment, he perceived the rain from all around, converging upon him and the monster. In a mere breath, the water sphere expanded to several meters in diameter, hovering in the air, continuously accumulating rainwater, engulfing both Cheng Yang and the monster within. Every movement Cheng Yang attempted was hindered by the flowing water, rendering him powerless. Conversely, the monster, now encased in the water sphere, moved with unparalleled fluidity, darting toward Cheng Yang with grace, claws poised to strike. Cheng Yang raised his sword to meet the claws, yet every action felt agonizingly sluggish. Before he could launch his counterattack, the claws struck heavily against his chest, leaving him as helpless as a toy adrift in a bathtub. The breathing technique faltered under the impact, his golden aura dimming. The water sphere continued to swell, and as he struggled to swim free, its expansion outpaced his efforts. He could only adopt a defensive stance, bracing himself against the monster's relentless onslaught. The creature, now buoyant in the water, assailed him from all angles, claws slashing mercilessly, depleting Cheng Yang's stamina. His own energy reserves were dwindling. With the breathing technique disrupted, the constant flicker form had already drained much of his strength. Maintaining a defensive posture was becoming increasingly arduous. It was time to take a gamble. As the monster lunged once more, Cheng Yang clenched the golden shadow sword, activating the breathing technique. In a flash of brilliance, the sword's blade illuminated with golden light. However, this time, instead of swinging the sword, he hurled it at the monster with great force. The golden shadow sword soared like a thrown spear, slicing through the water, enveloped in a radiant glow, striking directly at the advancing creature. The monster seemed taken aback, unprepared for Cheng Yang to relinquish his weapon. It had not anticipated his sudden shift into the radiant form. The relentless pressure of the constant flicker form had already sapped much of the monster's strength. Now, faced with the golden sword piercing through the water, it could only raise its hand in defense. The claws met the blade with a clash, bone against gold, a cacophony of sound erupting within the water sphere as the golden light exploded outward. The claws shattered, and the bone armor fractured, while the golden shadow sword impaled the monster's arm, pinning it above. Dark green blood spread through the water. The monster roared in rage, its eyes aflame with primal fury, sensing Cheng Yang's vulnerability now that he had lost his weapon. In response, Cheng Yang drew forth a new card, Crossbow F. With a resounding click, the card slotted into the summoner, and a brilliant golden light materialized before him, conjuring the figure of a crossbow. Its platinum-colored frame shimmered, with a bowstring of condensed golden light. At the front, a platinum-tipped arrow awaited. Drawing back the bowstring, Cheng Yang concentrated the golden light into a luminous arrow, poised to strike. Maintaining his balance in the water, he endured the agonizing pressure in his lungs and activated the breathing technique once more. In a flash of radiance, the crossbow filled with golden light and released its bolt. In the water, the golden arrow surged forth, cutting through the liquid with unimpeded force, aimed directly at the monster's head. Within the massive water sphere, Cheng Yang's attack might be hampered. The tangible golden shadow sword had struggled to find its mark. Yet, the distorted light, transformed into the arrow from the crossbow, remained unaffected by the water's resistance. With a resounding impact, the arrow struck the monster squarely, halting its advance. A charred mark appeared on the tough bone armor. Though the monster thrived within the water, it was far less agile than on solid ground. If it had been on land, it might have evaded the crossbow's attack, but within this water sphere, it lacked the necessary leverage to maneuver away from the oncoming assault. The rain converging around them affected not only Cheng Yang. He raised the crossbow once more, directing at the monster. The golden light coalesced into another arrow, launching with fervor towards the creature. Chapter 28. Defeating the storm monster, a series of 3 luminous arrows shot forth toward the creature, leaving it with no avenue for escape. The monster could only watch helplessly as the attacks struck its form. Despite this, it refused to disperse the amassed rainwater, charging directly at Chungyang, disregarding the assault of the shadow bow. The creature's only thought was to close the distance. Just to close the distance. Victory would be within its grasp. Chungyang seemed to discern the monster's intentions through its crimson eyes. Yet, he too awaited this very moment. As the beast lunged forward with reckless abandon, abandoning defense and evasion, he recognized that this was his opportunity to triumph. At this juncture, both the monster and Chungyang were nearing the limits of their endurance. The creature's armor was now marred with cracks and scorch marks. In its current state, it could not withstand his onslaught. The water surrounding them could not hinder the power of the shadow bow. Thus, Chungyang swiftly drew forth 2 cards, Shadow Stab F and Light Fist F. With a decisive click, the cards were inserted into the summoner, unleashing a torrent of radiant energy that surged through his arms. The shadow bow seemed to awaken, its string vibrating as golden light coalesced into arrows. His lungs were numb, and his blood boiled with the exertion of his breathing techniques, coursing through him like molten lava. In a flash of brilliance, he activated the enhanced form. Instant Flash. Shadow Stab, Light Fist. Under the augmentation of the Instant Flash, the combined might of the 2 F cards amplified the shadow bow's power. The golden arrows, like liquid light, broke free from the bow's constraints, quivering as they flew straight toward the monster. The arrows struck like scalding magma upon snow. The monster's defensive armor was swiftly dissolved and pierced by the blazing light arrows, penetrating its claws, chest armor, and muscle. With a heart-wrenching roar, the creature writhed, attempting to summon the water to shield itself from the assault. Yet, all efforts were in vain. The arrows, distorted and condensed from light, could not be obstructed by mere water. The monster, already at its last gasp, lacked the strength to withstand this final blow. It could only watch as the light arrows pierced its body, leaving a gaping hole in its chest. Agonizing pain racked its form, twisting its limbs in torment. As the light's power seeped through the wound, it flooded the creature's body until, under Chungyang's gaze, it erupted into a cloud of black smoke. Simultaneously, the pooled water surrounding the monster dissipated with a tremendous crash as it struck the ground. Chungyang steadied himself, descending alongside the water, which battered against his armor, merely causing him to sway slightly. He straightened and approached the site of the monster's explosion. This time, the monster left no crystal behind. Only a black card floated quietly on the ground, unclaimed by the rushing water. Gazing at the card, Chungyang extended his fingers to gently grasp it. There was no unexpected resistance. The card settled easily between his fingertips. Upon turning the card to reveal its face, he beheld a vivid depiction of a torrential downpour, so lifelike that it seemed poised to burst forth from the card, carrying with it a tempest of rain. In the upper right corner of the card, the letter E denoted its rank. Storm E, a nature card. This was Chungyang's first E-rank card, and it was exceptionally precious. Merely holding this card allowed him to sense the storm's power within. He felt that, even without transforming, possessing this card would grant him a degree of control over water and rain for offensive maneuvers. However, the true utility of Storm E lay beyond that. It could be inserted into the summoner, activating the enhancement armor, allowing it to harness the power of Storm E, thereby upgrading and transforming the armor. This enhancement did not merely elevate the armor's base rank, but amplified its power, bestowing upon it the effects of Storm E. The higher the compatibility, the more profound the upgrade effects. It also granted the armor the attribute of water. When facing fire-based monsters, inserting the Storm E card would enable him to counter them effectively. However, the compatibility of this Storm E card with the light armor would not be substantial. If it were a water-type armor, perhaps it could achieve a compatibility of 100, resulting in a flawless upgrade. Stowing the Storm E card away, Chungyang approached the enormous core, the monster's crystal. He then deactivated his transformation and removed the summoner. As he did so, a wave of weakness and pain flooded through his body. The gentle drizzle fell upon his scorched skin, evaporating almost instantly, creating a veil of steam around him. With each breath, he exhaled a mist tinged with crimson. The intense exertion of his breathing techniques had severely injured his lungs, and the blood, evaporated by the heat, was expelled as vibrant vapor. Clenching his teeth against the pain, Changyang shakily retrieved the Potion F card from his pocket and directed it toward the summoner. Potion F. As the card was inserted, a golden light flashed, and a vial of potion materialized. Changyang, trembling with pain, grasped the vial with his swollen hand and plunged it into a vein of his other arm, injecting its contents. With the entirety of Potion F coursing through his veins, a gentle wave of healing energy swept over him, soothing his injuries. The bleeding in his lungs ceased, and the muscles dissolved by heat began to cool. Though his skin remained red and inflamed, the intense heat began to dissipate, and his heart returned to a normal rhythm. However, his entire body took on a purplish hue. The internal bleeding had been halted, but it left behind a layer of bruising that had yet to fade, rendering him a shade of deep purple. At this moment, should Changyang don a Thanos cosplay, he might very well secure the award for best costume. The severity of his injuries was such that, despite his enhanced recovery abilities and physical attributes surpassing human limits, a single injection could only stabilize his condition. Full recovery would likely require several days of continued injections. During this period, he would have to forego any form of training. Nevertheless, such sacrifices were not without reward. The extraordinary exertion of his breathing techniques while injuring his lungs had significantly increased his proficiency in basic breathing technique. He was nearing the threshold of the 3rd level, on the verge of unlocking the skill Mind's Eye. Additionally, his body had surpassed its limits, and once he recovered, his strength, constitution, and spirit would all see an increase. Moreover, the proficiency of basic stance had surged, evolving from basic stance mastered to basic stance proficient. While battles between life and death were perilous, they provided an opportunity to transcend physical limits and rapidly enhance one's strength. Chapter 29. Ejected into the reflective world as his injuries stabilized, Changyang lifted the summoner and aimed it at the colossal crystal before him. Even Lin Zha could not instantaneously consume and refine such a monstrous crystal, brimming with immense energy. Moreover, he had no intention of recklessly melting this unique core. That would be a waste. Thus, he resolved to store the monstrous crystal using a blank card for research and future utilization. Following the prompt, Changyang extracted a blank card and directed it towards the summoner. With a click, as the blank card was inserted into the summoner, its platinum hue seemed to awaken with power, radiating a golden glow. The massive crystal trembled in response. Subtle vibrations coursed through the enormous crystal, resonating with the earth. And in Changyang's perception, it felt as though the entire fissured world quaked in tandem with the crystal's tremors. He slightly bent his body to steady himself, fingers firmly gripping the summoner. The summoner, as if provoked, shone even brighter. Under the brilliant luminescence, the colossal core gradually diminished, its tremors slightly subsiding until it was completely absorbed by the summoner, transforming into a card. The card retained its white background, with the front depicting a dark red vortex. The vortex appeared to spin, drawing in the surroundings, as though it intended to engulf everything within its vicinity. The upper right corner of the card bore no letters indicating its tier. At last, it was in his possession. I shall thoroughly investigate how to utilize this item. Changyang, filled with excitement, consumed the card containing the core into the summoner, eagerly enveloping the core in light, yearning to study it. Meanwhile, in the external world, as the core was entirely absorbed by the summoner, the surrounding environment seemed as if its very foundation had been extracted, resulting in a more violent tremor. Buildings appeared on the verge of fracturing and collapsing. Cracks emerged in the void, spreading like shattered mirrors. Without the core, could this spatial fissure endure? Changyang observed everything around him, disregarding his pain, and prepared to move away. Just as he stepped forward, his foot landed heavily on a tranquil puddle. The water reflected the reality on the other side. His foot seemed to step into nothingness, plunging into the reflection of the real world in the puddle. Subsequently, his entire body followed, tumbling into the water, descending into another realm of reality. On the streets of the real world, Cheng Yang was violently ejected from a puddle. With inertia, he was catapulted several meters into the air, as if falling upwards. Then, gravity seized him, casting him back towards the ground and into another puddle. Surrounding pedestrians, sheltered under umbrellas in the rain, gaped in astonishment. Some rubbed their eyes incredulously, staring in Cheng Yang's direction. This individual seemed to have just emerged from a puddle on the ground. Was it some novel form of magic? With a thud, Cheng Yang, captured by graffiti, crashed into the puddle below, drenching his already wet clothes anew. The wounds on his body, which had just started to heal, seemed to burst open again with the impact. The pain compelled him to struggle on the ground for a moment before he managed to rise, unsteadily avoiding the pedestrians and departing the scene. As Cheng Yang left, the dazed onlookers approached the puddle, tentatively testing it to determine if a hidden pit lay beneath. At that moment, they realized that the relentless downpour that had engulfed Siku City for several days had begun to subside, coinciding with that person's fall from the puddle. Looking up, the dark clouds above Siku City appeared to disperse rapidly, as if brushed aside by an unseen hand. The rain ceased? How peculiar. With a bang, he twisted the key and forcefully pushed open the door to his home. Ignoring his drenched state, he stumbled toward the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. He felt as if his very bones had been extracted, collapsing into the sofa, slipping into unconsciousness, or rather, into a deep slumber. This slumber persisted until noon the following day, when Cheng Yang finally opened his heavy eyelids and rose from the sofa. His clothes, having absorbed warmth throughout the night, had regained some dryness, though the sponge beneath the sofa seemed thoroughly soaked. Only to take the sofa out to the balcony to dry it later, Cheng Yang thought, struggling to his feet. At that moment, his body ached even more than after his recent battle. His skin, muscles, and bones felt as if countless knives were slicing through them. After the battle, his body had felt somewhat numb. Now, as his spirit and body regained some vitality, the previously numb nerves honestly relayed the pain throughout his body to his brain. Ouch! Cheng Yang grimaced, unsteadily making his way to the balcony. Outside, Siku City basked in the sunshine, no longer shrouded in gloom, revealing a city that sparkled like jewels under the sun. Perhaps the consecutive rains had washed away the city's dust, or perhaps the unrelenting downpours had accentuated the rarity of the brilliant sunlight. However, Cheng Yang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. He retrieved the rainstorm e-card, gazing at the tempestuous scene depicted upon it. His fingers lightly brushed its surface, as if he could feel the dampness of the storm seeping through the card. Listening intently, it seemed as if the rain illustrated on the card began to flow with his focus. Was there a connection between this card and the incessant downpour in Siku City? The rain had only plagued the vicinity of Siku City, an extraordinary occurrence that defied meteorological norms, showing no signs of abating. And with his extraction of the rainstorm card, the downpour ceased. Could it be that this card was the source of the anomaly afflicting Siku City? Were the powers of the rain during those days derived from this seemingly insignificant card? Cheng Yang examined the thin card, sensing the weight of the power it contained. The emergence of nature cards evidently exerts a unique influence on the surrounding environment. Perhaps in the future, he could focus on areas where extraordinary natural phenomena occur to collect cards. Drawing from this experience, Cheng Yang speculated on the formation of cards and their associated phenomena. The compatibility of the rainstorm E and his light armor was evidently not high. If he could acquire a nature card with light attributes, perhaps his light armor could undergo a perfect upgrade. Cheng Yang dismissed further thoughts, carefully storing the rainstorm. Nature cards are rare and unpredictable. His immediate priority was to recover from his injuries. Furthermore, he had accumulated a considerable amount of light energy points. It was time to check the summoner shop for any new exchange items. Chapter 30. The pinnacle of basic breathing techniques. Cheng Yang first took a shower and changed out of his soiled clothes. He then hastily prepared a simple meal to satisfy his hunger before sitting cross-legged on his bed. He held the summoner in front of him and opened the store page. As expected, several new items that had never appeared before came into view. Soft Rain Technique, E70 Energy Points, a method for self-cultivation that enhances vitality. This technique is divided into 4 levels. The first level increases constitution by 1. the second by 2, the third by 3, and the fourth by 5. Mastering this skill grants Soft Rain Chi E. Rain Realm E card, 50 energy points. Inserting this card into the summoner allows entry into a special space known as the Rain Realm, where one can battle monsters, hone their skills, and has a chance to obtain monster crystals, techniques, or cards by defeating them. Soft Rain Chi E 70 energy points. A skill obtained upon mastering the Soft Rain technique to its highest level, capable of generating a flow of soft rain energy within the body. This energy enhances stamina and self-healing capabilities, while the practice of breathing techniques accelerates injury recovery and stabilizes wounds. Basic Axe Technique F. Basic Finger Technique F. Basic Sound Technique F. Indeed, the store had expanded with many new items. Cheng Yang, having prepared himself mentally, was not surprised by this development. Lin Nagi had been researching tirelessly since the battle concluded. Both Soft Rain Technique and Rain Realm were the fruits of his labor. The Soft Rain Technique was an E-level method he had created based on the knowledge from the database and the Storm card. Meanwhile, the Rain Realm was a stable spatial rift developed by Lin Nagi, originating from that core and based on the Storm card. He named this spatial rift the Rain Realm, designating it as a laboratory for his monster research. All the monsters within were created using that massive monster crystal. The summoner allowed individuals to hone their combat skills within this realm. Defeating monsters yielded energy points, techniques, skill cards, and more, all deliberately designed to incentivize summoners. Such a responsible summoner was indeed a rarity. Cheng Yang was unaware of the summoner's silent appreciation for its own efforts. He was simply exhilarated by the newly listed products. Each one was immensely desirable. Moreover, his accumulation of over 100 energy points seemed insufficient. The Soft Rain Technique, was this a new method? It appeared to be of a higher tier than the basic breathing technique. The basic breathing technique lacked attributes and was nearing its maximum level. Its characteristics were balanced and tranquil. In contrast, the Soft Rain Technique seemed even more serene, focusing on self-cultivation. Each level enhanced constitution points, and the more one practiced, the greater the enhancement. Achieving the full mastery of the Soft Rain Chi appeared to be more supportive than combative. However, having already practiced the basic breathing technique, would continuing with the Soft Rain technique conflict with it? Although the basic breathing technique seemed slightly inferior, it allowed access to the radiant form of armor. If the two techniques were to conflict, rendering the basic breathing technique unusable, it would significantly impact him. For now, he decided to give it a try. If it affected the basic breathing technique, he would cease its practice. With 70 energy points at stake, Cheng Yang had accumulated 106 energy points. If he purchased the Soft Rain technique, he would be unable to acquire another card, the Rain Realm E. The allure of the Rain Realm E was compelling. A monster training ground where he could engage in combat would undoubtedly sharpen his combat awareness. After some contemplation, Cheng Yang ultimately chose Rain Realm. Within the Rain Realm, he could consistently earn energy points through battles and later return to purchase Soft Rain Technique E. After all, the emergence of monsters was unpredictable. Thus, acquiring the Soft Rain Technique at this moment did not seem cost-effective. Having made his decision, Cheng Yang spent 50 energy points to purchase Rain Realm E. As the energy points were consumed, a white card materialized before him, which he grasped delicately between his fingers. The card's front depicted a blue water vortex, reminiscent of Storm. Given that Lin Nagi had developed this spatial rift based on Storm E and the core's power, the card's appearance was unsurprising. However, the monsters within were not solely of the water attribute, although they predominated. After securely storing Rain Realm, Cheng Yang set the summoner aside and composed himself. At this moment, his body was not prepared to engage in combat within the Rain Realm. The priority was to elevate the basic breathing technique to the third level and fully recover from his injuries. He sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. A wave of energy filled his lungs, and he commenced the breathing technique. The basic breathing technique, inherently calm, did not exacerbate his lung injuries at this juncture. Instead, as he continued, a soothing warmth enveloped him, alleviating the pain in his lungs and body. Focusing on his breathing, Time outside seemed to fly. The pain in his body gradually subsided, as if expelling the stagnant energy through his breath. The accumulated bruises and discolored skin faded with each inhalation and exhalation. When Xingyang finally opened his eyes, the sky outside had darkened considerably. He rose unsteadily, feeling a pang in his lung, and could not help but expel a clot of blood, resembling roots. As the clot was expelled, a slight pain lingered in his lungs, but his breathing became notably smoother. Enduring the pain, he prepared a modest dinner and turned on the television, eating while perusing the news. In the quiet room, the sounds of his meal and the news provided a semblance of life. Once he finished dining, Xingyang retrieved the summoner and inserted the Potion F card to administer a restorative injection. As the potion entered his system, the purple hue on his skin transformed to red, and his injuries showed marked improvement. It seemed that he would soon fully recover. Since basic stance was evidently not viable for further training, Xingyang returned to his bed, sat cross-legged once more, and resumed his breathing technique. The monotony of the practice did not bore him. Instead, he relished the tranquility, allowing his mood to settle as he sensed his body's enhancement. He continued this until the next day. As the final cycle of breathing concluded, his proficiency increased by 1. Basic breathing technique, level 3, perfected. Mentality 1, acquired skill, third eye. Third IF, beginner, proficiency, 0-10. He opened his eyes, and the clarity within them sparkled as the world around him became astonishingly vivid. With each breath, his body felt as light as a feather in the air. Was this the pinnacle of the basic breathing technique? Xingyang extended his hand, then closed his eyes, attuning to the skill granted by the highest level of the breathing technique, the third eye. In the realm of the third eye, amidst the darkness, everything around him became remarkably distinct. The tangible objects within a 2-meter radius transformed into luminous abstract lines. Even the dust suspended in the air appeared crystal clear, drifting slowly. He felt as though he could take on 10 foes. Chapter 31. Do not open the door, what confidence. It's time for a good night's sleep. While Xingyang was engrossed in his cultivation, Lin Zha was not idle either. He was tirelessly analyzing the database. At this moment, both were mentally exhausted. Xingyang remained unaware of how diligently the summoner was restocking the shop. Having reached the pinnacle of the basic breathing technique, Xingyang began to prepare for the honing of a new skill, the third eye. He took a strip of cloth, rolled it into a band, and wrapped it around his eyes, completely obscuring his vision, allowing him to observe his surroundings through the third eye. As he moved about the room, the effect of the third eye made him acutely aware of how rapidly his mental energy was depleting. Third eye proficiency 1, with a drain on his spirit. The proficiency of the third eye began to rise. It continued to increase until it reached a proficiency level of 5. Xingyang's mental stamina finally faltered, and the world through his third eye once again plunged into darkness. Such a drain on his mental energy was unexpected. Rubbing his temples, he felt a heaviness in his head. Yet, even in this state, he did not remove the cloth covering his eyes. Instead, he calmed his mind and began to explore his surroundings. Initially unsteady, he gradually adapted to the surrounding darkness. Even without activating the third eye skill, he could sense the layout and objects around him. Third eye proficiency 1. Could proficiency still increase? It seemed that enhancing the third eye's proficiency did not require constant activation. Merely feeling and imagining the objects around him sufficed. Of course, this method was less effective than actively using the third eye to perceive his environment. Nevertheless, he was content with any form of improvement. Xingyang, still wearing the blindfold, continued to navigate the house, mentally constructing the layout around him, as if building a 3D model of the entire room within the confines of his mind. At first, he stumbled, occasionally colliding with furniture and items. However, after each encounter, he meticulously arranged the objects and remembered their positions, perfecting the 3D model in his mind. Thus, the mental representation of a room became increasingly refined, and his proficiency continued to grow, until third eye proficiency 1, third eye proficiency maxed. Skill transformation, third eye mastery, 0-100 with the proficiency of the third eye transitioning from novice to mastery. The mental model solidified in his mind, vividly displaying itself. Even without activating the third eye, he could perceive every object around him, as if endowed with an invisible eye to observe his surroundings. Naturally, this clarity stemmed from his familiarity with the room. If he were to venture outside, he would likely revert to blindly feeling his way. However, his perceptual acuity had indeed heightened significantly. Cheng Yang felt confident that even with his eyes closed, he could sense an opponent's movements and react accordingly. Time was running short. The potion should have refreshed by now. Cheng Yang retrieved the summoner, keeping the cloth over his eyes, and drew out the Potion F card. Remarkably, even with his vision obscured, he was able to accurately select the Potion F card from among the others. Despite the visual barrier, he could distinctly perceive and identify each card. Snap! Potion F. He held the syringe in his palm and precisely inserted it into the vein of his arm, injecting the contents. With his senses shielded, he could more acutely feel the potion's power coursing through his veins. It flowed like a warm stream toward his heart, which then pumped it throughout his body. The internal injuries began to mend, and the bruises under his skin dispersed further. His complexion returned to its normal hue, albeit still slightly flushed. Cheng Yang attempted to throw a few punches into the air. With each strike, the sound of slicing wind filled the room as if he were shattering the very air around him. His strength had nearly returned. By tomorrow, he would be ready to explore the Rain Realm. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. What aura is this? Lin Zha jolted awake from his slumber. The darkness seemed to congeal into a tangible form, seeping through the cracks of the door like an invisible mist, quickly filling the entire room. His light was instantly suppressed, flickering like a candle about to extinguish in the dark. Cheng Yang also lifted his gaze toward the door, merely staring at it. He felt as if his throat had been constricted, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. His body moved involuntarily toward the door. Clop, clop, clop. The heavy footsteps reverberated throughout the room. Cheng Yang's consciousness grew heavy. Memories began to blur. He felt as though he had forgotten something. The distance to the door shrank. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, 50 centimeters. Cheng Yang extended his hand, beads of sweat forming on the back of it. His other hand trembled as if bound by invisible chains, straining to rise until it grasped the cloth covering his eyes. What was it that he had forgotten? What was it? Cheng Yang struggled to recall, desperately trying to think. Lin Zha's light seemed ensnared by an unseen hand, unable to escape the summoner. Then it struck him. He remembered what he and Cheng Yang had forgotten. Darkness, unlike light, enveloped the world in shadows, preventing even a sliver of light from penetrating. It silently sealed away the objects hidden within, obscuring sight and recollection. Even Lin Zha, who radiated light, found his memories shrouded in darkness. Do not open the door. Cheng Yang's hand grasped the doorknob, and in that instant his memories surged back to life. He recalled what had transpired before he fell into the watery realm. How could he have forgotten? How could he forget? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a dark silhouette standing outside, piercing green eyes fixed on Cheng Yang. Extending a right hand. Upon that hand rested a silver-green ring, glimmering ominously as it approached Cheng Yang's face, as if to seize his very mind. A voice emerged from the figure, laced with mockery and disdain, looking down upon him. Found you. Whoosh. The breathing technique activated to its utmost. Cheng Yang's chest swelled, inhaling deeply as a surge of energy filled him, his heart pounding like an engine, pumping the invigorated blood throughout his body. The third eye expanded, slowing everything within a 2-meter radius. Boom! A deafening crash resonated. Yet even with the clarity of the third eye, Cheng Yang could not discern the figure's movement. He merely felt a sharp pain in his chest, his body hurtling backward, shattering a chair, toppling a table, and crashing against the wall. Pain. Excruciating pain. The blow to his lungs caused his chest to deflate, expelling all the air within, and his heart's rhythm began to slow. It felt Chapter 32. The deadlock approaches the figure seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Cheng Yang, having deliberately targeted his lung during the recent assault. Everything unfolded precisely as Cheng Yang had previously surmised. The creature before him was not only formidable, but also exceedingly cautious, continuously transforming and probing Chungyang, scrutinizing his combat style to ascertain his vulnerabilities. It had patiently awaited 2 days, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances arose before it launched a direct attack on his weaknesses. During their previous encounter, the adversary had sealed his memories, and this meticulous observation spanned 2 days before it deemed the moment ripe to strike. This interval was likely spent confirming whether he had any allies, thus guarding against any potential surprises. Contemplating these thoughts, Chungyang felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation and pressure. This creature offered him no semblance of mercy. Breathe. Adjust your breathing. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his chest, Chungyang endeavored to regulate his breath. Though sharp agony radiated from his lung, was it still necessary to force out air? Your ribcage has already pierced your lung. Continuing to breathe in this manner will only exacerbate your injury. The mysterious figure calmly approached, exuding an air of control over the situation. Cough. Even if his condition worsened, Chungyang dared not cease his efforts. Stopping meant death. He needed to transform. With one hand, he reached into his bosom, yearning to retrieve his summoning device. However, the enigmatic figure effortlessly discerned Chungyang's intentions, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Through the perspective of his inner sight, Chungyang barely caught a glimpse of the impending kick. He forced himself to employ the basic breathing technique, raising his arm in defense. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as his arm bent and contorted under the impact, yet it remained unbroken. His recent dedication to training in the foundational stance bore fruit. Crashing into the wardrobe, he fell to the ground, his entire arm rendered numb from the defensive maneuver. Did he intend to transform using the summoning device? The figure continued to advance, revealing Chungyang's intentions with chilling clarity. How could this be? How could he have discovered it? The mysterious being was systematically dismantling Chungyang's psychological defenses. Even now, he remained vigilant, fearing that Chungyang might suddenly unleash some last-ditch effort to drag him into the abyss. For years, their kind had ruled this world from the shadows, and never had there been a force capable of resisting or combating them. Thus, he was filled with an acute wariness of this newfound power, persistently transforming to test and lay traps, maneuvering Chungyang into an inescapable predicament. Are you surprised, frightened? The mysterious figure drew ever closer, lifting its foot to stomp down upon Chungyang's arm. Intense pain radiated from his arm, interrupting his already labored breathing. He gasped, coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the figure bent down, extending its hand toward Chungyang's chest. No cough, don't. Chungyang desperately tried to curl inwards to protect his summoning device. But all his efforts were in vain as the mysterious figure's fingers seized the device, extracting it from his chest. The platinum summoning device shimmered with golden light, illuminating the figure's face. To Chungyang's astonishment, this visage was not the same one he had glimpsed before plunging into the mirrored world. So, this is the summoning device capable of calling forth the armor of light. Then, where's the card? Is it still on your person? The mysterious being scrutinized the summoning device, a satisfied smile gracing its features, before its gaze returned to Chungyang. In that moment, Chungyang struggled to control his breathing, even with a punctured lung. Fortunately, he had previously dedicated time to mastering the basic breathing technique to its utmost level. Otherwise, with such a grave injury, he would be unable to continue. Why? Why do you know so much about the summoning device? Cheng Yang Inquiret. Why? It is merely the result of your kind's own diligent research and investigation. Chungyang lifted his head, observing the figure's smug expression. He sensed that with the loss of his summoning device, the creature before him had grown increasingly arrogant, looking down upon him with disdain. It no longer exhibited the caution it had previously shown, brazenly disclosing information without reserve. According to its investigations, the creatures masqueraded as humans, covertly governing them with an air of superiority and contempt. The prior wariness had been solely in response to Chungyang, who possessed the summoning device. Now stripped of it, he had been reduced to a mere human, prompting the creature to revert to its haughty demeanor. Investigating, researching. Are you part of the monster countermeasures department, lurking within its ranks? Or does your status allow you unrestricted access to its data? Upon hearing Cheng Yang's question, the figure displayed a look of surprise. It had not anticipated that Cheng Yang, an ordinary human, could discern such truths, yet its eyes remained filled with disdain and contempt. To think you could perceive this. It was unexpected that someone other than the monster countermeasures department would awaken. No wonder you were able to become a summoner. The mysterious being, now in possession of the summoning device, was generous enough to engage in conversation with this insignificant human. At this moment, it felt assured of victory, brimming with self-satisfaction. What do you mean, the monster countermeasures department awakening? Cheng Yang endeavored to buy time, regulating his breath while simultaneously seeking to extract more information. Do you know why the monster countermeasures department operates as a semi-official, semi-civilian organization? Why does it deliberately maintain distance from official powers, striving for independence? The creature's words illuminated a truth for Cheng Yang. The monster countermeasures department had likely realized that the leadership of humanity might have been supplanted or dominated by monsters. Thus, they sought to assert their independence and preserve their autonomy. However, it appeared that the monster countermeasures department remained infiltrated by these creatures. Within it, there might exist deeper, more clandestine organizations working in the shadows against the monsters, researching methods to combat them. Otherwise, the department would have long since been fully absorbed by the official organization. Within its ranks lies humanity's hope. Even if I perish, I must ensure the summoning device hand over the card. I can grant you a swift end. The monster clutched the summoning device in one hand while extending the other, a green blade materializing in its left hand, pressing against Cheng Yang's throat. The sharpness of the blade seemed poised to sever his artery at any moment. Cheng Yang could only withdraw a card from his bosom, extending it towards the beast. Chapter 33. The Torrent of Storm. The mysterious figure extended a hand, gripping the dark card. Subsequently, the card in the air flipped over, revealing its contents. Storm E. With a firm squeeze of the card, Storm E was activated, and a torrent surged forth from it, rushing towards the enigmatic individual. This nature-based card, Storm E, inherently possessed immense power, a force not conjured by the summoner, but drawn from the very essence of nature itself. Moreover, merely harnessing a fraction of this card's power did not necessitate the summoner's invocation, as long as the holder met certain physical prerequisites and bore a unique strength. They could unleash the card's might. As Cheng Yang, the summoner of the radiant armor, harbored a latent glimmer of light within him. His already transcendent physical prowess surpassed the card's requirements. The torrent cascaded through the cramped room, resembling a deluge wreaking havoc within the confines of four walls. With a resounding crash and the roar of waves, the deluge filled the entire house. Passers-by on the street were startled by the sound, looking up in bewilderment to see water gushing from a window of the high-rise, as if a reservoir had burst. Cheng Yang was swept away by the rushing water, plummeting from the upper floors. The mysterious figure, engulfed by the sudden torrent, clutched the summoner-esque device, stabilizing himself amidst the deluge, fixating on Cheng Yang's falling form. He had acquired the summoner's device, yet the card remained with the boy. He had to retrieve it. Suddenly, as he pondered, the device in his grasp emitted a brilliant light. Sharp beams of light coalesced from the device, launching towards him in a relentless barrage. In an instant, the hand that held the device was pierced, blood gushing forth. Impossible. How can this be? The mysterious figure gazed incredulously at the device. Based on prior research, the wielder must insert a card into the device to activate its powers. Yet here it was firmly in his grip, and it had unleashed its skills without any card being inserted. How could this be possible? To think that my memories would be tainted by such foul darkness. You shall not capture me. Unbeknownst to him, part of his memories had been obscured by the darkness, despite his relentless focus on research during that time. The occurrence ignited a fierce anger within Lin now. The power of the armor and its skills stemmed entirely from the device itself. The card merely served as a vessel for power. The summoner needed the card to wield the device as strength, but he did not require such means. Amidst the buzzing chaos, the mysterious figure, unable to maintain his grip on the device due to the wound in his hand, watched helplessly as it slipped from his injured fingers, carried away by the rainwater cascading from the window. Still careless, how amusing. The figure observed his pierced palm, clenched his fist slightly, and the bloody wound began to heal autonomously. He then stepped into the torrent, pursuing the device. Shenyang swept down from the heights, concentrated on stabilizing his form in midair, tightly clutching the storm E-card. With the card's power, he could manipulate the flowing water to a certain extent. He adjusted his breathing, swiftly employing the fundamental breathing technique. Despite the excruciating pain in his lungs, he pressed on, for this was not a time for hesitation. In battle, he had never shied away from pain. Now life and death hung in the balance. As his breathing shifted, his lungs expanded, and his heart, like an engine, roared back to life, pumping blood throughout his body. Veins bulged beneath his skin, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. But this was not a moment for concern. As the torrent swept closer to the ground, Cheng Yang's eyes widened, fixated on the earth below. Activating his inner sight, everything around him began to slow. The flowing water, the beating heart, the patterns on the ground, all became vividly clear. Storm. As the ground loomed near, Cheng Yang swiftly positioned the storm E-card before him, channeling its power once more. This time, he did not unleash its full strength, but merely tapped into a portion of the card's capabilities. In an instant, a column of water erupted from the card, crashing onto the ground. The reaction force propelled Cheng Yang upward, alleviating much of his falling weight. Yet, he was still thrown into the air, landing heavily on the water-soaked ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, pain coursed through his chest with each inhalation. Struggling to rise, he gripped the storm card tightly, alert to his surroundings. He needed to reclaim the summoner's device. As the summoner, Cheng Yang could sense its presence. The device should have slipped from the mysterious figure's grasp. Where was it? His keen eyesight, transcending human limits, swiftly scanned the area. With his heightened perception, he quickly located the device, half submerged in water, half exposed to the air. It still emitted a faint golden glow. Upon spotting the device, Cheng Yang acted without hesitation. Pushing his fundamental breathing technique to its limits, his rapidly beating heart pumped blood into his legs. With a sudden burst of strength, he surged towards the device like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure leaped from the high-rise, extending his finger adorned with a green ring towards the rushing Cheng Yang. In an instant, the concrete ground shattered, and thick, yellowish roots burst forth, aiming to ensnare Cheng Yang, either to bind him or to crush him into oblivion. With determination, Cheng Yang activated his inner sight fully. As the illusory roots lunged forward with blinding speed, he did not hesitate. Within a 2-meter radius, everything slowed down in his perception. His body, agile as a monkey, darted through the gaps, evading the roots. Having endured countless battles and mastered numerous combat techniques, he had long surpassed human limits. Even without transformation, his strength had evolved into something formidable, akin to a diminished, humanoid behemoth. Chapter 34. The Wood Beast versus the Radiant Armor with a disdainful sneer. The mysterious figure observed Cheng Yang deftly avoiding the roots he had summoned. Raising his hand once more, a green luminescence coalesced in his palm, swiftly transforming into a 10-meter-long spear-like wooden lance aimed directly at Cheng Yang. The hand descended, and the sharp would cleave through the air, whistling as it tore through droplets of water. An unstoppable force directed at Cheng Yang, as if intending to pin the agile creature to the ground. In that moment, with the summoning device within reach, Cheng Yang felt a chilling sensation creep up his spine. A sense of impending doom overwhelmed him inexplicably, causing his heartbeat to race beyond its natural limits, endowing him with extraordinary physical prowess. Were he an ordinary human, such a rapid heartbeat would surely lead to instant demise within mere seconds. He quickly turned, only to find the formidable wooden lance poised to pierce him. In the blink of an eye, his heightened senses activated, rendering the surroundings as if caught in a temporal stasis. Light shadow soared, almost instinctively, following the faint glow within him. The light-altered bloodline surged forth. Cheng Yang drew the light shadow sword F card. A flash of golden light appeared in his palm, and with all his might, He executed an upward slash toward the wooden lance. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. The mysterious figure merely glimpsed the golden flash before Cheng Yang, wielding the light shadow sword, struck at the lance. His body was flung like a rag doll, crashing to the ground. His palms split open, blood gushing forth, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. To his astonishment, the mysterious figure regarded Cheng Yang with newfound caution. Though he had always held humans in contempt, an instinctual arrogance coursing through him. The connection to the summoning device and the radiant armor ignited a genuine wariness within him, as if fear, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the noble blood flowing through my veins harbor fear? His gaze darkened with lethal intent as he summoned a green long knife to his hand. The glint of murderous intent reflecting his desire to obliterate the source of his apprehension and prove that his caution stemmed not from fear. Yet even now, he retained his human form rather than reverting to that of a beast. Coughing, Cheng Yang trembled, using the light shadow sword to prop himself up. His vision blurred with blood, yet he squinted towards the approaching figure brandishing a blade. The onlookers had scattered in fright, leaving an eerie silence enveloping the scene, as if the world had narrowed down to this solitary figure drawing closer. In Cheng Yang's sight, he could see the figure moving, each step solidifying, radiating a palpable darkness that rolled over the sky, exuding an oppressive aura far surpassing that of the previous beast. However, Cheng Yang extended his bloodied hand, clutching the glimmering summoning device. With the recent attack, he had successfully retrieved his summoning device. It was time to transform. He inhaled deeply, steadying the agony coursing through his body, raising the device and pressing it against the belt that had already been summoned. He then drew the radiant armor card, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it on the mysterious figure. Radiant armor. Click. Fusion. With a burst of golden light, intricate golden patterns unfurled upon the ground, resembling a mystical magic circle. Subsequently, the gold radiated from the markings beneath him, enveloping his entire being and outlining a platinum-hued armored form. As he transformed, his injuries stabilized. The agonizing breath ceased. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the radiant armor. Cheng Yang gripped the light shadow sword, not retreating, but charging toward the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast. His body surged forward, becoming a streak of golden light. Thick roots erupted from the earth, twisting and reaching for Cheng Yang, forming a net to ensnare him. Yet his movements remained unimpeded, wielding his sword as he unleashed a barrage of fierce sword energy, cleaving through the roots with ease, directing his assault at the mysterious figure. A sharp clash resonated as the light shadow sword met the green blade, sending ripples across the water surface. I shall crush you along with this armor. The mysterious figure's face split into a sinister smile as he unleashed his blade, the green light shining ominously. The tremendous force knocked Cheng Yang backward, forcing him to regain his footing. This power, Cheng Yang steadied himself, again thrusting his sword, his armoring glowing with golden light as multiple golden blades shot forth. The mysterious figure, wielding his knife with a single hand, effortlessly countered Cheng Yang's onslaught with swift, precise strikes, the sounds of steel ringing in the air, leaving Cheng Yang dumbfounded by the speed. His senses heightened, the world around him slowed. Finally, he perceived the blade's trajectory, positioning his sword to block the incoming strike. Yet the ensuing force bent him nearly to his knees. You thought I had revealed my full strength. The mysterious figure resumed his condescending stance, but with renewed vigor, his blade struck with even greater swiftness, revealing his lack of complacency. Shining form, constant radiance. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yang altered his breathing, his heart racing anew. This time, the rapid rhythm was not only to empower his body, but also to fuel the armor's radiance. As the armor glimmered with brilliance, its power surged forth. Speed and strength reached their zenith, as time slowed once more in his heightened perception. Clang! The ethereal shadows clashed in midair, two figures darting across the water-esque surface, colliding and separating in rapid succession. The only indication of their fierce battle lay in the ripples expanding outward from their encounters. Another collision erupted, The ground quaked under the impact, water splattering into droplets before dissipating into vapor. The friction between their blades sent sparks flying. The mysterious figure's face, mere inches from Cheng Yang's helmet. Shining form. If I'm not mistaken, this is your limit? Hearing the mysterious figure's taunt, Cheng Yang offered no reply. The light shadow sword ignited with golden brilliance, cleaving fiercely at his opponent. They once again distanced themselves, Cheng Yang landing atop the water surface, while the mysterious figure, having evaded the attack, perched atop a streetlight, casting a condescending gaze upon Cheng Yang. If this is your limit, prepare to face despair. Behold my noble stature, my illustrious bloodline, and the power that lies beyond your reach. As his words faded, a visible darkness surged forth, enveloping the sky like a raging mist. In an instant, even Cheng Yang's radiant armor seemed to be overshadowed, its glow dimming slightly beneath the oppressive force of the encroaching darkness. Chapter 35. The power of despair. The glow of the streetlights dimmed, flickering erratically. Shadows on the lamppost twisted and expanded grotesquely. Dark, jagged spikes pierced through the silhouette's skin, while segments of a carapace steadily filled in the gaps, until a pair of eerie green eyes glimmered from the depths of that obsidian shadow. The figure became distinctly visible. This dark force, is it of D rank, or perhaps C rank? It has surpassed the realms of perception. Lin Zha had transformed into light, becoming a summoner, evolving only once thus far. His inherent power was not particularly formidable, nor was his perception exceptionally acute. Moreover, light and dark are inherently oppositional. Under the influence of this dark force, Lin Zha found it increasingly challenging to discern the creature's rank. Yet one thing was certain. The entity wielding this power was no ordinary monster transformed by beastly energy. This was an intelligent being, a true member of the monstrous race. It was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of the current armor of light to confront. The basic form of the armor rendered the light's power insufficient to overshadow this creature. Additionally, this beast possessed wood attributes, which the light attributes could not counteract. Unable to communicate with Cheng Yang, Lin Zha could only emit warnings as best he could. Even without the summoner's alert, Cheng Yang sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The creature's aura had changed, starkly different from that of a human. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the concrete ground shattered, splashing water into the air, transforming it into a shower of droplets. The creature was enveloped in a brown shell, its large, eerie green eyes bulging like those of an insect. Elbow, shoulder, and back were adorned with protrusions resembling wooden spikes. Unlike the elongated claws of previous monsters, its arms bore a resemblance to human limbs, with claws of a reasonable length. Standing just over 2 meters, its claws anchored firmly into the concrete ground. The unarmored calves and waist bulged with muscles akin to iron. Its humanoid claws gripped the previously wielded green blade, pointing it menacingly at Cheng Yang. With a mere flick toward the void, a gust of wind severed the airborne droplets, etching a watery line across the flowing surface below. In an instant, the ground to Cheng Yang's right bore a deep gash. Had that blow been aimed at him? No, it was intentional. This creature had deliberately aimed wide. Cheng Yang gripped the shadowy sword tightly, every muscle in his body taut. His skin stretched tight as if filled with steel. He pushed his basic breathing technique to its limits, his blood coursing as if boiling. Even his skin began to flush a deep red. The armor of light activated at full capacity, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With a mighty swing, Cheng Yang's golden blade descended, transforming his entire being into a flash of golden light, hurtling toward the wood creature. In that moment, everything around him began to fracture in his sight. The road, the water, the streetlights, the foliage, all dissolved into abstract, rough lines, leaving only the wooden beast in his vision. The air resonated with the sound of the blade slicing through. The distance between them vanished, and the sword struck heavily against the creature's chest. It connected. Cheng Yang felt an unmistakable sensation from the blade in his hand. This strike had surely surpassed any previous attempt. However, before his mind could fully process the scene ahead, a sense of despair engulfed him. His blazing armor, and all his sword techniques executed in an unprecedented strike merely lodged against the creature's shoulder, inflicting not even the slightest injury. This creature had shown no intent to defend or evade. How could this be? Cheng Yang gritted his teeth, the brilliance of his armor unwavering as the blade twirled, launching 3 consecutive thrusts. One aimed at the throat, one aimed at the heart, one aimed at the brow. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, all he heard were the crisp sounds of impact. Each of the 3 strikes was effortlessly deflected by the beast. At this moment, the wooden creature didn't even bother to move the blade in its hand. Creak, 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 creak. The monster emitted a brazen sound, extending its arms wide to welcome Cheng Yang's assault. Do you see now, little one? This is the true power of my kind. Beneath this might, you are but a mere 20-year-old child. Chapter 36. Yet I have given my all, the frail human has not fled. The creature of wood loomed over Cheng Yang from the heights of the building he had been thrown from, gazing down upon him. Cheng Yang remained silent. Despite the numbness enveloping his body, he resolutely raised the light and shadow sword with his right hand and drew a card with his left. How? Utterly displeasing. The monster's tone turned icy and filled with rage. Why did this weak human not exhibit fear? Why did he not flee in the face of overwhelming strength? Surely, upon witnessing such might, he should have displayed terror and begged for mercy. If he had not seen the true extent of the creature's power, raising a sword against it would be his ignorance. Yet, having already glimpsed that power, he still stood defiantly. This was an affront, a challenge to the nobility of the creature. A mere human, enslaved, a lesser race. Cheng Yang inhaled deeply, pain coursing through his lungs. Yet he did not cease his breath. Shining form, light and shadow stab, light fist, crack. The skill cards were inserted. In that instant, golden light erupted from the armor encasing Cheng Yang, the sword's blade transforming as if it were the sun itself. With a powerful leap, Cheng Yang's leg struck the ground, causing it to crack like a spider's web beneath his might. His body, aglow with golden light, surged into the air like an arrow released from its bow. Hurtling towards the wooden monster, the sword descended with ferocity. In that moment, the power of the 2 skill cards erupted simultaneously, a blinding golden radiance exploding in the sky. The glass of surrounding skyscrapers glimmered with that golden light, prompting passers-by to shield their eyes against its brilliance. How dare this mere human? The monster, pushed to the brink of provocation, suddenly fell into a calm state. Its cold gaze met the descending blade. With a green blade in hand, it intercepted the sword. A faint green glow ignited, clashing against the dazzling golden light. Crack! The sound shattered eardrums, unleashing visible ripples in the air, and in an instant, the glass of the entire building shattered. Fragments rained down, scattering in all directions. The fleeing crowd clutched their ears, crying out in agony. Cheng Yang, too, let out a desperate scream. Blood began to trickle from the corners of his eyes, his veins bulging like worms beneath his skin. Yet, the wooden monster remained unmoved, its arm holding the blade steady, not even trembling slightly. The disparity in power was overwhelming. No amount of effort from one side could hope to match the other. It was time for this farce to conclude. With a surge of power, the creature's arm quivered slightly, and an immense force sent Cheng Yang flying, tearing apart the brilliance of gold. He crashed into the building across the street, pain radiating throughout his body. Armor adaptation increased to 99 after the recent battle and newfound enlightenment. The armor of light seemed to acknowledge Cheng Yang more than before. However, at this moment he had no strength left to continue the fight. Cheng Yang lay upon the cold ground, surveying the devastation around him. Yet his heart was unexpectedly calm. It appeared he had anticipated this outcome. A soft weeping reached Cheng Yang's ears. Following the sound, he spotted a small girl, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, hiding beneath a bed, stifling her sobs. Perhaps her family was still at work, leaving her alone in fear, helplessly trembling. Hearing the cries, Cheng Yang found an unexpected reserve of strength, somehow managing to rise from his battered state. Stay hidden, don't make a sound, he rasped gently. He then laboriously made his way to the gaping hole created by his fall. Even if he could no longer fight, he could not allow the monster to reach this place. He needed to lure it away to an unoccupied area. Motorcycle F. Crack. As the card was inserted into his belt, a floating motorcycle materialized in the air. Cheng Yang swiftly mounted it, soaring into the sky. The wooden monster leaped after him, hot on his trail. Before long, they reached the outskirts. Yet, despite the advantage of the motorcycle, it was impossible to shake off the beast. Where had he gone wrong? Even if he had never encountered that mysterious figure, if he continued to fight, his true identity would eventually be revealed. What then for humanity? The power of the armor needed to evolve. Yet how many formidable monsters like the wooden beast existed? Whoosh! The air was pierced as sharp wooden spears hurtled towards Cheng Yang. He deftly maneuvered the motorcycle through the air, evading the assault, but the creature closed in ever closer. Armor adaptation increased to 100. You have met the prerequisites for armor upgrade, gaining the Bloodline of Light. An upgrade? Bloodline of Light? Cheng Yang was bewildered. Upgrading the armor required not only a 100 adaptation rate, but also the corresponding upgrade card. Lin Zha had not yet forged the upgrade card for the light armor. The upgrade card necessitated the Bloodline of Light as a sample from a summoner with 100 adaptation, sufficient monster energy, and a special item imbued with light power. At present, even though Cheng Yang's adaptation had reached 100, Lin Zha could not instantaneously create an upgrade card. Whoosh! Another wooden spear shot through the air. At this moment, Cheng Yang could no longer evade. The spear struck the motorcycle, sending him crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The wooden monster followed closely, descending from the sky. Yet, amidst the dust, Cheng Yang did not fall. Instead, he stood resolute. The light and shadow sword gripped in his right hand, and a card clutched in his left. Did he still wish to fight? Beyond those little card tricks, did he possess anything new? The wooden monster raised its blade, mocking him with disdain. Even through the armor, it sensed the frail human within, whose vital signs were dangerously unstable. Even if it were to release him now, death would likely be his fate. The monster was perplexed. Why? When this weak human was on the brink of death, could he still maintain the armor? Why could he still fight? It could sense that wielding this armor, obtaining power that surpassed humanity to confront monsters, was exceedingly taxing on one's stamina. A typical human could not possibly possess the endurance to control this armor. At that moment, this severely injured and dying human was merely exhausting his life force. Even if he were to perish within the armor in the next second, it would come as no surprise. Cheng Yang's hand, clutching the card, trembled slightly. Trembling, was it fear? Or had he grown so weary that he could scarcely hold onto such a card? The wooden monster approached Cheng Yang slowly, relishing the moment, watching this man, who had come to terms with his own power yet dared to draw his sword against it, crumble under the weight of despair. It was more gratifying than slaying him outright, as if this could absolve its previous caution and slight fear. Indeed, I was afraid. Cheng Yang gripped the card tightly, striving to suppress his trembling. Oh! The wood monster halted its advance, seemingly intrigued by the impending words of the human before it. Was it a plea for mercy? Such a notion could indeed be delightful, warranting a pause to grant him a few more seconds of life, a fleeting indulgence for its own amusement. He was engulfed by fear, anxious that he had not fulfilled his duty, that he had disappointed the summoner and the armor of light. Had the armor chosen someone else that night? Had the summoner selected another? Would the outcome of today have diverged? Had he truly given his utmost? Had he embraced the responsibilities of being chosen? Or had he acted too rashly? Despite Cheng Yang's self-reproach, his resolve only deepened with each passing thought. He acknowledged that he had not performed to the best of his abilities. There were certainly others who excelled beyond him, yet he had exerted every ounce of his strength. Storm E-Snap. The Storm E card descended from his fingers, plunging into the summoner. Compatibility 50. Armor Enhancement. Chapter 37. The Storm's enhanced form with the insertion of the Storm E-summoning device. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Torrential rain, swept by the winds, materialized around Cheng Yang, enveloping him in a tempestuous embrace. The rain shimmered with a cerulean glow, continuously adhering to his armor, coalescing into a distinct form. Blue patterns emerged upon the platinum armor. Crack! Accompanied by a flash of lightning, a bolt struck the chest plate, transforming into a silver electro pattern that protruded from it. Massive blue shoulder guards replaced the original smaller platinum ones, extending towards the arm guards. The center of the summoning device on his belt, a golden orb, shifted in hue, as if strands of golden lightning were trapped within, pulsating rhythmically. Light armor, enhanced, storm form. Chungyang raised his sword, and the curtain of rain instantaneously vanished, leaving behind the resplendent light armor. The base of the armor remained unchanged, appearing as though it had been fused with blue and silver components. Strands of lightning danced across the surface of the armor, flowing with potent energy. Chungyang felt his nearly exhausted body surging with unprecedented vigor. Yet this energy was not conjured from thin air. It was derived from the lightning of storm, electrifying his body and forcibly extracting latent strength. The currents of electricity coursing within stimulated every cell, breaking them down and transforming them into combat energy, until his very essence was consumed. That would be the moment of his demise. Is this your trump card? The wood monster raised its blade, transforming into a phantom that charged towards Chungyang. He lifted his shadow sword. Silver arcs of electricity leapt from his arm to the blade, enveloping it in a layer of lightning. Simultaneously, the power of storm amplified the shadow sword, spreading blue embellishments and patterns across it. As the blade met the sword, electric sparks flew. Open your mind's eye. Within the 2-meter radius of his expanded perception, everything slowed to a crawl. Yet Chungyang, infused with lightning and draining his life force, attained an unprecedented speed. It was as if his entire being had transformed into a streak of lightning, darting towards the wood monster. They collided and separated, only to crash together again. The sounds of clashing echoed, their speeds escalating with each exchange. Boom! Trees splintered, the earth rumbled, rocks crumbled into dust, and soil transformed into mere particles. The naked eye could no longer perceive the traces of their conflict, only witnessing golden flashes and electric bursts, green blades and shimmering lights incessantly colliding, tearing apart everything in their vicinity. Such power can still erupt? The wood monster sliced through Chungyang's assault, its gaze sharpening into a cold glare as it watched him stagger back. But if you think this makes you my equal, you are gravely mistaken, insect. As the wood monster spoke, it swung its green blade with a fierce countenance, unleashing waves of green wind blades towards Chungyang, much like a storm electrified by rain. In that moment, Chungyang inserted the Storm E card, enhancing his light armor with the attributes of water and electricity. Wind, too, belonged to the wood element. As a high-level wood monster, it wielded not only wood-based attacks, but also commanded the winds. Defensive stance. Chungyang swiftly positioned his sword horizontally, gripping the hilt with one hand while bracing against the blade's back with the other. Clang, clang, clang. The explosive sounds of impact echoed as he deflected the relentless barrage of wind blades. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of noble power. From 100 meters away, the wood monster raised an empty hand, targeting the reeling Chungyang. Whoosh! The wind stirred the trees, causing them to sway violently, leaves rustling together in a symphony of combat. The forest, a domain of the wood monster, became alive. In an instant, countless trees seemed to awaken, thrashing wildly as if summoned as minions directed at Chungyang. As they swayed, a tempest of leaves detached, spinning towards him like a multitude of razor-sharp blades. The air filled with glimmering leaves, swirling and rustling ominously. Chungyang tightened his grip on the shadow sword, lightning crackling violently along the blade. Slash! 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 The blade descended relentlessly, cleaving through the array of leaves electrified by his strikes, tearing them into fragments. Yet the deluge of leaves was unending, transforming into a floating green tide that threatened to engulf him. Faced with the oncoming storm of foliage, Chungyang drew forth a card. Shadow, thrust F. Snap! The shadow thrust. With the card's insertion, the skill activated. Countless shadowy, sword images, crackling with lightning, surged forth alongside the thrusting shadow sword, shattering the deluge of leaves that enveloped him. The flickering lightning danced amidst the sea of green, as everything around him became obscured by the shattered remnants of leaves. This is not good. Sensing the obscured visibility, Chungyang swiftly activated his mind's eye, disregarding his fatigue, and drew another card. Light Fist F. Within the realm of his heightened perception, the fragmented leaves abstracted into coarse black and white lines, swirling slowly around him. Amidst these chaotic lines, a massive root surged forth like a serpent, darting through the debris of leaves towards Chungyang. Snap! Light Fist! Chungyang clenched his fist. Golden radiance entwined with silver lightning, striking forth with immense force. In an instant, the surrounding foliage disintegrated, and the advancing root splintered under the impact, scattering into wood chips. However, as the first root was obliterated, more roots surged from all directions, akin to venomous serpents lurking within the debris. Now locked onto their prey, they surged forth with unbridled ferocity. Chungyang tightened his fists, one hand wielding a blade and the other a fist, continually unleashing strikes. The energy and vitality of his body waned as he exchanged it for overwhelming power and relentless attacks. Yet, all things have their limits. As his strength ebbed, the lightning began to seep into his organs, electrifying them and draining his power. One root seized the opportunity, coiling around Chungyang's neck like a constrictor. With a vicious whip, it hurled him towards the wood monster. The wood monster, having gripped its green blade tightly, lunged towards Chungyang. Steadying his breath and enduring the pain, Chungyang prepared to counter. Slash! The blade clashed against the sword once more. But how could the hastily swung sword of Chungyang withstand the full force of the wood monster's charged strike? The blade emitted a mournful cry, nearly slipping from his grasp as the overwhelming force knocked him back. His ability to stabilize himself was gone. Meanwhile, the wood monster advanced, transforming into a green specter, darting towards the flung Chungyang. With another strike, everything transpired in an instant, culminating in a rapid conclusion. Chungyang, battered by successive blows, was flung into the ground, shattering trees, crushing soil, and crashing into the earth below. Chapter 38. Secure it well. My unseen ere the beast showed no mercy. It lunged at Chungyang with blinding speed, the blade ruthlessly aimed at his neck. Wait, are you begging for mercy? The monstrous figure paused, glancing at Chungyang with eager anticipation for a cry of surrender. Such a display would epitomize human cowardice and elevate its own noble stature, effectively absolving it of the previous humiliation it had felt. Thus, if it could hear a plea for mercy, it would prefer to grant this human a few more moments of life. I merely wish to convey that you have fallen into my trap. Chungyang extended a finger towards the beast before him. In the next moment, you shall find yourself powerless, utterly unprepared to withstand my assault. The creature halted its movements, casting a disdainful glance at Chungyang, seemingly unfazed. Yet the very next instant, the ground erupted violently. Torrents of water burst forth, shooting skyward in magnificent columns, the tallest reaching several dozen meters high. Nearby lay a water treatment facility, and beneath him were massive pipes transporting water. The Storm E-Card, primarily wielding the power of water, had seen Chungyang utilizing the electricity attribute of Storm E throughout their battle. In truth, from the outset, he had been harnessing the water's essence, secretly accumulating it within the underground pipes to generate formidable pressure. The beast's attack had been anticipated, and now he would unleash a close-range water assault. As for whether the beast would afford him the time to gather this power, Chungyang had gleaned fragments of its character from their recent combat: arrogance, disdain, and hubris. This was an inherent perception of humanity deeply rooted in its genes, unchangeable. It held humans in utter contempt, desiring to see them quail in fear and trepidation. As long as it could provoke him into calling for mercy, it would undoubtedly halt its advance. Thus, Chungyang locked eyes with the creature, plunging his luminous blade into its form. Experienced the humiliation of being outwitted and harmed by a mere human. Storme. The full force of Storm erupted, transforming Chungyang into a conduit for lightning, unleashing an unprecedented strike. Dazzling silver arcs of electricity danced within the waters, enveloping the beast entirely. A numbing sensation coursed through its body as the water conducted the electricity, rendering it immobile. Chungyang's blade, under this tremendous assault, began to slice through the creature's armored shell. Human, vile human! The beast's expression contorted into one of unbridled rage, its face contorted into a grotesque mask of fury. Even now, it could only refer to Cheng Yang as human, for in its eyes, there was no need to remember the name of a mere mortal. It had never introduced itself to Cheng Yang for the insignificant. Lowly human had no right to know its name. Remember this wound. The blade continued to penetrate deeper, breaking through the armor and into flesh. Yet, Cheng Yang understood the futility of his endeavor. He could not slay this beast. Even this attack, executed with all his might and cunning, was barely effective. Otherwise, he would have been unable to breach its defenses. He could only hope that the next summoner would possess the affinity for fire armor, capable of countering this beast and ultimately defeating it. As for him, his insides had turned to char, and he remained alive solely by maintaining his transformed state. The moment he reverted, death would be inevitable. Remember this wound. It was inflicted by the first summoner of the light armor, the insignificant human, Cheng Yang. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive sounds of thunder and the torrent of water, the beast was sent reeling. A dark gash marred its chest, revealing charred, blurred flesh beneath the cracked armor. It was wounded. It had been harmed by the very human it scorned, small and weak. At this moment, the beast felt no anger, only profound shame and humiliation, akin to a grown adult being bested by a child. It was utterly grotesque. Taking a deep breath, the creature regarded its wound without opting for healing. Being of wood, it possessed formidable regenerative abilities. This level of injury could heal within mere moments. Yet, it chose not to. Woodminder Pei intended to use this wound as a reminder, a mark of this humiliating moment. Step by step, Woodminder Pei advanced towards Cheng Yang, who now lay exhausted and on the brink of collapse in the water. In the eyes of Woodminder Pei, the once formidable Cheng Yang appeared no stronger than an infant. Nevertheless, this frail human had managed to inflict harm upon him with that armor. To Woodminder Pei, this was no different than being defeated outright. Woodminder Pei's gaze towards Cheng Yang was complex, weak, short-lived, and foolish. For ages, they had ruled over and enslaved the servant race. Cheng Yang, surrender the summoner's device. That artifact cannot remain in this world. As Woodminder Pei maintained its monstrous form, it knelt, extending a clawed hand to lift Cheng Yang's head. Under the immense, sharp claws, Cheng Yang's head seemed on the verge of being crushed. Cheng Yang merely stared calmly at the grotesque figure looming before him. You must recognize the truth of this world. Your kind has ruled over humanity far longer than you imagine. In this enduring span, humanity has endured. Your forbidden power only leads to self-destruction. That summoner's device brings naught but misfortune, and you yourself were nearly killed by it. Is there truly any difference between being ruled by your kind and by humans? Humanity's fleeting decades, born and perishing in an instant. Who truly cares about the identity of a ruler? Cheng Yang met the beast's fierce gaze, his lips parting to speak. The future of humanity rests in our own hands. If one day we meet our demise by our own actions, it is our choice. But should others dictate our fate, then what does it matter if we self-destruct? The relationship between humanity and your kind can only be one of cooperation, not master and servant. To achieve such cooperation, power must be equal. You wish for me to relinquish the only force capable of harming your kind? Huh, go ahead, kill me. Woodminder Pei regarded the frail human before him, who felt no fear. It could not discern the presence of the summoner's device or card within him. Perhaps. Woodminder Pei glanced at the fractured underground water pipe. Could it be that this fellow had thrown the summoner's device and card into it? Secure it well. Your unseen heir. Chapter 39. The hero of justice within the confines of a water pipe. Lin Zha was swept away by the current, distancing himself from the monstrous creature and Cheng Yang. All of Cheng Yang's cards had been collected by Lin Zha into the summoner. Although, apart from torrential rain, all these cards were crafted by Lin Zha, he did not perceive them as belonging to him. Throughout his time with Cheng Yang, Lin Zha had entrusted the care of these cards to him. They were Cheng Yang's possessions, and at this moment, he had already bequeathed their ownership to the next inheritor of the armor. Even now, it was merely a matter of safeguarding them, as Lin Zha believed. Curse it! Curse it. Lin Zha felt a profound sense of guilt. As a summoner, he had failed to detect the presence of the creature in advance. If it had merely been the summoner's memory that was affected, it could be excused, for the summoner remained fundamentally human. Yet, as a being of light, his own memories had been obscured by darkness, failing to serve as a warning to the summoner. It was a dereliction of duty. The first summoner, Cheng Yang, has perished. A notification window popped up. Is that all the money you have? With such a meager amount, do you look down on us? In an alley beside the street, a group of ruffians cornered a terrified student sitting on the ground. Scattered around him were his books, and his empty backpack lay discarded. One of the thugs clutched a black faux leather wallet, the student's transportation card, campus card, and student ID strewn upon the ground. Please, give me back my wallet. The student struggled to rise, attempting to reclaim his wallet from the thug's grasp. However, his frail form was no match for the ruffians. He was easily held down, a brutal knee striking his nose. Blood gushed forth, and in agony, he collapsed back to the ground. You dare act tough with such a paltry sum? The thug loomed over the student, pressing his head into the filthy gutter, spitting a thick loogie onto the student's face. The student writhed in pain, unable to voice his cries, his mouth pressed against the ground. Looks like you need a lesson you won't forget. Let me treat you to something special. The thug, adorned with lip rings, bent down, gripping the student's head and forcing it toward the greasy, putrid water of the gutter. No, please. The student struggled desperately, but he could not resist. Watching helplessly as his face neared the foul waters, the acrid stench overwhelming him. We don't want to do this, but you need to remember. Next time, if you wish to avoid this fate, just lend us some money. The thug grinned maliciously, pushing the student's face closer to the muck. Please, no. The student was on the verge of tears. Help! Someone help me! Hey, you lot! Just as his head was about to be submerged in the stinking gutter, a sudden voice interrupted the thug's actions. Annoyed, they looked up to see a tall figure at the alley's entrance. Broad shoulders blocked much of the light, and a dark blue beret concealed half of his face, yet the exposed portion revealed a strikingly handsome and chiseled jawline. Do you have a business license for your coffee shop? Huh? Kid, if you don't want to die, mind your own business. The thug brandished a dagger, tilting his head back and extending his tongue in a threatening manner. A dagger, how terrifying. It was a gleaming 15-centimeter blade, capable of piercing an artery or reaching the heart, polished to an exquisite sharpness. The shadowy figure spoke with a teasing tone, observing the thug, who was now clutching his chest in fear. What's going on? This person is facing 3 armed thugs, yet speaks with such a provocative tone. The student, pinned to the gutter, stared in shock at the figure. You looking down on me? This isn't a toy. Or do you think I want to stab you? The thug's eyes widened, approaching the alley's mouth with the knife in hand, his veins bulging in anger. No, please, I'm begging. The student thought, knowing that such a long dagger could easily penetrate his heart. Get lost if you know what's good for you, you scum. Bang! Before he could finish, a whooshing sound pierced the air, followed by a massive fist crashing into the thug's nose. In an instant, the sound of shattered bone echoed, blood gushing from the thug's face as he was sent sprawling against the wall, crashing into the gutter. The assailant raised his head, his bloodied fist aloft. Don't get too cocky, you pathetic thug. Whether it's 1 or 2 of you, I'll turn you into lifeless dogs. As he spoke, he advanced toward the remaining thugs without hesitation, undeterred by their drawn knives. You. The thug in the gutter clutched his nose, terrified as he gazed upon the approaching figure, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the freed student looked on in awe at the advancing silhouette. Impressive, but there are still 2 thugs, both armed. As expected, the remaining 2 thugs quickly reacted, brandishing their knives with rage. You dare underestimate us. Do you really think we want to stab you? Spitting defiantly, they lunged toward the approaching figure, 1 on each side. Yet, the figure remained calm, hands raised, feet slightly apart. He easily sidestepped the first dagger, delivering a powerful elbow strike. With a crack, a scream erupted. Ah, my hand! The figure ignored the cries and seized the other thug's wrist, executing an over-the-shoulder throw that sent the thug crashing to the ground, dislocating his arm with a sickening sound. In a single confrontation, both thugs lay defeated. You scoundrel! After all this, you still refuse to beg for mercy, and you're still talking tough. Impressive. Now, allow me to treat you to a special drink from my little shop, black coffee." As he observed the still defiant thug, the figure grasped the ruffian's head, dragging him toward the gutter. "Please, no, don't." The ruffian seemed to have recalled something, struggling violently. However, all efforts proved futile as he was unhesitatingly pressed into the foul ditch. The putrid stench caused him to thrash about intensely, and when he was finally lifted, he had already rolled his eyes back and commenced to vomit. Chapter 40. The Monster Response Team. How do you find the sign of the little CAF, black coffee? A shadowy figure inquired with a smile. The remaining two ruffians were rendered speechless, staring at the figure as if gazing upon a demon. Without hesitation, they turned and fled, disregarding their vomiting companion and their earlier bravado. The retching thug, upon witnessing his companions abandon him, could only endure his nausea and scrambled out of the alley. "Hey, you over there, student." The figure, hands tucked into his pockets, approached the student who had been extorted. Terrified, the student quickly sat up, only to find the figure crouched down, gathering the fallen books and backpack from the ground. "Hurry and tidy up. You still have school to attend, right?" Thank you." The student jumped to his feet, expressing gratitude as he hastily joined in the cleanup. "My name is Xuanmu. May I ask for yours?" Once everything was gathered, the student bowed again in appreciation. Jia Guyan. Jia Guyan, one hand in his pocket, pulled out his phone. "Oh no, I'm going to be late again. Damn it. We had agreed not to be late today. Forget it." He returned the phone to his pocket and tossed the backpack to Xuanmu. "Hurry up. I'll take you to school now." "Thank you so much, Mr. Jia. As expected, I'm late again." Jia Guyan sighed as he gazed at the towering buildings before him. This very structure was none other than the Monster Response Center of Xiguang City. Jia Guyan served as a senior officer in the Monster Response Department, responsible for combat deployment. However, he harbored a deeper, hidden identity as a secret member of the Monster Response Team. The Monster Response Team was a clandestine faction within the department, governed by stringent confidentiality protocols and comprised of its most pivotal members. Each member was personally selected by the captain to ensure the purity of the core operations, safeguarding against the infiltration of intelligent monsters. Indeed, Jia Guyan was aware that the higher-ups of the Monster Response Department had already been infiltrated by disguised monsters. He understood that human society could very well be under the dominion of these creatures, perceiving humanity as mere livestock in their eyes. Upon entering the Monster Response Department, Jia Guyan took the elevator to the deepest underground level. He then passed through several biometric security doors, finally arriving at the secret base of the Monster Response Team. The office of the team housed only a dozen individuals. Due to well-known, peculiar circumstances, the team members did not work in one location, but were divided into several small groups, each operating from different secret bases. Their group was particularly unique, not fitting the mold of a combat or research unit, but rather serving as a comprehensive integration team, consisting of both combatants like Jia Guyan and researchers studying monsters. "You're late again," a bespectacled woman with dark circles under her eyes remarked weakly, glancing at Jia Guyan. Despite her poor condition and cold demeanor, her face bore the delicate beauty of a fragile maiden. "Ahem, I encountered a boy being bullied by a gang today, so I intervened and defeated them, ultimately escorting the boy to school," he explained. "Last time you were late, you claimed to have saved a drowning girl. The time before that, you said you were chasing a fugitive, and the time before that. No, this time it's true. Each time has been genuine." Jia Guyan protested, slapping the table with the hand that had been in his pocket. The woman merely returned a nonchalant expression. "Damn woman, what S with that look? Fine. A fine of 5. Ugh, I won't bother arguing with you." Jia Guyan swiftly abandoned his defense, hands back in his pockets. His gaze fell upon the centerpiece of the office, the object encased in glass, the summoner device. Indeed, it was the armor summoner. As for its origins, Jia Guyan glanced at the woman he had just been bickering with, Baiyu. This summoner had been procured by Baiyu from an online source a few days prior. Though he wished to criticize its provenance, no one expected it to be authentic. The seller had been visited by them for verification. It was said that the seller found it by the riverbank, coinciding with a recent pipe explosion in the suburbs of Xiguang City and signs of battle. At this moment, The entire monster response team came to a singular realization. The first summoner of the light armor had perished in that battle. In his final moments, he had cast the summoner into the ruptured water pipe, where it was ultimately discovered by a passerby and listed online as merchandise. Due to the previous summoner's demise, no one in this office knew how to operate the device. The armor summoner was currently one of the most classified pieces of information within the monster response department, with only a select few, including the captain, aware of its existence. Through Bayou's research, it was revealed that to activate this summoner, one must meet the compatibility criteria of the armor to gain recognition from the device and obtain transformation capabilities. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Bayou had been diligently testing a device to assess potential summoners, and some progress had already been made. That annoying woman, despite her bad temper, does possess some skill. She had previously identified the conditions for summoning the armor and the usage parameters for the cards. Bayou lifted her gaze, staring intently at Jia Guyan. Though she said nothing, her eyes conveyed a multitude of messages. Don't stand there and obstruct my view. Jia Guyan surmised this was likely her thought. Damn, that annoying woman. With his hands in his pockets, Jia Guyan turned away, making his way toward the summoner. Bayou then shifted her focus back to the summoner qualification sensor 1.0 she was studying. When Jia Guyan had approached earlier, the device seemed to have reacted, prompting her to look up. This fellow, while lacking the qualifications for the light armor, exhibited a high compatibility with the new armor. Inside the glass enclosure, Lin now watched Jia Guyan, who approached with his hands in his pockets. The new armor, which was nearing completion, was the Fire Sparrow armor. Lin now had been engrossed in its creation for 4 days and nights without rest. He had grown weary of the outside world, preferring to remain within the confines of the summoner. The external threats did not concern him. He was disinterested in the new summoner. He merely needed to provide the power of the armor to a suitable new summoner, fulfilling the contract he had established. May you live longer. Lin now silently wished as he gazed at Jia Guyan through the glass. He had a premonition that this man might very well be the next summoner. Chapter 41. The emergence of new beasts in Area A11. An unusual energy reaction has been detected. Yin and Chun Xian, equip yourselves properly and proceed to investigate. Understood. Acknowledged. As combat members, it is imperative to advance to the front lines to address any detected anomalies. Typically, standard combat members can manage common abnormal reactions. However, the beasts previously dealt with by Cheng Yang were transformed directly by the formidable Mutamid, thus exhibiting extraordinary power that exceeded the capabilities of the beast countermeasure department. Ordinary monsters, often born from the accidental transformations of sparrows, wild dogs, or rats, do not possess the intervention of high-ranking beasts and typically do not exceed human limits, allowing them to be subdued with sufficient firepower. Fully equipped, Ian mounted his motorcycle, donning goggles and a helmet. In instances of reduced personnel, the Beast Countermeasure Department resorts to motorcycles for transportation, as certain monsters are exceptionally swift and can easily dart into narrow alleys, where automobiles struggle to pursue. I'm off. Don't lag too far behind, brother. Ian gestured to Chun Xian with a sideways glance. With a hum, Ian sped out of the Beast Countermeasure Department, racing toward the anomalous energy response. Chun Xian, shaking his head in resignation, followed closely behind. Is this the place? In an aging residential area, Ian dismounted his motorcycle, retrieving a specially designed firearm for combating monsters. The weapon bore a striking resemblance to typical firearms, save for a slightly larger muzzle. The ammunition within was crafted from a unique alloy. The Beast Countermeasure Center could only ascertain the general vicinity of the anomaly to pinpoint the exact location. They would need to utilize the monster energy tracking component within their goggles. Oh no, is the reaction emanating from a sewer? Ian grimaced in distaste. Is this karma? I had just bought a thug a cup of black coffee this morning, and now I find myself in a metaphorical cup of black coffee. What black coffee? A familiar voice crackled through his earpiece. Bayou, who was overseeing the remote detection operations at the Beast Countermeasure Center. Ah, are you in charge today? Ian grumbled, teeth clenched in annoyance. No wonder my luck is so abysmal. With a grimace, Ian crouched down to pry open the sewer grate. Clang! As the cover was removed, Chun Xian arrived behind him. The target is in the sewer? Yes, we mustn't delay. Let's wrap this up quickly. Ian clapped his hands and ventured into the sewer. Descending to the bottom, he promptly activated the light on his helmet, scanning the area for threats with his weapon drawn, ensuring no dangers lurked before signaling for a safe light to illuminate the sewer. Upon seeing the safe light, Chun Xian followed him into the passage. This way, Ian gestured to indicate the direction of the anomaly. Received. Chun Xian turned his back to Ian, remaining vigilant. Ian, gun at the ready, cautiously approached the source of the unusual reaction. The expansive sewer was grimy, the sticky ground emitting a disgusting squelching sound beneath their feet. Target detected, bat-infected variant. Beware of its speed and sonic attacks. Ear protection has been activated for you. Also, be cautious not to fall into your beloved black coffee. Baiyu's voice echoed in their ears, the last remark tinged with a hint of anticipation. Insufferable woman. Ian glanced back to ensure Chun Xian had received the message before raising his weapon toward the ceiling. The overhead light began to shine upward, illuminating the monster's location. As the light revealed a clearer outline of the creature, Ian's wariness heightened. The light abruptly halted. Light captured. Engage immediately. Baiyu's voice urged. Without hesitation, Ian aimed and fired at the illuminated spot, joined by Chun Xian in unison. Only after firing did they clearly see the monster, a massive bat hanging upside down above them. It appeared to be the size of a young adult, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the two. Suspended from the ceiling, its claws had pierced through the concrete. With razor-sharp fangs and fur as dark as steel, they unleashed a barrage of specially designed bullets that erupted in the darkness of the sewer, blood splattering as the bat's wings were riddled with holes. With a pitiful shriek, it plunged into the filthy sewage below. Is it resolved? Ian remained cautious, aiming his weapon toward the murky water. Just then, a scraping sound emerged from the side. Instinctively, Ian twisted his body, bracing his gun. Squeak! A colossal rat, resembling a calf, lunged at Ian, its steel-like fangs clamping down on the barrel of his gun. The force sent Ian stumbling backward, nearly toppling into the flowing filth. The steel barrel was punctured. Damn it, your jinx is uncanny. Ian grumbled, eyeing the foul-smelling sewage behind him, convinced that if he fell in, even a thorough cleaning would not cleanse his spirit. Summoning his strength, he swung his arms, sending the rat, along with his gun, flying. He swiftly drew a pistol from his thigh, aiming at the airborne rat. Bang! 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 A series of precise shots exploded the rat's eyes, shattering its skull and penetrating its brain. Stowing the smoking handgun, Ian barely had time to catch his breath when he heard a splash from the sewage. It was the bat that had fallen into the filth. He quickly pivoted, raising his pistol once more. However, Chun Xian was quicker, firing his automatic rifle at the bat that lunged at Ian. Blood erupted as the bat was obliterated, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Is it resolved? Ian inquired, noting the temporary absence of unusual reactions. Has the anomaly vanished, insufferable woman? He pressed the earpiece, seeking confirmation from Baiyu. Wait. Baiyu's voice abrupt. Chapter 42. The summoner's reaction at this moment. Baiyu's gaze was captivated by the summoner beside her. The summoner had remained silent since joining the monster countermeasure team, yet it had suddenly exhibited a response. This reaction, was it a sign of a monster's appearance? If this summoner could detect monster activity, why had it not reacted earlier? In an instant, Baiyu pieced together the information in her mind. The light armor previously only manifested when formidable high-level humanoid monsters appeared. Low-level monsters and disasters, which the Monster Countermeasure Center could handle, typically went unnoticed. The monster intelligence previously summoned must have been acquired through this very summoner. Thus, the summoner's reaction indicated the presence of a high-level monster. The location was. She needed to leave immediately, disperse the surrounding crowd, and await reinforcements. Baiyu paused for less than a second as she comprehended and confirmed these details before issuing commands once more. Even the derogatory term for Jiaqing Yin was temporarily set aside in her mind. She chose not to dwell on it. Receiving the directive, Jiaqing Yin did not question the rationale and swiftly began retracing her steps. However, just as she had taken a few strides, Chun Xian suddenly halted. Beneath his feet, the dark green moss appeared to come alive, creeping up his boots and anchoring him firmly in place. In the depths of the dark sewer, the sound of movement echoed, resembling claws striking the ground. Jia Yin quickly created distance and raised her weapon to fire. Bang, bang, bang. Following the rapid gunfire, a humanoid monster emerged into the light. Its form illuminated, with dark green skin and a brown exoskeleton reminiscent of cockroach. Its limbs were adorned with steel-like bristles. Two subtly quivering antennae extended from its head, and a pair of sharp claws glistened with a layer of dark green slime. Its fly-like eyes betrayed no indication of its focus. The bullets Jia Yin had just fired merely left wisps of smoke on the creature's exoskeleton and skin. Flee immediately. Bayu's voice rang in her ears, tinged with urgency and panic. At that moment, Bayu swiftly opened the glass cover of the summoner, retrieved it, and secured it in her bag. She then rushed from the elevator to the ground floor, mounting a motorcycle and bursting forth from the Monster Countermeasure Center through a hidden exit. According to the testing results she had conducted that morning, Jia Yin possessed the qualifications to be a summoner. Bayu was well aware that she should not be this anxious. The summoner did not belong to her. Even if it did, she lacked the authority to remove it from a Monster Countermeasure Center. Her actions were undoubtedly against regulations. If Jia Yin did not possess the qualifications to summon, and the summoner fell into the hands of a monster, she would be committing a grave mistake. However, she could not stand idly by and watch Jia Yin perish beneath the monster's claws. She had joined the Monster Countermeasure course because of Jia Yin. They had known each other for a long time, akin to childhood friends. Throughout her elementary and middle school years, she had remained solitary, believing her peers too immature to engage with. In truth, she understood the real reason. Her introverted disposition prevented her from forging friendships. Her perception of her peers as juvenile was merely a self-justification. One fateful day, she encountered Jia Yin, who had confronted a group of delinquent students, cornering them in the restroom and delivering a beating. At that time, Jia Yin had sustained some injuries, but those troublemakers were left bloodied and bruised. The outcome was that Jia Yin faced disciplinary action and was suspended for a year, while those delinquents transferred schools. The reason for their transfer seemed to stem from Jia Yin's relentless pursuit. During his suspension, he would wait outside the school, confronting them whenever they appeared. Consequently, they had no choice but to withdraw. Later, Bayu learned that Jia Yin had intervened against those bullies because they were plotting to target her. It was a particularly vicious form of bullying, which even involved the preparation of harmful substances. The motive for the bullying was likely her lack of friends, her reclusive nature, and her seemingly vulnerable demeanor. That incident occurred many years ago, yet Jia Yin had never mentioned it to her, even after they became friends. Of course, given her own awkward personality, she could never muster the courage to bring it up. Bayu, please return the summoner immediately. You have already violated. Hearing the words through her earpiece, Bayu expressionlessly silenced the public channel, retaining only the intelligence channel. She then twisted the throttle to its limit, bending down to press against the motorcycle as she sped through the traffic. The white fabric of her attire fluttered in the wind, strands of hair escaping the helmet's confines. Trailing behind her, damn it, what a disgusting mutated cockroach creature. Jia Yin observed the motionless monster, yet despite the hair on her back standing on end, she refrained from making a rash move. Yin, hurry and escape. Don't worry about me. I'm immobilized now. At least I can distract it. Chun Xian glanced at Yin, raising his weapon to aim at the monster, speaking with gravity. It's precisely because you're immobilized that the monster won't attack you. I'll lure it away. You stay here and wait for rescue. After declaring this, Jia Yin dashed to the side and fired at the monster once more. Wait, Yin! Yin! Chun Xian hurriedly attempted to call out in protest, but Jia Yin had already fired, shouting aloud. Hey, cockroach creature, are you just standing there to lay eggs? Now is not the time for that. You're about to be crushed by me. Bang, bang, bang. As she spoke, Jia Yin fired to draw the monster's attention. Sure enough, the creature turned its head toward her position. Yet, with those fly-like eyes, Jia Yin could not ascertain whether its gaze had truly settled on her. Perhaps it had. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind filled the air as the cockroach creature lunged toward Jia Qingyan. Its speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 The bullets fired struck the creature, but merely ricocheted off, offering no resistance whatsoever. Sometimes, enduring necessary humiliation is a sacrifice for a brighter tomorrow. With a determined resolve, Jia Qingyan discarded her rifle and sprinted forward. Yet, despite her efforts, the distance between her and the cockroach creature continued to diminish. Just as it seemed the monster would catch up, Jia Qingyan suddenly pivoted and leaped into the polluted waters. Her entire body submerged beneath the murky surface, disappearing from sight. The thick filth rendered it impossible for even the cockroach creature on the bank to discern her position. Underwater, Jia Qingyan held her breath, cautiously swimming. Let us maintain this stalemate. I can hold my breath for 8 minutes. Chapter 43. Let us engage in a gamble where life is the stake, alas. How repugnant. The stench is unbearable, and I cannot discern any movement on the shore. Yet, it is precisely this overwhelming odor that conceals the scent of Jia Qingyan, rendering the monster unable to track him. It did not leap down after me, did it? Jia Qingyan cautiously navigated through the murky waters, moving with the current while attentively listening for any sounds from a bank. Tap, tap. Are those footsteps? It seems they have not yet discovered my location, hesitating above whether to jump down. Ahaha. The monster, like a cockroach, possesses an intellect at that level. Thus, he musters his strength and swims a considerable distance with the flow of the sewage. Only then does he cautiously emerge from the water, seeking a breath of fresh air. To his astonishment, as he surfaces and wipes the filth from his goggles to restore his vision, he finds the cockroach monster staring at him with its grotesque, fly-like eyes. Astonishingly, they are merely a few meters apart. This is impossible. My plan has failed. This creature has been able to ascertain my position from the very beginning, stealthily following me and waiting for me to show myself. Those antennae. Jia Qingyan notices the pair of antennae on the monster's head, trembling at an imperceptible speed, sensing its surroundings. At first glance, he cannot discern their form. Only the incessantly quivering phantoms above can be seen. I'm out of options. Jia Qingyan gazes at the cockroach monster, knowing that at this distance, with its speed, a mere swipe of its claw could easily crush his skull. I am doomed. As the monster raises its claw, Jia Qingyan's mind races. Wait. He suddenly straightens up, crossing his arms and locking eyes with the cockroach creature. If you kill me like this, won't you find it dreadfully dull? Jia Qingyan is certain that this monster possesses a considerable level of intelligence. It has been aware of his location all along, yet refrained from attacking him in the sewage. It seems that it relishes the sight of him struggling in the muck. Perhaps it finds this amusing. The previously arrogant creature now hears such submissive words from him. What could be more delightful than this? As expected, upon hearing Jia Qingyan's words, the cockroach monster halts, seemingly intrigued to hear what he has to say. You wish to speak. What? It spoke. The monster has uttered human language. Undoubtedly, it is capable of Kamu. Chapter 44. I believe in you. This neighborhood, already aged and worn, now found its residents likely aware of the impending danger, beginning to evacuate. Consequently, the streets were sparsely populated. That despicable cockroach must be pursued, and it was imperative to lure it to a more desolate area. Engaging in battle within this residential zone would undoubtedly spell disaster. Regrettably, my earpiece had long since vanished, rendering me unable to receive orders from higher command. However, my combat suit was equipped with multiple tracking devices, ensuring that reinforcements could reach me without issue. Thus, the ensuing moments hinged solely on my judgment. Jia Qingyan swiftly dashed toward the vehicle parked by the roadside, yanking open the door. Your car is commandeered. Exit immediately. You can't just take my new car. Do you know how much it cost? That is not a question. It is a command. Without further ado, Jia Qingyan seized the driver by the collar, hoisted him out, and cast him aside before flooring the accelerator and speeding away. In the next instant, the cockroach creature sprang forth from the sewer, racing after Jia Qingyan. Damn it. It's right behind me. Gazing into the rearview mirror at the pursuing monstrosity, Jia Qingyan pressed the accelerator further, yet the distance remained unchanged. Beep beep. The car's audio system activated and the navigation screen illuminated. Jiagu team member, follow the navigation promptly and lead the creature away from populated areas. Understood. What's that noise over there? None of your concern. Jiagu Yin slammed on the brakes, swiftly maneuvering the steering wheel into a drift, skimming the curb as he turned sharply. The creature, more brutish in its pursuit, crashed through a wall, relentlessly chasing after him. On the other side, Baiyu clung to her motorcycle, swiftly approaching Jiagu Yin's location, guided by the navigation. The situation was perilous, and time was running out. Virum, the speeding vehicle, with the relentless monster in hot pursuit, raced down the road. The surrounding buildings began to thin out. Jiagu Yin, adhering to the navigation, was successfully drawing the cockroach creature away from densely populated areas. At this moment, the creature was perilously close, its claws nearly grazing the trunk. Yet, Jiagu Yin had the accelerator pressed to the floor, unable to shake off the beast. Curse this wretched vehicle. Jiagu Yin briefly glanced away from the rearview mirror to check the navigation. Upon returning his gaze, he was startled to find the monster had vanished. What on earth? His heart raced as he quickly examined the other side of the mirror, only to find no trace of the cockroach creature. Suddenly, he felt the car tremble slightly and sensed a decrease in speed. Could it be? He rapidly reclined the seat back, throwing himself down. In the next instant, the creature's claws sliced through the car roof, narrowly missing Jiagu Yin's chest. Damn it! Jiagu Yin slammed on the brakes. In an instant, the speeding vehicle began to decelerate rapidly, the powerful inertia almost throwing him from his seat. However, the cockroach creature was not so fortunate. With the sudden halt of the car, its body was violently flung away. Jiagu Yin quickly raised his seat back, again pressing the accelerator, charging toward the cockroach creature. Seeing this, it swiftly grasped the speeding vehicle, leaping onto the hood. Its sharp claws pierced through the metal, anchoring itself. The creature leaned down, pressing its upper body against the windshield, locking eyes with Jiagu Yin. Jiagu Yin gritted his teeth, hands clenched around the steering wheel, prepared for a desperate confrontation. The cockroach creature seemed to find satisfaction in Jiagu Yin's expression. Don't underestimate me. Together, we shall descend into hell. Jiagu Yin roared, flooring the accelerator, his eyes wild with determination, revealing his teeth in a fearsome snarl. Then, without hesitation, he flung open the car door and leapt out, allowing the speeding vehicle, along with the creature, to hurtle towards the bridge. That hurts. Jiagu Yin tumbled upon landing, rolling to dissipate the force, his combat suit scraping against the ground to shield his skin. Despite this, he still sustained some injuries. Curse it, this will require at least 3 months of paid leave to recuperate. Rising from the ground, Jiagu Yin gazed ahead. The car had already crashed through the bridge railing, plunging into the rushing river below. Yet, he did not believe such damage could obliterate the creature. He needed to escape immediately. As he contemplated his escape plan, he noticed a claw protruding from the edge of the broken bridge. The cockroach creature had resurfaced from beneath the bridge. This fiend had not followed the vehicle into the depths, but had instead burrowed beneath the bridge at the moment of its fall. Human, you truly deceive me. The cockroach creature advanced slowly, exuding a formidable aura that pressed down upon Jiagu Yin. It seemed intent on dismantling his psychological defenses piece by piece. This time, Jiagu Yin chose silence. If there was hope for survival, he was usually adept at yielding when necessary. However, yielding did not equate to surrendering entirely. With no weapons in hand, he raised his clenched fist. Buzz! The sound shattered the cold, tense atmosphere. A motorcycle sped towards Jiagu Yin, rapidly closing the distance. That you foul woman. Jiagu Yin could hardly comprehend that Baiyu, the precious senior researcher of the Monster Response Division and Central Commander, had arrived. This could not have been an order from the Monster Response Team. This woman was indeed unpredictable. Baiyu halted her motorcycle, glanced at the monster, then tossed a bag towards Jiagu Yin. He caught it, looking at her in confusion. Transform. If you cannot, we shall both perish today. Baiyu spoke calmly. Upon hearing her words, Jiagu Yin seemed to realize something. He reached into the bag, grasping a solid object, and pulled it out. It was the Platinum Armor Summoner. You've truly lost your mind. Jiagu Yin gasped, taken aback that this rational woman had brought such a thing. Without a doubt, she had violated protocols gravely. I believe in you. Bai Yu removed her helmet, fixing her gaze upon Jiagu Yin. Well, if that is the case, I shall trust your judgment this once. Chapter 45. The Fire Sparrow Armor. Fusion. Jiagu Yin tightly grasped the summoner, a flicker of flame igniting upon its surface. Subsequently, the flames swiftly enveloped the entire platinum-hued device, transforming its color. As the flames danced, the golden hue faded away, replaced by vibrant crimson patterns of fire. Bai Yu fixed her gaze intently on Jiagu Yin's actions, observing the metamorphosis of the summoner. The flames appeared to diverge from her expectations of a transformation effect. She had conducted meticulous studies on the armor of light, which did not possess the power of flames. However, it was evident that he possessed the requisite aptitude. Then why had he failed previously? Bai Yu relinquished her contemplations and continued to observe Jiagu Yin. Jiagu Yin, gazing at the rejuvenated summoner, glanced towards the distant beast. He extended his hand, clutching at the void. Flames coalesced at his fingertips, shaping into a card of fiery red. The front of the card depicted an ensemble of armor in blazing red and black, accentuated with white components. The shoulder guards resembled the head of a fire sparrow on the left, while the right bore an outstretched claw, gripping a crimson orb. The chest plate evoked the image of a fire sparrow with wings unfurled. Two feather-like metallic appendages, resembling flames, extended from either side of the helm, with crimson, crystal-like eyes gleaming with fiery brilliance. Not the armor of light? This is a new armor? Observing the Fire Sparrow armor card, Bai Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. If viewed from this perspective, Jiagu Yin's previous inability to activate the summoner stemmed from not meeting the qualifications for the armor of light. Instead, did he possess the aptitude for this new armor? Bai Yu, as a researcher, instinctively began to collect precious transformation data, even at this moment. Yet Jiagu Yin was unconcerned with such thoughts. He pressed the summoner against his waist belt, focusing on the fiery red Fire Sparrow armor card. Fire Sparrow armor. Click. Fusion. As the Fire Sparrow armor card slid into the summoner, a crimson circular array unfolded beneath Jiagu Yin's feet. Soon, roaring flames erupted from below, enveloping his entire being. These flames seemed almost tangible, clinging to Jiagu Yin's form, rapidly coalescing into solid armor. The searing heat and blinding flames compelled Bai Yu to instinctively shield herself with her hands. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Jiagu Yin. As the flames receded, the ground beneath Jiagu Yin had melted into a layer of crimson gel, while a suit of fiery armor enveloped his body. One arm hung down, while the other swept in front of him, dispersing the residual flames that clung to him. Yet, the armor, seemingly forged from fire, continued to shimmer with fiery radiance. The Fire Sparrow insignia appeared poised to ascend amidst flames at any moment. This power, is this the strength of the armor? Jiagu Yin clenched his fist, feeling the armor encasing his body. He felt no hindrance or weight from the armor. It was as if this suit had become an extension of himself. His strength, speed, and perception had been amplified to an unimaginable degree. How does it feel? It feels absolutely magnificent. Jiagu Yin cast his gaze upon the cockroach monster, which instinctively retreated 2 steps, unable to contain its trepidation. Unlike the previous mindless beasts, this cockroach monster sensed the formidable strength of Jiagu Yin's armor, a power as fervent as fire itself. In its eyes, Jiagu Yin was not merely clad in armor. He was enveloped in a blazing inferno. Boom! Jiagu Yin brought his left hand down in a palm strike, and his right into a fist, colliding them together. In that instant, searing flames erupted with sparks akin to molten lava from the point of impact. Fire Sparrow armor, the flame armor, the explosive fire, the agile spirit of the sparrow, merged into one. This specialized armor of speed and power wielded the might of flames. It could scorch and obliterate, yet also purify and lie in wait, possessing the power of rebirth through fire. Next, it shall be your unfortunate fate. Jiagu Yin charged towards the monster, his fiery armor igniting as he transformed into a blazing entity, hurtling towards the beast. Despicable human, though the cockroach monster was daunted by Jia Gu Yin's fiery prowess. Its inherent superiority complex as a beast compelled it to attack rather than retreat. It harbored a visceral desire to shred both the armor and the human within, painting the ground with flesh and blood. Flames coiled around Jia Gu Yin's fist as it collided with the claw of the cockroach monster. Boom! With an explosive sound, flames erupted, scattering as the cockroach monster staggered backward. Unlike Cheng Yang's initial transformation, Jia Gu Yin's physical prowess and combat awareness far surpassed that time. He maintained the armor with greater ease and control. As the cockroach monster stumbled back, Jia Gu Yin seized the opportunity, his agile steps drawing closer. Flames igniting from the armor at his feet, wrapping around his right leg. He then delivered a powerful kick to the monster's head. The searing flames, combined with immense force, created a deafening crack as the air exploded. Whether from the sheer force or the scorching flames, it was hard to tell. The cockroach monster had no time to react before it was struck heavily on the neck, sent flying and rolling across the ground. Roar! You vile human! Struck by the blow, the monster angrily rose, glaring at Jia Gu Yin, sharpening its claws as it lunged at him. Jia Gu Yin maintained his stance, extending a finger, pointing at the creature. The fiery armor refracted a blaze-like glow under the sunlight. Stinky cockroach, before you meet your end, would you care to lay some eggs and leave a legacy? I can offer you that chance. Jia Gu Yin mockingly taunted. Upon hearing Jia Gu Yin's words, the cockroach monster, nearly driven to madness by rage, could scarcely articulate a response, erupting in a series of roars. Then it lowered its body, limbs splayed out, abandoning its human form to become a gigantic, crawling cockroach, surging towards Jia Gu Yin with alarming speed. Indeed, a foul cockroach. Observing the approaching behemoth, Jia Gu Yin remained unfazed. Clenching his fists, he summoned two fireballs that coalesced in his outstretched hands. The Fire Sparrow armor not only possessed tremendous strength and speed, but also the capability to manipulate flames for ranged attacks. This was the culmination of Lin Zha's extensive research. A powerful armor crafted with great effort. Fire Sparrow feathers. As he compressed the two fireballs together at his chest, a violent reaction erupted at the point of contact, resulting in explosive bursts and splattering flames. The flames that burst forth transformed into feather-shaped fireballs, hurtling towards the cockroach monster. Chapter 46. Fire Sparrow Blade. Fire Sparrow / Whoosh. Countless fiery feathers shot through the air towards the cockroach monster. Its enormous, fly-like eyes clearly reflected the rapidly flying feathers. Then, its entire body transformed into a blurred phantom, darting swiftly from side to side to evade the oncoming feathers. The mist feathers effortlessly melted into the ground, embedding themselves deeply. Such astonishing speed. Jia Gu Yin gazed at the cockroach monster, unable to suppress his admiration. However, such speed could only be a short-term burst. Otherwise, had it pursued him at this velocity earlier, he would have been caught long ago. Yet at this level, it could hardly hope to evade his Fire Sparrow feathers. Jia Gu Yin maintained a continuous barrage of Fire Sparrow feathers, swiftly adjusting his position to follow the monster's movements. Soon, the cockroach monster was enveloped by a dense cloud of fiery feathers, leaving it with no means of escape. It could only adjust its body, using its hard shell to confront the feathers. Its claws moved like phantoms, slicing at the searing feathers. Time and again, its sharp claws shattered the feathers. But the Fire Sparrow feathers were not mere bullets or arrows. Once shattered, they transformed into searing flames that scorched the monster's shell and claws. Before long, the monster's claws and shell were engulfed in a deep crimson glow, emanating white smoke. Roar! The agony rendered the cockroach monster even more irritable, and in a fit of rage, it charged at Jia Gu Yin with reckless abandon. The speed at which it approached, oblivious to the onslaught, was nearly impossible to anticipate. In an instant, its shell was covered in cracks, and the charred monster pressed itself close to Jia Gu Yin. Its claws, like beams of light, swung toward Jia Gu Yin's neck. Just as it seemed poised to strike, Jia Gu Yin vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a flickering flame as an afterimage. How could this be? This speed far surpassed my own. The cockroach monster quickly turned, but it was still a moment too late. It only saw a ball of fire hurtling towards it, moving with such swiftness that it could not defend itself. Enveloped in flames was a tightly clenched fist. Desperately, it raised its claws in an attempt to defend itself. However, the rapidity of the fire sparrow armor left it no opportunity for defense. It seemed that the outcome of the fist's swing was inevitable, to strike the enemy with unrelenting speed. Bang! The fist landed heavily on the cockroach monster's face, and in an instant, the flames erupted. The immense force, combined with the explosive flames, crashed down upon its head. Its facial armor shattered, disintegrating into ashes amidst the flames. Its body was propelled away by the force and the explosion of fire, akin to a shell being fired, crashing through a low wall before tumbling to the ground, embedding itself deep into the concrete. Dazed, it shook its head, feeling the unbearable pain of its scorched body. So painful, so painful. Fear surged within it, filling its being with terror of the flames. It possessed reason and intelligence, and thus it feared. It longed to flee, yet another figure loomed at its mind. That man had bestowed upon it power, granting it a noble bloodline. Remember the price of this power. Remember who granted your life. Merely the thought of that man, no, that monster's voice, made it tremble in terror. If it fled, no matter where it hid, that monster would find it and deliver a punishment more horrific than death. It was a rare, perfectly transformed individual, capable of controlling its beastly instincts with intellect. Struggling to rise, it gazed at the approaching figure. Jiguyen walked forward, flames swirling around his clenched fists. Beneath the crimson helm, his gaze remained locked onto the monster. The next move would send you to your end. Jiguyen stopped 10 meters away from the cockroach monster. With a swift motion, his left hand brushed against the storage device at his waist, retrieving a card. The card bore a fiery red background, depicting a blade of fire, its edge seemingly ablaze, with the letter fin in the upper right corner. Fire Sparrow Blade. Click! As the card was inserted into the summoning device, a swirl of red flames coalesced in Jiguyen's right hand, transforming into a fiery blade held firmly in his grasp. The blade's hilt appeared entwined with a soaring fire sparrow. Roar! The cockroach monster bellowed in fury, raising its claws and charging at Jiguyen. The clash of claws and blades echoed sharply as the two figures flashed past one another. A moment later, the monster's claws shattered into countless fragments. Jiguyen turned to gaze at the writhing beast, drawing another card. The card, still bearing a fiery red background, depicted a flaming bird in the shape of a blade, with the letter fin the upper right corner. Fire Sparrow Slash. Click! As the card was inserted, the fiery blade blazed as if fully ignited, intense flames wrapping around it, transforming it into the form of a fire sparrow poised for flight. Faintly, one could hear the piercing cry of a sparrow. Jiguyen gripped the hilt tightly, flames igniting from his arms. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire suit of armor was ablaze, and the scorching waves of fire radiated outward. The cockroach monster sensed the overwhelming power and knew without a doubt that this strike would be its end. It attempted to resist, but felt itself ensnared, with no means of escape. With the insertion of that skill card, its demise was sealed. In that instant, it was as if it stood as a corpse, one capable of thought. Slash! As the fire sparrow blade came crashing down, a sharp cry echoed. The flames entwined around the blade broke free, soaring towards the cockroach monster. It extended its claws in a desperate attempt to resist, yet all was futile against this strike. Its outstretched arms dissipated like ashes, the flapping fire sparrow incinerating its limbs and piercing through its chest. The searing heat radiated from the wound, and within mere breaths, it collapsed to the ground. Its body melted into fiery lava from the gaping hole in its chest. Kill F-grade monster. Energy points 50. Jiguyen gazed at the fallen beast, then withdrew a blank card with a fiery red background, aiming it at the monster. In an instant, the monster's energy was rapidly absorbed by the card, which now depicted the creature. Yet, as the monster's energy was siphoned away, no trace of a human or any animal remained on the ground. Clearly, this intelligent beast was indeed something special. Jiguyen looked at the monster card in his hand, and without further contemplation, he inserted it back into the summoning device. Chapter 47. Equipment Upgrade. The card disengaged from transformation. The armor upon the body seemed to revert from its tangible form into flames, transforming back into a card. The summoner remained unchanged, restored to Jia Yin's belt. However, the fiery patterns on the summoner persisted, altering its original appearance. Is this what a card truly is? Jia Yin gazed into the card holder, extracting one of the cards, which was none other than the Fire Sparrow armor card. At this moment, Jia Yin appeared to have merely broken a light sweat, breathing heavily, slightly fatigued. After securing the card and summoner, Jia Yin turned to face Bai Yu. Seemingly aware of Jia Yin's gaze, Bai Yu crossed her arms, her expression impassive. Here is your bag back. Jia Yin approached Bai Yu, handing over the bag in his possession. Bai Yu maintained her stoic demeanor as she reclaimed the bag and returned to her motorcycle. Now that the issue was resolved, it was time to head back. Jia Yin glanced at Bai Yu, then at the summoner. What a vexing woman, why the hurry? Typically, she carries herself with such indifference. What compels her to rush over this time? She even defied orders by bringing the precious summoner without permission. What could possibly incite such urgency? Having dealt with the cockroach monster, Jia Yin reverted to his previous state, hands in pockets, leaning in to scrutinize Bai Yu's cold visage. Let me guess the reason behind this? Could it be out of concern? Buzz. Bai Yu showed no signs of hesitation, donning her helmet, twisting the throttle, and abruptly leaving Jia Yin behind. That insufferable woman, abandoning me here? Wait, it's difficult to hail a cab here. Jia Yin glared at Bai Yu's retreating figure, teeth clenched in frustration. What on earth did I do to deserve this? He could only sit on the ground, resting while perusing the cards within the holder. Light armor card, shadow sword F card, shadow stab F card. Most of the cards were of the light attribute, which Jia Yin was unable to utilize. The fire attribute cards included Fire Sparrow armor card, Fire Sparrow blade F card, Fire Sparrow /F card, along with some attribute-less functional cards, Hacker F card, Motorcycle F card, Potion F card, Crossbow F card, Rain Realm E card, and the Natural Element Downpour E card. Is it possible that none of these cards can be used? After confirming the effects and functions of each card, Jia Yin returned them to the card holder. He then took out the summoner, examining the information displayed, and found his summoner panel. As expected, his panel was considerably stronger than Cheng Yang's initial panel. Summoner Jia Yin, 2nd generation. Race, human. Summoning level, level 1. Strength 9 spirit. 8 constitution. 7 skills. 1. Marksmanship, mastery. 2. Martial arts, mastery. 3. Swordsmanship beginner. 4. Basic footwork, mastery. Armor affinity, 1. Fire Sparrow, 70. 2. Light, 30. Light energy points, 70. Store. Click to view details. Purchased 1. Basic breathing technique. 2. Basic postures. So this is one of the functions of the armor summoner. Jia Yin contemplated the contents within the summoner. There was also the legacy of the 1st generation summoner left for him. Since Cheng Yang had already made the purchases, Lin Wei did not eliminate the skills Cheng Yang acquired. Instead, they were stored within the summoner, allowing the next generation of summoners to access them at any time. Cheng Yang had passed the summoner, along with the cards he had obtained, to the next generation of summoners. Lin Wei also bequeathed Cheng Yang's acquired skills to the new summoner. Due to this summoner's unique identity, Lin Wei hoped that they would disseminate knowledge within the monster countermeasure team. After thoroughly reviewing the contents in the summoner, Jia Yin's mind began to churn with thoughts. Compared to monsters, humanity is undeniably feeble. The techniques within the summoner, such as the basic breathing technique and various combat skills, could other humans learn them? The combat members within the monster countermeasure team are selectively chosen individuals with combat talent, who, after rigorous training, can barely contend with the weakest monsters using firearms. Yet, even then, they remain pitifully weak in the face of the most ordinary monsters. However, if one could master those abilities, perhaps they could become slightly stronger, no longer feeling so feeble before monsters. If it were possible, Jia Yin gazed at the summoner. The power of the summoner could serve as humanity's redemptive force against monsters. Not merely the formidable armor, but it could elevate the entire life tier of humanity. That insufferable woman must investigate whether this is feasible. That wretched woman truly left me here all alone. Jia Yin extracted the motorcycle F card from the card holder and readied the summoner. Just as he was about to summon motorcycle F, unexpectedly, another motorcycle appeared before him. Get on, he said, please. Stop, stop, stop. How infuriating. After all this time, she doesn't even grant me a pleasant expression. As he witnessed Bai Yu about to flee once more, Jia Yin hastily mounted the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around her waist. Bai Yu glanced back, uttering no further words. The brilliance enveloped the cockroach monster's card, searing and refining it like flames. By creating the Fire Sparrow armor, Lin Wei also acquired a portion of the flame's power. As long as new armor is created, Lin Wei can obtain the corresponding power of that armor. After all, the essence of armor power is a projection of Lin Wei's strength, manifested in reality. However, since he does not belong to life, or more precisely, light as a form of life, he cannot directly project the armor's power into reality, thus requiring a qualified summoner to bear its strength. At this moment, as he refined the cockroach monster's card, Lin Wei could wield the power of flames, allowing for a more efficient refinement of cards. He could utilize the power of monster cards more effectively. To put it plainly, his current strength has intensified, his mastery over power has expanded, enabling him to refine even stronger cards. The knowledge acquired from the database could be better utilized. Light Energy 50. Although the monster card was transformed into Light Energy, a new card was refined by Lin Wei. Equipment Upgrade E card. Chapter 48. Two perspectives. The Equipment Upgrade E card can be inserted into the weapon slots of summon items, thus elevating the weapon to grade E and endowing it with enhanced power. The Fire Sparrow blade, the Shadow sword, the crossbow, and the motorcycle all possess slots similar to that of the summoner. By inserting the Equipment Upgrade E card, an upgrade is achievable. Naturally, these weapons may also be enhanced using nature type cards, bestowing upon them the attributes of a nature type. Furthermore, inserting a nature type card will prompt corresponding changes in both weapons and armor. For instance, when Chengyang upgraded the light armor with the Heavy Rain E card, the appearance of the light armor also transformed. However, it is likely that the Fire Sparrow armor will struggle to exhibit any power due to the incompatibility between the Fire attribute card and the Heavy Rain E. The synergy between these elements is expected to be quite low, potentially even diminishing the Fire Sparrow armor's strength. Yet, circumstances are not always absolute. While the light armor boasts relatively ordinary attributes, it excels in stability, remaining unaffected by environmental changes and maintaining consistent combat efficacy. In contrast, the Fire Sparrow armor possesses high speed and strength, but is vulnerable to water attributes, resulting in lower defensive capabilities. In aquatic environments, its power is likely to be severely diminished. In such cases, inserting the Heavy Rain E card could mitigate the effects of the water environment. Lin Nagi hoped to obtain a fire attribute nature card in the future. With a silent prayer, he immersed himself in the database for study. He had no desire to be overly concerned with the summoner, unlike those who fixated on Chengyang, possessing the strength of armor in a world rife with formidable monsters, many of which are covertly controlled by these beasts, is perilously dangerous. Lin Nagi wished to avoid developing any emotional attachment to the summoner. Such connections would only lead to heartache as generations of summoners departed. He considered himself merely a fragment of light, imparting his power to humanity. How they chose to wield it was entirely their prerogative. Lin Nagi convinced himself that the death surrounding him was irrelevant, as long as he refrained from influencing or dwelling upon it. Ah, is that not Lady Bai? Has your salary been reduced? Do you not enjoy money? Jiayan leaned over by U.S. workstation, poking at various items on her desk. Never mind. I shall be magnanimous and treat you to lunch this month. Bai Yu continued to ignore Zhou Yin, despite the fact that her recent unauthorized actions had yielded positive outcomes. Nonetheless, disobeying orders and unilaterally bringing the summoner outside the monster response team was an egregious breach of conduct, resulting in her salary being docked. Were it not for her exceedingly rare status as a senior researcher, she might have faced demotion. Jiagu Yin had become the second-generation summoner of the summoning device, classified as strictly confidential by the monster response team. Currently, Only a handful of individuals within the team were privy to this information, with no one in the upper echelons of the Monster Response Department, aside from the team leader, being aware. Simultaneously, the Monster Response team was diligently researching the power of the summoning device. Jia Guoyin had already mastered the basic breathing technique, and other combat members of the Monster Response team were beginning to learn under his guidance as the first batch of experimental subjects. However, their learning pace paled in comparison to Jia Guoyin, who could swiftly grasp and enhance the skills contained within the summoning device, while others struggled to progress. The summoning device and the chosen summoner were undeniably special. The criteria governing the selection of summoners by the device remained utterly elusive. After all, there were currently only two summoners. The first, who could summon armor known as Light, and the second, who could summon Fire Sparrow, yet was unable to summon Light. The summoning device was under Jia Guoyin's control, while the Light series card were safeguarded by the Monster Response team. Presently, Researcher Baiyu was tasked with developing the powers of the Light series cards. The item series cards, namely Potion F and Hacker F, were extraordinary, having been summoned multiple times for the use of the Monster Response team. All cards must be activated by the summoner using the summoning device to be utilized. Summoned weapons and items would revert to card form after a certain period. White-bordered cards belong to the Light attribute and the Item attribute, while red-bordered cards pertain to the Fire attribute. The black-bordered card, however, possesses the most unique powers, allowing for the mobilization of its strength even without the summoning device. It is presumed that its powers do not originate from the summoning device. I speculate that this card was not derived from the summoning device, but rather collected by the first-generation summoner from alternative sources. Baiyu explained her research to Jia Guoyin, during which the irritable woman found herself able to speak a bit more freely. Wait, Jia Guoyin interrupted Baiyu. Why do you refer to the first-generation summoner as sir while you simply call me that irritating woman? You don't even greet me with a hey. I have investigated the recent anomalies in Xiguang City and have connected them to the name of this card, recalling the unusual downpour that enveloped the city not long ago. Are you ignoring me? Jia Guoyin continued. This card may very well have been acquired by the first-generation summoner during that storm. I surmise that this black-bordered nature-type card was obtained through unique celestial phenomenon, or perhaps its power caused such an occurrence. The storm ceased, likely because the first-generation summoner retrieved this card. After concluding her report, Baiyu handed the documents in her possession to Jia Guoyin. I will investigate the recent areas of celestial anomalies and will notify you of any findings. Damn it, have I offended that irritating woman in some way? Jia Guoyin sat cross-legged on a cushion, practicing the basic breathing technique while venting his frustrations. His mastery of the technique had reached the first level, and he was now striving towards the second. He had also been training in the basic stances. With 70 energy points, he had purchased the equipment upgrade card. Baiyu walked past the training room, holding a stack of documents, glancing at Jia Guoyin as he meditated and practiced his breathing. Haven't you always called me that irritating woman? How infuriating. Chapter 49. Celestial Anomalies, Volcanic Rain Realm. The Mirrored World created by the Rain Realm F card. This mirrored realm is a spatial interstice opened by Lin Zha, harnessing the immense power of a colossal core. Within the Rain Realm, that enormous core continuously generates monsters, producing approximately 30 creatures daily. However, similar to the real world, Lin Zha is unable to engage in combat within the Rain Realm. He can only allow summoners to enter and fight. By vanquishing these monsters, they provide a steady source of light energy for themselves, while the summoners can also gain consistent light energy points. Furthermore, the defeat of these monsters has been designed by Lin Zha to yield dropping rewards, encouraging summoners and others alike. Indeed, it is not solely summoners who can enter the Rain Realm. Ordinary individuals may also venture in. Regardless of whether the monsters are slain by summoners or others, Lin Zha can refine light energy from the dropped monster crystals. Yet, these low-level monster crystals are incapable of being refined into weapon cards or skill cards. At this moment, the Rain Realm card is being stabilized within an independent laboratory of the Monster Countermeasure team. The opened Rain Realm passage swirls like a vortex, floating in an astonishingly unscientific manner. Can you hear me? Is the communication clear? The response is affirmative. communication is clear. At this moment, Jiagu Yin has already entered the Rain Realm alongside a group of combat members. Meanwhile, outside, Bai Yu is directing the combat members within the Rain Realm through the channel opened by the Rain Realm card. The images transmitted back through the Rain Realm passage are quite clear. Occasionally, monsters rush in, but the combat members easily dispatch them. As Jiagu Yin has already grasped the basic breathing technique, he naturally does not rely on firearms like the other members. Instead, he hones his basic breathing technique and fundamental defense through combat. Basic breathing technique Proficiency 1, Basic Defense Proficiency 1. The speed at which these two skills improve during battle far exceeds what tedious training could achieve. The monsters in the Rain Realm currently pose little threat to Jiagu Yin. Moreover, as a member of the elite, core, and confidential monster countermeasure team, his foundation is significantly stronger than Cheng Yang's. Even if his basic breathing technique has only reached the first level, he can maintain basic breathing during combat, comprehensively enhancing his physical attributes. Basic breathing technique Proficiency 1. Basic breathing technique, Level 1, 100-100. Basic breathing technique, Level 1. Basic breathing technique, Level 2. Constitution 1. As the battle continues, the proficiency of the basic breathing technique finally reaches its peak. Jiagu Yin feels a flame burning in his chest, and the air he exhales has transformed into scalding white vapor. As the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, Jiagu Yin's body is gradually being modified under the influence of the summoning device. However, unlike Cheng Yang, the source of his transformation is not solely light, but also fire. Under the influence of the basic breathing technique, even without transforming, his body gains some fiery characteristics when operating the breathing technique. Currently, this characteristic allows him to exhale gas that is approximately 10 hotter than that of an average person. His body's tolerance for high temperatures has consequently increased. Has he reached the second level? In an instant, he feels an overall enhancement in his physique. Jiagu Yin does not indulge in self-satisfaction due to this improvement. Instead, he continues to intensify his training regimen. To become a member of the Monster Countermeasure team, Jiagu Yin has not only relied on his exceptional talent, but also on years of rigorous training. Seizing this opportunity, he exerts himself to the fullest. After all, he was the one who, after dropping out of school, spent an entire month outside, confronting delinquents until they withdrew. Such tenacity, I believe, would lead to success in any endeavor. The response from the Rain Realm monsters has ceased. Here, please evacuate the Rain Realm in an orderly manner. As a monster's presence fades, the combat members within the Rain Realm begin to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Upon returning to reality, everyone is drenched, as the Rain Realm has been perpetually drizzling. Except for Jiagu Yin, the summoner, the other combat members have, under Jiagu Yin's guidance, begun to grasp the basic breathing technique. They are now able to enhance their vitality and reaction speed through breathing, although physical enhancement through breathing still requires extensive practice. Volcanic anomaly? Jiagu Yin moved closer to Bai Yu, gazing at the news on the computer. The location is not in Xiguang City, but rather on a volcanic island overseas. Is it a volcanic eruption? Jiagu Yin recalled Bai Yu's earlier words about anomalies. It is highly likely that a nature-type card has emerged in the volcano. It is very probable that it is a natural fire-type card. If it were merely a typical volcanic eruption, why would I suspect it to be a celestial anomaly? The molten lava from this eruption has already covered half of the island, forming a lava lake. Yet, neither the island's trees nor its fauna have been incinerated. They even traverse the molten surface as if walking on solid ground. The temperature of the lava is abnormal. Upon reaching this point, Bai Yu opened a document on his tablet and handed it to Jiagu Yin. It contained detailed investigative information regarding this lava eruption. As expected, members of the Monster Countermeasure team have gone to investigate such a celestial anomaly. Samples of the lava are being transported back to the Monster Countermeasure team. Is that so? When can I go? The recent heavy rain, the Rain Realm F card, the Rainstorm E card. All these events are interconnected. If that volcano indeed birthed a nature card, it should be concealed within a spatial interstice akin to the Rain Realm. Such interstices might harbor exceptionally powerful monsters. You still need to train. Bai Yu does not encourage Jiagu Yin to recklessly venture into such perilous places. Compared to the first generation, Jiagu Yin's power is still not sufficiently mature, nor does he possess enough fire-type cards. Moreover, even the first generation, Bai Yu recalls the battlefield photographs from that encounter. The battleground of Mudum Dape and the first generation has been located by the members of the monster countermeasure team. Yet no trace of the first generation's body has been found. Based on the battle marks, Bai Yu also conducted a battle assessment. It was an exceedingly brutal confrontation, and the opponent faced by the first generation was exceptionally formidable. Regarding the identity of the first generation, logically, based on the battle traces that extended from the urban area to the suburbs, there should be some clues. However, none have been uncovered. There are no signs of missing persons near the battlefield. It is as if the first generation vanished like a specter, or perhaps some entity has erased not only the first generation, but all traces of his existence from this world. Upon contemplating this, Bai Yu feels a sense of dread. If the news of the summoning device were to be exposed, would Jiagu Yin, or the entire monster countermeasure team, also be erased from this world without a trace? Without a single clue, it would be as if they had never existed. Bai Yu's mood grows increasingly oppressive. Those ancient beings lurking in the shadows are formidable enough to evoke suffocating fear. Chapter 50. Jiagu Yin was disgusted. A low hum resonated from the summoning device, snapping Bai Yu back to reality as Jiagu Yin raised the device before him. A monstrous creature had emerged in Zone D, Area A of Laiguang City. The heart of the city is characterized by its bustling activity and retains several ancient structures. Areas B and C primarily encompass the commercial and residential circles surrounding the educational district, while Zone D serves as an economic development zone, housing numerous factories. Bai Yu promptly informed the Monster Response Team to deploy combat personnel. The Monster Response Team operates as a clandestine organization with minimal personnel. The presence of a creature detectable by the summoning device certainly indicated it was not a mere nuisance from the sewers. The members of the Monster Response Squad were unable to manage the situation alone. Thus, the intervention of the combat unit was imperative for evacuation and containment. I joined as well. Jiagu Yin swiftly descended to the ground via the elevator and then withdrew a card. Motorcycle F. With a click, flames ignited, revealing a motorcycle with a silver base before him, adorned with flame patterns on the fuel tank and sides. Jiagu Yin mounted the motorcycle and, guided by the map displayed on it, surged toward the location of the monster. This marked the inaugural public appearance of the Fire Sparrow armor. The general populace remained oblivious to the potential demise of the first generation. They were more familiar with the armor of light. With the roar of the motorcycle echoing, Jiagu Yin maneuvered through the traffic at breakneck speed. The foot traffic in Zone D was sparse, primarily consisting of factory workers. However, this low volume was relative. It did not imply that the streets were devoid of people. Suddenly, the monster violently overturned a small car, hoisting it above its head, while a family of 3 inside screamed in terror. Fortunately, the driver managed to maintain a semblance of composure, hurriedly shifting his child from the back seat to the driver's seat and grasping his wife's hand to comfort them as best as he could. Pedestrians along the roads fled in panic, seeking refuge in nearby buildings. Only a few remained, desperately attempting to escape, feeling that sheltering indoors would leave them trapped. The creature roared, shaking the car overhead before viciously hurling into the air. Fire Sparrow. With a click, Jiagu Yin inserted the card into the summoning device, flames rapidly enveloping him, including the motorcycle he was mounted upon. The motorcycle, shrouded in flames, began to morph, twisting and expanding as if it were molten metal. All of this transpired in an instant. Bystanders merely caught a glimpse of the fiery spectacle before a formidable armored warrior, astride a blazing motorcycle, soared into the sky, deftly rescuing the 3 occupants from the car and depositing them safely on the ground. Armored warrior? The fleeing pedestrians turned back in astonishment, for their mental image of an armored warrior was the platinum armor of light. They had yet to witness this new crimson-armored figure. Jiagu Yin, having set the rescued family down, now faced the monstrous creature before him. Its body was grotesquely muscular, riddled with tumor-like growths, each pulsating with purple veins. Its face was devoid of eyes, instead adorned with two thick, fleshy horns protruding from the eye sockets. Its mouth. Chapter 51. The mysterious manipulator behind the scenes at this moment. The creature was truly bizarre, and Jia Yin had no intention of delaying further. With a swift motion, he drew forth a card from his waist, Fire Sparrow Blade. With a sharp sound, the card was inserted, igniting a conflagration that flowed through Jia Yin's outstretched right hand, transforming into a blade of flame. He then darted toward the beast like a phantom, leaving only a trail of flickering embers in his wake. The fiery blade sliced through the air, creating a resonant crackle as it aimed at the creature. In an instant, the blade tore through the beast's chest, leaving behind a charred and scorched gash. Did it hit? No. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from Jia Yin's chest plate, the overwhelming force propelling him backward. The Fire Sparrow armor offered little protection, and he was caught off guard by this sudden attack. It felt as though a knife had pierced through his armor and struck directly at his chest. An attack. When did it happen? With the speed of the Fire Sparrow, how could he have failed to evade or notice it? Moreover, this attack felt eerily similar to the very strike he had just unleashed. His gaze shifted to the creature's shoulder, where a flesh-colored Fire Sparrow resided, and he instantly grasped the nature of its power. It could bind the damage it received to him. As long as it was attacked, he would suffer the same injury. Infuriatingly, it possessed such a despicable ability. Jia Yin stared at the creature, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Yet the creature was not one to ponder. It staggered to its feet, its chest wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Jia Yin felt no relief from the pain he had just endured. It seemed the creature merely shared the damage it received, rather than binding its own state to his. The beast roared and charged at Jia Yin once more, arms outstretched as if to exchange blows. Faced with the absence of a strategic solution, Jia Yin could only evade its lethal strikes. Utilizing the swiftness of the Fire Sparrow, he deftly dodged the creature, his blade once again aimed at its shoulder. This time he tempered his strength, yet he still felt a sharp pain radiating from his own shoulder. Was every form of attack capable of being reciprocated in kind? The creature, enraged, swiped at Jia Yin with its spiked claws. As he moved, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, easily avoiding the onslaught. He then increased the distance between them. Fire Sparrow Feather. A plume materialized at his command, resembling a fiery dart, and shot toward the creature's thigh. Upon impact, Jia Yin experienced a jolt of pain in his own leg. Was there truly no way to distance himself further? Yet, if he ventured beyond the range of the Fire Sparrow Feather, he would be powerless to inflict harm upon the beast. With a mighty roar, the creature charged again, this time with the fleshly Fire Sparrow head shifting toward its neck, seemingly poised to replace its exploded head. Though Jia Yin was unsure of the implications, an instinctive dread took hold of him. Should that head, modeled after the Fire Sparrow, succeed in replacing the beast's shattered visage, dire consequences would surely follow. However, attacking the creature would only result in a reciprocal blow to himself. The beast also possessed regenerative abilities, and with each successive assault, it was evident that the Fire Sparrow, with its low defensive prowess, would ultimately succumb. If only he had stronger armor, he could simply press on without worry. Yet, the Fire Sparrow was not equipped for such resilience. Curse it, why do I feel so targeted? It seems as if some unseen force is scheming against me. Jia Yin couldn't help but entertain this thought. The creature's every aspect seemed to counter him, raising suspicions of deliberate orchestration. Boom! The clash between the beast and the remnants of the armor resulted in a cacophony of destruction, buildings crumbling and the earth splitting as they battled. Despite the apparent entanglement, it was Jia Yin who skillfully evaded the creature's relentless assaults at an astonishing pace. With a swift motion, he tore through the flames, appearing behind the beast, and once more unleashed a strike. The creature's flesh was rent asunder, yet Jia Yin felt as though a whip had lashed against his back. The pain elicited a furious roar from the beast as it turned to retaliate, swinging a fist toward him. Jia Yin evaded with incredible speed, raising his blade as he observed the creature from a distance. The fleshly head, now fully shifted to its neck, had completed its transformation. At that moment, the creature suddenly froze, The fleshly head morphed again, reverting to the form of the fire sparrow. What just happened? In an instant, the creature's demeanor has entirely shifted. Jia Yin regarded the beast warily, drawing another card. A new armored warrior? It seemed the summoner had fallen into its hands. Suddenly, the creature spoke, its voice a stark contrast to the irrational beast it had initially appeared to be. Unlike the cockroach monster, which had exhibited intelligence from the outset, this creature seemed to have gained awareness and cunning in a mere heartbeat. It was as if it had undergone a transformation. No, it had indeed become something else. This beast was being controlled remotely, akin to a marionette. Enough with the nonsensical dialogue. Who are you? Jia Yin felt an overwhelming shadow enveloping him. The flames of his armor, the power of the fire sparrow. What an irksome blaze. Who are you? The beast inquired about Jia Yin's true identity. What about your upbringing, fool? Don't you know to introduce yourself before asking for others' names? Jia Yin was already plotting his escape route in his mind. He needed to lure the creature to a deserted area before seizing the opportunity to flee. With this body's power, it was indeed challenging to inflict harm upon the warrior clad in flames. But unlike before, he had no intention of slowly uncovering its true identity. So, crack! The earth suddenly ruptured, and numerous thick roots burst through the concrete, entwining toward him. Jia Yin clenched the fire sparrow blade, slashing both horizontally and vertically. The searing flames surged like a dragon, obliterating the roots and turning them to ash. He quickly glanced toward the creature's location, only to find that it had not seized the opportunity to attack, but instead charged into a nearby building. Chapter 52, Weapon Upgrade Not Good. Jiagu Yin recalled that there were civilians hiding in the buildings on both sides. He swiftly pursued at breakneck speed. His velocity was unmatched by the beast. Even though it had momentarily halted him with the roots, he could still regain the advantage and catch up. As Jiagu Yin breathed in, he activated the basic breathing technique for the first time in his armored form. Instantly, his breath became searing hot, as if flames were igniting within his chest. His heart raced rapidly, pumping the fiery energy throughout his body. The fire sparrow armor began to radiate brilliance. If it had previously resembled burning charcoal, it now resembled glowing embers, poised to burst into flames at any moment. The fire sparrow armor was in its blazing state. With a swift motion, the rushing flames tore through the air, transforming Jiagu Yin into a fiery phantom as he charged toward the beast. At that moment, thick roots burst through the ground, shattering the walls of the buildings and obstructing Jiagu Yin's path. He bent slightly at high speed, drawing his blade to slash. In an instant, the sturdy roots before him were reduced to ashes by the flaming edge of his sword. Jiagu Yin dared not pause, quickly striking again. However, it was too late. Before him stood the beast, one hand gripping a woman by the neck, lifting her into the air. The woman struggled violently, emitting sounds of fear and pain. Now can you reveal your true identity? The beast inquired, fixing its gaze on Jiagu Yin. I am not a savior willing to sacrifice my life for a stranger. A mere hostage cannot threaten me. Jiagu Yin gripped the hilt of his sword and drew a white card. Snap! Oh! Without hesitation, the beast snapped the woman's wrist. You bastard! Jiagu Yin stepped forward in fury, inserting the card into the slot of the fire sparrow blade. Equipment upgrade. Snap! Fire sparrow blade F sparrow flame blade E. Flames swiftly enveloped the entire blade, which became broader and more robust. The firebird depicted on the blade appeared to unfurl its feathers, resembling tendrils of fire cascading into the weapon. The closed eyes of the firebird opened, resembling a jewel forged from flames. Do you really think I hesitate to kill her? The beast taunted. The blazing firebird armor is nothing but an eyesore to me, more so than that light. However, your weakness is indeed akin to light, so utterly foolish. Jiagu Yin remained silent, yet the blade slowly ignited once more, his armor ablaze. Your abilities are not omnipotent. After battling you, I have determined that your attacks do not instantaneously feed back to you. There is a momentary delay. Jiagu Yin articulated his assessment. Indeed, the beast responded, seemingly intrigued. You wish to attempt killing me within that fleeting moment of delay? Then you must unleash your full power for the strongest strike. Should you fail to seize that moment, the backlash will return to you. Are you willing to gamble your life against mine? The beast was eager for Jia Guyan to take the gamble, swapping its corporeal form for the life of a second-generation summoner, and their artifact was immensely valuable. Moreover, you will die before you can crush that woman's neck. Trust me, the moment your finger twitches, you shall perish. Jia Guyan tightened his grip on the fire sparrow blade, extending a finger toward the beast's face. The temperature of the space escalated, and both were locked in a tense standoff. This fool is truly betting his life, echoed thoughts in the air. For the sake of an unfamiliar, ordinary human. So foolish. The beast regarded Jia Guyan. Suddenly, Jia Guyan moved without warning. One moment he stood defiantly, one hand gripping the sword and the other pointing at himself. The next, he vanished like a sudden blaze, akin to an explosive firework. He had not even twitched a finger. Fool, did you truly believe I would wait for you to make your move? Of course. He struck with all his might while the beast was unprepared. A voice resonated from behind. Then, fine, hair-like lacerations began to appear on the beast's arm, where it held the woman. Blood seeped from the wounds, spreading until it enveloped the entirety of the beast's body. In an instant, the beast's form disintegrated into countless pieces, littering the ground. The fiery state of the fire sparrow armor, combined with the upgraded sparrow flame blade, showcased Jia Guyan's incredible speed. Yet even so, Jia Guyan staggered toward the wall, the flames of his armor dimming anew. His skin, beneath the armor, bore numerous deep cuts, oozing blood. His attack had initially targeted the beast's arm rather than its head, which meant he had not slain the beast immediately. Some of the attack's repercussions had indeed returned to him. Jia Guyan glanced at the woman on the ground, confirming she was merely unconscious and not dead. He crouched down, roughly realigning her broken arm. Then he withdrew Potion F, inserting it into the summoning device. Potion F, snap! A syringe materialized in his palm, which he then inserted into the woman's arm, administering the full dosage. Afterward, he retrieved a blank card, capturing the crystal of the beast floating in the air. Once he absorbed the beast's crystal, the blank card displayed the entire figure of the beast. Ouch, it hurts. Damn it. Jia Guyan lay in the medical room, bandaged and groaning in pain. This time, the beast concealed a far more powerful and mysterious creature behind it. Encountering the first generation could very well lead to the death of the first generation's beast, aiming to acquire the summoning device. I said it hurts. Why you ignored Jia Guyan, lost in thought. Brother Yin, this time I brought you a gift. You will surely adore it. On the other side of the hospital bed sat Chen Xian, a member of the beast response team and Jia Guyan's partner from their previous mission. Thank you. What is the gift? The authentic merchandise of the armored warrior. I managed to acquire an advanced version through special channels. Chen Xian produced a box. Its cover emblazoned with large letters, the strongest light armor legend. Beneath the bold text was an image of the light armor, exuding an aura of grandeur. Regardless, thank you. Has anyone ever complimented you on your gift-giving skills? Chapter 53. The Awakening of Jia Guyan and the Acknowledgement of Light as Jia Guyan sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. He practiced the basic breathing technique. This technique, besides its application in combat, also expedited the healing of injuries. However, the shop of the summoner offered more suitable methods for recovery, such as the Misty Rain technique. Jia Guyan currently possessed 82 energy points, sufficient to exchange for the Misty Rain technique. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to do so until the basic breathing technique reached its pinnacle. The basic breathing technique allowed his armor to enter a burning state, while the exact transformation induced by the Misty Rain technique remained uncertain. He mused that it probably wouldn't conflict with his Fire Sparrow attributes. After persevering in his practice for the entire morning, Jia Guyan had enhanced his proficiency by 61 points, bringing him closer to the third tier of the basic breathing technique, and he noticed an improvement in his physical condition. Rising from the bed, he glanced at the bedside table, where a figurine of the light armor was displayed. The light armor. Gazing at it, Jia Guyan couldn't help but reminisce about the first generation. Who was this first generation? Did they experience confusion upon acquiring the summoner? What emotions did they harbor when they transformed? What resolve drove their battles? Initially, Jia Guyan felt a sense of pride upon being chosen by the summoner. However, this recent conflict had seen innocent lives harmed because of him, and formidable beasts had begun to target him. He became acutely aware of the responsibilities that accompanied being chosen by the summoner. Though he understood this principle from the outset, the gravity of that responsibility truly dawned on him only when he faced the monsters, witnessing the threats posed to others because of his actions. Being chosen by the summoner, possessing the potential for the armor, meant he was the hope of humanity. The fate of mankind rested upon his shoulders. It was his duty to liberate humanity from subjugation, for he alone possessed the power to rival the beasts. He was to vanquish all monsters. The glances of his companions in the monster response team reflected these sentiments. The first generation must have comprehended these truths and recognized their own burdens, fighting against the beasts until death. Ultimately, they passed the summoner down the line, striving to illuminate the dimness with their flickering light, which now rested in Jiagu Yan's hands. Those cards represented the first generation's efforts to brighten that faint glimmer. As long as the legacy continued, infusing light into that spark, it could indeed become the sun that illuminated this dark world. Jiagu Yan was uncertain whether he could transform that flicker into a sun, but the first generation had already shown him the path. He must exert every effort to ensure that this hard-won light, handed down from the first generation, burned ever brighter. Even if he could not raise the sun, he would pass the flame to the next firekeeper, treating the monsters as firewood and the summoner as the campfire. Had the first generation pondered such thoughts? At that moment, Jiagu Yan gazed at the figurine of the light armor, as if seeing the silhouettes of countless firekeepers beside it. How foolish of him to entertain such thoughts. This campfire in his hands could burn to its fullest. What was this nonsense about passing the flame? It was far too ominous. Jiagu Yan didn't find the contemplation of his own demise ominous. Instead, he deemed it unsettling to think of the generations that would succeed him, treating him as fuel for the flame. It was too grandiose. This narrative ought not to be so tragically heroic. He could elevate this flame to the heavens himself. Inside the summoner, Lin Zha observed the interplay of light and fire before him. This light and fire constituted the core of his power and that of the two armors. Just then, the flame seemed to burn a bit brighter, and the light beside it also appeared to shine with greater brilliance. Lin Zha opened the summoner panel he had created. The master displayed there had transitioned from the first generation, Chengyang, to the second generation, Jiagu Yan. Light armor compatibility, 43. Fire Sparrow armor compatibility, 78. Both compatibilities had improved, since Jiagu Yan was recognized as the summoner of the Fire Sparrow. The compatibility of the Fire Sparrow armor could gradually increase through combat. Jiagu Yan and the Fire Sparrow would continually resonate together. However, the compatibility of light would not enhance. When Chengyang battled to the end and achieved 100 compatibility, Lin Zha's light also grew stronger, undergoing certain transformations. This change made summoning light more challenging and its power more formidable. After all, light was a projection of Lin Zha's light power. As Lin Zha's light strengthened, so too did light. If it were the original light, Jiagu Yan might have possessed summoning capabilities. Now, however, this had changed, and the stronger light was gradually beginning to recognize Jiagu Yan. Was at heart, Lin Zha curiously turned his gaze outward. He had become less attentive to summoners. Yet at this moment, he could sense Jiagu Yan's tumultuous thoughts. Previously, Chengyang had also experienced a rapid increase in compatibility. Such occurrences generally transpired when an internal transformation led to a profound realization. In the final battle, Chengyang even elevated his armor compatibility to 100 in a short span. Though Lin Zha could neither see nor hear Chengyang's internal epiphanies, he grasped the weight of that realization through the swift rise in armor compatibility. Why has such an awakening emerged within you two? Lin Zha redoubled his efforts, striving to analyze the database, create stronger techniques, and forge more powerful cards. He was determined not to allow the past to repeat itself, especially after Jiagu Yan experienced that kind of awakening. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but begin observing this summoner closely. Unbeknownst to Jiagu Yan, he had inadvertently disturbed an indescribable presence. He remained oblivious to the slightly brighter white cards within the card storage. Carefree, he turned the light armor figurine around, placing it in the corner. The central position was undoubtedly reserved for his Fire Sparrow. How vexing. When would the Fire Sparrow figurine be available for sale? Wait a moment. If the Fire Sparrow were to be produced as a figurine, surely a portion of the profits should rightfully go to him as licensing fees. As the heir of the first generation, the licensing fees from the light figurine should also be inherited by him. Though it claimed to be an official figurine, the licensing certainly lacked authenticity. Chapter 54. The training of the gentle rain technique. Jia Guiyin was inherently a diligent individual. Yet recently, his efforts seemed to have intensified. He was even. Bai Yu observed Jia Guiyin before her, simultaneously lifting weights while enjoying his lunch. Previously, he had mocked her for her unauthorized salary reduction, claiming he would come to her aid. Consequently, she had taken to following him daily, ordering the most extravagant meals from the cafeteria. The cafeteria at the Monster Strategy Center rivaled that of the finest restaurants, offering a range of meals from affordable to exorbitantly priced. With all this muscle training, will the Fire Sparrow not be able to accommodate you? Jia Guiyin paused momentarily in his workout before resuming. If it doesn't fit, I can always consult a tailor. Thanks to the augmentation provided by his summoner, the effects of his training had vastly improved compared to before. Coupled with the potion card, any fatigue or injuries he sustained could be swiftly alleviated. Now, he trained during the day, encumbered by weighted belts, and practiced the basic breathing technique until he fell asleep at night. Have your previous injuries healed? With the potion card, such injuries would recover in merely 2 days. For an ordinary person, even with a potion card, it could take a week to heal from such wounds. However, at this moment, Jia Guiyin's body had surpassed the limits of humanity in terms of recovery and physical prowess. The higher that constitution points, the stronger one's vitality and resistance. Bai Yu recalled the image of Jia Guiyin when he had returned to the Monster Strategy Center, covered in blood and seemingly on the brink of death. She had brought him the summoner, compelling him to shoulder the burden of battling monsters and the responsibility of saving humanity, risking his life in the process. Was this truly a noble endeavor? You won't die, will you? I will certainly die after you, watching you marry, only to face a divorce due to your unpleasant disposition, ending up with little to no assets, living a solitary life. Ultimately, you would find yourself in a nursing home, isolated by others, reduced to sobbing under your blanket in the dead of night. How pitiful! Despite Jia Guiyin's sharp retorts, Bai Yu remained unfazed, finishing her lavish lunch before departing. Only after her departure did Jia Guiyin set down the dumbbells. The following morning, Jia Guiyin basked in the sunlight on the balcony, seated on a cushion, engaging in the first breath of the day under the morning light. Basic Breathing Technique Proficiency 1. Basic Breathing Technique, Level 2. Proficiency 1000 Basic Breathing Technique, Level 2. Basic Breathing Technique, Level 3. Spirit 1. Skill acquired. Insight Beginner. As the basic breathing technique reached its pinnacle, Jia Guiyin exhaled a surge of hot, turbid air. In that instant, it felt as though every bubble within his lungs unfurled, and every bronchial passage became remarkably unobstructed. With each breath, his muscles felt as though they were luxuriating in a hot spring, constrained yet comfortable, thoroughly expanding and contracting, unleashing every ounce of strength within. He gradually rose, closing his eyes. Within the realm of his inner sight, even the dust in the air appeared exceptionally vivid. Even without employing the breathing technique, he could feel his body relaxing with each inhalation and exhalation. Each breath was exponentially more efficient than before. In this state of relaxation, his body remained perpetually at its peak, with full recovery of stamina. Simultaneously, he sensed that he could master every inch of his body, ready to unleash its full power at any moment. And this was merely in a normal state. Should he engage the breathing technique, he felt a rise in his body temperature. His lungs burned like flames, radiating warmth throughout his limbs. Was this the sensation of mastering the basic breathing technique at its highest level? After trying a few times, he settled back onto the cushion, retrieved his summoner, and gazed at the shelf within. Gentle Rain Technique, E70 Light Energy Points. Fire Sparrow Manifestation, E-Card, 100 Light Energy Points. summoning the Fire Sparrow armor's beast form to assist in combat. The new card appeared promising. Alas, it was beyond his financial reach. Jia Guyan continued to peruse the other items, most of which were skills or martial arts. However, now that the basic breathing technique had reached its zenith, he resolved to exchange for the gentle rain technique. With determination, he swiftly expended 70 light energy points to obtain the gentle rain technique. As the light energy dissipated, a golden figure seated upon a cushion materialized in his mind, and a rush of energy surged through his body. Guided by the golden silhouette, Jia Guyan's consciousness traversed within him. The gentle rain technique was significantly more intricate than the basic breathing technique. Yet, perhaps due to the foundational knowledge gained from the basic breathing technique, he easily grasped the operational route of the gentle rain technique. The basic breathing technique centered solely on the lungs, utilizing breathing to attain strength beyond physical limits. Conversely, while the gentle rain technique also began with breath, its pathway extended beyond the lungs, directing energy through the meridians. Such a complex practice would be challenging to manipulate in combat at the novice level. You have successfully begun mastering the gentle rain technique. Gentle rain technique, beginner. Proficiency, 110. As a summoner of the Fire Sparrow, Jia Guyan encountered no attribute conflict with the gentle rain technique. However, he was uncertain if the transformation into the Fire Sparrow armor would be influenced by the gentle rain technique. Would the heavy rain card, also of the water attribute, interact with the gentle rain technique? Jia Guyan withdrew the heavy rain card from his card holder. As a nature type card, this card could harness some power even without the summoner. Nevertheless, he was not particularly adept with this card, given his allegiance to the Fire Sparrow. Holding the heavy rain, he resumed his seated meditation, activating the gentle rain technique. A somewhat clumsy cycle ensued. Urgent Laurent technique proficiency en 5. The proficiency increased by 0.5. This card could accelerate the proficiency gain of the gentle rain technique. How remarkable! Jia Guyan gazed at the heavy rain card, finding it increasingly appealing. He had not anticipated it could serve as an accelerator. Subsequently, he chose not to return the heavy rain to the card holder, opting instead to carry it with him as he diligently practiced the gentle rain technique. Meanwhile, during Jia Guyan's rigorous training, the previously tranquil city of Xiguang experienced unusual disturbances stemming from a peculiar card. Chapter 55. The Gray Area of Xiguang City as the Yixuantang. An underground gang in Xiguang City, it boasts a considerable number of gang members. The majority of these individuals are unemployed drifters, with the lower echelon relying on extortion and petty theft to sustain their livelihoods. Among them, a select group of core mid-level leaders maintains their standing through tributes from the lower ranks. Simultaneously, Yixuantang colludes with high-ranking officials in Xiguang City, either through bribery or by conducting clandestine operations on their behalf. However, the primary source of income for the mid-level members stems from the illicit services provided by unregulated bathhouses and underground gambling dens. Yet, even the mid-level gangsters are oblivious to the fact that their leader is no longer entirely human. The so-called leader of Yixuantang, Wang Yishuan, is a formidable fighter, a prowess that stems from a peculiar encounter. He was once attacked by a monster, sustaining grave injuries that left him unconscious. Upon awakening, he discovered not only that his wounds had completely healed, but that he had also acquired immense power. He could even transform into a monster. This transformation filled him with dread. Yet the intoxicating strength he possessed ensnared him. Utilizing this newfound power, he thrived within a small gang, ultimately overthrowing the former boss and consolidating control, leading to continuous expansion. He even fancied himself the chosen one, destined for greatness. Ever since he acquired this formidable power, everything he undertook seemed to unfold effortlessly, whether it was establishing gray industries, cultivating relationships with bribed officials, or conducting illicit dealings. All proceeded with remarkable ease, as if an invisible hand were guiding his ascent. Wang Yishuan attributed all these fortuitous occurrences to divine providence. Alternatively, he contemplated more sinister possibilities, but instinctively relegated his thoughts to fate, believing himself to be the fated one. Recently, he acquired another potent artifact, a card the size of a playing card, with a black background. The front of the card depicts a black monkey, its fur as dark as coal, without a hint of discoloration. Its eyes gleam like red jewels, and sharp, menacing fangs protrude from its lips. Its massive arms hang at its sides, muscles straining against the dense fur, and its enormous fists resemble two rods of finely forged steel. In a vacant room, Wang Yishuan gazes obsessively at the card resting on the table before him. Ever since he gained that extraordinary power, he has relentlessly pursued greater strength. Over the decades, he has achieved little, and his body has begun to wither. His strength wanes in comparison to his youth. The energy expended during his transformations into a monster has escalated, leaving him utterly exhausted after each metamorphosis. This card, however, represents his sole achievement over the years. The Monkey E card, when carried, amplifies the strength of his arms, rendering each strike immensely powerful. Furthermore, having it on his person rejuvenates him, making his aging body feel youthful once more. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. As a half-monster, he can sense the immense power encapsulated within the card, stirring an insatiable desire within him to possess that strength. However, the card seems to firmly seal this power away, denying him any significant access. The energy he can wield is merely a fraction that seeps from the card. To truly harness its strength, he requires a certain tool, one whose location is painfully clear, the summoner. Since the emergence of the armored warrior, Wang Yishuan has been acutely aware of this mysterious entity, and it has incited his fury. How dare this lowly human wield the power that rightfully belongs to him, the true chosen one? He possesses the wisdom of humanity coupled with the might of a monster, selected by the heavens as the protagonist. Yet, this armored warrior shines even brighter, appearing more deserving of the title of protagonist than himself. In comparison, his grotesque power, his monstrous form, resembles nothing more than a rat scurrying in the shadows. From that moment on, he fixated on this enigmatic armored warrior. Through channels of bribed officials, he learned of the Monster Countermeasures Division's research on the armored warrior. Understanding that the warrior fought using the powers of various cards activated by the summoner only deepened his jealousy. Consumed by madness and obsession, he could not bear the thought of a mere human, in possession of a summoner, competing against his noble monster form. He would not permit anyone else to command such formidable power. Wang Yishuan has lived the life of a protagonist, believing all humans and monsters beneath him. The dazzling armored warrior drove him to the brink of insanity, compelling him to seek the summoner with desperate fervor. Just days ago, a new armored warrior emerged. He remains unaware that the summoner has been inherited by a second generation. Instead, he believes there must be multiple summoners and armored warriors in the world. Thus, he commanded his subordinates to search high and low. He even purchased numerous accessories related to armored warriors, such as summoners, shadow swords, and various cards, until he finally discovered the Monkey E card, which solidified his determination to acquire the summoner. With this power, he believed he could overpower the summoner and forcibly seize it. However, he felt uncertain about taking action. He planned to wait for the next monster disturbance to lure out Fire Sparrow, uniting with the monsters to defeat both Fire Sparrow and its summoner, allowing him to seize the summoner. Monkey. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Yishuan caressed the card before him, envisioning the day he would possess the summoner. At that moment, he would wield both monster and armored power. The Monkey E card lay silently on the table, appearing lifeless, yet its hair-like fibers seemed to stir ever so slightly within the card. Chapter 56. The Manipulator Monster, Skill Level of Rainfall Technique 1. 5. Rainfall Technique, Beginner. Proficiency, 10-10. Rainfall Technique, Beginner. Rainfall Technique, Level 1. Constitution 1. His constitution increased once more, though the enhancement was less pronounced than the previous one. Yet, Jiagui Yin could distinctly feel a vitality blossoming within him, akin to spring rains nourishing a parched field. His body became more at ease, as if a layer of invisible shackles had been lifted. The rainfall technique, upon reaching its pinnacle, could augment his constitution by a total of 10 points. He pondered the potential strength his body could withstand. Constitution determines the summoner's lifespan, resilience, and self-healing abilities. It also establishes the upper limit of the summoner's capacity to endure, thereby allowing them to withstand greater forces from armor. Perhaps, should his constitution reach a certain level, he might transform the fire sparrow, his burning form, into a permanent state. Sigh. If the cultivation techniques had no upper limit, and if he could learn more diverse techniques, each enhancement and effect would accumulate. Jiagu Yin felt a surge of anticipation for the day he would face the monsters with his physical prowess. However, as he contemplated these thoughts, the summoning device emitted a low hum once more. The time for vengeance against the loathsome beasts had arrived. Jiagu Yin gazed at the summoning device, refusing to underestimate the situation. It seemed the last encounter, where he had been left in a pitiful state, was still fresh in its memory. After notifying the monster response team, he swiftly withdrew the motorcycle F from the storage card and headed towards the monster's location. Meanwhile, Lin Nagi had discreetly infiltrated the network through the connection of light, taking control of all surveillance along the route, erasing any footage of Jiagu Yin. For him, as a being of light, these tasks were effortless. Having learned from previous encounters, he had become increasingly cautious, striving to keep his identity concealed and evade the notice of Mumin Depay. Lin Nagi committed this name to memory, exercising utmost vigilance. Mumin Depay had previously demonstrated the ability to erase his own memories and conceal his presence, only revealing himself upon arriving at Chengyang's door. Currently, Lin Nagi was not only attuned to surrounding disturbances through light, but also dedicating part of his consciousness to infiltrate every camera within a kilometer radius of Jiagu Yin, monitoring any anomalous individuals in the vicinity. He routinely employed light to check whether his memories had been obscured by darkness. He soon arrived at the scene where the monster was detected, a location that was somewhat unexpected. Through his earpiece, Jiagu Yin maintained communication with the monster response team while halting his motorcycle, surveying the dilapidated buildings before him. This neighborhood was infamous in Xiguang City for its unfinished constructions. The developers had absconded with funds, leaving many in dire straits. Some residents, unable to find alternatives, were forced to inhabit these incomplete structures, living in misery. Moreover, numerous beggars and feral dogs congregated here. How astonishing that such a place harbored monsters. Proceed with caution. Received. As he entered the cluster of abandoned buildings, the towering, desolate concrete structures exuded an oppressive atmosphere. Weeds flourished beneath the empty buildings, and occasional barks echoed through the silence. Passing one of the dilapidated structures, Jiagu Yin noticed beggars. Disheveled and ragged, sprawled on tattered mattresses, lost in slumber. Only beggars. Jiagu Yin pressed further into the area. Yet, as he turned his back to the beggars, they began to stir and followed him closely. Jiagu Yin halted, and the beggars ceased their movements. What is going on with you? Suddenly, a robust stray dog sprang from a thicket, leaping into the air and snapping its jaws toward Jiagu Yin's neck. A dog? Reacting swiftly, Jiagu Yin pivoted and delivered a powerful punch to the dog's snout. The creature yelped in pain, crashing to the ground. However, as the first dog howled, more began to gather. The cacophony of barking intensified. The beggars trailing Jiagu Yin seemed roused by the din, hastening their pace toward him, brandishing a fruit knife they had concealed. These individuals have gone mad, Jiagu Yin complained into his earpiece before delivering a kick to send one dog tumbling. Grasping its hind leg, behold the wild dog Whirlwind. With the dog in hand, Jiagu Yin summoned all his strength, twirling it like a whirlwind, fending off one dog after another. Spotting a slender canine, he executed a swift kick, sending it sprawling, then bent down to grasp its leg in one fluid motion. At that moment, the beggars wielding knives surged toward him, howling as they lunged. Observe the double wild dog whirlwind, wild dog dual wielding. Jiagu Yin seized one dog in each hand, swinging them with such force that the dogs' mouths opened wide, expelling the remnants of their previous meal, thus augmenting Jiagu Yin's assault with magical damage. In an instant, vomit splattered, and the impact sent the beggars reeling. The surrounding dogs hesitated, dazed by Jiagu Yin's relentless onslaught. For a brief moment, he resembled the legendary warrior Lu Bu, instilling fear in the hearts of the petty thugs. Were these beings under some form of manipulation? Could not only dogs, but humans to be controlled? The behavior of both the dogs and the beggars was decidedly unnatural, reminiscent of puppets. Given the monster's response detected by the summoning device, it was not difficult to ascertain that the entity influencing these creatures to attack him was likely hidden nearby. How was this manipulation achieved? If such control could be exercised at will, then he should have been susceptible as well. Moreover, the ability to control a living being's actions so effortlessly seemed profoundly unnatural. Humanity had long been subjugated by monsters. Jia Guiyin kicked aside a beggar and swung the dog, knocking away another that lunged at him, creating distance. At that moment, the two dogs he held began to whimper, struggling to escape his grasp. Jia Guiyin released one dog, only to discover that the right dog had not attacked him. Instead, it staggered away, whimpering. Had it regained its senses? Understanding dawned upon him. The left dog was clearly less coherent than the right, still dazed and unresponsive, its mouth drooling. Food. The monster had manipulated these dogs and beggars through sustenance. Moreover, it appeared the control was temporary. Once the consumed food was expelled, they would no longer be under its influence. The beggars and dogs likely scavenged their sustenance from the surrounding refuse. The beggars might have also resorted to begging. Thus, they shared a commonality in their diet. Water. The water in this area was suspect. The monster likely concealed itself within the nearby water source. Jia Guiyin hurled the left dog away, distancing himself from the beggars and dogs. He then scoured the vicinity, ultimately discovering a small artificial lake overgrown with weeds. A faded yellow duck boat floated upon its surface. Chapter 57. The aquatic beast Jia Guiyin did not approach the artificial lake directly. If a monster resided within these waters, it was highly probable that its attributes were related to water. Unfortunately, Jia Guiyin's fire sparrow was weak against water. He decided to test this hypothesis first. Drawing out the Deluge E card, he pinched it between his fingers and aimed it at the small artificial lake before him. In an instant, the water within the lake began to churn violently, causing the little yellow duck at the center to sway with the tumultuous currents. Yet, when the lake finally settled, nothing unusual occurred. Had he misjudged? Jia Guiyin retracted the Deluge E card, remaining cautious and refraining from getting closer. After previous encounters, he no longer underestimated monsters. Many of these creatures possessed considerable intelligence, and it was entirely possible they were lying in wait. For instance, the monster could have discerned that the summoner's armor had transitioned from light to fire sparrow, thus deliberately concealing itself beneath the water surface, hoping to lure him into its territory and exploit his elemental weakness. Cunning beast, do you think I would fall for your trickery? Jia Guiyin withdrew a summoning device, conjuring the armor belt and affixing the summoner securely. He then drew out the fire sparrow card, vigilantly observing the water surface, ready to transform at a moment's notice. It was unwise to transform without confirming the monster's location. The armor demanded a significant amount of stamina to maintain, and it was conceivable that he might exhaust himself before even encountering the creature. Deluge. With a decisive motion, Jia Guiyin inserted the Deluge E card into the slot, and a surge of formidable energy poured forth from the belt, coursing through his entire being. The summoner could harness the power of all cards, allowing him to utilize the energies of other cards even without transforming. This enhanced his ability to wield the powers of other cards more effectively. Sensing the might of Deluge E, Jia Guiyin cautiously parted the overgrown weeds and approached the artificial lake. The tranquil surface of the water was adorned with a layer of verdant aquatic plants. Extending his hand towards the lake, he commanded the water to part, revealing the muddy bottom beneath. Suddenly, a large fish, measuring a meter in length, sprang forth and lunged at him. The fish resembled a common grass carp, yet it was armed with a multitude of razor-sharp teeth, much like an enlarged piranha, viciously snapping at Jia Guiyin. How ferocious! Do you wish to be braised? Jia Guiyin reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch to the fish's head. With a resounding thud, the fish was sent tumbling onto the shore, thrashing violently. Jiagu Yin then stomped down heavily on its thrashing head, silencing its movements. Neither its size nor its menacing teeth resembled a typical freshwater fish. Had been altered by a monster? Jiagu Yin pondered, piecing together the creature's abilities. It could manipulate both sentient and non-sentient life through water and had the capacity to modify aquatic organisms. Given these observations, it was likely that this monster possessed the ability to influence and transform other beings via water. The wild dogs and beggars inhabiting this area, having only consumed a portion of the monster's water, remained unaltered, merely manipulated by the water they ingested. In contrast, the fish, which lived continuously in the water, had been thoroughly affected and transformed, explaining its drastic physical changes. Thus, it seemed probable that the monster was concealed beneath this artificial lake, exerting its influence over the water's flow. However, despite the power of deluge, Jiagu Yin sensed no formidable creature lurking below the surface. The energy response from the monster was faint, indicating no powerful entity was hiding there. Damn it! I shall procure a water pump and drain this lake dry, he resolved, determined to take decisive action. This community's artificial lake was not extensive, and most areas were overgrown with weeds. Draining the water would not require much time, but he needed to prepare against any sudden monster attacks personally. Just as Jiagu Yin made his resolve to drain the lake, the dead fish on the ground suddenly stirred. It opened its mouth wide, targeting the unsuspecting Jiagu Yin. A jet of water, like an arrow, shot towards him with alarming speed, leaving him no time to react. Yet, Jiagu Yin remained composed, quickly channeling the power of deluge to attempt to control the incoming torrent. However, his efforts were in vain. How could this be? Jiagu Yin exclaimed, swiftly extending his hand, employing the fundamental breathing technique to its utmost limit, filling his lungs with air and expanding them. With his right hand poised like a blade, he struck the incoming water flow forcefully. Upon impact, a spray of water erupted, and his palm was swiftly lacerated, blood pouring forth. Gazing at his wounded hand, Jiagu Yin grasped his wrist tightly with his other hand, increasing the distance between himself and the deceased fish while remaining alert to any movements on the water's surface. The monster could manipulate the water flow to control others' bodies. To prevent the water from entering through his wound, he clenched his wrist and quickly expelled the blood from the injury. It has been lurking in the shadows all along. This troublesome creature, wiping the blood and water from his hands, Jiagu Yin began to contemplate. Why had the previous water flow evaded the control of deluge? Despite being a dead fish, how could it still expel water and attack him? The ability to manipulate other lives through water. Living in the water, Jiagu Yin recalled the hairworm, which parasitizes mantises, controlling their movements and leading them to drown before detaching. Could it be he had been mistaken all along? Monsters need not be colossal and robust. What if this monster was a microscopic parasite, too tiny to see? This could explain why he could not control the water expelled by the dead fish. The flow had already been commandeered by the parasite, becoming part of it. Furthermore, it might possess the ability to replicate, spreading its body throughout the entire water source. Creatures that consumed the water source would inevitably fall under the control of these minuscule parasitic monsters. Fish immersed in the water would have their bodies entirely filled with the parasitic creature, thoroughly modified from head to tail. How could he possibly combat this? Perhaps sensing that Jiagu Yin had uncovered its presence, or perhaps growing impatient with its concealment, a horde of ferocious fish suddenly erupted from the artificial lake, large and small alike, all adorned with menacing jaws, charging towards Jiagu Yin. Fool, you seek to command fish to battle me on land? It appears to be a creature of very low intelligence, Jiagu Yin thought, observing the oncoming fish with a mix of surprise and delight. He turned and fled, weaving past the weeds and dashing towards the shore. Chapter 58. The ever-evolving beasts indeed. Fierce fish flopped helplessly on the shore. Jiagu Yin quickly halted, observing the struggling fish, and rushed back to deliver a finishing blow. However, the fish began to thrash violently, their bodies rapidly expanding. In the belly of each fish, for clusters of flesh sprouted and ultimately formed forelegs. if their mouths could be transformed into sharp fangs. It was only natural that their bellies could also be adapted for crawling. One by one, the fish, sporting razor-sharp teeth, twisted their bodies and scuttled towards Jiagu Yin with remarkable speed, akin to that of a lizard. A shiver ran down Jiagu Yin's spine as he sensed the monstrous aura before him. At that moment, countless parasitic beasts had shifted from the lake into these fish, altering their forms. Only when their formidable energy coalesced did Jiagu Yin, the summoner, take notice. The beasts had emerged. Fire Sparrow, with a decisive motion, Jiagu Yin thrust the Fire Sparrow he had clasped tightly into the summoning device. Fusion. Blazing flames surged from beneath Jiagu Yin, erupting in an instant as a scorching wave swept through, dispersing the fish that charged at him. The flames enveloped his entire being, transforming into Fire Sparrow armor. A surge of power coursed through him as he leaped into the air, surveying the crawling, transformed fish below. Fire Sparrow feathers. 2 fireballs swiftly ascended from his hands, pressing forward and scattering countless fiery feathers that rained down upon the dense mass of transformed fish. Under the cover of flames, the frail transformed fish were swiftly pierced by the fiery feathers, collapsing to the ground. From the mouths of the fallen fish, torrents of rushing water gushed out, targeting the remaining transformed fish. Yet the surviving transformed fish rapidly grew again. Their bodies expanded at an astonishing rate, claws becoming robust and powerful, while their scales hardened, shimmering with a faint blue luster as if water flowed within. The fire feathers that fell upon these scales detonated into searing flames, yet were completely absorbed by the scales, leaving only a cloud of scalding steam in their wake. Is this evolution? One fish, having been dragged ashore by Jiagu Yin, prompted the parasitic beasts to modify the remaining fish, granting them crawling limbs. Another portion of the fish had been incinerated by Jiagu Yin, leading to the evolution of fire-resistant scales. Jiagu Yin landed deftly on the ground. After a barrage of attacks, 6 transformed fish remained, each one imposing and resembling alien crocodiles, adorned with blue water scales, lunging towards him. In that case, I shall eliminate you all in an instant, denying you any chance to evolve. Jiagu Yin swiftly withdrew 2 cards from his belt storage device and inserted them into the slots. Fire Sparrow Blade F, Equipment Upgrade, E. Click, click. The Sparrow Flame Blade, E. Seething flames coursed through his palm, manifesting as a blade ablaze. Fire Sparrow Armor, in its blazing form, as he activated the basic breathing technique. Jiagu Yin's entire armor seemed to ignite, radiating a glow akin to burning flames. With a whoosh, Jiagu Yin's form transformed into a rushing inferno, vanishing from sight and charging toward a transformed fish. The fish, sensing peril, distanced themselves from each other upon Jiagu Yin entering his fiery state, thwarting his ability to strike them all. They possess intelligence, or rather, it seems they have modified the brains of these transformed fish. As they scattered, Jiagu Yin realized he could not attack them all. Thus, he would have to act swiftly and take down as many as possible, gripping the Sparrow Flame Blade. Flames entwined his arms, surrounding the blade. With a swift slash, the fiery blade carved a radiant arc through the air, cleaving a transformed fish in 2. Landing on his feet, he sprang again, seamless as flowing water, darting towards another transformed fish. This time, as he executed an upward slash, the unfortunate fish was cleaved from head to tail. From the carcasses of the 2 transformed fish, a stream of water surged forth, racing towards the others with astonishing speed. Impossible to catch. Yet Jiagu Yin had awaited this opportunity. No matter how many transformed fish fell, it would not affect the true beast. These transformed fish are merely puppets of the parasitic beasts. The genuine monster resides within them. The water awakened my inner sight. In an instant, the world around him transformed into abstract, coarse black and white lines, everything slowing down, clarity emerging. Even the nearly invisible water arrows were captured in the trajectory of his inner sight. Then, with a swift slice, the blade clashed against the water. Water extinguishes fire. Yet the weak, fragmented parasitic beast could not overcome the overwhelming flames of Jiagu Yin's Fire Sparrow. Hiss! The water arrow met the sparrow flame blade head-on, instantaneously vaporizing into a cloud of steam. Jiagu Yin did not pause, his inner sight honing in on another water arrow emerging from the corpse of a transformed fish. Unexpectedly, this water arrow offered no chance, altering its course and burrowing into the ground, swiftly seeping through the soil's crevices. By the time Jiagu Yin swung his blade to strike the earth, it was already too late. The water had divided into four, infiltrating the bodies of the remaining transformed fish. Jiagu Yin sheathed his blade and stood firm, observing the four transformed fish that had dispersed around him. Their bodies underwent further modification. Their scales thickened once more, their necks and heads developing a layer of armor to shield their skulls. Their bodies grew larger, their hind limbs, covered in minute scales, rapidly developing powerful musculature. Their enormous tails became slender, while their forelimbs elongated slightly, sprouting sharp claws. Perhaps due to their teeth remaining unutilized, the transformed fish's sharp fangs began to regress. Their mouths elongated and narrowed, resembling water guns. At this moment, their lengths approached nearly 2 meters. Growing stronger, a troublesome situation emerged. Jiagu Yin tightened his grip on the sparrow flame blade, gauging his remaining stamina. Having recently mastered the gentle rain technique, Jiagu Yin's breathing became prolonged and steady, and he felt no significant drain on his energy. However, resolving the 4 fish at once now seemed improbable. Thus, he could only strive to minimize their evolution as much as possible. Chapter 59. The Velocity of the Fire Sparrow Versus. The speed of evolution. Jiagu Yin's body surged forward once more, leaving only a fleeting silhouette of flames in its wake as he struck at the nearest modified fish. The modified fish reacted swiftly, its robust hind legs propelling it with force while its elongated tail maintained balance, narrowly evading Jiagu Yin's rapid assault. The blade of the fire knife grazed its scales, slicing through like a knife through water, inflicting a wound. How fast? The evolution of its powerful hind legs was presumably to match its own speed. However, relying solely on speed to catch up with the fire sparrow was a folly. Jiagu Yin's feet grazed the ground as he propelled himself with astonishing velocity. Flames erupted the moment he landed, his body accelerating like a rocket in a second thrust. Utilizing the immense power of his legs, he quickly closed the distance to the evading modified fish. Before the creature could grasp his presence, Jiagu Yin unleashed a flaming blade, striking with unparalleled speed aimed directly at the fish's eye. In an instant, the blade pierced through the gap in the fish's external skull, penetrating its eye and brain. The searing flames promptly incinerated the modified fish's brain and eye. Yet, the fish's diminutive mouth released a swift jet of water, a testament to its evolution designed for rapid water projection. Jiagu Yin had been vigilant, fully aware of this evolutionary adaptation. As the blade withdrew, he activated his perception. In that fleeting moment, the rapidly shot water arrow transformed into an abstract tapestry of black and white lines, its trajectory vividly exposed under his acute awareness. With a decisive strike, flames surged forth with a deafening crack, accurately cleaving the water arrow in twain. Instantly, the water vaporized, but Jiagu Yin had underestimated the modified fish. Its evolution was not merely superficial. It possessed subtler, unnoticeable enhancements. The water arrow had already been struck once, and thus, it had evolved anew. The vaporized water arrow did not dissipate. Instead, it drifted toward the remaining 3 modified fish, which inhaled it through their mucus-lined gills. In an instant, the 3 modified fish began to grow at an astonishing pace. They could absorb steam, suppressing his frustration. Jiagu then swiftly adjusted his mindset and charged toward one of the modified fish, seizing the opportunity during its evolutionary pause. Yet, the modified fish did not remain stationary during its evolution. Upon sensing Jiagu Yin's approach, it grew rapidly while simultaneously evading. Its pupils transformed from circular to elongated rectangles, enhancing its ability to capture intricate details. Its whiskers became slender and rigid, attuned to the vibrations in the air. Its legs elongated further, and its tail became more slender. The body of the fish grew slimmer, while its abdomen and chest developed robust muscles to control its forelimbs. The dorsal fin completely regressed. Standing upright, the creature raised its claws to intercept Jia Gu Yin's blade. It had not only risen, but also evolved its vision and perception. No longer relying solely on brute strength for rapid movement, it could now detect Jia Gu Yin's swift maneuvers and respond accordingly. What a Darwinian monster! Jia Gu Yin deftly evaded the beast's claws, closing the distance with a knife in each hand, thrusting fiercely toward the fish's abdomen. Spirals of searing flames entwined around the blade, augmenting the force of his thrust. With a powerful jab, he pierced the relatively softer abdomen compared to the fish's back. Flames consumed the creature from within, engulfing the entire modified fish. Alas, it would soon evolve its abdominal defenses. Observing the water arrow that surged forth, Jia Gu Yin resigned himself to inaction. His flames could only convert the water into vapor, utterly incapable of blocking it. If only he wielded the power of ice to freeze the water, it might have been effective. Alas, he did not possess such abilities. 2 jets of steam were ingested by the last 2 modified fish. They too stood upright, their chest muscles becoming more robust. Their arms spread wide, claws sharpened, while their forearms sprouted a shell resembling a round shield. Their tails exhibited only slight thickening. At this juncture, the 2 modified fish did not merely evade but charged toward Jia Gu Yin from either side. They relied on their incredible speed to accumulate momentum. Slashing with their sharp claws, Jia Gu Yin committed to his stance, slashing towards the modified fish on the right. Meanwhile, the fish on the left swiftly darted behind him, claws aimed at his neck. Clang! The blade was deflected by the modified fish's armored forearm, leaving a deep gash. However, the other claw lunged toward Jia Gu Yin's abdomen. Caught in a pincer movement, he activated his breathing technique, his heart racing as blood surged to his legs. In an instant, flames ignited around his legs. With a flicker, he vanished from the midst of the attack. The terrifying speed that dismembered the monster reemerged, and even the 2 modified fish with enhanced perception and sight could only discern a fleeting shadow. Their claws merely grazed the remnants of the flame. Clang! Jia Gu Yin's right leg, enveloped in flames, delivered a powerful kick, sending the ambushing modified fish soaring into the air. He paid no heed. Chapter 60. The modified fish's demise. The blade descended, accompanied by the sound of chirping, as the fiery sword light transformed into a blazing bird that soared towards the modified fish in the sky. The fish's pupils dilated continuously until the flames engulfed its entire form. At that moment, a water arrow shot forth, piercing into the modified fish entwined by the flames. Within the inferno, the modified fish began its final evolution. Its flesh was incessantly scorched, yet simultaneously grew anew. Mucus oozed from its body, and its scales fused into a shimmering, azure shell that enveloped it completely. Every aspect of its being began evolving to withstand the flames. Once the fire had nearly consumed itself, the modified fish fell to the ground, covered in charred wounds, lying motionless. Jia Gu Yin remained vigilant, extending both hands to grasp 2 orbs of fire, pressing them forward. In an instant, the orbs erupted with a crackling sound, scattering feather-like flames towards the beast. The fiery feathers were employed as a long-range probe to ascertain whether the creature was merely feigning death to launch a surprise attack. The fiery projectiles were on the verge of striking the beast when it finally reacted. A small, blue-scaled serpent erupted from the carbonized chest of the creature, darting away like a phantom. Following the previous battle, the creature's final evolutionary direction was, astonishingly, to flee. It had abandoned its massive form, using the entirety of the modified fish's body as armor against the flames. The true core had transformed into a swift, diminutive, snake-like monster. This marked its ultimate evolution, one that surpassed Jia Gu Yin's expectations. The agile serpent darted through the air like lightning, heading towards the artificial lake. No chance. Jia Gu Yin drew a card, channeling power into it, and hurled it at the lake. Torrential Reine. The waters were sealed. The card spun wildly as it transformed into a dark cloud that engulfed the artificial lake, unleashing a relentless downpour. Within the storm's domain, no external force was permitted to intrude. The serpent, as swift as lightning, collided with the rain-shrouded lake, only to be violently repelled. Jia Guyan quickly recalibrated his breath, employing a fondational breathing technique. In an instant, his form became a fiery afterimage as he wielded the flaming sparrow blade, carving a sharp arc of fire towards the serpent-like beast. Swish! Death! This serpent was a collective manifestation of the parasitic beast's myriad forms, representing its true essence. As Jia Guyan unleashed a full-force strike upon it, white steam erupted, propelled by the flames. The serpent was cleaved in two, writhing and struggling. Undeterred, Jia Guyan continued his assault, wielding the blade with flames coursing through its edge, twisting the hilt. Swish, swish, swish! With a flurry of strikes, the struggling serpent was struck multiple times, disintegrating into countless fiery fragments. Boom! The beast's carcass exploded, scattering into a cloud of steam that dissipated in all directions. Once again, such a trick? Jia Guyan, holding his blade, calmly gazed at the swirling steam. At that moment, the miniature black cloud created by torrential rain, had enveloped the entire area of steam. Jia Guyan had long anticipated this maneuver from Beast. The moment it transformed into steam under attack, his flames would be rendered ineffective. Thus, to counter this tactic, he had preemptively unleashed torrential rain. It appeared as though he was sealing the creature's escape route with the power of the card. In reality, it was a ruse to confuse the beast's judgment. Once the creature was repelled from the area, shrouded in torrential rain, he would unleash his full might to shatter its form. The beast had no choice but to become steam. Once it did, it would fall completely into his trap. The roiling clouds gathered over the artificial lake, enveloping the steam completely. Then, silver lightning erupted, dancing within the cloud. The covered steam was ensnared, torn apart, and decomposed, until the clouds settled, transforming back into a card that fell into Jia Guyan's hand. The steam before him had vanished, leaving behind a crystalline essence of the beast floating in the air. Finally resolved, Jia Guyan sighed in relief, brushing his left hand against his waist storage device to retrieve a blank card, which he tossed towards the floating beast crystal. The crystal shattered into countless specks of light, absorbed by the card, forming a monster card. Energy points 50. The card bore a red background, with an fin the upper right corner, depicting the true form of the beast on its front, a micro-monster resembling a paramecium, densely clustered together like cells. Though classified as an F-grade monster, it posed a significant threat. If the creature were to evolve several more times, he would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Having secured the monster card in his storage device, Jia Guyan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Were it not for his extensive training in gentle rain technique, which prolonged his breath and stamina, he would have surely exhausted himself after such a lengthy battle. While foundational breathing technique enhanced his combat capabilities and physical attributes, gentle rain technique significantly improved his operational endurance and resilience. Buzz! The summoner emitted a low hum. Shortly thereafter, a green figure darted towards Jia Guyan. The surrounding weeds seemed to come alive, growing rapidly and entwining together into thick ropes that ensnared him. Having been alerted, Jia Guyan was far from passive. He swiftly activated the foundational breathing technique, entering the burning form of his armor. With a flourish of his blade, flames surged forth, incinerating the encroaching foliage and striking at the green silhouette. Swish! Clang! With a sound of collision, the figure rapidly retreated, and the surrounding vegetation was enveloped in flames, turning to ash that danced in the air. Jia Guyan quickly distanced himself, eyeing the assailant. This was the first time he had encountered a monster so akin to a human. Its size was comparable to that of a human, covered in dense black fur, with massive arms clenched into fists, the surface of which bore a layer of hardened bone. A circular shell encircled its head, and its entire body was clad in an unknown, jet-black metallic armor. Gazing into its dark green eyes, Jia Guyan felt an uncanny sensation, as if he were staring into the eyes of a human. Chapter 61. The Black-Furred Monster. Who are you? Jia Guyan inquired, sensing an undeniable intelligence emanating from the creature before him. Yet, The black-furred monster offered no response, charging at him like a mindless brute. Had he miscalculated? Was this beast devoid of wisdom, merely a product of unfortunate coincidence? Or did it possess a motive for concealing its intelligence? Under what circumstances would a creature wish to mask its own cunning? Perhaps it sought to ambush him? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the black-furred monster closed the distance, leaping forward, its body enveloped in a layer of bone armor, delivering a heavy punch aimed at Jia Guiyin. The ground beneath them fractured, thick roots breaking through the surface, coiling toward him. Jia Guiyin could not afford to engage with such a formidable opponent. He drew in his blade, activating his fundamental breathing technique. The potent blood surged toward his legs, igniting them in a blaze of fire. In an instant, he seemed to merge with the flames, darting through the entangling roots and evading the assault. Yet his stamina waned. Despite the assistance of the rain technique, he felt the weight of fatigue pressing down. The timing of the monster's appearance was impeccable, coinciding with the moment Jia Guiyin had exhausted himself, vanquishing a parasitic beast. It seemed the black-furred monster had sensed his dwindling strength, swiftly closing in on him, fists pounding the ground. The earth erupted beneath him, countless roots twisting together, striking at Jia Guiyin. Gaining a moment to steady himself, he tightened his grip on the flame sparrow blade, flames spiraling around him in a protective embrace. With a swift motion, he launched himself, the explosion of fire sending him hurtling through the air, scattering the thick roots and engulfing him in a cloud of ash as he aimed for the black-furred monster. His speed was such that only a flash of flame remained to the eye. The monster's eyes glimmered with a strange light as it regarded Jia Guiyin's approach, its right hand clenching a black card. That is, a nature card. In that fleeting moment, Jia Guiyin was struck with a profound shock. How could a nature card exist here? Who was this creature, and what attributes and level did that card possess? Was he truly outmatched? In a whirlwind of confusion, Jia Guiyin forced his thoughts down. This was not the time for uncertainty. In battle, one must focus solely on defeating the adversary. The blade, ablaze with intensity, remained unwavering in its course. The monster, clutching the card, radiated a dark luminescence. Tendrils of black energy flowed from the card, entwining around its arm. In an instant, the strength of that arm surged, the wind from its punch bowing the surrounding grass and lifting dust and debris into the air. With a resounding clash, fire met wind as blade struck armor. The ground beneath them collapsed, the force of the impact tearing apart roots and underbrush, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Even Jia Guiyin's flames were scattered by the ferocious gusts. The black-furred monster remained unyielding, its grip on the card summoning a swirling vortex of dark energy around its form. Under this overwhelming force, Jia Guiyin could no longer withstand the pressure, and the flames that had shielded him disintegrated. He was flung through the air as if stripped of support, crashing into the crumbling walls of a derelict building. The gray-white structure shattered upon impact, steel reinforcements snapping like twigs. Jia Guiyin lost track of how many walls he had shattered, feeling as though his very spine might break. The defense of the fire sparrow was far inferior to that of the light. While light could shatter walls and even penetrate buildings, the fire sparrow could not endure such a ferocious assault. With a flicker, the flames extinguished from his body, and his armor dissipated into embers. The card of the fire sparrow armor was ejected from his summoner. Exhausted and injured, Jia Guiyin quickly rose, seeking refuge in a corner of the crumbling structure. He retrieved potion F, swiftly injecting it into his arm. As the contents coursed through him, the pain began to stabilize, easing the agony in his back and the numbness in his legs. However, potion F could only mend his wounds, not replenish his depleted energy. A deafening crash echoed as the wall of the derelict building was shattered once more. Something had entered, searching for Jia Guiyin. Frustration welled within him. He lacked the strength to continue. He held his breath, rummaging through his card reservoir, but found nothing suitable for this dire situation. Moreover, how could the creature possess a nature card? Did it truly harbor intelligence? Lurking, ambushing, tracking, its armor-clad, humanoid form suggested a level of awareness that was unmistakable. If it indeed possessed intelligence, Why feign ignorance in his presence? Jia Guyan struggled to think, his mind growing heavier. Should he retreat into the Rain Realm? Yet, the commotion it would cause and the time required to open it were considerable. Even if he entered, he could not close the passage behind him, and the creature could follow. Desperation engulfed him. He must remain silent, and Lin Zha had also employed her powers to mask his presence. He needed to recover his strength swiftly. The thought of the rain technique crossed his mind. It accelerated healing and could potentially enhance his stamina limits. Could it be utilized to hasten his recovery? He grasped the card of Downpour E and began to channel the rain technique. Meanwhile, the black-furred monster continued its search within the ruins, its formidable senses failing to locate Jia Guyan. Chapter 62. A Descent into Despair or the Dawn of Light. Come forth, Fire Sparrow. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall claim a life every minute. The black-furred beast seized a beggar by the throat and tossed him into the air. At that moment, the beggar, having regained his senses from the beast's grip, struggled desperately. The black-furred creature was beyond caring for the concealment of its intelligence. It must not allow the Fire Sparrow to escape. Now, with the Fire Sparrow's strength depleted, it was the opportune moment to vanquish it. Should this chance be missed, such an opportunity would be unlikely to arise again. This scoundrel has indeed concealed its intellect. Gazing at the beast that threatened his life, Jia Guyan had no thought of retreating. Such an option was not within his realm of consideration. Chosen by the summoning device. How could he witness lives extinguishing before him without intervening? To do so would render him unworthy of transformation. This was the burden of wielding such power. Yet, rushing in to save the beggar would be tantamount to courting death, and would also jeopardize the summoning device. Wait, the summoning device? Jia Guyan observed the creature before him. It possessed wisdom, yet chose to shroud it. It also held a card, displaying an unwavering obsession with it. Unlike other beasts, it bore a striking resemblance to humans. Piecing together these observations, he endeavored to deduce the creature's intentions. If he were the beast, what motivations would compel such actions? The answer lay with the summoning device. This creature, endowed with intelligence, coveted the summoning device. Having acquired a nature type card, it was fixated on its power. Jia Guyan understood his own possession of the torrential rain E-card. Without the summoning device, he could only harness a minuscule fraction of the nature type card's power. Thus, the beast was desperate to seize the full power of the card and plot to obtain the summoning device. Its awareness of the summoning device and armor indicated that it was deeply entrenched within human society, perhaps even occupying a position of influence. This knowledge allowed it to grasp the intricacies surrounding summoning devices, cards, and the mysteries they entailed. It possessed a humanoid form and intelligence, yet sought to conceal its wisdom. It was among those beasts that lurked within humanity, covertly ruling over them. A genuine member of the monstrous kin. Jia Guyan's deductions were mostly accurate, yet the ultimate conclusion diverged. Wang Yishuan was merely an accidental recipient of beastly power, not a true member of the monstrous lineage. Jia Guyan reassured himself that even if there were discrepancies in his deductions, they would not be significant. In this dire scenario, how could he save those lives? 10, 9. Damn it. Are you giving no time at all? Jia Guyan was resolute in his commitment to save even a single life. The legacy of flames and light had been entrusted to his hands, and he could not allow this pure light and fire to become tainted in any way. 6-5. Wait. Jia Guyan stepped forward, revealing himself in his human form. The black-furred beast halted, then carelessly discarded the beggar. It charged toward Jia Guyan, intent on eliminating him first. How foolish to emerge like this. The creature was excessively cautious, providing no opportunity for retaliation. Jia Guyan had initially intended to stall for time through dialogue. If the creature's objective was the summoning device, it would likely seek information related to it. However, the creature allowed him no chance to speak, intent only on dispatching him and seizing the summoning device for itself, with no interest in cautious tactics. This left no room to showcase his own intellect. Fire Sparrow, clink, mirje. Though his strength had not yet returned, he had no choice but to transform once more. Flames instantaneously coalesced into a suit of armor. enveloping Jiagu Yin's form. An overwhelming fatigue surged through him, leaving him with insufficient energy to summon the fire sparrow blade. He could only engage the black-furred beast with bare hands. Utilizing the speed granted by the fire sparrow armor, Jiagu Yin became embroiled in a relentless struggle with the beast. At this juncture, he could only engage in a battle of attrition. He noticed that the beast, as time passed, was also depleting its strength. Moreover, the nature type card in its possession was gradually exhausting its power. The black-furred beast seemed to perceive Jiagu Yin's strategy, abandoning their struggle and redirecting its assault toward the unconscious beggar, intending to employ the same tactic. You have two choices. Either this life perishes, or you rush to save him. The black-furred beast cared not for the morality of its methods. For Jiagu Yin, however, there was but one option. He forcibly activated the basic breathing technique. Flames surged once more from his legs, his form akin to a raging inferno, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Just as the beast's attack was poised to strike the beggar, Jiagu Yin swept him up, creating distance between them. Yet even in this act, his shoulders still bore the brunt of the attack, causing him to kneel weakly. To the nameless beggar who awoke, life had dealt him a cruel hand. His father succumbed to uremia, leaving his family in crippling debt from treatment. His mother remarried, and his brother starved. To escape the burdens of debt, he discarded his identification, clandestinely boarded a train, and found himself in Laiguang City. One leg was crushed, and lacking identification, he could not secure employment, leading him to amputate his own leg. He tended to his own wounds. For over 2 decades, he had crawled and begged in Laiguang City. In all that time, no one had regarded him as a human being, not even himself. He rummaged through refuse, awaiting the mercy of others. He was bullied by fellow beggars who snatched away his meager earnings, and taunted by mischievous children wielding slingshots. This was the essence of his existence. He remained oblivious to the reason for his continued survival. Death felt indifferent to him. Sudden demise would not be surprising. Yet now, without question, he was acknowledged as a human being by this fiery armored warrior. He could scarcely recall the last time someone had treated him as such. For the sake of a filthy beggar, you shall perish here today. How utterly foolish to waste the summoning device and armor in his possession. The black-furred beast turned its gaze toward Jiagu Yin, finally unleashing its scorn. The more Jiagu Yin resisted, the more irate the beast became. I am the true sovereign of this world. Why can this fool act so grandly? Why can he so brazenly risk his life to save another? To rescue a mere beggar? How infuriating! This hypocrite is undoubtedly putting on a fade. Disgusting, repugnant. Jiagu Yin rose to his feet, clutching the beggar. He faced the black-furred beast, recognizing the dire straits he was in. If it were the first generation, surely they would have fared better. Perhaps the summoning device had fallen into his hands in vain. He ought to have exercised greater caution. The black-furred beast raged, spewing invectives endlessly, while Jiagu Yin remained motionless, striving to regain his strength. However, maintaining the armored form left him no opportunity for recovery. Each moment he regained strength, the armor absorbed it entirely. At the very least, he must ensure the beggar and the summoning device were safely extricated. He could not allow the innocent to suffer because of him. He must not let the light extinguish in his hands. He bore the responsibility of passing on the flame. This was the final duty of the first generation, and he too must strive to fulfill it. Jiagu Yin set his final objective, wagering his very life upon it. The flames of the summoner gradually diminished. Yet amid this feeble glow, a faint radiance began to emerge. Chapter 63. To my unseen air with a swift motion, the foundational breathing technique commenced. Jiagu Yin's lungs felt as if they were being pierced by countless searing blades with each breath. He was acutely aware that his lungs had sustained severe damage due to reckless breathing. Yet, there was no option to halt, having wagered his very life. He could not afford to hesitate. Flames engulfed Jiagu Yin's legs as his body once more enveloped the beggar, vanishing from sight. The black-haired beast roared in furious disbelief, unable to comprehend that this fiery warrior would truly gamble his life for a beggar. As Jiagu Yin dashed forward, he drew the card labeled Storm, thrusting it toward the summoner. Storme. Compatibility at 10. Armor enhancement. The power of Storm E surged through him, manifesting as a droplet pattern upon his chest armor, granting him a modicum of control over the water's force. In that moment, he could spare no further thought. He manipulated the water to encase the beggar's body and cast it as far away as possible. Again, he drew another card. Fire Sparrow Blade F. With a sharp sound, flames licked at his arm, the intense pain causing him to grit his teeth. The flames transformed into a blade as he landed on the ground, his body sinking and carving a long trench into the earth. The black-haired beast charged after him, unstoppable, smashing through a concrete wall with a powerful punch aimed at Jia. The clash of blade against fist resounded with a deafening crash. In that instant, Jia's strength was inadequate to withstand the beast's might. His body was uncontrollably forced backward, nearly toppling over. He attempted to regulate his breathing to enter a fiery state, but the severe burns in his lungs denied him that opportunity. The basic form of the Fire Sparrow armor was no match for the black-haired beast. As he faced the relentless barrage of fists, he sought refuge in speed. However, the previous exertion had left his leg muscles utterly fatigued, and as he attempted to summon their strength, he felt an overwhelming weakness. A heavy fist struck him, sending him crashing into a concrete wall. The wall cracked under the impact, and Jia's ribs fractured instantaneously. The black-haired beast pursued him without pause, its clenched fist glowing ominously with the power of Monkey E, preparing to unleash its mightiest blow. With his mind's eye open, Jia perceived the impending strike. Chapter 64. The Ascendance of Monkey E. A radiant golden circle unfurled beneath the feet of Jia. Brilliant, shimmering platinum light enveloped his entire form, gradually morphing into a tangible suit of armor. The chest plate extended outward, gracefully arching to the back, while the arm guards connected seamlessly to the gauntlets, with simple circular shoulder pads on either side. A faceplate shielded his visage, with eye openings shaped like luminous curves, glimmering with a crimson glow and tailing off to the sides of the headpiece. Is this truly the legendary armor of light? Jia felt this utterly distinct power coursing through him as he struck his fists together, golden light emanating from his eyes. The force of light was far denser and more resilient than that of Firebird. In contrast, Firebird was lighter and more explosive. Impossible, this cannot be. Even if you are the armor of light, your stamina is already depleted. You are at your wit's end. How long can you possibly fight after summoning the armor of light? The black-furred beast roared as it charged at Jia, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality before it. Jia clenched his fists, sidestepping the beast's attack. Yet, he was struck squarely in the chest, crashing to the ground and rolling before regaining his stance. Having adapted to the speed of Firebird, he found himself momentarily unprepared for the swiftness of light, resulting in his sudden hit. However, it did not seem to inflict much pain. The defensive capabilities of light far surpassed those of Firebird. While maneuvering with Firebird, Jia had refrained from taking damage, relying instead on Firebird's incredible speed to evade attacks, only countering with its high burst power. With light, it appeared he needed to adopt a different operational logic. As Jia gazed at the approaching black-furred beast, his left hand swiftly brushed over his storage device, extracting a card, Light Shadow Sword F. With a snap, the golden radiance in Jia's hand extended, transforming into a platinum-hued sword of light, firmly grasped within his palm. Although he was more adept with blades, he had also inherited the Light Shadow Sword technique. At that moment, wielding the Light Shadow Sword felt as if it had become an extension of his arm. Clang! The sword clashed against the beast's fists, a sharp gust erupting from the point of impact. Open Mind's Eye! In an instant, his Mind's Eye activated. Feeling the defensive strength of light, Jia was no longer daunted by close combat. Within the realm of his Mind's Eye, he perceived every tremor of the beast's fur, every agitation stirred by the fierce winds, with crystal clarity. Everything began to slow down. With a punch, the pressure of the wind surged. The sword sliced through the air, golden light exploding forth. The foundational breathing technique activated. Shimmering form. Boom. Crash. The golden light and the dark energy of the beast collided repeatedly, intertwining in a symphony of muffled and crisp sounds. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure of the winds, debris flying, and the shockwaves embedding deeply into the concrete walls. Mind's Eye Beginner, Proficiency 1. Mind's Eye Beginner, Proficiency 10. Mind's Eye Beginner, Mind's Eye Mastery. As his mind's eye advanced, the world around him slowed once more. Jiagu Yin seized the opportunity, locking onto the movements of the black-furred beast with unwavering focus. With both hands gripping the hilt, golden light surged into the light shadow sword, spiraling into a vortex of brilliance. Thrust! As he prepared to strike, the black-furred beast howled, its right fist clenched tightly around Monkey, launching a powerful blow. In that instant, the sword and fist met with tremendous force. The armor on the fist finally gave way, blood oozing from the fissures. Jiagu Yin sought to pursue and strike again, but the black-furred beast refused to grant him another opportunity. With a swift retreat, it planted its feet firmly on the ground, rapidly creating distance while countless robust tree roots erupted from the earth, reaching for Jiagu Yin. Fire conquers wood. Yet, Jiagu Yin was currently wielding light, and the strength of Firebird was utterly exhausted, rendering it unusable for the time being. However, after such an extended battle, your power must have waned significantly. Even without fire, I can defeat you. Jiagu Yin drew a card and aimed it at the slot on the light shadow sword. Equipment upgrade E. Click. As the card was inserted, the light shadow sword radiated a dazzling golden light. The blade widened slightly, the guard expanded outward, and the hilt elongated into a slender lance. Light shadow sword F. Light shadow lance E. Gripping the lance tightly, a formidable energy surged forth, and with a powerful thrust, he unleashed it. In that moment, the swarm of tree roots shattered into countless fragments. Jiagu Yin activated his foundational breathing technique, his legs glowing with brilliant gold, and leaped upward, breaking through the cloud of debris. The lance aimed directly at the black-furred beast. Damn it, not a chance. The black-furred beast, taken aback by Jiagu Yin's rapid pursuit, roared in fury as it swung its arms. Clang! The lance's tip collided with the beast's fists repeatedly, the cracks on its knuckles multiplying. With his mind's eye perpetually activated, Jiagu Yin captured the beast's vulnerabilities, wielding the lance with precision as he thrust forward. The black-furred beast retaliated swiftly, its fist colliding with the lance's tip. The two forces grappled, the lance grazing against the beast's knuckles, igniting brilliant sparks of gold as it aimed for the creature's neck. Whoosh! The shrill sound of friction echoed as the lance drew ever closer to the beast. Observing the lance grow larger within his sight, the beast desperately unleashed another punch. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the fist and lance met. The lance, redirected by the power of the punch, veered sideways, piercing through the beast's shoulder. Boom! Under the immense force, the black-furred beast crashed heavily to the ground, rolling and carving a deep trench in its wake. The creature, unable to comprehend the events unfolding before it, watched as Jiagu Yin advanced once more, its fists pounding against the earth in frustration. In an instant, a thick tree root surged from the ground, aiming for Jiagu Yin. He rolled onto the root, drawing a card. Light Shadow Stab F. Click. As the light shadow stab was inserted into the slot, Jiagu Yin raced along the tree root, his gaze fixated on the black-furred beast below. Golden light gathered at the tip of the light shadow lance, and countless golden lance shapes coalesced around it. Jiagu Yin, holding the lance aloft like a javelin, launched it downward at the black-furred beast. In that instant, a multitude of golden lance shapes surged forth, raining down upon the creature embedded in the earth. You shall not escape, you shall not escape, you shall not escape, you shall not escape, you shall not escape. The black-furred beast straightened its form, facing the deluge of golden lance shapes, clenching its fists tightly. Monkey erupted with an abundance of dark energy, coiling around the beast's body, and with each punch thrown, countless afterimages of fists coalesced into a single mass. Meanwhile, Monkey seemed to unleash its true potential, transforming into a myriad of dark energies that fused with the beast's form. Clang, 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 clang. In that fleeting moment, a cacophony of collisions erupted as the shattered golden lances were torn apart by the terrifying wind pressure, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Monkey. Adaptation rate 90. The Beast Ascends. Chapter 65. Igniting flames with light. Striking with a blade, the arms of the dark-haired monster grew even more robust, its bony fists continuously developing, sprouting sharp-boned spurs. Upon its arms, black hairs stood erect like steel needles, enveloping its skin, proving more resilient than any armor. The creature's dark green eyes appeared overtaken by a frenzied madness, tainted with a shade of crimson. In this moment, it furiously swung its fists, creating a series of blurred afterimages above its head, shattering spear after spear. As a final spear was launched, its fists collided with the spear's tip. Jiao Gu Yin transformed into a radiant golden light, surging towards the spear, firmly grasping the shaft and exerting immense downward force. Meanwhile, the dark-haired beast roared, unleashing its fists against the spearhead. In an instant, a clash of black and gold erupted. A tremendous force cascaded towards Jiao Guiyan, causing the ground beneath the monster to fracture and sink. The collision unleashed a gale that pressed the surrounding earth into a circular depression, spreading outward. A low hum resonated as the light and shadow spear vibrated, the straight shaft bending gradually under the overwhelming force. The dark-haired monster bellowed, witnessing the bent spear shaft, as it summoned all its strength. In an instant, its muscular arms swelled, and the black hairs bristled like needles. Streams of dark energy, pulsating like electric currents, danced between the hairs. Surrounded by debris, the stones trembled as if freed from the bonds of gravity, rising towards Jiao Guiyin in the air. Aware that his powers could not dominate after merging with Monkey, Jiao Guiyin slightly loosened his grip on the spear, instantly releasing the amassed potential energy from the bent shaft. He was propelled into the air, grasping a card. Crossbow F, with a flash of gold. A golden crossbow appeared in his hands, aimed at the dark-haired beast below. Thud, thud, thud. Golden arrows shot forth with precision towards the creature. In a fit of rage, the monster swung its fists, its body transforming into the agile form of a monkey. With nimble movements, it evaded the arrows, leaping towards a derelict building, swiftly traversing between the collapsing floors. Jiao Guiyin adjusted the crossbow's aim, targeting the dark-haired beast as it bounded closer. Thud, thud, thud. More arrows were released, but the beast, undeterred, continued to leap and swing its fists, absorbing the attacks. With its leg muscles tensed, it smashed through the concrete beneath, launching itself toward Jiao Guiyin with great force. Clenching its fists together, it struck upward with colossal power aimed at Jiao Guiyin. Reacting swiftly, Jiao Guiyin drew a card, activating his foundational breathing technique to its limits, his heart racing as blood surged into his right fist. Light and Shadow Fist F. With a click, the white card was inserted, and a brilliant golden light erupted from his clenched fist. As he swung, the brilliance above began to collapse, creating a vortex that devoured the surrounding light. To the naked eye, it appeared as though a pitch-black void enveloped Jiao Guiyin's fist, consuming all illumination and creating an absolute darkness. Yet the center of this void, his fist radiated an astonishing light. Bang! The fist collided, unleashing a powerful force that sent dust billowing, generating a visible shockwave. The Intertwining Darkness, Chapter 66. The summoner remembers everyone with the dispersal of the fiery lotus in the sky. Remnants of embers descended like falling petals, scattering in all directions. As these flame-kissed petals touched the ground, they crumbled into fragile, white ashes. Bang! Bang! Two sounds echoed as a monster, nearly cleaved in two with half its body reduced to charred remains, crashed to the earth. Meanwhile, Jiao Guiyin landed softly, his body slightly sinking into the ground. Dark energy continuously emanated from the monster, coalescing around its chest into a pitch-black card. Jiao Guiyin did not hasten to retrieve the card. Instead, he produced a blank card and tossed it toward the creature. The spinning card hovered above the monster, persistently siphoning its energy until it was entirely drained, reverting the beast back to its human form. Jia Yin reached out and stored both cards into his card holder, then turned his gaze to the human lying on the ground. Who are you? Where am I? Wang Yishuan awoke, terror-stricken as he scanned his surroundings. Stop pretending. How did you acquire the power of the monster? Jia Yin grasped Wang Yishuan by the collar, scrutinizing the man before him. Wait, I know nothing. What monster? Wang Yishuan replied, confusion etched on his face, while Jia Yin struggled to maintain his armored form. Realizing the urgency, he swiftly knocked Wang Yishuan unconscious with a single blow. Potion F still retained the effect of the truth serum. He decided to bring him back to the monster response team for thorough questioning. Jia Yin felt as though his body was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps it was not on the brink, but already in pieces. His ribs were fractured, bones splintered, muscles bruised, and his lungs burned and pierced. The intensity of the battle had pushed him to his limits. He was merely hanging on by a thread. One lapse in breath could lead him to unconsciousness. But now was not the time to succumb to darkness. Jia Yin retrieved a card, Motor F. Before reaching the monster response team, he had merely glimpsed the rescue team they dispatched before losing consciousness. Even in his unconscious state, he clung tightly to Wang Yishuan's collar, determined to alert his teammates not to lose track of this individual. Transported through the rescue team to the medical facility of the monster response team, Jia Yin remained comatose, undergoing blood transfusions, suturing of open wounds, and realignment of fractured bones. When he finally regained consciousness, 2 days had elapsed. He felt as though he had endured a restless slumber, his memories fragmented. Pain coursed through his entire body. He struggled to rise, muscles tensing in preparation for battle. His consciousness seemed perpetually locked in a state of combat readiness. Suddenly, the pain intensified. Do not move. Relax. You're a patient now. A voice interjected by you. Jia Yin paused in surprise, then gradually regained his awareness and memories, feeling a surge of emotion as he turned his head. During his unconsciousness, this wretched woman had remained by his side. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Yet, there was no one there, only a remote-controlled recording device. Curse be, he muttered, adjusting his breath and struggling to rise from the hospital bed. Just then, the door swung open. Will you not listen at all? Bai Yu chided as she entered, using the folder in her hands to push Jia Yin back onto the bed. How long was I unconscious? 2 days. Jia Yin sighed in relief. 2 days was not a significant delay. Since he was awake now, he could use Potion F to recover. Bai Yu handed him the summoner device. Jia Yin inquired, what about the man I brought back? Where is he? In the holding cell. He's been detained for 2 days and has undergone interrogation and identity verification. His identity is that of Wang Yishuan, the leader of the Yishuan Hall, one of the underground gangs in Leguang City. Bai Yu appeared well prepared, delivering the information with clarity and precision. No, that man has another identity. He is connected to the monster clan and possesses the ability to transform into a monster at will, having concealed himself within human society. Jia Yin stated, we should interrogate him using the truth serum from Potion F. I shall summon it now. As he reached for his card holder to retrieve Potion F, Bai Yu intervened, placing her hand over his. First, use the recovery potion. We can interrogate Wang Yishuan at any time. What if monsters appear during this interval? Prioritizing your recovery is the most urgent course of action. Bai Yu seemed to sense Jia Yin's potential misunderstanding and quickly clarified her actions. You are right. With that, she withdrew her hand from Jia Yin's, allowing him to extract Potion F and insert it into the summoner device. He then injected the summoned Potion F into his veins. The pain subsided, the fractures began to mend, and the wounds began to heal and scab over. His breathing seemed to ease as well. Wang Yishuan's life trajectory revealed anomalies upon investigation. Until the age of 26, he had led an unremarkable life, ultimately straying into the underworld. After 26, however, his life took a dramatic turn, thriving in the gang world. If there were any irregularities, it likely occurred within that year. While Wang Yishuan had yielded no useful intelligence during interrogation, the capabilities of the monster response team were exceptional. Through supplementary investigations, they had already gathered some information. Upon Bai Yu's conclusion, Jia Yin posed another question. Afterward, please investigate the information on Xingyang. after receiving the legacy of the first generation. The name Chengyang surfaced in Jiagu Yan's mind. He realized that Chengyang was indeed the name of the first generation, who had also lived in Leguang City. This could be linked to recent missing persons reports. Understood, Baiyu affirmed as she exited the infirmary. Jiagu Yan then drew the card for light armor. At that moment, the armor had regained its original hue, restored from black and white. Chengyang, Jiagu Yan whispered the name, feeling as if he were not merely uttering a person's name, but invoking a presence that had vanished completely from this world. Everything associated with that individual had dissipated, erased by the monster that had slain the first generation. It was as though the monster taunted him. What is the worth of your efforts when no one remembers your name? In the end, all that remained was nameless residue. No one would remember him. No one would understand him. No one would ever know of his resolve, his sacrifice of life for humanity, nor his fierce battle until the last moment. After death, all would forget him, his parents, his beloved, his friends, everything he held dear. A wretched soul, forgotten by all. Jiagu Yan clutched the light card. Remember Chengyang. As long as the beacon that carries the call of light and fire endures, there will be those who remember him. That is sufficient. And within the beacon, Lin Nagi shall remember everyone. Chapter 67. A new armor equals new strength even with the aid of Potion F. Jiagu Yan's injuries were grievously severe this time. Had it not been for the ancestral power passed down through generations, Jiagu Yan might have succumbed to his wounds. Drawing forth storm, he sat cross-legged on the hospital bed and commenced the practice of gentle rain technique. This technique is primarily supportive and healing in nature, significantly accelerating the recovery of injuries when executed. In his current state of heavy injury, Jiagu Yan seized the moment to cultivate gentle rain technique. Morning dedicated to gentle rain technique, afternoon to gentle rain technique, followed by a dose of Potion F. He continued with gentle rain technique into the night, bolstered by the amplification effect of storm. By the following evening, gentle rain technique finally ascended to the second layer. Proficiency in gentle rain technique en gentle rain technique. Layer 1, gentle rain technique. Layer 2, constitution 2 in un instant. He felt as though his chest was enveloped by an invisible torrent, yet his breath remained unobstructed. Like a fish, he swam effortlessly through this unseen water, and the pain in his chest began to ease. Furthermore, the increase in his constitution points brought a profound sense of comfort. The sound of bones growing echoed in his ears. Through the perception of mind's eye, he witnessed his fractured bones and tendons knitting back together, merging rapidly. The punctured hole in his lungs began to heal swiftly as organs and alveoli proliferated towards the breach. Summoning level raised to LV2. A notification indicated the enhancement of his summoning level. Jiagu Yan raised the summoner device and accessed the summoner panel. Despite the severity of his injuries from the previous battle, he had also experienced considerable growth. His skills had gained significant proficiency amidst the dance between life and death. The ancestral power bestowed upon him by Chengyang encompassed various combat techniques, which had translated into his skill proficiency. Thus, his panel exhibited notable improvements. Summoner Jiagu Yan, second generation. Race, human, summoning level, level 2, capable of wielding E and D grade card powers. Strength 15, mentality 14, constitution 17, skills 1. Basic stance E, mastery, proficiency 124, 50002. Light and shadow swordplay E, entry, proficiency 810-3. Light and shadow fist technique E, entry, proficiency 410-4. Mind's eye E, mastery, proficiency 16105. Marksmanship F, expert, proficiency 552-10006. Combat technique F, expert, proficiency 854-10007. Blade art F, expert, proficiency 222-10008. Basic footwork F, expert, proficiency 351-1000. Techniques 1. Basic breathing technique E, layer 3, proficiency max 2. Gentle rain technique Layer 2. Proficiency 1000, Armor Compatibility 1. Fire Sparrow, 86. 2. Light, 53. Energy Points, 180 Shop. Click to view details. The battles between life and death indeed yield substantial enhancements, whether in attribute points, proficiency, or armor compatibility. The sole drawback is the toll it takes on 1's vitality. However, following this battle, the shop should offer some valuable items. After all, he had not only vanquished 2 monsters, 1 E grade and 1 F grade, the latter possessing unique evolutionary capabilities, but had also acquired a nature-based card. Opening the shop, Monkey Breathing Technique, E 50 energy points, simulating the breathing of monkeys, enhancing agility and vitality, thereby improving response time and sensitivity. The technique is divided into 3 layers. The first layer grants 1 mentality. The second layer grants 1 constitution and 1 mentality, and the third layer grants 2 mentality. While mastering the skill, Wood Source Chi E. Wood Source Chi E 50 energy points, a skill obtained upon reaching the highest layer of the monkey breathing technique, capable of generating a flow of wood source chi within the body, enhancing reaction speed and bodily sensitivity. Explosive Flame E card 100 energy points, concentrates flames throughout the body to execute multiple successive attacks. The more segments, the greater the power, but each increase in segment doubles the burden on the body, capped at 5 segments. Fire Sparrow Manifestation E card. Monkey Breathing Technique was created by Lin Zha through the nature card, Monkey E, combined with the knowledge stored in his database. Explosive Flame E card was refined by Lin Zha from the monster card of a black-haired beast. The parasitic monster card capable of altering the host's evolution was not refined, but reserved for research purposes. The evolutionary power it possessed was too unique, while not overwhelmingly strong. It provided Lin Zha with significant insights. It is likely that among monsters, those endowed with such extraordinary power are exceedingly rare. Lin Zha intended to adapt this monster card for his own use, nurturing it to serve as both a test subject and experimental tool. By integrating it with his database, he aimed to simulate the evolution of various energies. He believed this monster card could inspire the creation of other upgraded evolution cards and even enhance existing cards and powers. Although this monster card is only of F rank to Lin Zha, it is an exceptionally rare SSR card, potentially useful for a long time, truly a gift from the heavens. The research value of Monkey E is also considerable, differing from Storm, which is purely derived from natural forces. The power of Monkey E is more fundamentally linked to life itself. If one were to categorize it, Storm would belong to the realm of nature weather, while Monkey E would belong to nature life. Both are nature-based cards, their strengths undeniable. The compatibility of Monkey E with Fire Sparrow is also considerably better than that of Storm E. It can significantly amplify the power of Fire Sparrow. With Monkey E, Lin Zha's understanding of the forces of nature deepens. Coupled with the vast knowledge from his database, Lin Zha's comprehension of this world grows. Nature is the source of power in this world. The emergence of nature-based cards likely stems from the will of this world. His database is a gift from that very world. Simultaneously, the world has transformed its power into cards, disseminating them throughout this realm, aiming to provide assistance to itself and humanity. This explains why mysterious cards had not appeared previously. Upon his arrival in this world, the cards began to manifest. The power of the worlds must have waned significantly, perhaps having already entered a state of slumber. The act of converting its power into cards and casting them into this world likely represents the limits of its dormant essence. Thus, it places its hopes upon him, this foreign light. More nature cards are needed to investigate the powers of this world. By combining these 2 nature cards, Lin Zha also commenced the design of new armor. The more armors he creates, the more power he acquires, growing ever stronger. The birth of each armor signifies Lin Zha's mastery over a new force. The process of creating and designing armor is, in essence, Lin Zha's journey to create and comprehend new powers. Yet, he still requires a water crystal stone. Chapter 68. Coercive Interrogation. Jia Gu Ian chose to spend 100 light energy points to purchase the Fire Sparrow Manifestation E card. with the remaining 80 points. He planned to wait until he accumulated another 100 points to acquire the explosive flame E-card. As for the monkey breathing technique, he had only reached the second level of gentle rain technique and had mastered the basic breath control technique to its fullest. Attempting to grasp multiple techniques at once would only lead to inefficiency. Thus, mastering the gentle rain technique before pursuing others would be more prudent. Sitting cross-legged on his hospital bed, as his light energy points diminished, flames began to coalesce in the palm of his hand, and a new crimson card materialized. The card's reverse was as blazing red as fire, while the front depicted a bird formed of flames. Similar to the monkey, the fire sparrow within the card displayed intricate details in each feather. Its eyes glowed like rubies, and the fiery feathers seemed to flicker and dance as if they were alight within the card. Gazing at the card, Jia Guiyin felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if the fire sparrow would take flight and fight at his command with a mere thought. Fire Sparrow Manifestation E was exceptionally unique among the array of Fire Sparrow combat cards. The Fire Sparrow summoned was not merely a simple fiery bird. It projected the form of Fire Sparrow armor, embodying a fraction of the Fire Sparrow's power. Its potential for growth was substantial, indicating a bond with Fire Sparrow, distinguishing it from ordinary cards. After solidifying his understanding of the Fire Sparrow Manifestation, Jia Guiyin stored it back into his card holder. He then withdrew the Monkey as a newly acquired nature-type card. Monkey E felt entirely different from Raging Rain, offering a distinct enhancement to Jia Guiyin. Grasping the Monkey E and channeling its power, he could feel his arm muscles swell significantly. His arms surged with an electric energy, amplifying his strength. Did Monkey E only enhance his arm strength? Certainly not. Under its influence, his overall physical prowess experienced growth, though the enhancement in his arms was the most pronounced and perceivable. Regrettably, it was not a Fire Attribute Nature card, leaving him uncertain of its compatibility with Fire Sparrow. He sighed, recalling that his previous adaptation with Raging Rain E and Fire Sparrow was a mere 10. The enhancement of the armor was imperceptible to him. In fact, after integrating Raging Rain, he felt his fire attacks had diminished in potency, replaced instead by a newfound ability to manipulate water flow attacks. Today, he was nearly ready to rise from the bed. He had no time to languish idly. At that moment, no one was monitoring him around the hospital bed, presenting a rare opportunity. He was determined to conduct the interrogation of that individual. Although Bai Yu had mentioned that Wang Yishuan could remain here indefinitely and would not escape, Jia Guiyin still harbored concerns about unforeseen complications. The wood attribute monster that had previously lurked in the shadows left an ominous impression on him. Prolonging the situation could prompt the opponent to notice, potentially leading to unnecessary troubles. Casting aside his pillow and monitoring equipment, Jia Guiyin rose from a bed. After a period of uninterrupted practice with the gentle rain technique, his body had regained its mobility. While he still felt slight pain at the site of his fractures when standing, this degree of discomfort was manageable through sheer willpower. Jia Guiyin rolled his neck and strode toward the door of the ward. "Wait, Mr. Jia Gu, you cannot move yet. Step aside. I understand my own body better than anyone." The doctor and nurses hurriedly attempted to restrain him, but Jia Guiyin's tall and robust physique was far beyond their capacity to contain. "Please do not cause us any trouble, Mr. Jia Gu. I will not be a burden. If anyone inquires, just say I snuck out." Jia Guiyin brushed past the doctor and nurses, making his way to the area where Wang Yishuan was detained. At that moment, only a young nurse trailed after him. Wang Yishuan was confined in a transparent cell, under 24-hour surveillance. The hysterical phase had passed, and he now sat quietly inside. "You have come," Bai Yu remarked upon seeing Jia Guiyin, showing little surprise. "You may return. If he can walk here without issue, it means he won't perish anytime soon." Bai Yu directed his gaze toward the nurse, following Jia Guiyin. "Yes, Researcher Bai." The nurse exhaled in relief, promptly responding with respect before leaving the holding room. "Use the truth serum. Regular interrogation methods will be ineffective against him. His memories may have been tampered with." Bai Yu wasted no time in pleasantries and swiftly addressed the matter at hand. Jia Guiyin was eager to proceed. As Bai Yu opened the holding room door, he, along with another combat team member from the Monster Response Unit, accompanied by you into the chamber. Are you here for interrogation again? I already told you I know nothing. Do you have an arrest warrant? Do you possess the authority to interrogate me? Your current actions constitute a serious violation of my rights. Wang Yishuan appeared quite defiant, as if his steadfast allies had employed insufficient interrogation techniques. Proceed. Baiyu nodded toward Jia Guyan, who was brimming with excitement as he retrieved the summoning device, extracting Serum F and approaching Wang Yishuan. Truth Serum? This will be my first time using it. Although he had long desired to do so, opportunities had eluded him. Wait, what do you intend to do? Wang Yishuan sensed impending dread and struggled futilely. Under Jia Guyan's formidable strength, he was restrained as easily as a child, his head pressed against the table, immobilized. After all, the monstrous energy within him had been siphoned away by Jia Guyan, reducing him to the state of an ordinary person. Serum F. With a click, a syringe filled with the serum appeared in Jia Guyan's hand, aimed at Wang Yishuan's neck. No, wait, don't. His cries were in vain. The syringe pierced through, and Wang Yishuan slumped onto the table. After approximately 30 seconds, he regained some composure, reclining against the chair's back. He seemed half-conscious, teetering between awareness and lethargy. Ask me anything, and I shall respond without hesitation. Name: Wang Yishuan. Age: 51. Chapter 69. The Moomin clan of monsters. Do you realize that you can transform into a monster? Yes. When did you acquire this power? And how did it come to you? As Baiyu inquired, Wang Yishuan began to recount a story long buried in the depths of his memory, one he had been reluctant to revisit. At the age of 26, a quarter of a century ago, he encountered a mysterious figure capable of conversing with monsters. The hideous beast knelt before this enigmatic individual, attentively listening to his words. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yishuan found himself faced with two grim choices, either death or servitude to the creature. What did you choose then? Did you become its servant? Baiyu queried. To his astonishment, Wang Yishuan clutched his head in terror. How could I have made a choice? I was so frightened that I could hardly speak. I cowered on the ground, overwhelmed with fear. I fainted and did not make a choice at all. When I regained consciousness, I was alive, but I had acquired the ability to transform into a monster. That person was merely a demon cloaked in human skin. Those eyes were certainly not human. They were demonic. Now, after 25 years, Wang Yishuan trembled as he recalled the vivid image of that mysterious figure, the piercing gaze still haunting him. In retrospect, the reason he had survived without making a choice was perhaps due to his pitiful, terrified state as he lay prostrate. He had answered the question, yet he was unwilling to acknowledge that the wretched creature on the ground was indeed himself. He had even chosen to forget that part of his memory. As he ascended in status, seemingly guided by some mysterious hand, he became increasingly reluctant to accept that the terrified, prostrate individual was his past self. Thus, he began to hypnotize himself into believing that he was special, a child of destiny, the protagonist of this world. Everything in this realm revolved around him. He even sensed that someone had been quietly propelling him forward along this path, yet he remained in denial. You are all futile. Humanity is futile. You have never truly witnessed the power of that clan, which emboldens you to take such reckless actions. Even the will of this world, the very essence of this planet, bows beneath the might of that clan. Resisting such power is utterly meaningless. Becoming a servant is humanity's sole option. As Wang Yishuan spoke with increasing mania, the shackles on his wrists clanked loudly. He pointed a trembling finger at Jia Guyan. Chapter 70. Journey to the volcano after receiving emergency medical attention. Wang Yishuan ultimately succumbed to his fate, succumbing to a frightful demise. However, he did provide the name of a monstrous clan, Moomin. The name that appeared in Jia Guyan's mind was Moomin de Pei. Jia Guyan could not ascertain whether this enigmatic figure was indeed the mysterious individual Wang Yishuan encountered 25 years ago. As Jia Guyan walked, he suddenly came to a halt. What is the matter? Baiyu turned around to gaze at Jia Guyan, who was looking down, lost in thought. Time was of the essence. Moomin was still searching for him, and the next appearance of a monster would undoubtedly be a trap. The evolved monster that had ambushed him, along with Wang Yishuan's attack. might not have been orchestrated by Mumin, but rather an unforeseen occurrence. The next Monster S appearance would most likely be a design by Mumin, meant to ensnare him and eliminate him. You have the option to refrain from fighting, Baiyu remarked, turning her head away. To watch innocents perish because of my actions. Baiyu did not respond verbally, but her silence spoke volumes. If she were to commit such an act, she would likely never be able to transform again, as she could not accept that version of herself. At that moment, Jiagu Yin, still bandaged, felt his muscles tense in resolve. I must go to that volcano. I need to obtain that natural card. This was the only strategy that Jiagu Yin could conceive to break the deadlock. He had inherited the power and armor of the first generation and had experienced personal growth. He possessed the water attribute natural card, Storm, which countered fire, as well as the Monkey E card, qualifying him to pursue a natural card. No, Baiyu swiftly rejected Jiagu Yin's plan. That volcano is too conspicuous. Do you think the monsters are oblivious to the commotion there? Mumin has likely deduced the connection between the celestial phenomenon and the natural cards. If I were Mumin, I would certainly set a meticulous trap at that volcano and monitor everyone heading there, searching for the summoner of the Fire Sparrow. Then, they would come directly for you. They were, indeed, at a significant disadvantage, their power incomparable to that of the monsters. Their only recourse was to conceal their identities, act with utmost caution, and erase all traces of their presence. The moment even the slightest clue was exposed, Mumin would follow the trail and strike with lethal precision. Though it appeared he had options, Jiagu Yin was left with only two choices: to wait for Mumin to orchestrate the next monster attack and then walk into the trap, or to rush into the volcano's elaborate snare to acquire the card hidden within the celestial phenomenon. You understand that there's only one path forward, Miss Bai, he insisted. At the very least, wait until your injuries have healed further. Baiyu clenched the folder in her hands. She was aware that her thoughts were misguided, yet she regretted handing the summoner device to Jiagu Yin that day, realizing the weight of the burden she had placed upon him. I will assist you in forging a new identity. To confuse their judgment, she finally declared, feeling as though she had returned to that fateful day when she entrusted the summoner device to Jiagu Yin. Rest assured, there will be no danger. I will surely perish out there, and then I shall never have to endure your vexatious face again. What more can I say? Should I proclaim, wait for my return, and then marry this beautiful nurse? Jiagu Yin casually addressed a passing nurse. The lovely nurse merely smiled politely, maintaining her composure. After such declarations, not only the volcano, but even the journey would be fraught with peril. Thus, it was crucial to establish a counter-narrative. Do not wait for my return. Under no circumstances should you wait for me, Jiagu Yin concluded, stepping ahead of Baiyu. With a sigh, she followed suit. The volcano, where the celestial phenomenon occurred, lay within the archipelago in the southeastern sea of the continent. To reach it, one must fly or take a train to Haizhou City on the southeastern coast, then board a ship to Wanzhou Island. Finally, one would need to hire a fishing boat or other sailing vessel to reach the volcanic island. The motor F could fly, but doing so required entering combat mode, necessitating Jiagu Yin's transformation, which would be immensely taxing on his stamina. In its regular state, motor F could not fly. It merely surpassed ordinary modes of transportation in speed. Thus, for extensive travel, it remained essential to utilize planes, trains, or ships. To be realistic, motorcycles were not permitted on highways. For instance, the Fire Sparrow Armored Warrior would be subject to traffic laws prohibiting motorcycles on highways. Moreover, did you even register your motorcycle? Could you present your driver's license? From the sound of it, your motorcycle seems to have undergone illegal modifications. While he understood the reasoning, the monsters would be on the highway. Jiagu Yin changed into his attire, adjusted his collar, and donned a knitted beret. Beneath his clothing, his chest, arms, and legs were still bound in bandages, though the sutures had been removed. The card storage device was fastened to his waist, while the summoner device was tucked securely in his pocket. The remaining injuries were trivial. With the aid of the Misty Rain technique and a few injections, he would soon recover. Baiyu had already helped him craft a false identity. After passing through security, he boarded the plane. Although the summoner device and card storage device appear metallic, their detection results would reveal otherwise. Any security apparatus would fail to acknowledge their existence. Grasping the suitcase that had cleared security, Jiagu Yin regarded his forged identification. He was now identified as a young entrepreneur named Yang Wenyu, traveling for leisure. While his physique was somewhat more robust than other entrepreneurs, it was entirely reasonable for a young businessman to be passionate about fitness. As he observed his identification, curious onlookers maintained a respectful distance, for Jiagu Yin's physique was indeed striking, and he was undeniably handsome. Once aboard the plane and feeling the ascent, Jiagu Yin removed his hat slightly to shield his eyes. He then began to channel the misty rain technique to heal his injuries. Despite engaging in this technique, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, as his current mental state had transcended human limits, entering the realm of heightened perception. Within a certain radius, he could distinctly sense the movements of others. According to Bayu's deductions, Mumin was fully aware that his primary area of activity was in Shaguang City. To travel from Shaguang City to the volcano, he would inevitably need to take this flight from Shaguang City to Haizhou City. Thus, Mumin likely had agents or monsters assigned to all flights between these two locations to probe for the summoner's presence. Should he be discovered and the monsters and agents dealt with, Mumin would narrow down the summoner's potential identities to all passengers on this flight, thereby pinpointing Jiagu Yin's true identity. To prevent such a scenario, Bayu had remotely sanitized all boarding and surveillance information using Hacker F. He too was operating under a fabricated identity. Let the probing commence. Chapter 71. Coerced feeding in the serene cabin. Jiagu Yin reclined quietly against the plush seat, deep in contemplation. He sought to uncover the potential existence of the summoner amidst the flights between two locations. The most convenient guise for this endeavor would be that of a crew member. At that moment, a flight attendant wheeled a cart by, and Jiagu Yin observed her before shaking his head. It was not entirely certain that she was indeed a crew member. After all, the number of crew members was limited, making them easily identifiable. A wooden door could also serve as a deceptive barrier, concealing spies disguised as unsuspecting passengers. If a spy aimed to uncover the identity of the summoner, who would be the most suspicious? After much contemplation, Jiagu Yin glanced at his own robust physique. It dawned on him. The greatest flaw was indeed his own body. How infuriating! He had already noticed a female passenger nearby who kept casting furtive glances in his direction, her legs tightly crossed. In light of this, Jiagu Yin retrieved a glasses case from his bag and opened it. Inside lay a pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses. The mere sight of the delicate gold frames and the brilliance of the high-transparency lenses emanated an air of sophistication. He donned the gold-rimmed glasses, completing his disguise flawlessly. Now, anyone who looked would hardly discern his true identity as a member of the monster countermeasure team, coupled with the identity of the Fire Sparrow summoner. The aura imparted by these glasses transformed him into a figure reminiscent of an ambitious young entrepreneur. That guy is undoubtedly the most summoner-like individual I have encountered thus far. A beautiful, long-haired flight attendant observed Jiagu Yin from a corner, her heart racing with excitement. How can an ordinary person possess such formidable muscles? Despite Jiagu Yin's strength, his tall and well-proportioned frame still appeared quite harmonious. After all, the Fire Sparrow was a highly agile armor. As a summoner, Jiagu Yin was in fact a dexterous and robust man. I must conduct a test. In accordance with her master's orders, she resolved to err on the side of caution and eliminate any potential threats. As for the unfortunate souls who might fall victim, her master would ensure that all traces of them vanished from this world, leaving human society oblivious to any issues. The flight from Seiko City to Haizhou City took a total of 6 hours, from 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. The crew was required to serve a lunch, and she could easily poison it to ascertain whether this man was indeed the armored summoner. Before lunch, she would first investigate the identity of the individual. The long-haired flight attendant began accessing data to examine the passenger list for this flight, soon locating Jiagu Yin's details. Young Wenyin. Simultaneously, Jiagu Yin received a message from the monster countermeasure team on the ground. Someone had accessed the airline's user data to investigate his information. The suspect's identity could be narrowed down to the crew members, so he had to tread carefully. Baiyu was vigilantly monitoring Jiagu Yan's movements through Hacker F to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Damn, my disguise is flawless. Jiagu Yan removed the gold-rimmed glasses and returned them to the case. They were rather expensive. He needed to keep them safe. Who could it be? After pondering for a moment, Jiagu Yan ultimately gave up on the thought and remained vigilant of his surroundings. Since he had already been marked as a target, it was only a matter of time before they would come to test him. Thus, he resolved to quietly await their approach. Moreover, the anticipated test. Jiagu Yan glanced at his watch. Is it lunchtime already? Time passed, and Jiagu Yan tirelessly activated the Mianyu Ju, healing the remaining injuries on his body. Simultaneously, the summoning device nestled in his arms continued to amplify his physical prowess and perception. Coupled with his already superhuman sensory abilities, he remained acutely aware of the happenings around him. Yet, to the casual observer, he appeared to be lounging comfortably in his plush seat, hat tilted over his eyes, entirely devoid of any sense of impending danger. The woman beside him had scrutinized him countless times. Finally, lunchtime arrived. Being in business class, the service was commendable. A beautiful flight attendant with curly hair first presented warm towels for hand cleansing, followed by laying out a tablecloth. Ultimately, she served a pre-ordered lunch on the table. Jiagu Yan picked up his chopsticks and reached for the food. The flight attendant then turned and gracefully departed, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Go on, eat up. This meal was specially prepared for you. Whether you are the armored summoner or not, you must perish. If you must blame someone, blame your unfortunate fate for boarding this flight. At that moment, she fantasized about the prospect of eliminating a summoner and presenting the summoning device to her master. How much affection would her master bestow upon her? As a mere fringe figure, she would gain greater favor and enhance her power, transcending humanity to become a high-ranking subordinate of her master. While the woman contemplated these thoughts, the man spoke up. Damn it, there's a fly in this food, he exclaimed, visibly disgusted. This is utterly revolting. I can't eat this. Jiagu Yan picked up the fly that had soaked in the broth with his chopsticks and, covering his mouth, expressed his disdain. This bastard man. The woman nearly erupted with rage, wanting to strangle him, but was forced to muster a smile as she approached Jiagu Yan once more. Our company's meals adhere to strict culinary standards. It is impossible for there to be a fly. This passenger, please. Wait. Jiagu Yan slammed his hand on the table and stood up, instantly attracting the attention of those around him. Are you questioning my eyesight? If you believe there's no issue. Jiagu Yan scooped up a spoonful of rice drenched in broth. Then you eat it first. You bastard man. I want to strangle you. The woman was acutely aware of what she had added to the soup. I'm sorry, sir, but that does not comply with company policy. Flight attendants cannot consume passengers' food. Jiagu Yan disregarded her protest, intent on shoving the food into the flight attendant's mouth. Hey, stop making a scene. A man seated nearby stood up to intervene, halting Jiagu Yan's actions. Jiagu Yan paused, and the flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief. The hope of poisoning the lunch was now out of the question. She would have to devise another plan. In a swift motion, Jiagu Yan stepped forward, blocking her path. He pried open her mouth and precisely shoved the spoonful of rice in her throat. She widened her eyes, frantically pushing Jiagu Yan away and coughing vile. The beautiful flight attendant's skin began to darken and harden at an alarming rate. Her once smooth visage was now incessantly secreting a white, viscous substance, which accumulated in layers, solidifying into a formidable exoskeleton. Her eyes enlarged, bulging outward. The hair atop her head rapidly retracted into her body, while a pair of jet-black horns emerged, crackling with electricity. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she desperately attempted to flee. In her frantic rush past the passenger, she snarled, "Get out of the way, don't block my path." Following this, as if igniting a chain reaction, more and more individuals rose in panic, shrieking in a fervent desire to escape the vicinity. There's a monster on the plane. Help, please. Chapter 72. The battle on the airplane, how dare you? At that moment, the flight attendant had completely shed her human guise. Her entire body was covered in a hard skin, adorned with a layer of sturdy exoskeleton. Silver currents of electricity danced around the horns atop her head. Compared to typical monsters, her stature was relatively petite, with sharp but short claws. At this moment, she spoke in human language, her gaze fixed firmly on Jiagu Yin, her claws digging into the floor beneath her. Truly, she was a monster, and not just any monster, but an intelligent being transformed by the wooden door selection. One could only wonder how many such creatures existed. Jiagu Yin retrieved his summoning device, pressing it to his waist before swiftly drawing the Fire Sparrow card. "It's you." The creature turned her attention toward Jiagu Yin, showing no intention of allowing him the opportunity to transform. She was enveloped in electricity, darting toward him like a bolt of lightning. "Fire Sparrow, merge!" With a cry akin to a bird's song, searing flames erupted from beneath Jiagu Yin's feet. The approaching monster was scorched by the intense fire, flinging her against a row of seats. Whether it was light or Fire Sparrow, the transformation principle involved the summoning device projecting Lin Zha's power from a higher dimension into reality. The moment of projection unleashed tremendous force, rendering one invincible. "You despicable creature!" The monster roared in fury, her body once again cloaked in electricity as she charged towards Jiagu Yin. Her speed was so rapid that she seemed to vanish in a flash of electric light. "I'm not some mindless lowly beast. Though I know not how you acquired the surname of Lord Mumin, I am indeed a servant of Lord Mumin." The electric currents collided with Jiagu Yin's flames, filling the cabin with a tempest of electricity and fire. Jiagu Yin dodged the attacks while evading the surging currents around him, determined to protect the airplane structure. After all, countless passengers were aboard, and a crash would spell disaster. "Servant? You mean mere thrall?" Jiagu Yin activated his basic breathing technique, swiftly entering a burning state. He kicked the monster away and drew another card. "You foul creature! How dare you hold me in such contempt?" The monster, seething with rage, grasped the surrounding metal cabin with her claws, her electricity becoming more dazzling. It seemed as if her entire being was transforming into pure electricity. "Let me show you true speed." In an instant, the monster's form vanished, and the smoke-filled cabin became alive with crackling currents. "Fire Sparrow Blade." Jiagu Yin summoned the Fire Sparrow Blade, gripping the hilt firmly while maintaining his burning form, vigilant of his surroundings. "Open the Eye of Insight." The smoke behind him suddenly parted, revealing the lightning-enshrouded monster lunging forward. Jiagu Yin swiftly slashed with his blade. The monster swiped with her right claw, aiming for the Fire Sparrow Blade, and electricity surged along its edge. Her other claw lunged toward Jiagu Yin's neck. The claw pierced Jiagu Yin's neck, however. Before the monster could revel in her apparent victory, she witnessed Jiagu Yin dissipating like embers in the wind. Then, she felt a wave of heat radiating from behind. Before she could turn, the Fire Sparrow Blade, enveloped in scorching flames, slashed toward her backside. In an instant, a dark char mark was etched into her exoskeleton. She was thrown backward by the immense force, crashing into row after row of seats. "Impossible! Impossible!" Jiagu Yin landed gracefully, his armor glowing a fiery red, the Fire Sparrow Blade resting upon his shoulder. "What did you just say about true speed? I seem to have missed that. Foul creature!" With an enraged roar, the monster was once again engulfed in electricity, charging at Jiagu Yin. At that moment, she was consumed by profound shame and fury. Jiagu Yin held the Fire Sparrow Blade with one hand, positioning it against the other hand's palm, aimed at the oncoming beast. The basic breathing technique surged to its zenith. In an instant, a wave of blazing red flames coalesced before Jiagu Yin, which he inhaled. With a thrust of the blade, Jiagu Yin's speed shattered all limits. Flames erupted from his legs, enveloping his entire being, as he surged toward the charging monster. The electric currents were rendered utterly ineffective as Jiagu Yin's blade and flames pierced through. The monster's exoskeleton was instantly penetrated, flames engulfing its body from within. "No, stop!" The engulfed monster thrashed desperately, trying to free itself from the blade piercing through it, but the flames consumed it completely, relentlessly incinerating its flesh and armor. "You will regret this." The monster's final curse echoed as she exploded into a cloud of smoke and a crystallized monster core. Gazing at the floating monster core, Jiagu Yin produced a blank card and tossed it towards the core. The blank card swiftly absorbed the core, transforming into a red background monster card, depicting the creature's image. Defeated an F-rank monster. Energy points 50. Jiagu Yin felt a notable increase in strength compared to before. Throughout this battle, he had been cautious not to damage the aircraft while deftly handling the monster. He had maintained a position of dominance over the creature. He pocketed the monster card and surveyed the smoke-filled environment before drawing. Raging rainy, chilling rain cascaded, extinguishing the remaining flames, which did not dissipate, but instead transformed into streams of water that ascended. The airborne debris was absorbed into the water, forming a dark water sphere that returned to the Raging Rain E card. Having neutralized the hazard around him, Jiagu Yin retracted Raging Rain E. Just then, the airplane lurched violently. What is happening? Jiagu Yin steadied himself, recalling the monster's last words. Could there be a hidden trick? He approached a nearby window, noticing the dark chaos outside. A thunderstorm raged around them. Coupled with the monster's ability to manipulate electricity, it seemed she had conjured a tempest. Jiagu Yin dashed toward the front of the airplane, intent on reaching the cockpit. Chapter 73. Switching Armor, the Second Storm Form, the Fire Sparrow Armor. Monsters truly appeared, leading to an eruption of battle. What was the cause of the recent turbulence? Are we going to crash? Panic swiftly spread throughout the aircraft. During the recent skirmish, passengers in business class fled to other sections. However, those areas also experienced the repercussions of the conflict. In this moment, witnessing the emergence of the Fire Sparrow, it became evident that it had vanquished the beast that threatened the plane. Yet, the ongoing turbulence and the shifting environment incited uncontrollable fear among them. Is the cockpit door locked? There was no response from within, and no method could pry it open. Flight attendants rushed around the cockpit door in a state of chaos, fully relying on Jiagu Yin as their pillar of strength. Step aside. Jiagu Yin raised the Fire Sparrow blade, its edge instantly turning a fierce crimson, slicing through the steel door of the cockpit. Upon entering, he discovered that both the captain and co-pilot had succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing through the cockpit's glass, he saw the aircraft hurtling uncontrollably toward the looming thunderstorm. The monsters had not posed much trouble for Jiagu Yin. The true peril awaited him here. It was no wonder that the wooden door had placed such a tempestuous creature aboard the plane to conjure a storm at a critical moment. Even if it could not overpower the armored warrior, it could summon a tempest, leading all aboard, along with the aircraft itself, to a shared demise. Find a way to wake them up, Jiagu Yin exclaimed, dragging the captain and co-pilot from their seats. Typically, commercial aircraft possess an autopilot feature. They merely needed to disperse the storm ahead. As the plane drew closer to the tempest, the turbulence intensified. Even if he possessed the means to scatter the storm, he had to escape the aircraft. But how could he leave? At this altitude, the pressure difference between the inside and outside rendered the doors immovable. Even if he summoned the power of his armor to forcibly open the door, the cabin would depressurize, swiftly expelling all items and passengers into the void. The plane might also disintegrate due to structural damage. At this proximity, even if the two pilots awoke, evading the storm would be impossible. Create a small hole in the window. Once it's done, return to seal it with metal. This was the only solution left. At this moment, the two pilots finally began to regain consciousness and comprehend the dire situation. Their faces turned pale as they beheld the storm ahead. There was no altering the flight path now. In agreement with Jiagu Yin's assessment, he declared, "I will handle the storm. You maintain the aircraft's stability." Jiagu Yin swiftly exited the cockpit. The crew calmed the passengers, instructing them to return to their seats, fasten their seat belts, and don oxygen masks. They then isolated the cabin from the others, returning to their seats, preparing for the worst, and wearing oxygen masks, all while looking at Jiagu Yin with a blend of terror and hope. Meanwhile, Jiagu Yin had already raised his blade and plunged it into the window. The glass was swiftly severed, and a powerful suction emanated from a breach. All loose items in the cabin began to surge towards the opening. Jiagu Yin steadied himself and, amid gasps of shock, leaped through the newly formed hole. The chaotic winds whipped at Chapter 74. Arrival at Haizhou City. Crisis resurfaces at last. We are emerging. Have we finally traversed the stormy region? A glimmer of light breaks through the dark expanse, shrouded in thunder and clouds. The entire passenger aircraft fills with exuberance, a palpable joy of surviving a near calamity. Exhausted yet resolute, Jiagu Yin summons his remaining strength to guide the plane through the final stretch of turbulent clouds. Boom! Bolts of lightning strike Jiagu Yin, while the sunlight ahead grows increasingly brilliant. Following closely, the massive aircraft gradually pierces through the remnants of the storm. Jiagu Yin, hovering in midair on his motorcycle, ceases his basic breathing technique, feeling the fatigue begin to take hold. The storm form of his light armor dissipates, its blue attachments transforming into luminous particles that retract back into the summoning device at his waist, reverting to this storm E-card. Next, a crucial task awaits. He must erase the memories of all passengers aboard the aircraft. Some of them, having glimpsed his face, could unwittingly provide clues for the monsters seeking him. Jiagu gazes at the approaching aircraft and extracts a card. Potion F. Equipment upgrade. Click. The potion upgrades. The forgetting potion. He inserts the 2 cards into the summoner, and a syringe materializes in his hand. Grasping the syringe, Jiagu Yin switches back to the Fire Sparrow armor and re-enters the plane through the opening he had cut. Upon returning, the sight of the Fire Sparrow stirs excitement among some extroverted passengers who are already contemplating whether to seize the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take a photograph with the legendary creature. What an incredible tale to tell. They encountered a monster mid-flight and were saved by the Fire Sparrow. This experience could be relished for years to come. Jiagu Yin, however, pays no mind to their enthusiasm. He removes a steel plate and positions it over the previously cut opening. Utilizing the power of fire, he melts the edges of the steel, welding the breach shut. The pressure differential between the interior and exterior of the aircraft quickly stabilizes. Though such hasty repairs cannot ensure lasting stability, they should suffice until the plane lands. Forget my face and everything associated with me, he murmurs, shattering the forgetting potion above the remaining passengers. Green mist erupts, swiftly enveloping the cabin, ensuring that everyone inhales the potion equally. Subsequently, Jiagu Yin removes his armor and returns to his seat, as if nothing had transpired. In truth, beneath the bandages on his body, some wounds that had begun to heal now reopen, oozing with fresh blood. What has happened? The Fire Sparrow armor appeared, vanquishing both the monster and the storm. But where has the armored warrior vanished in the blink of an eye? How infuriating not to have captured a photo. This event could be celebrated for a lifetime, sharing a plane with the Fire Sparrow warrior. Quiet, please. Passengers, maintain order and refrain from causing chaos. The cabin, however, seems to have devolved into even greater disorder. A slight smile graces Jiagu Yin's lips, as even the pain from his re-injured wounds feels somewhat diminished amidst the chaos. With no opportunity to continue his rain technique, he leans against the wall, awaiting the aircraft's landing. Eventually, the plane lands punctually at Haizhou City Airport. Relevant personnel and crew swiftly take charge, isolating and controlling the passengers aboard. Jiagu Yin's travel records, information, and even surveillance footage along the route are remotely deleted or modified by Baiyu. Once the plane touches down, Jiagu Yin discreetly slips away from the airport. Everything is orchestrated to conceal his identity. Nonetheless, the demise of the monster and the collective witnessing of the passengers will undoubtedly relay a message to the monsters lurking here. Turning his back to the airport, Jiagu Yin adjusts the brim of his hat against the roaring ascent of the aircraft. The armored warrior has indeed arrived in Haizhou City, and his objective lies with the volcano that has manifested extraordinary phenomena. Regardless of whether Mu Mend is present, the monsters here will devise a trap based on this intelligence, weaving a net to ensnare him. As he gazes at the towering buildings lining the streets, Jiagu Yin hails a taxi, instructing the driver to take him to the Blue Melody Hotel. Certainly, sir. The Blue Melody Hotel, a luxurious establishment along the coastal region of Haizhou City, features floor-to-ceiling windows that offer stunning views of the scenic coastline. Jiagu Yin's ferry to Wanzhou Island departs at 4 in the morning, and the hotel's proximity ensures convenience. Though pressed for time, he is not so oblivious to the need for rest. After the exhausting battle aboard the plane, his physical condition has deteriorated, and his injuries are trending towards worsening. It is unwise to rush blindly. Haste makes waste. Are you here for leisure or business? The driver inquires, seemingly eager to engage. Haizhou boasts many beautiful sights, such as... However, Jia Guyan, overwhelmed with fatigue, merely lowers his hat's brim and closes his eyes, initiating the misty rain technique to mend his injuries. Noticing Jia Guyan's disinterest in conversation, the driver turns on the radio, humming along cheerfully. The proficiency of the misty rain technique has significantly improved. At that moment, as Jia Guyan activates the misty rain technique, he unexpectedly discovers that his mastery is rapidly ascending. It seems some energy within him harmonizes with the technique, undergoing swift refinement. Could this phenomenon be attributed to the relentless lightning and torrential rain from the storm? By connecting the misty rain technique with storm, Jia Guyan easily deduces that the storm's fury might accelerate his training. So it continues until they arrive at the hotel. Jia Guyan exits the taxi, collects his room key based on his prior reservation, and enters his designated room. Only then does he remove his clothing, replacing the blood-soaked bandages. After swiftly cleaning his wounds and adorning fresh bandages, he incinerates the old ones with fire sparrow flames, flushing them away. As a summoner, his blood and bodily tissues must be meticulously disposed of. Should they fall into the hands of monsters, they could be subjected to research and exploitation. Once the cleanup is complete, Jia Guyan grasps the Storm E card and resumes the Misty Rain technique. Should he reach the 3rd level, his combat prowess will receive a significant boost. Meanwhile, a ferry transporting passengers and goods between Wanzhou Island and Haizhou City has successfully docked at the port. 2 robust men disembark from the ferry. One, with brown hair and wide eyes, grinds his teeth incessantly. The other, with black hair and wearing a mask, possesses hands that are disproportionately large, nearly double that of an average person, with notably thick knuckles. As the crowd observes the 2 men, they instinctively part, creating a pathway for them. A short-sighted, yellow-haired ruffian, adorned with a lip piercing, was animatedly discussing something with his companions when he unexpectedly collided with 2 individuals. "Are you blind?" he exclaimed in irritation. However, as he turned around and caught sight of the figures before him, his voice dwindled to a mere whisper. The 2 men slightly bent forward, scrutinizing the ruffian intently, their noses drawing closer as they inhaled the scent emanating from his disheveled head. The ruffian instinctively held his breath, overwhelmed by a primal fear that rendered his legs weak, as if he were on the verge of being devoured. Fortunately for him, the towering men did not feast upon him. They merely sniffed and then departed, seemingly unimpressed by his flavor. Chapter 75. The darkness hidden beneath the gang Wang Yishuan had vanished. On the 2nd day, following his disappearance, the entire Yixuantang was engulfed in chaos, with its members in disarray and its operations in turmoil. Bai Lingyao made a decisive choice to flee. Bai Lingyao was not her true name. She had long since abandoned the use of her real name, Li Kuling. This name felt too mundane, too ordinary. Thus, to appeal to her clientele, she had been given a nickname by Ling Yao. Once a university student who had bravely transitioned from a remote, rural area to the city, she had worked diligently, relying on part-time jobs and scholarships to cover her tuition and living expenses. A naive girl from the countryside, she had never encountered the harsher realities of life. Perhaps it was her own foolishness that led to her downfall. She had been deceived. Her teacher had introduced her to a part-time job, and in her gratitude, she believed she had encountered a benevolent figure in this vast city, someone who would look after her without prejudice. Her simplistic worldview had fostered an unwavering trust in her teacher, failing to recognize that while professions may vary, the nature of humanity does not. Thus began her descent into a nightmarish existence, trafficked, beaten, imprisoned, starved, and violated. No gallant knight arrived to rescue her, nor did any righteous hero come forth to punish the wrongdoers. Instead, she was treated as an object, her will and dignity systematically extinguished. Ultimately, she was rendered incapable of resistance, her dignity cast aside as she became a mere slave. Once molded into a compliant product, she was dispatched to the underground operations of Yixuantang, where she entertained various patrons. The rationale behind her selection was simple: a naive girl from the countryside, honest and unassuming, was deemed easy to manipulate. Additionally, her lack of connections, her parents being mere farmers, rendered her vulnerable. Coupled with her physical beauty, despite her unflattering attire and lack of makeup, she was deemed a suitable choice. Should one mock those with such discerning tastes? Li Kuling had always been obedient. Initially, she had resisted, but after enduring unimaginable brutality and humiliation, she ceased to fight back. She became more compliant than anyone else, suppressing thoughts of suicide, forcing herself to endure the abhorrent circumstances. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen. With Wang Yishuan's disappearance and the ensuing chaos, her historical compliance had left her less scrutinized, concealing a sharpened iron spike. She acted without hesitation, taking the life of her captor. She then dragged the body into her room, donning his clothing and hiding his corpse beneath the bed. The man's attire was somewhat oversized for her, yet it was a necessity in her current plight. Yet this was merely the beginning. Her list of intended victims was extensive. The despicable teacher, the members of Yixuantang, those who had abducted, harmed, and brought her to this wretched state. She yearned to annihilate them, to dismember them, to consume their hearts and gnaw on their bones. The thought of alerting the authorities was utterly unappealing. After all she had endured, her naivety had long since evaporated. The once docile and compliant visage now twisted with fury. She could rely solely on herself, as the only trustworthy entity in her life was herself. However, as a woman, her strength felt exceedingly feeble. The act of killing this thug had merely been a consequence of his own negligence. Even if she concealed the body, it would not be long before its absence was noted and the corpse discovered, leading to the inevitable realization of her crime. Li Kuling contemplated setting the place ablaze, but she remembered the innocents trapped within, enduring similar cruel fates. Time was of the essence. She must escape. The current disarray within Yixuantang facilitated her departure. Upon stepping into the long-forgotten world outside, she savored the taste of freedom, even if she recognized its illusory nature. Tears threatened to spill forth, but she held them at bay, her heart still surging with rage. She stealthily returned to her school, lingering in the parking lot until, by some stroke of fate, she spotted the vehicle belonging to her teacher. Patiently, she awaited the moment when he would unlock his car. Her sharpened iron spike now transformed into a dagger at the waist of the man who had once guarded her. As she waited, her thoughts crystallized, mapping out her escape. Having committed murder, there was no possible way for her to remain in Liguang City. Her only option was to flee as far as she could before the body was discovered. Finally, the figure she could never forget appeared before her. He possessed a suave demeanor, appearing gentle and courteous, a facade that had once deceived her. Concealed in the shadows, she awaited the moment he would unlock the car. Once he did, she swiftly entered the passenger seat. As she prepared to commit her act of vengeance, she felt no hesitation. With a firm grip on the dagger, she swiftly severed his throat. He clutched his neck in terror, desperately attempting to stem the flow of blood, but it gushed forth, granting him no reprieve. His eyes widened in shock as he recognized her face, disbelief flooding his mind. He had been thoroughly prepared, believing that a girl from the countryside would never have the opportunity to rise again after being sold. Even if she escaped, she would inevitably be recaptured. He had experience. Moreover, Yixuantang was not an ordinary gang. Yet he could never have anticipated that this simple girl he had chosen would, upon escaping, neither report her plight nor seek help, but instead come directly to kill him. She offered him no chance for explanation, no opportunity for negotiation. Confident that with time, he could pacify her, he had no reason for concern, believing Yixuantang's members would soon come searching. He had even rehearsed the lines he would utter, feigning ignorance, claiming he too had been deceived, and that he would immediately report her disappearance, expressing remorse for the past few days. But why was this wretched girl like a madwoman, attacking him without a word of explanation or inquiry? As his consciousness faded, Li Kuling remained composed, seizing his hair and pressing his head against the steering wheel. Like a farmer slaughtering a chicken, she ensured that his blood flowed onto the floor mat rather than spilling everywhere. From the outside, he appeared simply to be resting against the wheel. Once she confirmed his stillness, Li Kuling reached into his pocket to retrieve his phone, unlocking it with his fingerprint. His identification had long been confiscated, rendering her unable to purchase a ticket. How could she escape? Using his phone, she ordered a bus to the school entrance. Chapter 76. The arrival of Jiaqiyan. At this moment, the two corpses remained undiscovered. Li Kuling had already boarded a long-distance bus heading to Haizhou City. She intended to travel to Haizhou City, then take a ferry to Wanzhou Island, and subsequently find a way to smuggle herself abroad. Although she appeared calm, deep within, she harbored doubts about the feasibility of her plan. She suspected that she would ultimately be found, facing a painful demise, or perhaps enduring torment and humiliation before being subjected to the law, culminating in a death sentence. Such a fate held a peculiar absurdity that could shatter her spirit. Nevertheless, she resolved to escape as far as possible. After an entire night, Li Kuling finally arrived at her destination, Haizhou City, just before noon the next day. Following a brief lunch, fatigue enveloped her, yet rest was not an option. She needed to devise a method to board the ferry to Wanzhou Island. The only idea that came to her mind was to conceal herself among the cargo, sneaking into the ferry's hold. However, this notion proved impractical upon further contemplation. She lingered at the port, searching for opportunities, wandering aimlessly until deep into the night. Her heart grew colder with each passing moment, and she realized that smuggling herself was an unattainable dream. Her fate had seemingly been sealed. Where had she gone wrong? It was not a singular misstep. Rather, the moment she entered the gaze of those predatory eyes, her doom had been sealed. In the early morning hours, law enforcement began searching near the port, while members of a gang clad in black suits also commenced their search. Li Kuling's chance for escape had evaporated. Desperately, she roamed the port, evading detection, but ultimately, she was discovered. There she is. A man in a black suit, his tie undone and shirt disheveled, shouted. Instantly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted, and more individuals began converging upon her. Li Kuling sprinted, attempting to evade them, her head bowed in a frantic dash. Yet, how could she hope to outrun this group of men? A figure in black seized her arm, yanking her back with force. A brutal slap struck her face, causing one side to swell instantly. She drew a dagger, but a powerful hand clamped down on her wrist, rendering her immobile. More figures emerged, closing in. Is this the woman? Don't be fooled by her petite stature. She is ruthless. Having killed 2 of our brothers, and fleeing, he perhaps speaking the truth would result in abandonment and disdain. Yet, as long as one continues to deceive, it is conceivable that trust could be gained, allowing an escape and a chance to survive. However, gazing upon Jiaguyan, she resolutely refused to lie to her benefactor. To deceive and exploit a person of such unwavering righteousness would render her no different from those wretches. She might face abandonment, be handed over to the authorities, and endure further torment and humiliation. Yet, that fate would be preferable to betraying this man before her. Upon hearing her words, Jiaguyan glanced back and then spoke. It must be you scoundrels who have driven this situation. After uttering this, he furiously advanced, delivering a kick to one of them. After all, this band of ruffians had committed countless misdeeds. No matter how he struck, it could never be deemed a misstep. Chapter 77. Are we about to fight? Jiaguyan approached to finish off the wounded, but his motives were far more complex than mere anger. Upon realizing that this woman had taken a life, he sensed that the situation was anything but simple. To be cautious, it was prudent to incapacitate all those involved, thereby preventing any further dissemination of information. As for the woman who had committed murder, Jiaguyan had engaged in brawls himself, having dealt with ruffians over black coffee and similar trivial matters. He saw no fault in his actions, merely considering himself overly hospitable. He believed in understanding the reasons behind another's misdeeds before passing judgment on their character. Her admission of guilt, her refusal to deceive herself, and her willingness to have him take her away indicated that her nature was not inherently malicious. There must be a reason for her actions. Come with me. Let's clarify this matter, he urged. Time was of the essence, with the ferry about to depart. Given Jiaguyan's status, acquiring another ticket and adopting a new identity was not a daunting task. Thus, he led Li Kuling aboard the vessel. Shortly after their departure, two imposing men arrived at the scene of the conflict. They surveyed the scattered thugs, crouched low to the ground, sniffing the air like beasts. The scent of flames lingered, a call from the fire sparrow's summoner. It was delectable. The two towering figures exchanged glances, saliva pooling in their mouths. Then, to Jia Gu Yin's horror, they lowered their heads and began to feast on the unconscious thugs. One of the men eventually paused and turned to his companion, who had removed his mask, revealing a terrifyingly grotesque maw. "The ferry is about to depart. We must stop," he said. "Understood." The man bit off the entire face of a gang member on the ground before they both stood and departed. In their wake, the gang members lay scattered, their faces entirely devoured, seemingly oblivious to their own pain or even to the fact that they were still alive, merely existing in a state of unconsciousness. The ferry was vast. After ticket inspection, they boarded a bus to the port where the ferry docked, then ascended a gangway to enter the interior. Although it was Jia Gu Yin's first experience aboard a ferry, the luxurious suite provided him with VIP service. He was guided to the suite without any inconvenience. Even as a novice traveler, through the suite's window, the surface of the sea was clearly visible. Once the door was closed, Jia Gu Yin turned his attention to Li Kuling, who was observing her surroundings. "Please, recount the events," he prompted. This was the first time in a long while that she had found someone to confide in. As she spoke, her body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "That's enough. You needn't continue," he reassured her. "You bear no blame. Those individuals deserve their fate. You did nothing wrong. It is they who are beyond redemption. Do not carry this burden. View it as a nightmare that never truly occurred. It is over now, and no one will come to reclaim you." Jia Gu Yin stood, gently patting Li Kuling's head, and she, overwhelmed by her pent-up anguish, embraced him and wept. When she had regained her composure, he continued, "What are your plans moving forward? Do not dwell on this incident. You must learn to look ahead. Do not seek revenge. Allow me to handle this matter." I don't know," Li Kuling replied, shaking her head in confusion. The calm she had maintained before seemed to have activated her body's instinctual defenses, but after releasing her emotions, she returned to a state of normalcy. She felt lost, as though her actions had rendered her unable to reintegrate into society. Her parents' hopes now lay shattered as they watched their daughter transform into a fugitive. "I will find a way to mitigate the repercussions of this incident and restore your identity, allowing you to return to your previous life." Jia Gu Yin reiterated the words of Bai from his earpiece. After all, Bai was far more reliable in such matters than she. His own course of action would likely involve dismantling the Yixuantang after the volcano expedition concluded. "Thank you." Li Kuling wanted to express her gratitude, yet the words that came forth were merely a simple thank you. She felt her appreciation lacked depth, devoid of sincerity. She wished to convey more, only to find herself reverting to her previous self, the taciturn rural girl who struggled to articulate her feelings. "There's no need for thanks." Jia Gu Yin observed her gratitude, feeling a twinge of guilt and unease. He had long been aware of the Yixuantang's existence, yet had chosen to ignore it, focusing solely on combating monsters and honing his skills. The power of his armor was meant to protect humanity. Had he recognized this sooner, perhaps these events could have been avoided. The notion of no time was merely an excuse. He could have sacrificed some sleep to address these issues. With a few days of adjustment, his current physique should be able to withstand it. Jia Gu Yin gazed out at the sea, exhaling a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Li Kuling, perhaps exhausted to her limits, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He sat cross-legged, extracting the storm and continuing to practice the Minyu Ju. He was determined to seize every moment, leaving no second wasted. Jia Gu Yin did not find this lifestyle exhausting. Rather, when the legacy of power was bestowed upon him and the light armor was granted, he felt a collective responsibility. Burdened by the hopes of the previous generation, he was compelled to strive harder, to exert every effort. Every moment must be dedicated to refining his combat techniques and mastering martial arts. The sun rose fully, casting a shimmering light across the sea's surface. Suddenly, the vessel jolted violently. Jia Gu Yin opened his eyes, quickly leaping from his bed, his right hand instinctively reaching for the summoner hidden within his clothing. Though he was engaged in practicing ninjutsu, he had never let his guard down. The events on the plain had been exposed. Those on the other side of the wooden door were now aware that the Fire Sparrow and its summoner had arrived in Haijo City and were en route to Bay Island. There was no doubt that monsters were lurking aboard this ferry, and he had to be prepared for battle at any moment. "Stay here and do not wander," Jia Gu-in instructed as he roused Li Cooling before swiftly making his way to the deck. As he navigated through the corridor, he encountered two towering men approaching. Their stature and build were nearly identical to his, prompting him to take a second glance. The two men also turned their attention toward him. As they brushed past one another, one of them suddenly twitched his nose and halted. "Stop!" In the narrow corridor, the three tall men stood their ground, maintaining distance, but facing away from one another. The air grew thick with tension. The doors on either side of the corridor swung open, but upon witnessing the standoff among the three imposing figures, the onlookers wisely retreated. A bead of sweat formed on Jia Gu-in's forehead. The two monsters, also facing away from him, exchanged glances. Without his transformation, Jia Gu-in felt physically vulnerable, and the monsters were in no better condition either. The scent of flames wafted through the air. "I'm so hungry." At last, the masked man made the first move, turning to face Jia Gu-in as he tore off his mask. Beneath it lay a spiral of jagged teeth, reminiscent of an eel's maw. The center of his mouth was lined with barbed tongues writhing and twisting, lunging towards Jia Gu-in. Jia Gu-in executed the fundamental breathing technique, and in an instant, his body transcended its limits, retreating towards the rear deck. Chapter 78. The Oceanic Series Monsters Bang. Three figures, propelled by immense speed, leaped onto the deck. Just as the Maw Man was about to sink his teeth into Jia Gu-in, he executed a mid-air kick aimed at his face. The Maw Man swiftly raised his arm to defend, absorbing the full force of Jia Gu-in's strike. At that moment, another man opened his mouth wide, fixating on Jia Gu-in with bulging eyes as if they might pop out of their sockets. In an instant, a powerful suction emanated from his mouth. "What?" Caught off guard, Jia Gu-in's airborne body was uncontrollably drawn toward his opponent. The Maw Man seized the opportunity, lunging at Jia Gu-in, his grotesque maw poised to bite into his neck. "Not on my watch." "Focus, activate." Jia Gu-in stabilized himself in midair, clenched his fists, and delivered a decisive blow to the Maw Man's face. Simultaneously, he unleashed a kick, propelled by the suction, aimed at the large-eyed man's head. The sudden counterattack took both the Maw Man and the large-eyed man by surprise. They had not anticipated Jia Gu-in's rapid response while suspended in the air. This was far from what the intelligence reports had suggested. An untransformed armored warrior should have been no stronger than an average person. Yet, this individual, even in his untransformed state, exhibited remarkable combat prowess, rivaling the strength of their monstrous human forms. The two men quickly raised their arms to defend, interrupting their assault and retreating. They then rapidly swung their arms, unleashing torrents of dark energy. Their human forms twisted and morphed into monstrous shapes. The Maw Man transformed into a fearsome, humanoid sea creature, adorned with tentacles atop his head and massive hands covered in sharp bone spurs, his body coated in thick, slimy scales. The large-eyed man morphed into a creature enveloped in a robust shell, his hands resembling large trumpets, akin to a turtle-like beast. "Monsters! Monsters have appeared. Flee for your lives." Upon witnessing the beasts, the individuals on the deck descended into chaos, scattering in all directions. Jia Gu-in had already drawn his summoning device, pressed it against his waist, and extracted the Fire Sparrow card. Fire Sparrow. Click. Fusion. Flames surged through his body, coalescing into a tangible armor. The dazzling crimson armor shimmered with a mystical light, as if flames coursed through it. Having completed his transformation, Jia Gu-in nonchalantly waved his hand. "Let us take them on together." Enraged, the two monsters charged at Jia Gu-in, flanking him from both sides. Jia Gu-in tightened his fists, feeling the power of the armor as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Clang! 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 The three forces collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. Arrogant little brat. The hard-shelled monster extended its trumpet-like hands towards Jia Gu-in. In an instant, a powerful suction re-emerged, drawing Jiagu Yin uncontrollably toward the hard-shelled beast. The tentacled monster seized the opportunity to lunge at Jiagu Yin, swinging its tentacles. Observing this, Jiagu Yin swiftly activated the basic breathing technique. Burning form. As he entered the burning form, an overwhelming power erupted once more, igniting his armor in flames. Jiagu Yin tightened his fists and struck out at the incoming tentacles. His blazing fists, engulfed in fire, shattered the air as they moved. Yet, the tentacled monster showed no signs of hesitation, manipulating its appendages to ensnare Jiagu Yin's arms. At that moment, the suction from the hard-shelled monster ceased, replaced by two torrents of blue water that cascaded over Jiagu Yin. The searing flames were instantly extinguished, and the tentacles tightly coiled around Jiagu Yin's arms, the suction cups adhering firmly to the armor. They began siphoning off Jiagu Yin's stamina. He could feel his energy rapidly depleting, causing even the fiery form of his armor to dim. The Fire Sparrow armor. Your fiery bird is indeed formidable. Even Lord Mumin is wary of it. But when faced with our water, your so-called fiery bird is merely a drenched chicken. The hard-shelled monster intensified the water flow, exerting control over Jiagu Yin, while the tentacled monster consistently drained his strength. Struggling against the tentacles binding his arms, Jiagu Yin reached for his card storage device, extracting a card. Although he wielded light less adeptly than Fire Sparrow, he had no choice but to resort to light now. Light armor. Click. Fusion. As the card slotted into the device, the flames receded, giving way to a brilliant radiance. The platinum-hued light armor enveloped Jiagu Yin once more. Clearly, the two monsters were unaware of Jiagu Yin's ability to transform into light armor. They stared bewildered as Jiagu Yin switched armors without warning. Seizing their moment of confusion, Jiagu Yin surged forward. Activating the basic breathing technique, he instantly transitioned into radiant form. Gripping the tentacles tightly, he summoned his strength and yanked them forcefully. Ha! With a resounding shout, the tentacled monster was hurled away. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the tentacled monster smashed through a shipping container, crashing onto the deck. You scoundrel! The hard-shelled monster increased the intensity of the water jets, but it had no effect on Jiagu Yin. He extended one arm to shield against the oncoming water, while his other hand drew a card. Light Shadow Spear F. Equipment Upgrade E. Click. Click. Light Shadow Gun E. Radiance flowed through his palm, transforming into a platinum-hued, broad-bladed spear as he swung it to pierce through the surging water, striking the hard-shelled monster in the chest. The hard-shelled monster halted, raising its arms to shield its hardened chest. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the tip of the light shadow gun struck the hard shell, sending brilliant sparks flying. It was deflected. The hard-shell monster, undeterred, stepped forward, pushing its chest outward once again. The tremendous force of the attack was completely rebuffed, bending the shaft of the light shadow gun, and Jiagu Yin was propelled high into the air. The hard-shell monster gazed at Jiagu Yin as he ascended, extending its trumpet-like hands once more. A powerful suction erupted anew. The tentacled monster, now enraged, charged at Jiagu Yin, its tentacles twisting like countless serpents. In that case, realizing he could not resist the overwhelming suction, Jiagu Yin swiftly drew another card. Light Shadow, Thrust F. Click. The card slotted into the summoning device, causing the spear in his hand to tremble and manifest numerous golden spear phantoms. As Jiagu Yin thrust the spear forward, a multitude of golden spear images surged towards the monsters on the deck. Allow me to show you what true defense looks like. The hard-shelled monster stepped forward, positioning itself in front of the tentacled monster, its entire shell suddenly radiating with brilliance. Chapter 79. Fire Sparrow Lava Monkey Form. Clang, 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 clang. Countless gunfire shadows struck against the formidable shell of the creature, shattering into a cascade of golden fragments. Jiagu Yin's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze upon the armored beast on the ground. The power of light was utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of this monster. Yet, Fire Sparrow was at a disadvantage against the opponent's water-based abilities. Before the adversary could summon the power of water, he must utilize the swiftness of Fire Sparrow to resolve the situation. However, the overwhelming suction rendered Fire Sparrow his speed ineffective, allowing the tentacled beast to absorb his stamina. Was this pair of monsters specifically prepared by Mugendep for the purpose of countering Fire Sparrow? Jia Yin reached for his storage device and withdrew a card. Fire Sparrow. Click. Fusion. As the Fire Sparrow was inserted into the summoner, a torrent of flames enveloped him once more. The platinum armor was replaced by a vibrant red armor. Did he still wish to use Fire Sparrow? Indeed, even if he could summon light, the most fitting match was still Fire Sparrow. The armored creature gazed at Jia Yin in midair, raising its hands. Neither Fire Sparrow nor light instilled fear in him. As long as they combined their strengths, no matter how formidable the armor, it would be of little consequence. Within the scope of their coordination, they were invincible. The powerful suction surged again, and at the moment of its eruption, Jia Yin's figure in the air transformed into an afterimage. The unique speed of Fire Sparrow. Your techniques have long been thoroughly understood and researched by Lord Mugendep. The armored beast swiftly closed in on the tentacled creature, its trumpet-shaped hands ever vigilant. As long as they did not provide an opening for the swift movement, they could control the opponent with suction the moment they appeared. Then, they would use their tentacles to weaken with water. No matter how fast or strong Fire Sparrow was, it would still be of little concern. At this moment, Jia Yin darted behind a cargo box and opened the summoning device's shop. Explosive Flame, E100 energy points. Purchase. How vexing it was to be fighting while shopping for cards. It felt rather beneath his dignity. Jia Yin, please remove this segment of shopping during combat. Thank you. It appeared. The tentacled creature quickly opened its mouth, and the armored beast swiftly adjusted its hands, pointing toward the emerging Jia Yin. Suck. Under the powerful suction, the newly appeared Jia Yin transformed into an afterimage once more. Do you seek to exhaust us? Do you think you can outlast us? The armored beast taunted the spot where Jia Yin had vanished. Indeed, the monster's endurance far surpassed that of the armor. Although Jia Yin had cultivated the soft rain technique, enhancing his combat endurance, he was still no match for the true monsters. However, Jia Yin's intention was not to exhaust himself. Concealed behind a cargo box, he drew another card. Fire Sparrow Manifestation E. Click. With the insertion of the card into the summoner, a chirp echoed. The Fire Sparrow within his chest burst forth like a liberated soul, transforming into a red afterimage that darted away. The armored beast was swiftly drawn to this movement, directing its hands toward the fleeting afterimage. Meanwhile, the Fire Sparrow soared into the air, flapping its wings. Fire Sparrow Feathers. A multitude of fiery feathers coalesced and launched downward toward the two monsters. At last, the monsters beheld the true form of the Fire Sparrow. It was not the Fire Sparrow armor. At this moment, Jia Yin emerged from another direction, rapidly drawing a card. Fire Sparrow Blade F. Equipment Upgrade E. Spiral Flame Blade. Flames swiftly coalesced into a blade, solidifying in Jia Yin's grasp. With one hand wielding the blade, he continued his motions without pause, quickly drawing a black back card. The black backing indicated a nature-type card, while the front displayed a pitch-black monkey, with the letter E in the upper right corner. What card is that? Another card outside of the known intelligence. Is this what Lord Mugendep referred to as the terrifying growth potential of armor summoners? Click. With the insertion of monkey into the summoner, a surge of immense power coursed from his waist throughout his body. Compatibility 60. Armor enhancement. In an instant, obsidian patterns spread from his waist. Bathed in the red flames, it resembled molten rock. The crimson eyes of the Fire Sparrow armor appeared to ignite. The pitch-black, lava-like gauntlets enveloped his arms. The Fire Sparrow at his chest shook its feathers, transforming into a color akin to molten rock. The right shoulder armor morphed into a fully open-beaked Fire Sparrow head, while the left shoulder armor transformed into a lava-like monkey head. Between the two shoulder armors and the neck, black and red fur swayed and enveloped him. Behind him, a complete black armor covered his back between the shoulder plates. The gauntlets tightened, becoming thicker adorned with rivets resembling molten rock. Fire Sparrow armor, lava, monkey form. Feeling the immense power of the armor, Jia Yin dashed toward the armored beast at lightning speed. Flames surged relentlessly throughout his body, and the potent force swelled like fire within him, coursing toward his arms. Jia Yin felt an inexhaustible strength in his arms. What sorcery is this? An upgraded form of the armor, achieved through a nature-type card. Who would have thought Fire Sparrow possessed such potential? The armored beast, evidently well-studied, recognized this as the upgraded form of Fire Sparrow armor. Boom! The fiery figure roared as Jia Yin gripped the sparrow flame blade and struck fiercely. The tentacled beast instinctively recoiled. After all, its defensive capabilities were not its strong suit. I'll take it. The armored beast, understanding the mutual weaknesses, swiftly advanced, extending its hands. A column of water surged toward the rushing Jia Yin. Flames filled Jia Yin's eyes, and the mouthpiece of his mask ignited with two blazing flames being drawn into his mouth. It appeared as though he had taken a deep breath of fire. This was the hallmark of the Fire Sparrow, this operation of its inhalation technique, reaching its zenith in an instant. In that moment, searing flames erupted from Jia Yin's legs, melting the deck beneath him. How could this be? I cannot see. His speed is utterly untraceable. This upgraded form not only enhanced his strength, but also his agility and speed. The armored beast's pupils constricted as it struggled to capture Jia Yin once more, only to find him standing directly before it. With a swift slash of his blade, whoosh. Boom! In an instant, flames poured forth, striking against its armor, followed by an explosion of fire. Its body was hurled into the air by the violent blast. The searing flames relentlessly scorched its shell. It withstood it. It endured the assault. It could withstand the attack from this form. The armored beast felt a surge of joy within, swiftly twisting its body in mid-air, extending its hands toward Jia Yin. What's the significance of the upgraded form? It still cannot breach my defenses. As long as it can control the opponent's form with suction, then collaborate with the tentacles to suppress with water flow. However, at this moment, Jia Yin, still on the ground, tightened his grip on the blade, locking his gaze on the airborne creature, and extracted a card. Explosive Flame. Click. Chapter 80. The Summoner Beyond Intelligence E-Level card. Yet another card beyond intelligence. The shell monster felt a chill down its spine. This battle was entirely composed of cards that lay outside the realm of information. The opponent's combat system had transcended the limits of intelligence. What was initially a guaranteed victory had turned into this predicament due to a lack of information. How infuriating! At this moment, Jia Yin paid no heed to the monster's inner turmoil. As the explosion flame was inserted into the summoning device, a powerful inferno enveloped the entire set of armor. The molten lava armor on his arms began to blaze fiercely, glowing a vivid red. First strike of the explosive flame. With a swift motion, flames erupted from beneath him, melting the deck as they surged outward. Jia Yin's body shot forth, soaring into the sky, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. The blade of the flame knife, engulfed in searing fire, burned violently, occasionally splattering molten lava. The shell monster's pupils constricted, fixated on the incoming blade. The sound of the exploding flames reached its ears with clarity. As it finally discerned the blade, all that remained was the shrill whistle of its swing. Each explosive sound resonated with unparalleled sharpness until the blade blossomed into a brilliant lotus in midair, striking heavily against its chest. The intense flames detonated upon impact, surging forth. Its body was once again propelled like a cannonball. It had endured. Moreover, the distance had widened. Feeling its body being thrust away, the shell monster experienced a fleeting moment of joy. Yet before it could fully revel in this triumph, Jia Yin had already executed a second strike in midair. The flames rippled rhythmically from the summoning device at his waist, spreading throughout his body. Second strike of the explosive flame. With a swift motion, its speed and power surged. In the blink of an eye, he was once again before the shell monster, offering it no chance to react. Crash! The body was struck once more. This blow, which had never failed, finally pushed the shell monster beyond its limits, causing a fissure to appear in its once unyielding armor. As it felt the crack in its shell, an indescribable dread surged within the shell monster. Impossible, impossible. My armor has shattered, it has shattered. The shell monster gazed at Jiaguyan, who raised his blade once more amidst the resplendent flames, its heart now consumed by fear. It yearned to flee, but there was no opportunity left. The rapid third strike would offer no quarter, destined to crush it. The attack of Explosion Flame he is divided into 5 stages. Each stage's power escalates exponentially, but the burden on the body is equally formidable. The first stage imposes a burden of 1, the second a burden of 2. The third stage doubles to 4, the fourth to 8, and the fifth reaches a terrifying 16-fold. At this moment, Jiaguyan was only contending with the 4-fold burden of the third stage. He felt a fierce discomfort throughout his body, as though his lungs might burst. His muscles swelled like inflated balloons. Third strike of the explosive flame. As he swung the blade, the accumulated might surged forth, akin to a punctured balloon releasing its contents. Jiaguyan gripped the blade with all his might, nearly losing his hold. This strike had reached the limits of his control. It was the strongest blow he could deliver. He could only open his spiritual eye, barely managing to guide the trajectory of the swing toward the shell monster. Without a doubt, the hard shell shattered under the blade's assault. The blade did not relent, tearing through the shell and slicing into the soft flesh beneath. Accompanied by a crescent of crimson brilliance, the shell monster was bisected, its form exploding into a cloud of dark smoke. Kill E-level monster. Energy points 100. Another tentacled monster witnessed this scene and lost all will to fight. It only desired to leap into the sea and escape this place. To relay the latest intelligence regarding the Fire Sparrow armor to Lord Mumin. This armor had grown beyond expectation. No ordinary monster could contend with it. If allowed to achieve the highest compatibility with the volcanic natural card, it would undoubtedly pose a grave threat. I am not fleeing. I merely wish to convey the latest intelligence. The tentacled monster dashed toward the edge of the deck, intent on leaping into the sea. Meanwhile, the Fire Sparrow in the air was already poised for action. As Jiaguyan flung a card, the Fire Sparrow swiftly opened its beak, seizing the card. Fire Sparrow /F. Flames erupted from the Fire Sparrow's beak, enveloping the card and unleashing its power. Instantly, the Fire Sparrow's feathers ignited fiercely, soaring in searing flames, its wings unfurling like a blade. No, don't. The tentacled monster, witnessing the approach of the Fire Sparrow, desperately attempted to defend itself. Tentacles reached out to ensnare the incoming Fire Sparrow, seeking to bind and devour its power. Yet the Fire Sparrow merely severed the myriad tentacles and swiftly created distance. Gazing down at the monster, the Fire Sparrow could engage in battle and harness the powers of certain cards. However, both combat and card usage drained Jiaguyan's stamina. Confirming the power of Fire Sparrow manifestation, Jiaguyan wasted no time, gripping the flame knife and aiming it at the monster. Basic breathing technique activated. Flames surged in his hands, spiraling into a fiery vortex that entwined the blade. With a thrust, Jiaguyan transformed into a crimson specter, surging toward the tentacled monster. The tentacled monster retreated continuously, but under the Fire Sparrow's rapid strikes, it proved futile. In an instant, Jiaguyan pierced through its back, exploding it into a cloud of smoke. Kill F-level monster. Energy points 50 next. Jiaguyan withdrew 2 red background blank cards from his card holder and tossed them into the air. The crystals of the 2 monsters were rapidly absorbed by the cards, transforming into 2 monster cards, 1 Monster E card and 1 Monster F card. The front displayed images of the 2 monsters. Glimpsing at the 2 monster cards, Jiaguyan felt a flicker of anticipation for what combat cards they might become before retrieving them back into his card holder. He then turned his gaze toward the cabin. With the battle concluded and the monsters eradicated, the passengers collectively exhaled in relief, followed by a wave of cheers. Having witnessed an exhilarating display of monster versus armored warrior, the passengers were now bursting with excitement, their eyes fervently fixed on Jiaguyan. Fire Sparrow warrior, look here, capture this moment. Fire Sparrow armor. Can you perform that move again, the one you just did? Can we take a photo together? I would do anything for a snapshot. Observing the ecstatic crowd, who were nearly upon him, Jiagu Yin sighed. Alas, today's Potion F was once again a lost cause. He pulled out Potion F, Equipment Upgrade E. Clack clack. Chapter 81. Arrival at Bay State Island. The ferry slowly approached the harbor of Bay State Island. After disembarking, follow the instructions I provided earlier, and no one will pursue you any further. After Jiaqiu Yin advised Li Cooling, Bai deleted all the information related to his boarding. He quietly evaded inspections and successfully arrived at Bay State Island. Bay State Island, located in the southeastern part of Haizhou City, is a large island comparable in size to an average island nation, akin to a small province on land. Surrounded by the sea, its fishing industry and international trade are exceptionally developed. Walking through the coastal cities on the island, one frequently encounters foreign tourists and traders. Behind this prosperity, however, a dark underbelly thrives, including pirates disguised as fishing vessels and clandestine ships engaged in human smuggling. From here, one can hire boats to the volcanic island, provided the payment is sufficient. Since the ferry departed just past 4 in the morning, arriving at Bay State Island now coincides with midday. Gugu, what shall I have for lunch? Jiaqiu Yin, feeling his rumbling stomach, stood on the sidewalk, surveying the nearby eateries. Ever since becoming the summoner of the Fire Sparrow and acquiring formidable power, his appetite had multiplied several times over. Coupled with his role as a combat member of the monster response team, he regularly endured high-intensity training, resulting in an appetite that already surpassed that of an ordinary person by several magnitudes. At this moment, his food intake had reached nearly 8 times that of an average person, transcending human limits entirely. While he could consume less, doing so would hinder the growth of his physical strength. Hence he maintained a healthy routine of 3 meals a day. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Without hesitation, Jiaqiu Yin stepped into a restaurant beside the sidewalk and picked up the menu. This, and this. After sitting by the window and placing his order, he turned his gaze to the bustling pedestrians outside. Having confirmed his arrival at Bay State Island through the battle aboard the ferry, Jiaqiu Yin knew that monsters were surely lying in wait for him on the island. Moreover, the situation was bound to become increasingly complicated. The 2 monsters he had defeated on the ferry had revealed too much information. First and foremost, they were a carefully chosen combination designed to counter the powers of the Fire Sparrow. His ability to vanquish this duo had far exceeded their expectations. They would undoubtedly reassess his strengths and adjust their ambush accordingly. It was even possible that a multitude of monsters were lying in wait on Bay State Island, intent on launching a righteous assault against him. However, Jiaqiu Yin retrieved a pair of chopsticks from the holder beside him and poured himself a cup of tea from the kettle. The number of monsters his adversaries possessed might not be as extensive as he imagined. The intelligent monsters under the command of Mumin Depay were likely rarer than anticipated. Mumin Depay was undoubtedly a true, purebred monster, a genuine member of the monster race. All the monsters he had thus far defeated were merely the transformed minions of Mumin Depay. If Mumin Depay had the autonomy to transform humans into his minions freely, humanity would have long since been overrun by monsters. Jiaqiu Yin speculated that the number of humans qualified for transformation into monsters was inherently limited. Furthermore, the transformation into intelligent monsters was even more uncommon. The quantity of minions Mumin Depay could command was also capped. Thus, it was not merely a matter of Mumin Depay's unwillingness to mobilize all his minions against him, but rather due to the finite number of minions he possessed, each spread across various locations managing different tasks. There could even be deeper reasons behind his reluctance to gather too many minions together. A sudden insight struck Jiaqiu Yin, causing the teacup in his hand to tremble. Could it be that Mumin Depay feared his own minions? Intelligent minions might harbor ambitions of their own. If too many were summoned close together, Mumin Depay might worry that they would conspire against him, dividing his power. The larger the number of minions under his control, the weaker his own power would become. An increase in the number of minions could lead to a greater likelihood of them breaking free from his dominion. While Jiaqiu Yin entertained this possibility, he knew that purebred monsters were not limited to Mumin Depay alone. There were likely others, perhaps even stronger ones. As a member of this elite group, Mumin Depay should not have to fear the rebellion of his minions. After all, defying human Depay could provoke a retaliation from other purebred monsters. However, if there were no bonds of emotion among purebred monsters, or if they were indifferent to the consumption of their precious companions by their minions, the situation would be entirely different. One could not fathom the emotional landscape of these enigmatic creatures through a human lens. As pedestrians passed by, some in small groups, others in clusters, and some all alone, enjoying snacks or sipping milk tea, Jiaqiu Yin reflected on the facade of peace surrounding him. Such a mere illusion, he thought, retracting his gaze just as a waitress approached, balancing plates of food. "Good day, sir. Here are the dishes you ordered." The waitress, displaying remarkable courtesy, placed the dishes on Jiaqiu Yin's table. Perhaps the establishment's exemplary service was a result of his refined demeanor, which inspired genuine admiration. Thus, wherever he went, most people treated him with utmost respect, regardless of gender. Jiaqiu Yin harbored no fears of being poisoned. If his identity truly became known, poisoning would be the least of his concerns. He imagined that in the next moment, the restaurant would be swarmed with various monsters, and shortly thereafter, Mumin Depay would be seated across from him, pouring tea. How infuriating. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. Jiaqiu Yin devoured his dishes voraciously, the food disappearing at a visible pace. His speed of consumption matched his appetite. Upon finishing his meal and departing, he basked in the warm sunlight, feeling utterly at ease. The power of the fire sparrow made him particularly fond of such hot environments and sensations. With his meal completed, there was no time to dawdle. He needed to hire a boat immediately and cross the sea to the volcanic island. Two paths lay before him, one shaded by trees, the other by the sun's direct rays along the coastline. Without hesitation, he chose the sunlit route. After all, both paths would lead to his destination. He hailed a taxi, settled into the back seat, lowered his hat's brim, and instructed to South Bay Harbor. South Bay. The security there is rather poor, but given your stature, I suppose you need not worry, the driver replied, glancing at Jiaqiu Yin's imposing physique. But look at me. I may not seem much, but I assure you, I'm solid as a rock. Rest assured, I'll get you there safely. The driver, seemingly anxious to avoid rejection, quickly set off toward the South Bay Harbor area. As Jiaqiu Yin gazed at the sunlit waves, he relished the warmth and the scenery. Initially, he had intended to take another route, but now he felt fortunate to have chosen this one. You know, the driver continued, there have been sightings of mermaids in these waters. Dear guest, do not doubt my words. This is a sight that has been witnessed since ancient times. My grandfather, who fished in these waters, saw one with his own eyes when he was a child. In modern times, they are referred to as mermaids, but in antiquity, they were known as the Jiao people. Chapter 82. South Bay, a hotbed of crime. How is it that I have taken 2 consecutive taxis and encountered such loquacious drivers? Under ordinary circumstances, Jiagu Yin would be more than willing to engage in conversations about ideals and politics with such drivers. However, at this moment, all Jiagu Yin longs for is to cultivate the Minyu Ju to heal his wounds. The frequency of battles during this period has been excessive, leaving him with little time to rest. Each time he utilizes the Minyu Ju to mend a bit of his injury, he finds himself embroiled in yet another skirmish, exacerbating his condition. Consequently, his physical injuries remain far from fully healed. The driver continues to regale him with tales of merfolk and sirens. He has transitioned from ancient legends of the mermaids to recounting events from over 100 years ago when foreigners first arrived here, employing military vessels in search of the elusive sirens. His narrative is so vivid that Jiagu Yin finds himself genuinely intrigued. It seems that choosing this route was indeed a prudent decision. Gazing at the boundless, undulating sea, shimmering under the sunlight, even the pain from his old injuries seems to fade into the background. We've arrived, young man. Do take care. This place is no playground. You appear to be from Haizhou. Should you encounter any insurmountable danger, remember to swiftly carry your identification to the local police station. They should offer you protection. Jiagu Yin settled the fare, opened the car door, and waved goodbye to the driver. The driver, however, did not linger, seemingly uninterested in waiting for a fare returning from South Bay to the urban district. He swiftly turned the vehicle around and departed, as if eager to distance himself from the area. with a vast strait separating them. The mainland finds it challenging to exert control over the affairs of Wanzhou Island. Furthermore, Wanzhou Island is a refuge for an array of smugglers and criminals from all corners of the globe, rendering certain locales into havens of crime and darkness. Much like the port of South Bay. Upon entering the South Bay area, it is evident that the architecture here is markedly inferior to that of the recently disembarked port. Only a few scattered high-rises are visible. The majority appear to be dilapidated buildings from the last century. The walls beside the sidewalks and the utility poles are plastered with an assortment of advertisements. Jiagu Yin cast a cursory glance. Cures for psoriasis, call now. Miss XX, make an appointment at XX, call 1XX. Traditional Chinese medicine for male issues, rejuvenate your vitality. It exudes a nostalgic charm reminiscent of the Wanzhou films from the last century. As Jiagu Yin observed the dimly flickering neon lights above, he sighed inwardly. He attempted to listen to the conversations around him. However, the passers-by were conversing in a local dialect of Wanzhou Island, rendering it nearly incomprehensible to him. He lowered the brim of his hat and continued deeper into South Bay, intending to hire a boat at the port on the opposite side. The entire South Bay resembles a long, slender city skimming the surface of the sea, appearing like a worm stretching from east to west when viewed from above. Jiagu Yin had arrived from the north, heading southward, so traversing the entirety of South Bay was not a lengthy endeavor. However, matters did not proceed smoothly. As he delved further, he noticed that the people around him began to cast lingering glances his way. A tail had begun to form behind him. Yet, perhaps due to Jiagu Yin's imposing stature, those following him refrained from making any rash moves, instead opting to linger in the background, drawing in more individuals. Jiagu Yin soon realized that the crowd had thinned considerably, leaving behind a number of men leaning against the walls, their gazes fixed intently upon him. It appeared that they were all part of the tail that had been following him. Was his attire too ostentatious? Jiagu Yin mused, tugging at his clothing. At that moment, a man approached, head bowed, and was on the verge of colliding with Jiagu Yin. He sidestepped just in time, causing the man to stumble and nearly fall. The man turned, livid, and glared at Jiagu Yin. "Watch where you're going, kid." "My apologies, I didn't see you," Jiagu Yin replied, casting a glance around him. As anticipated, the gathered ruffians seemed to have received a signal, halting their movements and conversations, their eyes locking onto him with unwavering intensity. "Kid, if apologies were worth anything, I wouldn't have spent over a decade behind bars." The ruffian advanced toward Jiagu Yin, proudly recounting his past. "Now, you'd better grovel and compensate for my losses. I can ensure you leave South Bay in one piece." As he spoke, the ruffian brandished a dagger, pointing it menacingly at Jiagu Yin's face while stepping closer. "This is South Bay Port." Jiagu Yin sighed, reaching into his pocket. Such a big fellow, yet a coward at heart, the ruffian thought, initially feeling some trepidation due to Jiagu Yin's imposing build. But as he observed Jiagu Yin's demeanor, his confidence surged, and he stepped even closer, becoming increasingly brazen. "Kid, I've changed my mind. Hand over everything, and take off that designer outfit," the ruffian commanded, lifting his chin to look at Jiagu Yin, the dagger inching closer. "Wait, what I'm about to pull out might change your mind about taking anything else," Jiagu Yin said, slowly retrieving something from his pocket. The ruffian swallowed hard. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a hefty prize, but what did it matter? No one would ever refuse more wealth. Watching the ruffian's eyes gleam with greed, Jiagu Yin's hand emerged from his pocket, clenched tightly. The ruffian fixated on Jiagu Yin's hand, envisioning the treasures it might conceal. Precious gems, colossal diamonds, or perhaps some rare metal. And then, with a swift motion, Jiagu Yin unleashed a powerful punch, landing squarely on the ruffian's face. In an instant, blood gushed from the ruffian's nose. His nasal bone shattered, and his entire face caved in at the point of impact. His body flew back, akin to a kite severed from its string. "How dare you invade my space?" Jiagu Yin thought, exhilaration coursing through him. "What a satisfying punch." You, the ruffian stammered, clutching his bleeding nose as he swayed unsteadily against the wall, his legs trembling, barely able to remain upright. "What do you want, then? Do you crave another punch, mutt?" Jiagu Yin taunted. I will end you. Despite his unsteady stance, the ruffian's bravado remained intact, and he shouted in rage. The surrounding thugs drew their daggers, closing in on Jiagu Yin, their murderous intent palpable. While they might not actually kill him, their eyes revealed their intentions to torment him, to teach him a harsh lesson. Truly, a gathering of scum. Chapter 83. Identity Exposed. Jiagu Yin never shows mercy toward scoundrels. While he does not resort to killing these wretches, he invariably strips them of their capacity to continue their misdeeds. You are finished. No one on Bay State Island can save you. Spend the rest of your life regretting while burdened with disgrace. The thugs advanced relentlessly, effectively blocking the street in both directions. Some wielded daggers, while others brandished baseball bats. Alone, Jiagu Yin surveyed the encroaching ruffians, removing his hat and clenching his fists as he stepped forward. This is entirely of your own making. If you beg for mercy now, I might spare you. Ha ha ha. Have you counted how many of us there are? Over 20. It seems your mind is a bit off. With a resounding thud, his fist struck the foremost thug's face, distorting it in an instant. Half of his cheekbone shattered. The thug's body flew like a ragged sack, crashing into an advertisement on the wall. At that moment, the remaining thugs were still reeling from Jiagu Yin's swift assault. Blood dripped from his fist as he advanced another step, his gaze devoid of compassion. Under that unwavering stare, the leading thugs instinctively recoiled. After their retreat, they seemed to realize their humiliation and, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Let's attack together." Jiagu Yin tightened his fists, his instincts sharpening in an instant. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he twisted his waist and unleashed a powerful punch. Another thug was sent flying, crashing into two others who charged at him. Swiftly, Jiagu Yin sidestepped the blade, delivering a powerful kick that echoed with the sound of breaking bones, sending yet another thug sprawling. A pack of foolish curs, thinking that exploiting the weak grants them respect, being a pawn for others and believing themselves loyal. To call you scoundrels would be an understatement. If you truly considered yourself strong, you would protect the innocent instead of bullying them. If you truly held strength, seek out those who have committed heinous acts. As he berated them, he struck, each insult accompanied by a fist. There was no suspense. Even before Jiagu Yin finished his tirade, half of them lay defeated. The remaining thugs stared at him, paralyzed with fear. Then, someone retreated a step, triggering a chain reaction as they all fled in desperation. Jiagu Yin had no desire to pursue. He seized the initial instigator. "Spare me, please. I was just trying to make a living. Show mercy and let me go like a dog." The thug pleaded desperately, and Jiagu Yin slowly released him. Just as the thug thought he was safe, Jiagu Yin lifted him again. "If you had shown true grit, I might have let you go. But this cowardice? I cannot abide." Holding the terrified thug aloft, Jiagu Yin had no intention of killing an ordinary person. However, rendering him incapable of continuing his thuggish ways was entirely acceptable. A smile crept onto Jiagu Yin's lips at this thought. The thug, gazing at that smile, widened his eyes in terror, as if envisioning his own demise. "What are you going to do?" "No, please." With a clap of his hands, Jiagu Yin departed, leaving behind a naked man, stripped of dignity, bound and gagged, with the words 50 a time written on his backside. The man struggled incessantly, tears of humiliation streaming down his face as he gazed at the gathering crowd. Continuing onward, Jiagu Yin crossed South Bay and beheld the dilapidated harbor filled with various vessels, alongside the vast expanse of the South Sea. All that remained was to procure a boat, marking the final leg of his journey. However, this last leg was evidently not so simple. Avoiding the shadows, he walked into the sunlight and tore down a boat rental notice from a bulletin board by the shore. After confirming the details, Jiagu Yin proceeded to the fishing boat docked at the harbor. Following the address provided on the notice, he arrived at a single 3-story house in a residential area. "Is this the place?" Jiagu Yin approached the small house, only to discover that the gate was unlocked, accompanied by a faint, metallic scent of blood. Swiftly, he pushed open the gate and entered, realizing that the source of the odor was a dismembered guard dog, its remains scattered across the ground. Its head lay severed nearby, resembling a deflated ball, its eyes still wide, as if they were fixated on Jiagu Yin. Drawing his weapon, Fire Sparrow, Jia Guyan neared the front door. How could this happen? I merely chose a random boat rental. My identity should not have been exposed. Is it merely a coincidence that I stumbled upon a murder scene? Impossible. Even in Bay State South Bay, such heinous acts are virtually unheard of. Perhaps someone, or a thug, took advantage of the owner's absence to butcher this dog? At that moment, the worst possibility loomed. His identity had indeed been compromised. Perhaps within this house lay a powerful beast capable of masking his presence and thwarting his senses. Yet, regardless of the danger, retreat was not an option. He must enter. As long as there was a chance the family remained alive, he had to rescue them. Pushing open the door, he was met with an even more pungent stench of blood. Now, please, make your next move. Open your chest cavity and extend your legs. The television in the living room continued to play a yoga program, while before it sat a family of four: a man, a woman, a boy, and an elderly man. Each had been gruesomely pierced by steel rods, limbs spread apart, maintaining a pose reminiscent of yoga. Their faces were contorted in agony, devoid of external wounds. They had been cruelly impaled, contorted into such grotesque postures. Even Jia Guyan, in disbelief, was momentarily stunned by the sheer depravity of the act. Breathe deeply. Hold for 30 seconds, then proceed to the next set of movements. The television droned on. Scoundrels! Jia Guyan clenched his fists, surveying the room. Undoubtedly, this was a provocation, a malicious affront. Innocent lives had been ensnared due to his interference, leading to their tragic demise. The fury within him surged, nearly overwhelming his composure. He struggled to regulate his breathing, reminding himself to think rationally. First and foremost, had his identity truly been exposed? This situation was rife with anomalies. He had randomly selected a family for boat rental. Even if his identity had been revealed, it was implausible that they could have reached this family before he did. What was the truth? The beast's capabilities? When had this occurred? Chapter 84. Psychological Suggestion. Completely unable to calm down and reflect. The scent of blood lingered in the air, and the gruesome image of the family's tragic demise filled Jia Guyan's mind, igniting a fierce desire to extract the assailants behind him and exact 100-fold vengeance. He had no intention of harming innocent bystanders. He had no desire for this. Found you. The abrupt voice rang out. Who? Jia Guyan wary, scanned his surroundings, yet sensed no monstrous presence nor spotted any hidden figures. His perceptive abilities already surpassed human limits, and the summoning device he carried amplified this perception. Under such heightened awareness, it was inconceivable to miss a concealed figure or lurking beast, unless their power exceeded his imagination entirely. However, in that case, he should have perished upon entering this room. The summoner of the Fire Sparrow. How do you find the gift I prepared for you? These individuals perished because of you. Had it not been for you, how could they have met such a fate? It was you who doomed them. Their cries were pitiful in their final moments. The voice resonated again, this time clearer. Jia Guyan discerned that it did not emanate from any external source, but rather within his own mind. Could the beast have infiltrated his body? Was it due to that meal? Impossible. Had his identity truly been compromised? No, his current form, coupled with the perceptive capabilities of the summoning device, had not raised any alarms. It was impossible for a beast to parasitize him without his or the device's awareness. Thus, it must be a telepathic ability, speaking directly within his consciousness. Could it read thoughts? That seemed improbable. Otherwise, his identity would have long been revealed. The fact that he was not being besieged by monsters indicated that he remained undiscovered. Jia Guyan pondered the creature's capabilities, strategizing on how to confront it. Yet, he refrained from displaying his inner thoughts, for the beast's ability to converse directly in his mind warranted utmost caution. You bastard, I will kill you. I swear I will tear you to shreds. Jia Guyan shouted in fury, feigning panic as he searched for traces of the entity around him. His anger was genuine, but beneath it lay a profound vigilance. He was acutely aware and serious. He had never encountered a creature capable of direct communication in his mind. At this moment, he was nearly in a state of heightened alertness. Can't find you, bastard. Are you speaking within my mind? Have you entered my body to parasitize me? That meal at noon, it must have been then. Jia Guyan realized he must not appear overly distressed. He needed to project an air of contemplation befitting the summoner of the fire sparrow. His anger surged, yet his mind grew icy calm. He longed for but one thing: to locate this beast and obliterate it. Have you realized? What of it? The gift I have prepared for you is far more than this. The voice echoed again in his mind, sending a jolt through Jiagu Yan. The summoning device was already equipped. Inserting the card would enable his transformation at any moment. The next second, a shrill siren blared, sealing off the house layer by layer. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we will take coercive action. The police chief shouted through a loudspeaker, while armed officers aimed their weapons at the house. How does it feel to be a so-called hero of justice, now cornered by the police? The voice in his mind dripped with mockery. Enraged, Jiagu Yin cursed under his breath, snatched a helmet from a nearby cabinet, and dashed upstairs, extracting the card. Motor F. Equipment upgrade E. Click. The transformation completed. A formidable motorcycle adorned with fierce flame patterns materialized before him. Jiagu N mounted the bike, revved the throttle, and burst forth from the second floor. In an instant, the motorcycle reached blinding speed, carrying Jiagu N over the courtyard wall and past the police cars, landing on the road. The roar of the engine echoed as he sped away. Gunfire erupted behind him, bullets whizzing past as he deftly maneuvered the motorcycle to evade them. Kid, where do you think you can run? Out of Bay State Island? You have fully exposed yourself, the beast's voice taunted in his ears. Yet, even as he raced, Jiagu Yin did not abandon his thoughts. What was this creature's true ability? How could he eliminate it? How did it maintain this telepathic connection, conversing within his mind? Logically, to exploit such power, it must be relatively close. Given the freshness of the corpses, the dog, and the family, the beast had not struck long ago. How had it managed to lead him directly to that house? Telepathic abilities? Could it be psychological suggestion? Jiagu Yin contemplated deeply, realizing that something had been amiss since he disembarked. He had deviated from the initially selected path, opting for a different route instead, convinced it was a fortuitous choice. He even found the driver's ramblings entertaining, despite the less conspicuous alternative route lurking in shadow. Upon reaching Nanwan, he had again veered towards the sunlit bulletin board, selecting a particular notice. Every apparent choice had been subtly influenced without his awareness. This was the essence of the creature's ability. How had it located him? How had it exerted its influence with such precision? Chapter 85. Conjectures of the battlefield and the backstage prior to arriving at the scene of the crime. The individual had been subjected to persistent psychological suggestions. It was only upon reaching the murder site that the other party could communicate within his mind. When then, was this psychological suggestion applied? The answer lies aboard the ship. Though the other party could not ascertain his true identity, they could determine from where he had disembarked. They had exerted group psychological influence on all crew members and passengers. This psychological suggestion wielded a feeble power. Among all the crew, only he, the summoner, would follow the suggestion's guidance to the murder scene. The other party was uncertain of who the summoner of Fire Sparrow was. Hence, they devised a psychological suggestion to lead the summoner to the meticulously crafted murder site. Then, they concentrated their power upon this individual, applying potent mental capabilities to enable communication. Buzzing, the motorcycle sped through the streets as Jiagu Yin glanced into the rearview mirror. Once again, hearing the voice of the beast in his ear, it had proclaimed that he could never escape its grasp. Suppressing his fury, Jiagu Yin spoke up. Did you think that hiding in my mind would render you safe? The fact that you have not attacked me indicates that, while you may conceal yourself within my thoughts, you cannot launch an offensive. A surgical procedure would suffice to extract you. Upon hearing this, the beast could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you're indeed correct. As the summoner of Fire Sparrow, I may reside in your mind, yet I am utterly incapable of attacking you. If you were to endure, it is indeed possible to remove me through surgery. However, I doubt you will survive the ordeal. The beast's tone dripped with derision, while Jiagu Yin continued to ponder. If his deductions were accurate, then the other party must also be a member of the ship's crew. Their failure to attack, in conjunction with the ocean duo, suggested a lack of combat prowess. The absence of mental influence at that moment indicated that their abilities required prior preparation. The confrontation with the ocean duo had erupted unexpectedly, leaving no opportunity for the other party to employ their powers. The other party's identity must be someone who could interact with all crew members, thereby granting them the opportunity to apply mental abilities universally. On the ship, Chapter 86. The mockery of the monster. The bullets shot towards Jia Guiyin with alarming speed. He swiftly bent down, evading the incoming fire. What? In this South Bay, the power I can wield surpasses your imagination. Jia Guiyin did not respond, quickly steering his motorcycle into a narrow alley to the right. As he sped through the constricted space, trash cans and water buckets were sent flying in his wake. Damn it, Jia Guiyin cursed, veering off his intended path, while Bai Yu promptly recalibrated the route based on the map. Ha ha ha, are you attempting to resist? Just unleash the power of your armor. These mere mortals are no match for you, esteemed summoner of the Fire Sparrow. The voice in his mind continued to tempt Jia Guiyin. But these individuals are innocents manipulated by my abilities. Shall you abandon your absurd sense of justice? Swish! Jia Guiyin scraped against the walls, his clothes now stained with the crumbling debris. Silence! Do not gloat for too long. You shall not bounce around within me for much longer. With a sudden surge of speed, Jia Guiyin accelerated, his motorcycle leaping out of the alley's end. The sight was truly terrifying. However, the expressions of those who had perished were even more dreadful. The monster seemed to relish Jia Guiyin's deep-seated hatred, coupled with his inability to retaliate. Its inherent power was not formidable. It reveled in the feeling of subjugating others through its unique abilities, granting it a profound sense of satisfaction. The sensation of having the Fire Sparrow, known for vanquishing numerous beasts, rendered powerless and displaying anger, if not fear, was exhilarating. Little Sparrow, that entire family perished because of you. The first to die was the matriarch. Amid her terrified wails, I methodically pierced a steel bar through her throat. The remaining 3 trembled in sheer horror, especially the child, who shook and wept incessantly. Truly adorable. Then, before his father, I slowly pierced through his son. The child, remarkably resilient, remained alive even as I penetrated his body, twitching upon the steel rod. His tearful gaze fixed upon me was simply charming. Unable to resist, I plucked out his eyes and fed them to his grandmother and father. They consumed them with such glee, tears of happiness streaming down their faces. The monster's voice grew increasingly animated, trembling with excitement. Of course, I deliberately chose my victims. They were genuinely good people, often aiding impoverished students in South Bay and providing for the beggars. It is precisely this that invigorates my spirit. Witnessing such joyous individuals collapse in pain and fear is the ultimate thrill, is it not? This is what we call a contrast. Listening to the monster's incessant ramblings, Jia Guiyin became unervingly calm. He repeated, with unwavering conviction, I will slay you. Ha ha, you truly frighten me. The monster mocked. Little Sparrow, if you're unwilling to kill these ordinary people, cease your grandiloquent proclamations. Both you and the summoner of the light armor are foolish beyond measure. Not only are you foolish, but you are also weak and unaware of it. The downfall of a previous summoner lay in their ignorance of their own inadequacies. And you dare emulate them? How laughable. Both of you are foolish and weak, attempting to challenge the inevitable. The monster leisurely continued, brazenly critiquing Cheng Yang and Jia Guiyin. Before becoming a slave to monstrosity, were you not human? Do you not possess a shred of moral consciousness as a human being? Ha ha! Do you feeble humans truly think you can compare yourselves to a noble beast like me? You shall never comprehend the grandeur of monsters, nor their might. I have long since shed my human identity to embrace the nobility of beasthood. How dare you, a mere human, judge me? We exist on entirely different planes. I have embraced evolution and am now a superior being. The mental beast appeared to shy away from associating with humanity, deeming human rights unworthy of comparison to their esteemed kind. The chasm between their species was akin to that between humans and apes. Can humans afford to bestow rights upon apes, considering them their kin? I have no words left. I will slay you. Ha ha, do come and try. What a ridiculous jester. The mental beast dismissed the notion that Jiagu Yin could ever locate him, or that he stood any chance of inflicting harm. It seemed to delight in Jiagu Yin's fury. The angrier Jiagu Yin became, the more joy it derived. Its tone brimmed with pleasure, relishing the emotional value derived from Jiagu Yin's rage. I guarantee I will employ all my means to torment you. It is one of my greatest pleasures. Since becoming a beast, I have ruined 3 sets of torture devices. As for how many lives I have extinguished, I cannot recall. Each of these individuals was handpicked for their goodness. Under my torment, 9 out of 10 chose to kill or torment others. You cannot fathom how exhilarating that moment is. Humanity is a despicable race. Their so-called virtues are merely the result of their masquerade. At their core, humans are far more vile than monsters. My achievements stand as testament to this. The monster continued to expound upon its so-called research accomplishments. Countless carefully chosen good individuals had succumbed to its torment, perpetuating harm upon others. It elaborated on its methods of torture, with each word igniting further fury within Jiagu Yin. Anger, you say? Ha ha ha. How utterly amusing. Continue to seethe. Your grim demeanor is truly comical. Why do you cease speaking? Persist in your threats. I will slay you. Repeat it. I wish to hear it again. I will slay you, ha ha ha. The mocking monster remained oblivious to the fact that Jiagu Yin was drawing ever closer. Or perhaps it noticed, but deemed it insignificant. Meanwhile, from a distant high-rise, a sniper set up their rifle, locking onto Jiagu Yin as he sped away on his motorcycle. Preparing to load the bullet,